On my first day back at the wealthy mansion, I proved everyone wrong. Just a moment ago, my biological parents were claiming that since I grew up in the countryside, I would surely be unpresentable. So they were busy comforting the fake young master, who was secretly grieving, telling him I was only brought back for a marriage alliance. But the moment they laid eyes on me, their jaws dropped. This handsome, aloof young man with an outstanding temperament was truly their biological son. I stopped in front of the dining table. Looking down to survey the three people present, I spoke calmly. I am Jiang Heng. Father and Mother Wang finally snapped out of their daze. Mother Wang, who had just been insisting I would be rude and unpresentable, stood up awkwardly. Surprisingly, she seemed a bit nervous. Heng, you've been in the car all day. You must be tired. Sit, come sit. Uncle Feng, have the kitchen serve the dishes. Butler Feng responded immediately. I pulled out a chair opposite Mother Wang and Wang Teng and sat down with composure and natural ease, showing not a hint of constraint. After the only outsider left, the atmosphere became inexplicably awkward. It was Father Wang who coughed and addressed me. How was the journey here? Did everything go smoothly? I replied simply it was fine. Father Wang asked again, are your enrollment materials and everything ready? Yes. Hearing this, Father Wang frowned. I see you and Teng finished the college entrance exam last summer. So you are in the same year. Why didn't you continue your studies after high school? I had surprisingly gone a year without attending school. You have to realize, Wang Teng has already started his sophomore year. But after asking, he didn't need my answer. He had already figured it out. What else could it be? It must be poor grades. After all, I grew up in a mountain village. Graduating from high school was considered decent enough there. Father Wang said, to arrange for you to enter this university, I donated a building. It cost a fortune. If you can't keep up with the curriculum at school, you can ask Teng. Putting you in the same major was also to make it easier for you to look after each other. I gave a simple "oh." My lukewarm attitude annoyed Father Wang a little. He suspected I was deliberately embarrassing him, but seeing my expression remained normal, and my demeanor showed no sign of rebellion. He thought perhaps I was just naturally introverted and bad with words. After all, the Wang family didn't know me. Although my attitude was distant, I answered every question. They couldn't find any fault with me. The dishes prepared by the kitchen were served one by one. The dining table fell silent, except for me, eating leisurely. Everyone else was absent-minded. Mother Wang had looked down on me in every way before. But now, looking at the aloof young man opposite her, a strange sense of satisfaction rose in her heart. Heng, I haven't introduced you yet. This is Teng. Teng has a very good personality, and you are about the same age. You can go to him if you need anything. After speaking to me, she turned to Wang Teng. Teng, this is your brother Heng. From now on, we are all one family. Just call him brother. Wang Teng's gaze slid from my jet black hair to my straight upright shoulders and back, then paused on my casual yet elegant sitting posture, finally landing on that cold, noble face. His fingers resting on his leg tightly into his palms as he spoke slowly. Brother, is this the power of genes? I was clearly just a child who grew up in a mountain village. Yet I had not a hint of vulgarity. Every part of me was elegant. Every part of me was noble. My stance, my sitting posture, my body lines. I looked more like a young master than he, who had been trained since childhood. Sitting in this magnificent mansion, I showed not the slightest sign of discomfort, as if I had always lived in a wealthy environment. It turns out some people are truly born this way. I didn't know that I had merely walked a few steps normally and said a few sentences, and it made Wang Teng think so much. But I knew Wang Teng didn't genuinely welcome me, so I put down my chopsticks and said casually, we are the same age. No need to call me brother. Just call me Jiang Heng. Hearing this, Father Wang frowned. You still have the surname Jiang. Tomorrow, you'll have someone take you to change your name. I rejected him directly. The surname Jiang is fine. No need to change it. What's the point of changing it? Mother Wang immediately disagreed upon hearing this. You have returned to the Wang family now. You are the young master of the Wang family. How can you keep the surname Jiang? But I just said indifferently, I have no destiny with the Wang surname. These words made the faces of the other three change. Wang Teng and I were switched at birth. They heard I lived with an old man named Jiang, with no parents. Now that I said I had no destiny with the Wang surname, wasn't I blaming Father and Mother Wang for their inaction all these years? Wang Teng said aggrievedly, brother, do you mean to say that this is all my fault? I raised my eyebrows in surprise. Why would you think that? I truly have no destiny with the Wang family. Not because of the switched birth, but because of the Wang family's fate and my own destiny. A mere Wang Teng couldn't influence something that significant. So I answered truthfully, you're overthinking it. You aren't qualified enough. However, Wang Teng looked as if he had been insulted. His eyes turned red. Brother, I know you don't like me, but how can you say that about me? Hearing this, I was stunned. What did I say? I was telling the truth. I looked Wang Teng up and down and confirmed again. Your forehead is flat and broad, a sign of early wealth, born in late autumn. It is a foundation doomed to a sudden end. And your eyebrows are hooked? Wealth will be hard to maintain for long. If you hadn't been raised in a place belonging to the water element, Your luck probably wouldn't have lasted until now. I shook my head and said, your own luck is already this week. How could you possibly affect me? Wang Tang didn't understand this string of metaphysical terminology, but he understood when I said his wealth wouldn't last long. He immediately looked at Father Wang. Father, listen to what brother is saying. What wealth do I have? Isn't it all given by the family? If brother says my wealth won't last, isn't he saying our Wang family's wealth won't last? Hearing this, Father Wang looked at me with displeasure. Don't play these tricks. He knew, of course, that fortune tellers existed in this world, but those people were invariably men in their 50s or 60s. How old was I? I had just turned of age. What could I possibly know? Mother Wang believed in the supernatural even less. In her eyes, I had just learned some nonsense somewhere, and was saying it deliberately to disgust people. Thinking of it this way, the satisfaction Mother Wang had just felt regarding my appearance and temperament dropped back down. I leaned back against the cushion, arms crossed over my chest. For a moment, I found it quite laughable. Back then, so many people begged me for fortune-telling and calligraphy, and never even got the chance to see my face. Now, out of the kindness of my heart, I gave them so much information for free, and they actually didn't appreciate it. I remembered when I was with Old Man Zhang in the Southwest. Old Man Zhang once told me that worldly people are foolish. They only love to hear words that benefit them, and hate hearing words with bad omens. That is why there is the saying, honest advice sounds harsh to the ear. I was very arrogant at the time, saying that with my skills, people would have to listen to whatever I said. Old Man Zhang smiled and shook his head, saying, you haven't entered the world, so you don't know the human heart. Looking at it now, Old Man Zhang really did have the experience. I have a personality that doesn't like to force things. Since they didn't believe what I said, then forget it. I wouldn't waste my breath. I'm full. Take your time eating. I put down my chopsticks, drank a sip of warm water, and asked, you don't mind if I leave first, do you? Mother Wang nodded. Then go back to your room and rest. Tomorrow, the driver, Little Li, will take you and Tang to school together. Understood. I called the butler and asked him to take me to my bedroom. The Wang Villa's main building has 6 floors, counting the basement, including the bedrooms. Father and Mother Wang live on the 3rd floor. But the room the butler arranged for me was on the 5th floor. I stood in front of the bright, clean window in the bedroom. Looking down, I could take in the entire view of the garden outside the window. The moonlight fell on me like gauze, making my profile look even more distant and mysterious. The butler paused, muttering in his heart, feeling that this newly returned young master seemed unfathomable. But that shouldn't be. Isn't he only 19 years old? Thinking this, the butler asked, young master, are you satisfied with this room? If not, I can change it for you. It's acceptable. It'll just stay here temporarily. The butler wondered to himself, what did temporarily mean? But he didn't say much. After I said I had no other needs, he withdrew. After he left, I was the only one left in the room. I looked up at the bright moon hanging high outside. My fingers moved quickly, making a strange gesture. If someone who understood metaphysics saw it, they would recognize at a glance that this was finger divination. Ever since I came to this world, I would calculate it once every day. However, the result was the same every day. Today, there was still no change. I lowered my hand and sighed silently. Early the next morning, after the butler checked the progress of breakfast in the kitchen, he wanted to go upstairs to wake me. The butler and the others have a fixed wake-up time on workdays. But after all, it was my first day here. The butler worried that if he didn't remind me, I might easily oversleep. As a result, before the butler could step into the elevator, he saw me walking in from outside with brisk steps. The butler was surprised and said, when did the young master go out? I got up very early and didn't notice you leaving. I thought for a moment. I didn't pay attention to the time. It was probably just as the sky was turning light. That would be around 5 o'clock. The butler had also just gotten up then. He thought maybe he just hadn't noticed. He felt it was slightly odd, but didn't look into it further. He had no idea I didn't go out through the front door at all. Instead, I jumped directly from the 5th floor into the garden and flipped out over the high wall on the garden side. I found this villa too complicated. You have to take an elevator to go up and down. There is access control to go out. I felt it was more convenient to move on my own. If I hadn't noticed on my return that the gardener was trimming the bushes in the garden, I would have wanted to flip directly back in. I returned to my room, took a shower and changed clothes, then organized the ID documents I needed to take to school today. When I went downstairs, Father Wang, Mother Wang, and Wang Teng were already sitting at the table in the small dining room. I greeted them politely and casually chose a seat to sit down. While eating breakfast, Father Wang said to me, your mother and I wanted to see you and Teng off personally, but there's a very important meeting at the company today, and your mother has to go with me. Wang Teng has been enrolled for over a year and is familiar with the school. Let him accompany you. I swallowed my soy milk, put down the glass, and answered, okay, I understand. Father Wang added, you haven't studied for over a year. You will definitely struggle to keep up with the curriculum. Even though I paid a lot, if your academic performance is too poor, it definitely won't do. If you really can't keep up, Just come back and tell us. We will arrange a tutor for you. Hearing this, I found it too funny. This was already the second time Father Wong had said it, thinking I wouldn't be able to keep up with university courses. Although Father and Mother Wong put on the attitude of benevolent parents, obviously they hadn't genuinely tried to understand me. If they had carefully checked my grades from childhood to adulthood, as well as the competitions I participated in 2 years ago, they would absolutely never say such things. However, I didn't refute anything. I nodded, acting as if I listened to whatever the elders said. Only when Father Wong finished speaking did I pick up my chopsticks again to continue eating. Father Wong didn't notice these details. Wong Teng was thinking about the fact that I was going to school with him today. He was absent-minded and didn't notice either. Only Mother Wong looked at me with a complicated gaze. After we finished breakfast and the driver drove us away, Mother Wong finally hesitated and said to Father Wong, "Don't you think he is very..." Father Wong was puzzled. He is very what? Very handsome. After all, he is our biological son. In terms of appearance, he surpasses his origins. In this aspect, Teng is inferior to him. No, Mother Wong shot him a glance. I'm not talking about appearance. I'm talking about his conversation and temperament. Don't you think something is amiss? Father Wong misunderstood her meaning and laughed. What's amiss? Before he came back, I was worried he would lack manners. Now it seems he actually has quite a lot. Halfway through, Father Wong stopped. He met Mother Wong's eyes and suddenly realized, is it that he behaved too well? So well that you can hardly find a single fault. Seeing he finally reacted, Mother Wong sighed. Just now, while eating, none of you noticed, his dining etiquette is even more elegant than our family's. When you spoke to him, he swallowed the food in his mouth and put down his cutlery before responding. When you stopped talking to him, only then did he resume eating. Father Wong recalled it, and it seemed to be true. Mother Wong said, when our family eats, we don't even have such strict rules. And think about the way he holds his chopsticks. His posture, while sitting in the chair, caught the way he walks and talks. Father Wong fell into deep thought. Now that you mention it, he really does give off a very different feeling. At first, I thought it was because he was too handsome. So everything he did was pleasing to the eye. Thinking about it carefully now, his bearing is indeed superb. Mother Wong said hesitantly, I originally thought that since he grew up outside, he would surely be just a wild child, lacking in every aspect. But watching him speak and act, do you say letting him marry into the Shi family instead of Teng? Is it a bit of a pity? Hearing this, Father Wong frowned tightly. What kind of talk is that? How is it him replacing Teng? Teng isn't our biological son. The arranged marriage my father set when he was alive was for the Wang family's biological grandson. This engagement should have been Heng's all along. It was because of the switched babies that for over a decade, people misunderstood the engagement was Teng's. But Mother Wong thought of the Xie family's situation and the current condition of the third miss of the Xie family. If Heng marries her, it might end in divorce. And when he tries to remarry later, it will be difficult to find a good family. His conditions are so excellent. Isn't it a waste to use him on the Shi family? Indeed, although I am only just 19, I have already revealed the makings of a peerless, handsome man. Even now in my youth, I am already strikingly handsome. It is hard to imagine how astonishing I will look once I fully mature. Father Wong tapped the table, also feeling a bit reluctant. Such a son with excellent qualities, yet unable to be utilized for maximum value. But Teng cannot marry the third miss of the Xie family. Father Wong said in a low voice, you know that Teng and Xie Rian have a mutual affection. Now that the third miss has fallen, and the Xi family has no one to support it, Xie Rian is the one with the most hope. It is rare that Teng managed to build a connection with Xie Rian so early. Mother Wong understood this reasoning and sighed with regret. If only the third miss were still in her previous condition. If our biological son could marry her, our Wong family would soar into the sky. But now she is on the verge of death. What use is there in marrying her? Father Wong patted her hand comfortingly. If she hadn't met with an accident, it wouldn't be our son's turn to marry her anyway. After all, the person in power of the #1 noble family is not someone we can easily climb up to. Besides, Heng's academic qualifications are really not good to look at. We even had to make a donation for him to attend university. Father Wong was still very dissatisfied with this point. Mother Wong nodded. It seems we still have to focus our efforts on Teng. In the future, as long as Xie Rian marries Teng, we won't have to worry about the Wong family's future. Father Wong stroked her hair and smiled faintly. You have worked hard on family matters, madam. Mother Wong gave him a light, playful punch. No need for formalities. At this moment, Wong Teng and I arrived at the school gate. As soon as we got out of the car, we received quite a few gazes. Several girls looked back at me as they walked forward. Wow, is that person a student at our school? Probably. I've seen all the handsome guys in our school. I couldn't possibly have no impression of such a handsome boy. He is at least school hunk level. I was accustomed to the scrutiny and praise of others, so I didn't even blink. Wong Teng's face, however, did not look good. Usually he was the focus of the crowd. Now standing beside me, absolutely no one noticed him. Thinking of what he had said to his friends before, Wang Teng stopped in his tracks. He forced a smile at me. Ah Heng, I suddenly remembered. I have an appointment with a friend. Can you go to the academic affairs office to handle the registration yourself? My gaze swept across his brow. It doesn't matter. I can do it myself. But I need to remind you. Your luck today doesn't seem very good. Hearing this, Wang Teng's smile stiffened. Subconsciously, he felt I was just running my mouth again. He walked forward indignantly, cursing silently in his heart. He really didn't know what was wrong with me. Talking about mystical nonsense all day long. Did I think saying things like that would scare people? Ridiculous. Wang Teng walked in a hurry. He didn't pay attention while going up the stairs. At the corner, someone holding a messy stack of test papers came head on. He crashed right into them. Seeing the papers about to smash into him, he hurriedly stepped back, but his lower back slammed heavily against the stairs with a sharp pain. Ouch. Watch where you're walking. The person opposite glared at him, scrambling to pick up the papers. Professor Zhang needs these urgently. Wang Teng, having been hit, was also very unhappy. Just as he was about to speak, he saw that the person opposite was the school's famous rebellious rich girl. Knowing her family background was good, he swallowed his anger. I'm sorry, I was walking in a hurry. Next time, remember to bring your eyes when you go out. The person rolled her eyes at him and ran off holding the papers. Wang Teng returned to his class clutching his lower back. Seeing that the few people he hung out with hadn't arrived yet, he breathed a sigh of relief. Before I returned to the Wang family, he used to cry to his friends, saying he was worried that when the Wang family's biological son returned, he would be gossiped about by others. His friends all said it was impossible. Mi Ping even laughed at him for worrying needlessly. Ah Teng, you just think too much. What era is this? What do blood ties count for? So what if he is the real young master? Can he be as handsome as you? Can he have your connections in the circle? Don't scare yourself. Even if he returns to the Wang family, he can only be a young master in name only. You are the wealthy young master in everyone's eyes. Before seeing me, Wang Teng thought so too. However, after seeing me, he discovered with panic that I was impeccable from appearance to attitude, surpassing him in every way. If the two of us walked together, others would definitely feel that I was the young master raised in luxury since childhood. The fake young master told his friends that I would come to school to register today. At that time, they said they wanted to meet me in person. To embarrass me, on the surface, he acted troubled, but inside he was happy. But now, he didn't want his friends to meet me at all, although everyone would see eventually, and would know. He hoped this time would come a little later. Unfortunately, just as I said, Wang Teng's luck today was truly bad. When I walked to the teaching building, I was suddenly stopped by someone. Hello, classmate. Excuse me. I looked back and caught someone off guard, crashing into a pair of stunning spring water eyes. May I ask how to get to the academic affairs office? Mi Ping stood frozen in place, her mind completely blank. I saw her staring at me without speaking, which was a bit strange. Classmate? Mi Ping only reacted after I called her several times, her face turning completely red. She hurriedly moved her gaze away from my face. Sorry, I zoned out just now. What did you ask? It was too awkward. She, a girl, actually stared at a boy until she was stupefied. What kind of social suicide scene was this? I repeated the question. Hello. I wanted to ask how to get to the academic affairs office. Mi Ping pointed the way for me. That white building in front is it, on the 3rd floor. Turn right out of the elevator. There's a sign on the door. Okay, thank you. After thanking her, I wanted to leave. But Mi Ping suddenly asked, which school are you a student of? Logically speaking, this person's looks should be very famous. I said I just came to register today. Mi Ping knew that some freshmen could register a little later. Her eyes lit up and she extended her hand to me. Then I am your senior sister. Meeting on the first day of registration is also quite meant to be. I am Mi Ping, a sophomore in the finance department. Our classroom is in 506. You can come find me to hang out when you have time later. I smiled and shook her hand. Hello, I am Jiang Heng. Thank you for being so warm. Meeting is fate. It'll give you a free fortune reading. Remind your brother to avoid bridges when he goes out tomorrow. Mi Ping was stunned for a moment. What? Why mention my brother suddenly? Wait. How did you know I have a brother? But before she could ask, I had already waved my hand and walked far away. Mi Ping returned to the classroom full of doubts. She saw a few people gathered around Wang Teng talking, so she put down her things and sat over to listen. They were discussing Wang Teng's brother who had just been brought home. Why let him be the eldest young master? Someone questioned that based on the principle of first come, first served. Wang Teng should be the eldest young master. Others echoed saying, he has only been back in the Wang family for one day. Are the parents starting to show favoritism already? Even making Wang Teng call him brother. Wang Teng lowered his head and explained in a small voice, that's not it. Parents just want to make it up to him. Actually, he knew. The reason father and mother Wang made him the eldest in name was so he could marry the 3rd miss of the Shi family next year. But of course he couldn't say that. The others listened, and indeed felt it was unfair for him, saying that today they let him take the seniority. Tomorrow would they ask for the family fortune to be yielded to. Someone advised Wang Teng to be more careful. although that guy is the Wang family's real son. The one who stayed in the Wang family for over 10 years is Wang Teng. If one really had to weigh it up, the two of them were equal. Wang Teng, you can't let him surpass you. Someone scoffed and said, don't be funny. How can a wild kid compare to Wang Teng? I'm afraid he's the type who doesn't even know steak doneness levels, or simply knows nothing at all. Another girl with twin ponytails asked Wang Teng, did you see the person yesterday? Is he especially ugly? Living in the mountains, does he have those rosy plateau cheeks? Is he the type who is big and burly, covered in muscles, and also an academic failure? Going to university even required the Wang family to donate a building. We are all sophomores, and he is still a freshman. Wang Teng twitched the corner of his mouth and mumbled vaguely. I saw him. No, don't say that about him. Everyone thought he was tacitly agreeing, just being a bit too soft-hearted, and immediately laughed quietly. Hearing this, Mi Ping frowned straight away and said, why have you guys drifted so far off topic? Didn't you say we would go see that person today? Why are we still here? Mi Ping had the best family background in their group, so the rest of them fawned over her. Hearing her say this, someone responded, let's go. Class hasn't started yet. Let's go take a look. Don't be like this. It feels like we are going to bully someone. He is my brother after all. What kind of brother is he? Someone grabbed Wang Teng's arm and said, let's go. Tell us which major and class he is in. We'll just go take a look. We won't really bully him. The girls giggled. We'll just talk about banquets in front of him. Chat about clothes, talk about cars and such. We won't do anything else. Ping Ping, that 6 million watch your brother gave you before. Did you wear it? Let that poor boy broaden his horizons. Ha ha ha. Wang Teng was actually tempted by what they said. No matter how handsome I was, or how good my temperament was, so what? Had I ever seen luxury cars, worn designer brands, carried luxury goods, worn brand name watches, when I found out the price of these things, I would definitely be shocked. However, thinking of my face, Wang Teng finally decided to let it go. Right now, everyone thought I must be ugly. If they saw me, they might find me stunning. Wang Teng knew deeply the importance of looks, especially in reality, when the other party's appearance far exceeds ordinary people. The public will definitely be more tolerant of him. Better to give it a few days. Let him lay some groundwork to create an impression in others that I am handsome, but a straw bag. By that time, people wouldn't think much of it when they saw me. Wang Teng pointed to the clock at the front of the classroom. Feigning helplessness, he said. Class is about to start immediately. The first class today is calculus. It's Professor Ma's class. Are you sure you want to go out? Their calculus teacher was the famous failed grade king of the school. The group hesitated for a moment, and sure enough, decided to temporarily give up on finding the person. Finish this class first. I successfully completed the formalities. After collecting various books, clothes, school badge, and meal card, I was personally led into the classroom by the counselor. When I appeared in the classroom, the noisy room fell silent almost instantly. The gazes of dozens of people turned to me in unison. A girl in the back row let out an exaggerated wow. I was amused and smiled faintly. A wave of laughter rang out in the class again. The counselor said helplessly, class is starting. What are you doing instead of reading your books? What is the first class? Someone answered, Western economics. The counselor looked at the corridor. The economics teacher hadn't arrived yet, so he cleared his throat. All right, before class starts, let me introduce a student who registered a bit late. Zhang Heng. He then said to me, go up and introduce yourself. I wrote my name on the blackboard, scanned the classroom, and my gaze paused on a boy in the third row from the back. I quickly withdrew it. Hello, everyone. I am Jiang Heng. The applause below was enthusiastic. Welcome, new student. The counselor was a literature teacher and was looking appreciatively at the name I wrote on the blackboard, saying that this young man's strokes were light and rounded, seemingly upright, but the turning and finishing strokes showed excellent running script style. If he wrote calligraphy seriously, his bearing would definitely be extraordinary, full of spirit and expression. He was lost in thought. I looked at him for a while after I finished speaking. He woke up with a start. You're just saying that one sentence. I smiled and said, saying more isn't as good as getting along slowly. Over time, everyone will naturally understand each other. The counselor checked the time and said, all right then, you can choose any seat to sit in first. The first period is Western economics. The teacher will be here soon. If you have any questions, you can come to my office anytime. Hearing this, I thanked him politely. Thank you, teacher. I understand. Before leaving, the counselor looked back at the characters on the board again, praising that my handwriting was quite good. Next time the school has an activity or competition, you must participate, okay? I smiled and nodded to show I understood. As soon as the counselor left, the classroom was like a drop of water falling into a pan of hot oil, instantly boiling over with noise. University classrooms are very spacious, and there were many empty seats, but I walked unhesitatingly towards the back, to the third row, and tapped on the desk. Hello, classmate. Is there anyone here? Neyun was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect this handsome guy to head straight for him. There was no one next to him. He was sitting in the window seat himself. Subconsciously thinking I wanted his seat, he hurriedly stood up. Do you want to be next to the window? I can move. I pressed on his shoulder, easily pushing him back down. No need. He'll just sit next to you. As soon as I entered the classroom, I noticed this boy. There were actually wisps of blackish purple aura on him. This purple aura is quite rare. The purple aura around Neon was not drifting out from his own body, but looked more like he had been around someone for a long time. Accidentally contaminated. Among the people I've met in my past and present lives, those possessing purple aura are few, and those whose purple aura is intense enough to contaminate others are even fewer, countable on one hand. Moreover, this purple aura isn't pure. Presumably that person must be in a very difficult situation right now. I looked thoughtful, sized up Niyu, and asked softly, "Is someone in your family suffering from a disaster?" Niyu's eyes widened, and he blurted out, "What did you say?" He was extremely shocked inside. This exceptionally handsome boy, upon meeting him for the first time, actually asked if someone in his family was suffering from a disaster. Could it be that his relationship with his cousin had been exposed? Impossible. He had hidden it well for several years. How could even a newcomer suddenly know about it? Niyu hurriedly searched the campus for him, confirming that no one was talking about him. He breathed a long sigh of relief. Only then did he deny it to me. "No, nothing like that." After a pause, he asked again, "Where did you hear that? Did you mistake me for someone else?" I glanced at him sideways and said airily, "Lying in front of me is useless." I fluently recited Niyu's early life. "You were born into wealth. Your parents have a good relationship, and you had a brother who died young. You were physically weak as a child and fell into water when you were 6. That was a calamity in your fate. Although you got through it, you still couldn't be considered healthy. At the age of 9, you should have moved, changed cities, and met a benefactor. Only then did your destiny change. This benefactor you met should be related to you by blood." Niyu listened dumbfounded. Seeing that I was about to reveal everything, he quickly begged for mercy. "Ancestor, please stop talking. If you say any more, my family background will be exposed by you." I stopped talking, as he wished, and didn't continue. I said with a faint smile, "Don't lie in front of me. You are transparent to me." Niyu leaned a little closer to me and whispered, "How do you know all this? Is your family some kind of secret agent or intelligence organization, the kind that can investigate people easily?" I said calmly, "No, I don't need to investigate. I know how to calculate destiny." Niyu said blankly, "What do you mean by calculating destiny?" I pondered for a moment. "In your words, it should be called metaphysics." Niyu stammered in disbelief. "Metaphysics? Aren't all metaphysical masters white-haired old men? Are you already several hundred years old?" I didn't bother to argue with him. Who said metaphysical masters must be old? Every industry and every school has geniuses. One day of their work is worth decades of others. Haven't you ever seen such people? Niyu said he really has seen geniuses, but he has seen mathematical geniuses, physics geniuses, and even business geniuses, but he has never seen a metaphysical genius. However, seeing that I didn't look like I was lying, and that I had just accurately stated almost everything about his childhood, he asked, "Do you mean to say that you are the kind of person whose one day of progress equals decades for others?" He thought I would admit it immediately. Unexpectedly, I laughed, raised a finger, shook it, and said, "No, I am the kind whose one day of work is worth hundreds of years for others." Hearing this, Niyu was a bit skeptical. He felt that this metaphysical master seemed not very reliable. When Niyu wanted to ask more, the Western economics teacher had already arrived, so he had to open his textbook and start the class. But as soon as he thought about what I had just said, he felt restless. Actually, he didn't really believe in metaphysics, because ever since his cousin had the accident, and the hospital said there was no way, his cousin's family had also invited many so-called masters. Some of those masters claimed to be highly accomplished monks. Some said they were disciples of some immortal in the human world, and others pulled out various association certifications as soon as they entered the door. They set up altars to sacrifice to heaven, invited gods and worshipped Buddha, burning bundles of incense, and burning stacks of paper charms. But in the end, none of them could solve his cousin's condition. If at the beginning, he still had hope for these mysterious methods, then now his hope had long been worn away. But Niyu looked at the teacher standing on the podium explaining the content, and stole a glance at me out of the corner of his eye. No one had ever been like me, able to say so many things just by meeting face to face. Although I looked overly young and overly handsome, he had to admit that when I spoke, I gave people a strong sense of conviction. Niyu hesitated for a while, took out his phone, opened the QR code page of a social platform, quietly passed it to me under the table and asked softly, "Can we add each other as friends and chat online?" After I sent the friend request, Niyu approved it instantly. He sent an emoji as an opening and typed to ask me, "You just asked if someone in my family was in trouble. Did you calculate that?" "Yes." "Then can you calculate which person in my family it is?" Out of the corner of his eye, he saw my fingers pause. A moment later, Niyu received the answer. "Within the 5 degrees of kinship. A cousin. Judging from your face, it should be a female cousin, either older or younger." Niyu was stunned and quickly asked me, "Since you know she is in trouble, Then do you know how to solve it? I replied, I need to see the person. Hearing this, Niu hesitated for a long while before replying. I can't decide this matter. I need to ask the elders in my family. I didn't reply to him. Niu thought for a moment and sent me another message. You were a little wrong just now. I have never heard that I had a brother. This time I replied very quickly. I am never wrong. Go back and ask your parents. This mess master was a bit too arrogant. He actually wouldn't admit he was wrong even like this. Could he, an outsider, know better than me, their own son? Niu was provoked into feeling a bit unconvinced. He switched to the chat page with his mother. Mom, did I have a brother who died young? Is it true? He wanted to take a screenshot and send it to me as soon as his mother replied, to prove my mistake. As a result, he waited for a long time, until his mother replied with a sentence. How did you know? Seeing this, Niu almost jumped up. He sucked in a breath of cold air, choked, and started coughing violently. The teacher lecturing on the stage looked over with concern. Student, are you okay? If you are sick, you can ask for leave to go to the infirmary. Niu hurriedly waved his hand and said, I'm fine, just a little cold. Sorry for disturbing the teacher's class. Once the teacher looked away, he told his mother, a metaphysical master said it. I didn't believe it at first. The top of the chat page showed the other party was typing. Niu was a little nervous, worried his mother would think he was talking nonsense. Call me back when you are free. Niu saw this, and knew his mother had something important to tell him. As soon as class was over, he rushed out, ran to a quiet place, and made the call. As soon as the call connected, Mother Ni asked directly, what did the master say? Niu repeated exactly what I had said to him. He asked me as soon as we met if someone in my family was in trouble. After I denied it, he said I was lying. Then he revealed things about my childhood. He said I was in poor health as a child. I know about falling into the water at age 6. At age 9, Dad changed jobs, and we moved from Huizhou back to Dijing. It's also a fact that my health improved after that. But he said I had a brother who died young. Mother Ni sighed. It's true. No one knows about this except your father and me. I didn't expect someone could actually see it. Niu wanted to ask how that child was lost, but hearing the melancholy in Mother Ni's voice, thinking she still hadn't let it go, he sensibly didn't ask more. Instead, he actively changed the subject. Before, you and Dad always told me that I changed cities and became healthy after changing the environment. If we go by what he said, it was actually because I met a benefactor. Then is this benefactor referring to my cousin? Mom, I think he seems quite capable. How about letting him go see my cousin? Mother Ni looked troubled. You know, your cousin isn't someone just anyone can go see. How about this? You'll ask your grandfather first. If he says okay, you can invite him over this weekend. The grandfather Mother Ni mentioned is the old master of the Shay family, Niyu's maternal grandfather. Niyu knew that since it concerned his cousin, the family would definitely be cautious, so he nodded. Okay, we'll talk about it then. When he returned to the classroom, duplicate line removed in translation for flow, kept count via blank or merge logic if needed. Here, just continuing narrative flow while respecting line count is tricky with direct duplicates. I will treat E1-3, trend E1-44 as a continuous action to maintain line count integrity. When he returned to the classroom and sat back in his seat, I seemed to know what he had gone to do. I glanced at him and asked leisurely, confirmed? Who was wrong after all? Niyu smiled embarrassedly. I was wrong. It's really because I never heard my mom mention it before. I said indifferently, I told you long ago, you are transparent to me. Hearing me say this again, Niyu was a bit dazed. He looked at me with a strange gaze, hesitating to speak. I said, if you have something to ask, just ask. What are you doing acting like this? Niyu coughed and said awkwardly, you said you see me as transparent. Does that mean you can see everything? I said decisively. Your past, future, marriage, 5 elements, and fortune are all visible to me at a glance. Then, Niyu's voice dropped lower, and his face flushed slightly. Do you see me with clothes on or without clothes? Hearing this, I was speechless. Niyu, I have the heavenly eye, not X-ray vision. I was both amused and annoyed by Niyu's wild imagination. And annoyed? What is all this nonsense? What kind of rubbish do you think about all day? Niyu smiled sheepishly. I just had a sudden whimsical thought. I don't know what possessed me just now to ask such a question. Thinking about it now, he was simply too ashamed to speak. Fortunately, I didn't really mean to hold it against him. At this time, the second period was about to start. Niyu hurriedly looked for his textbook, pretending nothing had happened. After the second period ended, there was a relatively long break to facilitate students changing classrooms. Within the school, besides required major courses, there are school-level required courses and student electives. Among them, school-level required courses are generally arranged in the last 2 periods of the morning or afternoon. Niyu wanted to ask what school-level required course I had chosen, but felt he had been foolish before, and was feeling embarrassed when he heard girls asking at the door, are there any newly registered freshmen in your class? A student in the front row who was packing books answered, yes, what's up? The 4 girls at the door whispered to each other. Found him, found him. He's in this class, a short-haired girl said. Call him out, we have business with him. Then someone at the door shouted, handsome guy who just registered today. Someone is looking for you. Niyu wondered, isn't it your first day here? Why would someone be looking for you? Do you know people at this school? I just smiled faintly and said, perhaps. I put down my things and walked out of the classroom. Who is looking for me? Then I saw the girl who asked for directions this morning. I looked at her and said, Mi Ping. Mi Ping was pleasantly surprised. You still remember my name? Seeing the two of them looking like they were about to catch up, someone next to them quickly interrupted. Wait, are you the new student who just registered today? I answered, yes. The four girls looked at me and whispered, did we find the wrong person? This doesn't look like him. Has too handsome in person, isn't he? I wonder whose family he belongs to. Ping Jie, do you know him? Although they had asked every class, and only this class had a newcomer, they were still suspicious. Could that poor boy have actually not come today? Wouldn't we know if we asked? They came without telling Wang Teng. They knew my name, but they all felt the person in front of them had astonishing looks and bearing. He couldn't possibly be that one from Wang Teng's family. The poor boy who came back from the mountains. The short-haired girl asked tentatively, do you know Wang Teng? Hearing this, I raised my eyebrows. If living in the same house currently counts as knowing, then I should know him. The four were stunned and froze for a moment. Understanding my meaning, they were shocked. You are that young Master Wang who was switched at birth. I said coolly, don't call me that. I don't like it. I am Jiang Heng. I said it at the Wang house yesterday. I have no destiny with the Wang family. Didn't Wang Teng tell you? Seeing my undisguised distance towards the Wang family, and my cold expression even when mentioning them, my whole person seemed so aloof that no one could get close. Several of them originally planned to show off their wealth in front of this returned young Master Wang, and make a few sarcastic remarks from a high horse, but they didn't expect to be awed by his temperament first, and then crushed by his attitude. For a moment they looked at each other, daring not speak. I asked lazily, is there anything else? If not, I'm going to change classrooms for class. The short-haired girl summoned up her courage and took a step forward. You said you have no destiny with the Wang family. Then why did you come back to the Wang family? This was also what the other three wanted to ask. Since I was so unhappy about the surname Wang, then why did I come back to the Wang family? A strange expression appeared on my face. You asked a good question. I stood at the door of the classroom. The autumn sunlight fell on me. My eyes looked very elusive. In that instant, the four girls felt that I was seemingly shrouded in a mysterious veil of light, and my gaze went through them, looking towards a grander, more unshakable existence. I seemed to laugh. Of course, it's because I have a reason I must return. However, I looked back at the rear of the classroom, smiling faintly at Niyu, who had been craning his neck to look over. I seem to have found a more suitable method now. At this moment, a girl with a face full of impatience walked out of the classroom, cracked her knuckles at Mi Ping and the other three. What are you doing blocking our classroom door? Looking for a fight. The way Mi Ping and the others surrounded me looked as if they were engaging in some kind of violent bullying activity with superior numbers. This girl was a well-known rebellious figure in the school. Her name was Miao Juju. It was said that she even beat up the instructor during military training. Although Mi Ping and her group were a grade above her, they didn't want to conflict with her, so they stepped back a bit. I kindly explained. They just came to ask me a few words on behalf of Wang Teng. Wang Teng, that sophomore in the student union. Miao Juju thought for a moment. He bumped into me this morning. So annoying. Why is he everywhere? He asked me what my relationship with him is. Do we have a grudge, or did I steal his woman? I laughed. I wouldn't be interested in his woman. He and I have some history. Roughly speaking, the two of us were switched at birth, and I was just recently found and brought home. Hearing this, Miao Juju suddenly realized, so you are the real young master in the real and fake young master story that everyone in the circle is talking about. I asked curiously, am I that famous? Miao Juju said, extremely famous. It's like the civet cat for the crown prince of the wealthy world. It has driven the booming development of paternity testing businesses. In major private hospitals, it's just that the Wang family doesn't have a daughter. Otherwise, they would probably have turned you into the male protagonist of Autumn in My Heart. Let's go. Let's go. What's your next class? We can talk as we walk. She spoke very interestingly. I followed her towards the classroom. After taking 2 steps, I remembered something and looked back at Mi Ping. By the way, don't forget what I told you this morning. If it comes true, remember to pay more later. After speaking, I followed Miao Juju into the classroom. Ignoring the reactions of Mi Ping and the others, the 3 people beside Mi Ping were completely confused. Ping Jie, what did he tell you this morning? If not for my reminder, Mi Ping would have almost forgotten what I said in the morning. She said uncertainly, in the morning he told me to remind my brother to avoid bridges when going out tomorrow. He knows your brother? Why does this sound so mystical and spooky? Ping Jie, then do you want to tell your brother? Sigh. I feel like he is different from what we imagined. Sai Teng too. Why didn't he tell us? Causing us to run over here and lose face. Actually, their relationship with Wang Teng wasn't that good to any extent. They were just fair-weather friends. Coming to find me was half for Wang Teng and half because they were bored and wanted to watch the drama. They just felt they lost face in front of me and pushed all the blame onto Wang Teng. Mi Ping was crystal clear about everyone's thoughts and didn't participate in the discussion. She held her phone, thinking of my expression when I spoke just now, and finally sent a message to her brother Mi Yan. Brother, remember to avoid bridges when you go out tomorrow. Mi Yan must have been busy and only replied to her with a question mark near noon. Are you looking at some love horoscope again? The use of the word again was very expressive. It showed at a glance that he had often been pestered by Mi Ping before. Hearing this, Mi Ping flew into a rage out of humiliation, typing furiously on the keyboard. It's not that this time. It was said by an expert. At this moment, she didn't care if what I said was accurate or not. She wasn't fighting for the bread, but for her breath pride. She felt compelled to defend what she had said. He is a very mysterious expert. The expert knew it as soon as he calculated. Anyway, you have to listen to me this time. What he said wasn't wrong either. After all, I was a freshman, knowing no one. Wasn't that very mysterious? The Mi siblings were used to bickering daily. Mi Yan subconsciously replied to her. Does the expert know you usually love reading horoscopes and buying agate to change your luck? Mi Ping was so angry she almost cried. Why did he have to bring up her embarrassing past? Whoever wants this brother can have him. Take him away quickly. After the morning classes were over, Wang Teng, as usual, wanted to ask his friends to go out for lunch together. But his friends all had cold faces, saying they had something to do and would meet next time. It was obvious they were venting their dissatisfaction. Wang Teng stood there blankly, not understanding where he had gone wrong. At noon, people were coming and going. He didn't know which person, busy rushing to the cafeteria, flung a pen out from their arms. Wang Teng couldn't dodge in time, and a long black mark was drawn on his clothes. Hey, Wang Teng wanted to stop the person, but that person didn't notice at all and ran far away in an instant. He was left alone, gritting his teeth in anger, so he just casually ate something. During afternoon classes, he was also depressed. When going home in the evening, the driver parked the car at the gate and waited, going off to smoke himself. Only when Wang Teng opened the door did he realize I was already sitting in the back row. After a whole day of classes, others would look more or less tired, but I was still strikingly handsome, as if not even a strand of hair was out of place. Seeing him get in the car, I glanced at him, said nothing, turned my head back, and continued playing with my phone. But Wang Teng was already in a bad mood today. He just felt that being looked at by me like that made him feel uncomfortable all over. Suddenly, his emotions exploded. He smashed his bag into the car. What do you mean by that? I looked at the branded school bag that rolled to my feet, and then looked at him calmly. What's wrong? What happened to you? Wang Teng pulled at his clothes with a gloomy face. Didn't you see the stain on me? Laugh if you want to. No need to mock me in your heart. Acting pretentious is disgusting. His throbbing lower back, his inexplicably cold friends, his clothes suddenly getting dirty. Thinking of the things that happened today, Wang Teng got angrier the more he spoke. He was so angry his fingertips were trembling. I know you've disliked me since you came home yesterday, thinking I occupied your position and stole your life. On the surface, you pretend not to care about anything, but in your heart, you actually hate me. Seeing him speaking more and more outrageously, I made a stopping gesture with my palm facing outward. None of the above is true. Don't take things for granted too much. My appearance of not caring at all only infuriated Wang Teng even more. Wang Teng retorted, if you don't care, why did you come back? Aren't you just coveting the Wang family's wealth? Wealth? Hearing this, there was some amusement in my tone. What wealth does the Wang family have? If I want this kind of thing, I can have as much as I want? I looked at Wang Teng. Clearly, my posture was plain and indifferent, yet inexplicably gave people a substantial pressure that could penetrate the heart. I naturally have my reasons for returning to the Wang family, but listening to you, it sounds like you who view the Wang family's wealth as dirt. Why do you, knowing clearly you are not the Wang family's son, still stay in the Wang family with peace of mind? Wang Teng stiffened, just as he wanted to argue that Father and Mother Wang couldn't bear to let him go. He heard me continue. I returned to the Wang family yesterday. The Wang family didn't even have the courtesy to welcome me at the door. Presumably someone held them back. This morning, 4 girls came to find me. Although they didn't gain any advantage from me, they came aggressively, harboring malicious intentions. Who were they instigated by? Wang Teng, you have too many petty tricks. I'm in a good mood right now, so I won't hold it against you. But I hope you know when to stop. I looked at him condescendingly. Otherwise, you won't want to know the consequences of offending me. Besides, I remember I seem to have reminded you this morning that your luck today isn't good. I withdrew my gaze, picked up my phone again, and said casually, young people shouldn't be ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. Next time, remember to listen to advice. Wang Teng felt cold all over. Only then did he remember when they were at the school gate in the morning. I indeed told him, your luck today doesn't seem very good. At that time, he thought I was just running my mouth. Now reminded by me, connecting it with the things that happened today, He couldn't help but feel a chill run through his body. The driver came back from smoking and saw Wang Teng standing foolishly outside the car, actually trembling slightly. He couldn't help wondering, eldest young master, the weather is cold. Hurry and get in the car. Don't catch a cold. He almost called Wang Teng eldest young master like before. But just as the words came out, he realized the eldest young master had changed. He hurriedly corrected himself. He glanced at me sitting in the car, and finding I had no reaction, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He didn't know why, but this newly returned eldest young master gave off quite a strong pressure. As for Mother Ni's side, after hanging up Niyu's call, she rushed to the Xie family. Mother Ni's original name was Xie Huili. She was the youngest daughter of the Xie family. She had an older brother above her. Originally, the Xie family was controlled by her older brother. But a few years ago, her brother, sister-in-law, and second nephew unfortunately passed away in a plane crash. Her eldest nephew, Xie Chengshen, had joined the army long ago. The Xie family's assets could only be handed over to her third niece, Xie Ruyan, who was not yet of age at that time. Xie Ruyan was young, but she was a natural business wizard. In just half a year, she fully took over the Xie family's businesses, and in the following years, she made the Xie Corporation's businesses bigger and bigger. At first, others only called her third Miss Xie. In recent years, everyone called her third sister Xie. During that time, Xie Weili's husband would come home and sigh with emotion to her, saying that when handling affairs outside, when others learned he was third sister Xie's uncle-in-law, they gave him conveniences everywhere. They also said that with such a daughter in the Xie Corporation, the family would surely prosper, but perhaps heaven was jealous of heroic talents. Or maybe the Xie Corporation really had a year of bad luck. Last spring, Xie Ruyan suddenly fainted. Although she woke up quickly, her body grew weaker day by day. Experts and famous doctors from home and abroad treated her, but examinations couldn't find any specific problem. Xie Ruyan persisted until last autumn, when she became completely bedridden. After diagnosis, she was determined to be in a vegetative state. By this summer, doctors said her organs were severely failing, and she might not last a year. 1 year would be next summer, and now it was almost late autumn. Thinking of this, Xie Huili felt a pain in the bottom of her heart. Sometimes looking at Xie Ruyan on the sickbed, she couldn't help complaining about the unfairness of fate. The Xie family was charitable and benevolent. Ancestors accumulated virtue. The descendants of the Xie clan were all of upright character. Why did bad luck have to befall the Xie clan? After the Grim Reaper took away her beloved brother and sister-in-law, he still wouldn't let go of her youngest niece. Xie Huili felt uncomfortable in her heart. But before entering the house, she still tidied up her appearance in the mirror, afraid the old master would see it. The Xie family now relied entirely on old Master Xie for support. He was already over 70 years old, yet he had to suffer the pain of losing his wife, son, and granddaughter in succession. She couldn't let him worry about her anymore. Dad and back, Xie Huili entered the living room and saw old Master Xie sitting on the sofa, wearing glasses and looking through financial reports. Seeing his daughter, old Master Xie, took off his glasses and rubbed his temples. Why did you come over on a workday today? Xie Huili looked at the maid beside them. The maid understood and went to make tea for them. Old Master Xie wondered, do you have something important? Xie Huili recounted Niyu's experience. She hesitated and said, Xiao Yu said, that master saw at a glance that someone in his family was in trouble. But the master needs to see the person personally. I didn't dare to agree. What do you think, hearing this? Old Master Xie shook his head and said, masters, haven't we invited enough of them? Which famous master in the Central Plains hasn't seen her? Unless it's an expert unknown to anyone, perhaps it is just fate. After all, they knew clearly, where would so many hidden experts come from in this world? Xie Huili thought old Master Xie meant to refuse, but old Master Xie sighed and added, however, I am still unwilling to give up. Since he can see Ruyan's situation at a glance, we might as well invite him to try, whether it works or not. Just prepare a heavy reward for the master. Looking at the wrinkles on old Master Xi's face, Xie Huili's nose tingled with sadness. Xie Ruyan was the Xie family's granddaughter. Old Master Xie loved her the most, and had the deepest affection for her. But after Ruyan's accident, others could collapse. Only old Master Xie could not, because the Xie family still needed someone to hold it up. And for Xie Ruyan, someone still needed to constantly think of ways to try. No matter how many times there was despair, by today, even old Master Xie dared not harbor any luck anymore. Xie Huili drank tea with old Master Xie for a while longer, and talked for a bit before leaving the Xie house. When she was about to walk out of the Xie family courtyard, Xie Huili suddenly stopped in her tracks. She looked at the magpie on the osmanthus tree in front of the door. They say a magpie entering the house brings good omens. Then when can a miracle be born in the Xie family? Xie Huili sent a message to Niyu, asking Niyu to set a time with the master. Niyu asked me. I calculated the days, and said this Friday night. After replying to his mother, Niyu asked curiously, is this kind of date also particular? I said, of course. Not only is the date particular, the time is also particular. Otherwise, why does the old almanac mark auspicious times for weddings and funerals? Niyu sighed with emotion. Then your school of thought is quite complicated. It's not complicated. We also have certain scientific laws to follow. Hearing this, Niyu shook his head. Hearing the most unscientific person talk about science was truly a novel experience. This day passed quickly. After finishing classes in the afternoon, I packed my bag and walked out of the school, thinking in my heart about that magical expression of Niyu's. Who on earth was it that would have blackish-purple aura on their body? Zhang Heng. Mi Ping shouted my name. While running towards me, I turned around at the sound. Mi Ping stopped in front of me, panting. My gaze swept over her face. I decisively spread open a hand. Handed over, while calming her breathing, Mi Ping looked at me blankly. I said there would be a fee if the calculation was correct. Your brother's matter is resolved. You don't want to renege on the debt, do you? Mi Ping felt complicated inside. Do you have that much confidence in yourself? I never make mistakes. I smiled faintly. However, yesterday, I couldn't be sure you would listen to me. After all, you seem to have a good relationship with Wang Teng. That your brother could avoid disaster is also the result of your personal choice. Mi Ping subconsciously denied. I don't have a very good relationship with Wang Teng. Just friends in the same circle. I don't care about this. It doesn't matter to me. You just need to tell me. Was my calculation accurate? Accurate, Mi Ping admitted immediately. It turned out, Mi Ping's brother, Mi Yan, went out to visit a client today. When returning to the company in the afternoon, he had originally chosen a shortcut, which required passing over an elevated bridge. At that time, the car was already less than 100 meters from the bridge entrance. But Mi Yan, for some inexplicable reason, remembered that his sister had specifically emphasized to him yesterday to avoid bridges since he happened not to be in a rush. He had the driver turn around and take another route. Unexpectedly, just as the driver turned the car around, a loud boom was heard. They looked towards the sound and saw that bridge snap in the middle and collapse to the ground, becoming a pile of ruins. Mi Yan and the driver were dumbfounded. If they hadn't turned around just now, they would have been driving right next to the bridge at this moment. Although it might not have been fatal, injuries would have been unavoidable. The way the driver looked at Mi Yan changed. As if looking at an immortal, he asked Mi Yan, trembling, "How did you know this bridge couldn't be crossed?" Mi Yan also shook his head, trembling. "I didn't know either. It was my sister who said yesterday she met a master and told me to avoid bridges today. Then as soon as I saw the bridge, I thought of this." The driver knew that Mi Yan had a sister. He said with awe, "It seems Miss Mi has met a true expert." Fortunately, no one was passing by when the bridge collapsed, so there were no casualties. Mi Yan and the driver calmed down at the scene, then hurried back. Mi Yan told Mi Ping about this in the car and transferred a huge sum of money to her, asking her to invite the master to their home. If the master was unwilling, he wouldn't force it, but the payment must be delivered. Mi Ping found it incredible when she heard it, but she knew her own brother wouldn't joke about such things. She asked for my account number and transferred the money to me. Thinking of her brother's encounter, she still had lingering fears. "Thank you very much anyway. My parents also really want to treat you to a meal. I wonder when it would be convenient for you." I thought for a moment. "I have plans this week." "Next week then? Next Friday night? I'll go with you." Mi Ping hurriedly agreed. After all the classes were over at noon, I told the driver that I was going to a classmate's house to hang out and would go back by myself later. Then I got into the Ni family's car. Niyu sat in the car, looking more nervous than I was. He was on pins and needles the whole way, fidgeting constantly. When we were almost at the hospital, a layer of sweat actually broke out on his forehead. He saw me playing with my phone there and couldn't help smiling bitterly. "Aren't you worried at all? What if it's a situation you can't solve?" I said calmly, "It's not like this is the only thing I can't solve. What's there to worry about?" Niyu was a bit surprised to hear this. Although he hadn't known me for long, the feeling I always gave him was that everything in the world was under control, as if I was omniscient and omnipotent. Sometimes when I spoke, it even carried a kind of matter-of-fact arrogance. Therefore, he secretly guessed that I must come from some unknown hidden expert lineage with powerful abilities. This was the first time he heard me say something that implied admitting defeat. "So there are things you can't solve too." I chuckled lightly. "What kind of talk is that? I'm not God. Even if one were God, there are things they are powerless to do." "Like what?" Niyu pursued. "Like my return to the Wang family. Like my coming here with you today." Niyu asked abruptly, "What does this have to do with the Wang family?" "Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed." I put away my phone. "All right, we're here." I got out of the car first, standing at the entrance of this private hospital, looking up above the hospital. The chaotic aura made me thoughtful. "This is where your cousin is staying." Niyu led me inside. He had already told me part of Shirian's situation and his relationship with the Xie family. My grandfather and my mom are both in the hospital. My dad is away on business, so he didn't come today. They reached the special VIP floor via a dedicated elevator. Someone immediately came up with a detector. Niyu apologized to me. "Sorry. Security check is a necessary procedure." Hearing this, I just shrugged. Understandable. After the two passed the inspection, under the gaze of bodyguards stationed every 3 steps, we walked into Shaeryeon's ward. When the ward door opened, Old Master Xie and Shaehui both stood up. Although Niyu had already explained to them that I was his college classmate, and very young, he hadn't mentioned that I was this handsome. A flash of amazement passed through Shihuili's eyes. She quickly stepped forward on behalf of her father to shake hands. Hello, Master. Thank you for making the trip today. Old Master Xie nodded to me without the slightest disdain. He greeted me very politely. Hello, Master. Please sit. Xiao Yu, pour a glass of water for the Master. No need for water. I'll leave after I take a look. My gaze swept over Old Master Xie and Shaehui, and I withdrew it with satisfaction. Not bad. You are both people who have accumulated blessings. Old Master Xie felt that when I glanced over, it was as if I could see through people. A wisp of hope arose in his heart. He moved aside, revealing the person on the bed. Presumably Xiao Yu has also told the Master. This is my granddaughter, Shiruyan. I scrutinized this woman on the bed with closed eyes, seemingly lifeless. Even though the woman's cheeks were thin and her face bloodless, one could still see how excellent her bone structure and appearance were. Deep-set brows and eyes, a tall, delicate nose, thin and pale lips. Under the bright lights of the ward, there was a morbid beauty. However, what I looked at was not these. What I looked at was the purple aura surrounding the woman, so dense it was almost dripping water. And the thick black mist mixed within the purple aura. I reached out and grabbed, catching a ball of black mist to observe in my palm. I discovered an imperceptible white thread in the black mist, vaguely pointing into the distance. I was thoughtful. Old Master Xie and the other two saw me standing there without speaking for a long time, and making a strange gesture, so they were a bit anxious. Neyu couldn't help asking, "Did you see anything?" My fingers tightened, crushing the ball of black mist in my palm. I looked at the Xie family members, pondered for a moment, and said, "There is good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear?" The Xie family members looked at each other. At a time like this, what good or bad news could there be? In Shiruyan's situation, as long as there was a sliver of hope, it could be considered good news. How much worse could the bad news be? Nieyu spoke first. Let's hear the good news first. I said lightly, your cousin, that is, Shiruyan. She didn't suddenly develop some medically difficult disease, but was plotted against. I can solve this. Give me a week to prepare, and I can wake her up. The Shi family was first startled, then overjoyed. Old Master Xie stood up abruptly, confirming, "Master, are these words true?" I said, "Naturally true." Shi Li wept with joy, hurriedly supporting her father. Great, great. Ruyan can be saved. For a moment, they ignored my mention of someone plotting against her. As long as Shiruyan could recover, everything else could be discussed later. Nieyu was also ecstatic. Mom, Grandpa, cousin can be saved. Old Master Xie was emotionally agitated, involuntarily revealing a smile, but he suddenly saw my calm face and remembered. I said there was also bad news. Their heated heads cooled down. Master, what is the bad news you mentioned? I was silent for a moment before saying, this time she was plotted against, so I can wake her up, but her own destiny is peculiar. I'm afraid she won't live past 30. The ward, which was just full of joy, instantly fell dead silent. At this moment Niyu lost his voice. What do you mean my cousin won't live past 30? He asked urgently. What do you mean her destiny is peculiar? Is there no way to save her? I shook my head. I don't know if you've heard. When the sun reaches noon, it begins to set. When the moon becomes full, it begins to wane. Everything follows the rule that, when things reach their extreme, they must decline. Destiny is the same. Your cousin's destiny is too good. So good that she shouldn't appear in peaceful and prosperous times. Nor should she appear in your family. I stopped there. Everyone present was smart and understood my unfinished meaning. After speaking, I added, but I can help her extend her life for 2 more years. Even with 2 more years, she will only be 32. And Shiruyan was already 25 this year. Hearing this, Old Master Xie felt dizzy, couldn't help stepping back, and only stayed upright by supporting himself on the table. Shaehui stood frozen in place, even forgetting to support him. Only now did they know. Why? I said there was one piece of good news and one piece of bad news. That Shiruyan could wake up was certainly good news, but that she was destined to die young, with only a few years left to live, was indeed truly bad news. Nieyu looked blankly at Shaehui and Old Master Xie, not knowing whether it was better for his cousin to wake up now, or not to wake up. This kind of giving someone huge hope first, making them think there is a light at the end of the tunnel, but then instantly handing them a death notice, letting them see the abyss of hell, was truly too torturous. When Shiruyan wakes up, how should they tell Shiruyan? Tell her she only has a few years left to live. Only the chaotic breathing of a few people remained in the ward, revealing the messy state of mind of the 3 Shi family members. Finally, it was Old Master Xie who made the decision. No matter what happens in the future, we must save Ruyan first now. What if the master finds a new way later? This time when Ruyan was unconscious, they also thought they had reached a dead end. with no solution. Didn't they encounter me too? Worldly affairs are unpredictable. The road ahead is unknown. It isn't necessarily a dead end. Maybe after a few years, Shiryan will have new opportunities. I gave a strange look at Shiryan on the bed and said, indeed, maybe there will be new opportunities in the future. Who knows? I agreed with his statement. Old Master Shi's spirit lifted. Master, what do you need this time? Is there anything the Xie family can help with? I'll prepare it myself. Layman can't figure out many things, and might mess it up instead. Next Saturday at noon, have Niyu pick me up at my house then. For some reason, after I said this, Old Master Xie and Shi Huili both froze. Old Master Xie looked at me carefully and said, is the Master Wang Jianguo's grandson? Hearing this, I nodded. Yes, but some accidents happened to me. I didn't grow up in the Wang family since childhood, and I haven't met him. What's wrong? Old Master Xie and Shi Huili exchanged a glance. Old Master Xie paused. This, Master, I wonder if you know that you and Ruyan have an arranged marriage. Hearing this, my eyelid twitched. Do you know about the Wang family's affairs? Didn't they say the Wang family's real and fake young master matter made a huge uproar, and everyone in the circle knows? Or is the Shi family more powerful and unclear about the rumors in the lower circles? Old Master Shi said, I have heard a little. I raised a question, saying, then can you still be sure that the one with the arranged marriage with your granddaughter is me? After all these years, Wang Teng has been taking my place. Old Master Xie leaned on his cane and smiled. When the engagement was set, your mother was just pregnant. Your grandparents brought her to my house to visit my wife. It happened that Ruyan was playing nearby. They said, if your mother gave birth to a girl, she would become sworn sisters with Ruyan. If it was a boy, they would set a baby engagement with Ruyan. The baby engagement was set for the unborn child in your mother's womb at that time. Calculating it this way, it can only be you. Only then did I know the sequence of events. I glanced at the woman on the bed, thinking to myself, no wonder when I looked at her destiny just now, I felt a strange resonance. It turns out because there was already a cause and effect. It was getting late. I couldn't delay any longer. So I bid farewell to the Shi family. Old Master Xie wanted Niyu to send me back, but I refused. Let the driver send me. See you next Saturday? So the Shi family had to send me to the hospital entrance. After the car I was in drove away, Xie Huili sent her son home too, and asked Old Master Xie with some doubt, why did you mention the baby engagement just now? Although she was also a bit surprised to hear I turned out to be a Wang family member. Young people nowadays are quite resistant to this kind of elder-arranged agreement. What if Zhang Heng hears it and is unhappy and unwilling to save Ruyan? Her father had been through ups and downs all his life. He shouldn't have failed to consider this factor. This night was mixed with joy and pain. After the great ups and downs of his mood, Old Master Xie was also a bit tired. He sighed and explained I was reminding him. Xie Huili didn't understand. Reminding him of what? Ever since old Wang passed away and his wife stopped asking about the Wang family's affairs, the Wang family has gradually shown signs of decline. These years, it's getting worse year by year. You also know old Wang's only son is a good-for-nothing fellow. Originally, they were old friends with the Wang family, although they had become distant in the last 10 years or so. After all, someone from the older generation was still alive. Old Master Xie also paid attention to his old friends. Then Old Master Xi continued, I even mentioned to Xie Ruyan once, if she meets Wang family members in the business world, help if she can. Unfortunately, under Father Wang's leadership, the Wang family is becoming more and more depressed. The Xi family wants to help but doesn't know where to start. Old Master Xi snorted coldly. Although switching the wrong child is indeed absurd, since they brought their biological son back, they should naturally care for him properly. But look at what that child was wearing and using just now. Was there anything valuable? When he mentioned the Wang family, he was indifferent, and he hasn't even changed his name back. Just think about it, and you'll know how the Wang family treats him. Hearing Old Master Xie say this, she really started to recall. However, upon recalling, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. Dad, I can't even remember clearly what he was wearing just now. I just remember that he is good-looking and has a good bearing. He looks noble and distinguished. He really doesn't look like he grew up in a small place. Old Master Xie said such words. Don't say that again in the future. What do you mean by doesn't look like he grew up in a small place? Can't a phoenix rise from a humble nest? Are all those from wealthy families necessarily talented? If we trace our Xie family back a few hundred years, we also came from humble peasant origins. Who is nobler than whom? Xie Huili lowered her head and admitted her mistake. It's because I've been influenced by the social circle these years. I will definitely keep it in mind in the future, and won't speak like this again. Old Master Xie glanced at her. Everyone outside says our Xie family is the #1 noble family. This #1 is not just about financial power, ability, and status. It must also be about the heritage and character within the family. Old Master Xie didn't say much more. The topic shifted, and he spoke about my matter again. The Wang family treats him badly. Bringing him back, I'm afraid they have other intentions. I heard that the child named Wang Teng in their family is very close to Xie Deong's daughter. Xie Deong is Old Master Xi's nephew, and also a branch of the Xi family. This year, he has been particularly active. Mentioning this, Xi Li was also quite angry. When Ruyan was in power before, these branches were all well behaved. Unlike now, when the tiger is away, the monkey claims to be king. She thought for a moment and said, Deong's family does have an only daughter, Xi Xuan. I heard she has something with the Wang family's son. She still couldn't hold back, revealing a bit of a sneer. Look at these allies they chose. All of them are unpresentable things. Old Master Xi said, that's exactly it. The Wang family didn't know before that their biological son was lost outside. They thought there was only one child in the family, and it just so happened that this child was bound to Ruyan, who is about to die. They are unwilling to let their son marry Ruyan, but dare not offend the Xie family. They were probably worrying about it. It just happened that they learned there is another biological son. Doesn't this satisfy both sides? Hearing this, Xie Huili stood up in anger. Who does the Wang family think they are, daring to disdain Ruyan? Even if there really is something, it's their Wang family climbing up the social ladder. Then the master, Xie Huili, thought of the Wang family wanting their other son to marry into the branch family. While pushing the master to the main family, Old Master Shi's aged face still held sharpness. The Wang family is truly absurd. Our Xi family doesn't insist on confirming the marriage. If they don't want to have a connection with our Ruyan, they just have to say it directly. We wouldn't use a verbal agreement to force them. But they are unwilling to miss out on the Xi family and want to hook up with the Deong family side, even exploiting their own biological son. Greedy people are never satisfied, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Once Ruyan's matter is resolved, it will be time to straighten out these restless people. Xie Huili knew her father was old in age but young at heart, and was very clear in handling matters, so she wasn't worried. She sighed with emotion. Actually, putting it this way, the master is quite destined with our family. He had an engagement with Ruyan before he was born. And now, after twists and turns, he has become Ruyan's savior. If in the future, forget it. These things are all fate and cannot be forced. Moreover, she also knew that Xie Ruyan was quite averse to this kind of arranged marriage. After hearing about the engagement with the Wang family before, she had always been very unhappy, saying that when the Wang family's son came of age, she would personally go to cancel the baby engagement. If Xie Ruyan hadn't suddenly collapsed last year, then their engagement with the Wang family would have already been cancelled. And I myself possess metaphysical skills, so originally I had no interest in such things. It's a pity that this pair of talented man and beautiful woman are likely destined to meet but not be together. When I returned to the Wang family, Father and Mother Wang were surprisingly still sitting in the living room. Seeing me come back so late, Father Wang's face didn't look good. Driver Little Li said you went to a classmate's house to play. I gave a careless Father Wang asked, was it a male classmate or a female classmate? Didn't you just arrive in Dijing? You made good friends so quickly. I walked towards the stairs, while answering casually, a male classmate from the same class. I know you were used to having no rules before, but now that you've returned to the Wang family, you must abide by the Wang family's rules. I leaned on the staircase railing and looked back down at him. Lazuli, you said it yourself. I am just used to being like this. I won't change. I am not some young master, and I won't follow that set of rules for young masters. You must comply. Seeing my unresponsive attitude, Father Wang immediately raised his eyebrows. Stand up straight when an elder speaks to you. What kind of attitude is that? I felt a bit amused. I had heard people say before that some parents and elders would establish a set of rules they liked for their children, to mold the children into their ideal image. Once the child deviated from the direction, they would reprimand the child, and when they had nothing left to say and no reason left to argue, they would use their status as elders to suppress the child on a moral level, nitpicking the child's attitude. Wait, it seems Father Wang is this kind of person. His ideal son should be weak and controllable, right? Just like Wang Teng. I looked at Father Wang with interest. In this world currently, apart from the law, there seems to be nothing that must be obeyed. Although there is a blood relationship between us, there is no affection of kinship for each other. We are just meeting by chance in a brief life. I don't think I need to follow the Wang family's rules. Father Wang was choked with anger. Mother Wang quickly poured him a cup of tea. Why are you so angry? Aren't you afraid of harming your body with anger? Have a drink of water quickly. She turned to look at me and said displeasedly, Aheng, apologize to your father. How can you speak like that? Teng has never spoken to mom and dad like this since childhood. Father Wang said with a gloomy face. No need. I see our Wang family can't control him. It just so happens you still have an engagement. Father Wang said to me, to prevent you from doing something scandalous in the future and losing our Wang family's face, it's better to arrange your engagement early. Mother Wang's expression softened, and she also said, this engagement was set when you were still in my belly. Now that you are an adult, even if you don't get married, you can get engaged first. The other family has a very high status, much stronger than our family. Calculating it, it is the Wang family climbing up, You don't need to worry about being wronged. Father Wang flipped through the desk calendar, half truthfully. Tomorrow, I will go visit the Shi family to finalize the engagement early and let you settle down, Mother Wang said softly. Isn't this too fast? Our son has only been back for a few days, and we haven't cared for him properly yet. What's fast about it? Father Wang said disapprovingly, glancing at me. Father Wang said sarcastically, I spent a huge sum of unjust money and racked my brains to find a university for him. Letting him study. He is doing well, going out to play with classmates late at night, and talking back after just a few sentences when he returns. If he stays at home longer, who knows what he might do. The two of them, one playing the bad cop, one playing the good cop. In the blink of an eye, they were about to finalize the matter. I watched the whole process and couldn't help finding it laughable. If I still couldn't see why Father and Mother Wang were putting on this big show, then I would have lived 2 lives in vain. Recalling that pale and beautiful woman I saw in the hospital tonight, I thought with some amusement, the head of the Shi Corporation is actually being disdained by a pair of ordinary wealthy couples. It's quite interesting. With the Shi Corporation's status, even if Shi Rian dies, there are plenty of people wanting to marry her memorial tablet. Father and Mother Wang didn't leave this good opportunity to climb up for Wang Teng, but gave it to me instead. There must be something fishy. What could be the reason? I thought of the Peach Blossom Luck romance, faintly revealed between Wang Teng's brows, connecting it to when Ni Yu chatted with him about destiny, and complained about a branch of the Shi family being particularly restless. I immediately guessed most of it. The Wang family had calculated perfectly, thinking Shi Rian would undoubtedly die, and the branch family had hope of taking power. They wanted Wang Teng to marry her, the branch daughter, but worried in case the main family still had a backup plan, they simply decided to fulfill the baby engagement between me and Shi Rian. In this way, no matter whose hands the Shi family fell into, they wouldn't lose. It was just a difference of which one earned more. Only looking at their appearance, they mostly treated me as an expendable piece. A hint of a sarcastic smile appeared at the corner of my mouth. I interrupted Father and Mother Wang's dialogue. I know, discuss it amongst yourselves and then tell me. The living room fell silent. Father and Mother Wang looked at each other. They didn't expect that I wouldn't even ask about the engagement, and tacitly allowed their manipulation. They had originally prepared various ways to deal with me, but now it seemed none were needed. If there is nothing else, you'll go up first. I walked to the middle of the stairs and suddenly turned my head and said, I read a sentence in a book recently. To share with you, doing good makes the heart at ease and the days better. Isn't it interesting? I asked and answered myself. However, no answer was needed at all. After speaking, I went straight back to my room. Father and Mother Wang heard what I said, but didn't understand it. Instead, they felt this biological son was very strange. Mother Wang whispered, sure enough, he grew up in the mountains. He really can't compare to Ah Teng. The butler, who had withdrawn from the living room feeling the atmosphere was wrong, stood behind the door and happened to hear what I said when leaving. Based on the source and pronunciation, he did a rough search. Listening to Mother Wang's sigh and looking at the explanation of the sentence I said on the phone screen, his face became serious. Doing good makes the heart at ease and the days better. It means those who act righteously have a calm heart, and their situation becomes smoother and smoother. Those who practice deceit will eventually waste their efforts despite racking their brains. Did the young master know something? Should he remind Father and Mother Wang? After hesitating several times, the butler went to the kitchen to heat a cup of milk and came to my room. I was standing in front of the window looking out. Hearing the knock on the door, I didn't turn my head. I just said directly, come in. The butler's attitude was very respectful. Eldest young master, seeing you came back late today, I heated a cup of milk for you. Drink it before you sleep. It can help you sleep. He put the milk on the bedside table, holding the tray and looking at me. I didn't turn around, nor did I speak. The butler lowered his eyes with complicated feelings. Then, eldest young master, sleep early. Tomorrow is Saturday. Breakfast time will be an hour later than usual. If you want to dine with the madam and the others, you can adjust your time, or if you want to arrange to dine at another time, that is also fine. He bowed slightly and was about to take his leave when he heard me ask abruptly, you have a son? The butler stiffened all over and looked at me sharply. Since he was the butler, he naturally knew the movements of the entire Wang family like the back of his hand. In the days I had been at the Wang family, I had never chatted with anyone. How did I know he had a son? The glass at night was like a not-so-clear mirror, capable of roughly reflecting a person's expression. I stood in front of the window, without needing to turn back to look at the butler. I had already seen his demeanor through the glass beside me. I laughed involuntarily. Don't be so nervous. I just asked casually, with no other meaning. The butler restrained his expression. I apologize, eldest young master. I just didn't expect that the eldest young master, in such a short time, would be clear about my family situation. I shook my head. It's not such a short time. But the first time I saw you, I raised my chin towards the bookshelf not far away. Your son has been sick recently, right? Third shelf from the left on the bookshelf. Take a triangular charm out of the box. Put it under your son's pillow. There will be improvement within 3 days. The butler found a black leather box at a glance. After opening it, he didn't look around at other things, but only took a triangular charm in his palm. He was someone who had followed Old Master Wang and had seen many scenes and figures. Almost immediately, he guessed my ability. No wonder my aura and prestige were so peculiar. No wonder I said I knew his situation at first sight. The butler felt a chill in his heart. Before going upstairs, those wandering thoughts were completely settled. He showed himself again, bowing even deeper. Eldest young master, is there anything you need me to do? Not for the time being. I thought to myself that talking to smart people saves worry. If there is in the future, I will actively look for you. The implication was, if I didn't actively look for him, I didn't need him to do anything. The butler expressed understanding. When he closed the door for me, he couldn't help but take a quick look at me. I was surprisingly still standing in front of the window, not knowing what I was looking at. Before sleeping, I habitually made a finger divination calculation. Since I came to this world, I would calculate for myself once every night, except for a certain result showing an anomaly a year ago. All my past calculation results were consistent. However, today was destined to be different. After my fingers moved rapidly a few times, I suddenly looked up, my eyes shining brightly. I had originally lain down, but now I got up immediately, dug out paper and pen from the cabinet, and began to calculate based on the numbers. By the time I finished the deduction and confirmed it, it was nearly 3 a.m. I breathed a long sigh of relief, showing no fatigue on my face, but rather full of joy. Today Niyu asked me, so there are things you can't solve too? I answered, of course. For example, returning to the Wang family. Niyu didn't understand what I meant. Only I myself knew clearly. If I didn't return to the Wang family, I would undoubtedly die. As the saying goes, deep love does not last long. Extreme wisdom leads to injury. Just as Shi Ruyan's destiny was noble to the extreme, making it difficult for the world to contain her, I understood heaven's secrets and possessed special abilities, so I was also destined not to live long. Or to put it another way, people in metaphysics often have the situation of 5 disadvantages and 3 deficiencies. The 5 disadvantages refer to widower, widow, orphan, solitary, and disabled. The 3 deficiencies are money, fate, life, and power. What I violated was the heaviest one deficiency of life. In my previous life, I was born into a family of goo poison wizards, with top-tier cultivation secret techniques to extend my life, and an upgradable spatial magical artifact to provide spiritual energy. I still couldn't escape the curse of dying at 25. To be honest, I didn't expect that I could still live in another way. The real son of the Wang family was switched with someone else after birth. The parents who took the wrong child encountered a car accident and passed away, leaving a boy less than 3 years old to starve alone at home. When that tiny body opened its eyes, I almost fainted from the empty feeling in my stomach. I managed to find some biscuits at home and stepped on a chair, climbing onto the marble counter in the kitchen to boil water to drink. In the silent kitchen, a skinny little child, with a pale face, knelt before the kettle, gulping down water. The original body's grandfather, Zhang Hongren, received the news and rushed to the city in a burning anxiety. Pushing open the door, he saw this scene. His old eyes blurred, and he hugged me on the spot, shedding a few tears. Zhang Hongren was a man of metaphysics, living in a remote village in the southwest, after handling the inheritance of the original body's parents. He took me back to the southwest. He lost his wife in middle age and was lonely in his old age. Originally, he was at a loss about raising a grandson, but he soon discovered that I was exceptionally intelligent and showed amazing talent in metaphysics. Others had to read the Hanlong Jing 100 times to memorize it, but I just scanned it casually and could recite it backwards fluently. Others, learning feng shui practices, had to hold a compass and fumble slowly. I climbed high and looked, and immediately saw through the mysteries. Others, writing talismans and mystic texts, had to bathe and burn incense, inviting gods and worshipping Buddha, and might not necessarily succeed. I waved my small hand, and it was a masterpiece. Zhang Hongren's past understanding of learning metaphysics was completely overturned by me. One must know that there are no perfect people or perfect things in this world. All extraordinary achievements must come from someone paying an extraordinary price. This is also what people often say: one drink and one peck is determined by destiny. The cause leads to the effect, and there must be a cause. Sure enough, Zhang Hongren deduced my destiny and fortune, and discovered that I would not live past 20. At that time, I was already 15. Zhang Hongren was overwhelmed with grief and fell seriously ill. Instead, it was I who cooked medicine for him, while comforting him. What are you afraid of? For a genius like me, every year I live in this world is worth 10 years of others. Even if I only live to 20, it's better than others living to 100. Zhang Hongren said hoarsely, "Did you know long ago? With such exceptional talent, how could I not have calculated for myself?" I acquiesced. Zhang Hongren asked why I didn't tell him earlier. If there was more time, maybe I could have found a way. I smiled. Then you knew long ago I wasn't your biological grandson. Why didn't you tell me? The two looked at each other, quiet for a moment, then laughed at the same time. Zhang Hongren sighed with a smile. So you knew this too. Sometimes I feel you really aren't like a child. Does it matter if we are related by blood? For so many years, not being biological is better than being biological. Long, long ago, I had already seen through the truth of the original body's background. If I really wanted to return to the Wang family, I had 10,000 ways to do it easily, but I never considered this matter. Living in the small village with old man Jiang, life was very comfortable. I had no extravagant hopes for my lifespan either. In my previous life, I had divine skills and rare treasures, lasting until 25, yet still unable to escape the pursuit of the heavenly Tao. In this life, this body of mine has limited aptitude and is even more unable to cultivate. No need to waste effort. But Zhang Hongren didn't agree. He rummaged through ancient books and rare manuscripts, trying to find a way to break my fate. He also urged me every day to think of a way. I said there was no solution. He blew his beard and stared, saying, "Aren't you a genius? Is there such a stupid genius, resigning to fate without doing anything? Get up and think quickly. This old man doesn't want to experience a white-haired person sending off a black-haired person again. I'm still counting on you to offer incense for me in the future." Perhaps his last sentence moved me. I began to seek a solution, but I calculated day after day, yet saw not the slightest turning point. Until a year ago, after I graduated from high school, I woke up suddenly in the middle of a certain night, feeling something in my heart. I pinched my fingers to calculate and discovered a glimmer of vitality, and this glimmer of vitality faintly pointed to the north. The next day, when Zhang Hongren learned of it, without a word, he wanted to pack luggage and take me to the north. It was I who stopped him. The vitality is weak, without a specific direction. I still don't know how long you'll have to wander outside. You are old, just wait for my news at home. Then I alone, carrying money and carrying things, traveled in the north. After the new year, while appraising in an antique shop, I received a call from the Wang family. The voice on the phone said, "May I ask if this is young Master Zhang Heng?" It's like this. There is something you might need to know. Please don't get excited. I looked up and saw a streak of golden light on the distant horizon, rising solemnly. Then I called Zhang Hongren. I received a call from my biological parents. It was the Wang family in Dijing calling to tell me they have ulterior motives. This trip might have some twists and turns, but that glimmer of my vitality corresponds to the Wang family. I still have to go. Zhang Hongren was worried about me. How about I go over too? If anything happens, we can look out for each other. I refused directly. Wait until I figure out the situation. Then I'll bring you over. I handled the miscellaneous matters at hand and arrived in Dijing a few days later. Returning to the Wang family, after meeting the Wang family members, I was truly somewhat disappointed. This family was either stupid or bad, not a single kind and virtuous person. I couldn't see anything special about them. I found it hard to understand where that glimmer of vitality lay. However, at this moment, looking at the dense calculation process before my eyes, the faces of the Wang parents flashed through my mind, along with the aura tainted on their bodies, Xie Ruyan lying on the bed without breathing, but with purple aura so dense it almost solidified. Finally, everything became clear. So that's how it is. The vitality corresponds to the Wang family, but is not in the Wang family. The Wang family is a thread, only to lead me through layers of obstacles, allowing me to successfully meet Xie Ruyan. That glimmer of my vitality is actually on Xie Ruyan. Looking back now at the previous nearly 20 years, I realized it was a bit strange. The Wang family's son was not yet born when the baby engagement was set with the Shi family. After birth, he was switched and lost outside. The young child died early. I returned home many years after awakening and encountered the comatose and victimized Xie Ruyan. If any event had gone differently, it would have triggered completely different consequences. All of this now, is it coincidence? In the unseen world, is it heaven's will? Or is there an invisible hand pushing from behind? My vitality lies with Xie Ruyan, but what does it specifically refer to? Various mysteries came rushing at me. I pondered for a long time. I took the paper on the table in my hand, folding it over and over, finally folding it into a triangle. Holding it at my fingertips, I gazed at it. In the deep night, mist rose, as if a layer of water vapor had also risen in the room. My brows and eyes were blurred within it, appearing somewhat hazy. I loosened my fingertips, and the paper folded into a triangle fell down unsteadily. Before it hit the ground, with a swish, it ignited with a small flame, instantly turning into a small pile of dust, piling up on the floor. Never mind. There must be a way when the cart reaches the mountain. No matter what, being able to live is always better than dying early. Just like old man Zhang said, he is still waiting for me to offer incense for him in the future. I smiled lightly, turning back to bed to sleep, stepping forward and kicking off my slippers. I happened to scatter the dust not far away. The next day was Saturday. The maid came to clean my room and suddenly paused, asking, "Eldest young master, did you open the window last night? I remember I mopped the floor very clean yesterday. Why is there such obvious dust in the cracks today?" The maid cleaned the house every day. People were in the bedroom, and all wore clean slippers. Logically speaking, this situation shouldn't occur. I was reading a book in the beanbag chair. Hearing this, I looked up and smiled comfortably at the maid. I don't remember. Probably, they'll pay attention next time. Thank you for your hard work today. When I smiled, I looked very gentle. The maid's heart melted upon seeing it. She hurriedly said, "It's nothing. It's my job anyway. I just wanted to remind the eldest young master. The weather has been cold recently. Opening the window at night makes it easy to catch a cold. If you want to ventilate, it's better to open the window during the day as much as possible." I nodded obediently. "Thank you, Auntie. I'll remember." The maid went downstairs carrying the garbage bag with dust, because there was also garbage in the living room. She went to the living room on the way. A wind from nowhere suddenly blew over. The mouth of the garbage bag in the maid's hand loosened, and some dust invisible to the naked eye floated out. Sitting in the living room, Father Wang, who was talking to Mother Wang, felt cold all over and sneezed violently. Mother Wang stopped talking and touched his forehead with concern. "What's wrong with you? Did you catch a cold?" Father Wang frowned. "Maybe a little. I made an appointment with the Xie family, saying we would visit tomorrow. Do you think we should take Ah Heng there?" Mother Wang was still somewhat hesitant. "Do we really have to let Ah Heng marry her, given third Miss' condition? He is our biological son after all." Father Wang stood up wanting to check messages on his phone. Maybe he got up a bit too quickly. His head spun. He rubbed his temples. That side is already preparing to act. I don't dare to be certain about the Xi family's matters. We can only tie Ah Heng to the main family first. In case of any eventuality, we also have a way out. I know you see Ah Heng as elegant and handsome, matching your expectations for a son, but the current situation is special, regardless of what happens in the future. Well, give Ah Heng more money, ensuring he lives a wealthy life. What do you think? Mother Wang said. It seems that's the only way. It wasn't that she didn't feel it was a pity, although she had a very good relationship with Wang Teng these years, and Wang Teng was also a noble young master praised in the wealthy circle. She always felt Wang Teng was missing something. He didn't meet all her expectations for a son, until the first day Zhang Heng returned home. She looked at Zhang Heng eating at the same table with her. With that natural temperament, she suddenly realized what Wang Teng lacked was a kind of nobility flowing from the bones. It was something even postnatal cultivation couldn't give him. But Zhang Heng possessed it. At that moment, Mother Wang felt quite regrettable in her heart. She couldn't help thinking, if Ah Heng hadn't been switched at birth, and was raised in the Wang family, how excellent would he be now? And as the madam of the Wang family, how much face would she have in the circle of madams? Mother Wang felt like she had lost a peerless jewel worth showing off, and sighed with regret when Father Wang sneezed in the morning. No one took it seriously, but unexpectedly, he developed a high fever that afternoon. His face burned red, his head was groggy, and he couldn't even climb up. After the family doctor saw him, he said he must be sent to the hospital. Otherwise, the high fever could easily cause other illnesses. So the Wang family hurriedly sent Father Wang to the nearest hospital for an IV drip and followed the doctor's suggestion, letting Father Wang stay in the hospital for observation for a few days. The meeting Father Wang arranged with the Xie family for the next day to discuss the engagement naturally came to nothing. After following the Wang family to the hospital, I took a car back. Strolling in the garden, I looked at a large cluster of snow-white flowers, which were very beautiful. So I asked the passing butler what flowers these were. The butler looked carefully and called the gardener to confirm. He learned it was a kind of autumn chrysanthemum. The name was Golden Hall Royal Horse. It was what Mr. Wang specifically asked for. I laughed involuntarily. He specifically asked for white chrysanthemums, although this white chrysanthemum is not that white chrysanthemum for funerals. It is still a white chrysanthemum. The butler turned a blind eye to my obviously sarcastic smile and added, when purchasing, Mr. Wang liked the name and specifically asked for it. Later, when he found out they were white chrysanthemums, it's not very appropriate, right? Who plants a patch of white chrysanthemums in a perfectly good garden? I guessed Father Wang mostly wanted to have them pulled out directly, but felt it was he who asked for them in the beginning, and was afraid of losing face, so he was embarrassed to speak up. Golden Hall Royal Horse. Good name. I brushed the petals with a smile and said meaningfully, maybe many things are like choosing flowers. Looking at the name and the surface, thinking it's magnificent, thinking the result will definitely be as desired, but not knowing that unspeakable suffering is waiting behind. The butler seemed to understand nothing. He stood quietly aside with his head down, turning a deaf ear. This week, Father Wang was in the hospital. Mother Wang accompanied him there. The house suddenly became much quieter. Since Wang Teng was warned by me, he seemed to be somewhat afraid of me too. He didn't cause any more trouble. I was happy to be relaxed. Every day, besides attending classes, I was preparing things to use on Saturday. Niyu was very concerned about this matter, and also very curious, chasing after me every day asking this and that. I skipped class to go to the antique street, and he followed along. Will you make a big scene then? Will you make a big scene? Lightning and thunder, Wind and clouds, crackling and popping. Do we need to find a good venue? Do we need lightning rods? Also, I see others open altars to invite gods. Do they all need that kind of big pot? Do we need to customize one? Hearing this, I was a bit speechless. We are cultivating the Tao. Lightning rods aren't needed. A big pot is needed, preferably custom made. Just use your height and body shape as the standard. Niayu was originally taking notes seriously, but hearing the end, he couldn't help asking strangely, why use me as the standard? I was scanning around and spotted a good thing on a stall not far away. So I slowly leaned over and spared a moment to give him a friendly smile. Because we'll have to put you in it then. Add some scallions, ginger, and garlic. Sprinkle some cumin powder, freshly stewed, directly ascending to heaven. The gods in heaven are very lonely. They like pot-stewed ones like you. What do you think? Hearing this, Niyu exclaimed in horror. That sounds terrible. My skin is rough and my flesh is tough. I wouldn't taste good. The gods wouldn't like it. As the two were talking, at this moment I happened to walk to the stall I had my eye on. The stall owner was an uncle in his 40s, sitting on a folding stool playing a tile-matching game. He didn't even lift his head when he heard someone coming. Just greeted casually. They are all treasures. Feel free to look. I squatted down, pretending to casually pick up a porcelain plate to examine, but my peripheral vision fell on a safety buckle nearby. The safety buckle was the size of a copper coin, entirely light green, but the green was mixed with wisps of white lines. It didn't look like a high-quality piece, but at a glance, I saw the faint spiritual energy emitting from it. After looking at other things for a while, I finally picked up the safety buckle to examine it, asking the boss, how much is this? The boss looked up at me, frozen for a moment. People in Antique Street have sharp eyes. He saw at a glance that Niyu and I were either rich or noble. So when asked for the price, he held up 5 fingers without a guilty conscience. I smiled faintly. 500. The boss chuckled. Add 2 zeros to the back. Add 2 zeros. That would be 50,000. Niyu frowned immediately, persuading me. This is just a small gadget made of horse-tooth jade. It's not worth 50,000 at all. If you like jade, I'll pick one from home for you later. He blurted out the jade variety of the safety buckle. The boss thought, oh no, and quickly corrected himself. But I see you two are destined for it. I'll give you a loss-making price of 3,000. Take it directly. He quoted a price that wasn't too high or too low, betting that these second-generation rich kids would never care about such a small amount and would spend it freely. Unexpectedly, Niyu and I didn't play by the rules. Niyu said, it's not worth it. Don't buy it. I said, 500 is already letting you earn a profit. I won't buy it for a penny more. Saying that, I made a move to put the safety buckle down. This little trinket had been sitting there for a long time without anyone asking. Now that he could sell it and still make a profit, the boss didn't dare miss the opportunity. He quickly placed the QR payment code in front of my eyes, pretending to be helpless. Fine, pay and take it. After I paid and left, Niyu was still a bit indignant. He just saw that we were young, and deliberately asked for a high price. For such an inferior product, we lost out even paying 500. He wasn't distressed about that bit of money. Mainly, he was dissatisfied with the boss' initial attitude of wanting to rip us off. I rubbed the jade buckle in my palm. If others bought it, it would be an inferior product. But since I bought it, it's not. Niyu laughed loudly. I believe you can tell fortunes. But surely you can't turn waste into treasure, right? No matter what, it can't turn into old pit jade. Niyu's eyes widened as he looked at the safety buckle I held up. The ring-shaped jade that looked rough and chaotic just now presented a translucent texture under the sunlight, crystal clear and pure. The emerald green appeared extremely deep and rich. Isn't this imperial green? Niyu took it over in shock to look. Incoherent. It didn't look like this just now. My cousin used to wear a guanyin pendant. It was said to be a rare top-grade piece and was consecrated. Collectors looked at it 4 or 5 years ago, saying the price was no less than 500 million. Niyu sighed. This safety buckle of yours looks no worse than my cousin's piece. It didn't look like this just now, right? Niyu simply began to doubt his own eyes. He looked at the safety buckle, then looked at me, muttering, if you can turn every piece of inferior jade into a supreme treasure, wouldn't you be able to get rich very quickly? He said it casually, not expecting me to ponder for a few seconds. You actually provided a good idea. He pointed at the safety buckle, lowering his voice. Can you really change the variety of jade? I said, more than that, I can also change the species of humans. Hearing there was such a secret technique, Niyu's spirits lifted. He looked around furtively and whispered, what do you mean? Is it the kind of skill like the 72 transformations? I put away the safety buckle, smiling no, the kind that turns people into fools. Niyu was astonished. How do you turn people into fools? I said slowly, want you know if you turn on your phone's front camera? Niyu paused and did it subconsciously when he saw his own big face appear on the screen. He suddenly realized, Zhang Heng, you tricked me again. After speaking, he patted his own forehead in annoyance. Oh God, why am I so silly? I couldn't help laughing out loud. After laughing, I sighed with emotion. What's wrong with being silly? Silly people have silly blessings. If a person can still be silly after becoming an adult, it shows they have support and backing behind them. There are people protecting him in front, so he doesn't have to see the mess outside. Niyu was silent for a moment. My parents say the same thing. They are very tolerant of me, never asking me to inherit the family business. My grandfather also said, even if I can't do anything in the future, I can live freely under my cousin's protection. But my cousin now, Niyu was very sad. Is there really no way for her lifespan? I thought of the glimmer of vitality I had finally found after many years, and thought of Shiruyan's unique aura. Thoughtful, there must be a way. I just don't know what the way is yet. Friday afternoon, after finishing the week's courses, I got into Mi Ping's family car. Mi Ping complained. Originally, I suggested treating you to a meal out, but my parents insisted on having it at home. I don't know what they are thinking. I was replying to a message, listening to her speak. I just gave an O and said flatly, they probably want me to take a look at your family's feng shui while I'm there. Mi Ping hadn't thought of this layer. She was a bit embarrassed. Will that be very troublesome? I said lightly, not troublesome. It's a paid service. I charge for reading feng shui. Mi Ping's family lives in a quite famous villa area. The landscaping is done very well, backed by green mountains, with flowing water in front. After the car drove into the community, the speed slowed down. I looked all the way from the backseat window and praised, this community is nice. How much is the housing price? I've been looking at houses recently, planning to buy a property to bring old man Zhang over. Mi Ping scratched her head. I'm not too clear. I haven't asked this question. The car stopped at the Mi family's gate. The Mi family members were all waiting outside. Mi Yan stepped forward to open the car door. After getting off the car and exchanging greetings, our group walked towards the Mi house. Father Mi introduced the scenery to me along the way. It wasn't until we reached the living room and tea was served that he spoke. Actually, we invited the master to sit at home today. There is also a presumptuous request. Mother Mai followed closely. It's not for anything else, really. Ever since Xiaoyan had that accident last time, we haven't been able to set our minds at rest. Last time, the master told Ping Ping in advance, letting Xiaoyan escape a disaster, but we don't know if there will be anything else later. Father Mi smiled bitterly and agreed, mainly to ask the master to take a look at our family members, to see if there are any unfulfilled tribulations. Is what happened to Mi Yan something destined in his fate? Or is there a problem with our family's feng shui, or something else? I had guessed their thoughts long ago, and didn't feel surprised. I suggested proactively, why don't we look around the house? Father Mi was overjoyed and hurriedly stood up to lead the way. The Mi family's decoration leans towards Chinese style overall, exquisitely arranged, warm colors. It can be seen that the owners are very attentive. I followed behind, looking all the way to the third floor. Feeling the flow of qi was comfortable, seeming to have no problems. When leaving the master bedroom, my eyes suddenly sharpened, looking at the swimming pool outside. A bit strange, after moving into this house, didn't you hire someone to look at it? Mother Mi said, we originally said we would find someone to look. But the year we moved into this house, Xiaoyan was taking the college entrance exam. The family was preparing for his exam, and didn't attend to it. Later, the matter was forgotten. I thought to myself, no wonder such a big problem was hidden in the backyard. Was the swimming pool there when you got the house? Mother Mi and the others followed my gaze, looking at the long, deep pool in the backyard. It was there from the beginning. She asked in confusion, is there any problem with this swimming pool? I see most pools in the community are like this. I took a step back, letting Father Mai and Mother Mai stand in my position to look. Look from this angle. Do you feel the pool is a bit different? Father Mi frowned. I don't see anything. Mother Mi hesitated. It looks a bit deformed. Exactly. I smiled. Fill in the swimming pool and rebuild it. Father Mi understood now. The master means there is a problem with this pool. The pool itself has no problem, but viewed from the master bedroom angle, it forms a sickle-like arc. We call this situation a sickle sha. It easily invites filth and ominous energy. If living people reside here for a long time, the lungs will feel uncomfortable. Father Mi hurriedly asked, then how should we handle the rebuilding? I pointed to the southwest. It's best to build it in a figure-8 shape or gourd shape there, looking more rounded, but it cannot be a complete circle. Father Mi nodded repeatedly, quickly recording it in his phone. Nothing else. My gaze finally landed on Father Mi's face. I paused and said, husband and wife have deep affection. Children are both present. If nothing unexpected happens, your career can go a step further, and you can enjoy your later years after retirement. Father Mai felt as if he had been seen through by me. His spine went cold. His mind was full of my meaningful sentence. If nothing unexpected happens, his company had been getting bigger these years. Socializing outside, he inevitably visited some entertainment venues. Seeing many peers with red flags not falling at home, but colorful flags fluttering outside, he occasionally had wandering thoughts too. But he indeed hadn't done anything. Hearing my words at this moment, those thoughts that had once floated up, dissipated completely. Definitely, definitely. Father Mai hugged Mother Mai and said sincerely, I will definitely be content and cherish my blessings. Mother Mai didn't notice anything, and cheerfully led me to the dining room for dinner. At the dinner table, Father Mai and Mother Mai praised me continuously. The words used made even Mping blush. She whispered in Mian's ear, Mom and Dad really haven't praised me like this in so many years. I'm afraid they've used up all the good words of this lifetime on Zhang Heng. After eating and chatting casually for a bit, I got in the car and left. On the way, I heard a phone notification. Opening it, I saw another large sum of money transferred. I smiled and conveniently found the commonly used Children and Women's Aid Foundation. Transferring half of the amount out, last Saturday, I agreed with the Shi family to go to the hospital this Saturday. Niayu personally brought the driver. As soon as we met, he handed me the milk tea I asked for. You actually want to drink milk tea too? When I received the message, I thought your account was hacked. I took a sip of the rich and thick taro paste, feeling that milk tea is truly a great modern invention. I nestled lazily in the seat. Otherwise, what do you think I usually eat? Niayu said seriously, drinking white dew, eating night rain and frost or something? I laughed. That is an immortal, not a master. Masters not only don't drink dew, some might even like to eat durian and stinky tofu. Niyu's expression cracked. After finishing a cup of milk tea, the car arrived at the hospital they visited last time. This time guarding the ward. Besides Niyu's mother, She Huili, and Old Master She, there was also Niyu's father, and a tall, handsome man. The man's face was cold and stern. His whole person had a wild and unruly temperament. When shaking hands with me, he hooked his lips. It could be seen. He was already trying his best to look amiable. Hello, I am Rian's eldest brother. Thank you for coming today. And thank you for your help to the She family. After exchanging a few pleasantries, I put the bag I was carrying on the table, taking things out of the bag. Everyone saw that from my not-so-large bag. First, I took out a few sticks of incense and cinnabar, then took out a stack of talisman paper. And finally, I actually took out a jade ruyi. Old Master Shai's eyes lit up. As soon as he saw that jade ruyi, Master, this ruyi is a good thing. I handed the jade ruyi to him to look. No need to call me Master. Just call me Zhang Heng. This ruyi counts as a magical artifact. I usually don't take it out to use. Old Master Shi took it carefully and examined it closely. He has seen countless rare treasures, but at this moment he couldn't help clicking his tongue in wonder. Rare, truly rare? It really is the best among jades. It seems Zhang Heng has spent a lot of effort. I laughed. They all say jade nourishes people, but in fact, jade also needs people to nourish it. To raise it to this state also took a lot of effort. Seeing the time was about right, I stuck a talisman on Xie Rian's eyebrows, picked up a few sticks of incense and swiped them in the void. Grabbed once, those few sticks of incense actually ignited spontaneously in midair, and were firmly nailed in midair, motionless. Everyone else widened their eyes. Watching this completely unscientific scene, Niyu murmured, "This is unreasonable. Gravity, Newton's coffin lid can't be held down." No one paid attention to him. Everyone stared tightly at me. I closed my eyes, pointed at my eyebrows, then used my finger as a pen, and drew quickly in midair. At this time, it was when the sunlight was strongest. The room was originally unusually bright, but between my movements, the room suddenly darkened. Thunder roared. A sudden wind rose. The green incense and talisman paper turned to dust in an instant. In the place where I was originally writing in the air, a sparkling golden character emerged. The character swayed, and with a push from me, it shattered into thousands of lights and shadows, silently dissipating into Shaeryeon's body. The Xie family only saw. A blinding purple light seemed to emit from between Shaeryeon's eyebrows, rushing straight towards me, and I looked as if I had been hit hard by someone, falling onto Shaeryeon's body with a thud. "Master, Zhang Heng." The Xie family turned pale with fright, hurriedly stepping forward to help me up. But I waved my hand, struggling to prop myself up. I had just propped up my upper body and hadn't completely stood up yet when I met a pair of eyes as black as ink. The owner of the eyes seemed a bit confused and asked in a hoarse voice, "Who are you?" "Cousin Ruyan." The Xie family members realized Xie Ruyan had woken up and gathered around one after another. Xie Huili rushed to her bedside, tears immediately flowing uncontrollably. "Ruyan, you finally woke up. We almost thought." She held Xie Ruyan's arm, sobbing uncontrollably. Ni Yu's father stepped forward to comfortingly embrace her shoulders. "All right. Don't cry. Isn't Ruyan awake now?" Old Master Sai's eyes were also red, but after all he was older and could still hold himself together. He said, "It's good that you're awake." Then he solemnly bowed to me. "Zhang Heng, your kindness to the Xie family today will be engraved in the hearts of the Xie family and never forgotten. In the future, whatever you need, the Xie family will do anything." With a lift of my finger, a stream of air surged out, gently blocking Old Master Shai's movement, preventing him from bending down. Meeting his fate, there is no need for such a grand gesture. Old Master Xie was startled, not knowing how I possessed such power. He hurriedly looked back at the Xie family members. Seeing that they were all talking in front of Shaeryeon's sickbed, He breathed a long sigh of relief, although what I had demonstrated before was already mysterious enough. He felt this kind of supernatural act was still better known by fewer people. Jungheng, why is my cousin still very weak? Niyu asked anxiously. Is there anything else that needs to be done? Although Shi Ruyan had opened her eyes, she could only slowly speak a few words. Her fingers moved, but she couldn't lift them, let alone other parts of her body. I went over to take a look. The curse placed on her by someone else has been lifted. Her current state is mostly sequelae. It's a matter of bodily functions. You can find a doctor to check later. She should be fine within 3 months. I know a little about medicine and can see the basic situation. Reminded by me, the Xie family members also calmed down slightly from the surprise of Xie Ruyan's awakening, remembering that I once said that Xie Ruyan falling into a coma was not a medical problem, but someone operating in the dark. Shi Huili wiped her tears. I remember when Zhang Heng came to see Ruyan last Saturday. He mentioned that Ruyan was harmed by someone. I wonder if Zhang Heng has any clues. Several people instantly looked at me. I pondered for a moment. The curse Miss Shi was under was originally called 9 Ghosts Borrowing Luck. This kind of curse transfers the good luck of the cursed person to a fixed person. But because Miss Shi's destiny is special, even the most powerful person cannot transfer luck from her. So the caster changed the original way of casting the curse, just to disrupt Miss Shi's destiny, and Miss Shi's own destiny. I paused, knowing the Shi family understood, so I glossed over it with a vague sentence. That's why Miss Shi remained unconscious. I heard Niyu say that Mr. Shi had invited many people from the metaphysical world to take a look, but none solved it. The reason lies here. The caster has deep cultivation and should be very talented. He didn't blindly follow the fixed way of casting curses, which is equivalent to creating a new curse method by combining old knowledge. That's why many masters were helpless. Seeing the Shi family members seemed to understand, but not fully. I simply gave a simple example. For example, junior high school students learn derivatives in math class, but calculus is learned in high school or later. Although, there is a very big connection between derivatives and calculus. One belongs to elementary mathematics. They are not on the same level. Speaking of academic education, everyone understood immediately. This is like an ordinary junior high student meeting a university professor. Those metaphysical masters only know how to solve junior high derivative problems, not expecting the university professor to give a calculus problem. So they were dumbfounded. Since that caster is so powerful, will he make a comeback? Or will he take revenge on you? Niyu was worried. No, I said affirmatively. He hasn't seen me and doesn't know who I am. He has probably suffered a backlash by now. Moreover, even if his talent is high, casting a curse on Miss Xie shouldn't have succeeded so easily. If I guess correctly, he must have Miss Shi's personal belongings in his hand. I turned my head to look at Xie Ruyan, who was listening quietly on the bed. Miss Xi, is there anything you carried for many years, but lost before the incident? Xie Ruyan moved her dry lips. Before she could speak, Niyu preemptively said, yes, cousin had a jade Buddha pendant, which disappeared inexplicably. Xie Ruyan murmured in agreement. I remembered later, only uncle came to my room at that time. Xie Ruyan's uncle is Old Master Shi's nephew Shi Deong. The Shi family's faces all looked very ugly. Shi Chengshen snorted coldly. Wolfish ambition. Does he think the Shi family is so easy to manage? I nodded. I guessed it was someone from your own family too, because it's hard for non-family members to get your birth date, personal items, hair, blood, and such things. Thinking about it, I felt a bit apologetic towards Xie Ruyan. I said just now when I was fighting with that person, your Buddha pendant should have been destroyed. I heard your pendant was quite expensive. Sorry, Xie Ruyan wasn't quite adapted to fluent conversation yet. Speaking very slowly, it's okay, I should thank you for saving me. I smiled slightly. Old Master Shi saw his granddaughter's weak appearance now, and felt unbearable pain in his heart. He had already made a decision. Zhang Heng, I want to ask you one more thing. I nodded. Mr. Shi, please speak. Old Master Shi, please do not inform outsiders that Ruyan has woken up. We want to deal with the internal problems of the Shi family first. I understood. This was to clean up the house, worried about alerting the enemy. No problem. I just came today to visit a classmate's family, and did nothing else. By the way, I said with a smile, to prevent outsiders from talking, it'll help you block it along the way. I picked up the talisman paper ashes that fell from between Xie Ruyan's eyebrows just now, walked to the window and recited a few sentences. The talisman naturally turned into ash immediately, and drifted out of the window. Someone in a villa in the suburbs of Su Province, far away, spat out another mouthful of blood. On the ground in front of him, scattered fragments of emerald jade that were almost crushed into powder, and nearly dried blood. He was just about to call to question Xie Deyong, when he felt the curse breaker strike again. Fellow practitioner, how dare you be so ruthless? This person clutched his chest and said hatefully, don't let me find out who you are. Otherwise, blood spurted out. Before he completely passed out, he struggled to send a message to his disciples walking outside. Sect in trouble, return immediately. The Shi family saw my actions, and vaguely guessed what I was doing. Shi Huili said gratefully, thank you, Zhang Heng. Xie Chengshan also said that Ruyan can wake up is all thanks to young Master Zhang's efforts. If there is any need in the future, please just ask. I felt the power still filling my body, pondered for a moment. Actually, I really do have something right now. Hearing that there was something he could help me with, old Master Xie, spirits lifted. If there is anything, you can say it directly. I looked at Xie Ruyan with some hesitation. I said to the Xie family, this matter needs to be discussed with Miss Xie alone first. I wonder if it's convenient. Several people were stunned, looked at each other, and all hurriedly retreated out. Convenient, convenient. Shiwili dragged Niyu, whose head was full of question marks, out while smiling. Call us if you need anything. The ward door closed. Shiwili's expression changed. She raised her arm and knocked on Niyu's head. Why are you like a blockhead all day? Seeing Zhang Heng had something to say. You still stood there hesitating to speak. Niyu rubbed his head aggrievedly. I just think it's strange. Brother Zhang Heng didn't know cousin before. I wanted to ask what he wanted to do. If it was convenient for him to tell you, would he need to tell Ruyan alone? Do we need you to ask? Shehuili glared at him. But Shehuili whispered, could it be because of the baby engagement? Jiang Heng is in such a hurry to cancel the engagement. Ruyan just woke up and he can't wait. Niyu's father had also heard me mention this matter before. Hearing this, he said, young people nowadays indeed don't like old-fashioned things. This kind of engagement set by elders, they won't acknowledge it. Shinshin said in a deep voice. No matter what, everything should follow young Master Zhang's wishes. He is the benefactor of the Shi family. Shehuili sighed regretfully. Inside the ward, I was indeed discussing the marriage engagement between the two families with Shi Ruyan. But, unlike what the Shi family thought, I wasn't asking to cancel the engagement immediately. Instead, I wanted Shi Ruyan to use the name of the engagement. Even with Shi Ruyan's calm and self-possessed personality, she couldn't help her pupils shrinking. She asked back slowly and in surprise. What did young Master Zhang just say? I repeated, I want you to wait until your health is a little better and move into my house in the name of my fiancé. After a moment of silence, she asked, does young Master Zhang have any intention? I first informed Shi Ruyan in detail about her destiny. Then I repeated what I had said to the Shea family earlier. Finally, I mentioned that I thought of a new method today, but this is only an attempt. I cannot guarantee success. Shi Ruyan said, young Master Zhang said my destiny is not to live past 30. Does this attempt mean helping me extend it for 2 more years? Or possibly more years? I added, more years. The extension of 2 years I told your family before was before I discovered the new method today. With the new method discovered today, in the future, it might help you live to 70 or 80. Who knows? Shi Ruyan asked softly, can I take the liberty to ask, what method is it, or will it hurt innocent people? Hurt young Master Zhang himself? I said frankly no. This matter, apart from concerning you and me, will not involve a third person. It is even beneficial for me. Shi Ruyan curled her lips. That's good. Then wait until I recover a bit. Roughly when? Young Master Zhang can tell me 2 or 3 days in advance, so I can make some preparations. Okay, I need about a week of preparation time here, although I really want to test it tomorrow. I haven't even had time to buy a house yet. I saw that Shi Ruyan had some doubts about cohabitation, so I explained regarding living together. You don't need to feel pressured, mainly because this method requires as much time together as possible. Living together avoids the trouble of you running back and forth, or me running back and forth. When I called the Shi family back in and told them my plan, I thought the Shi family wouldn't be at ease, and I would need to waste some breath. Unexpectedly, as soon as the Xie family heard I had a way to save Shi Ruyan, they were all overjoyed. Xie Huili was particularly concerned about the engagement between me and Xie Ruyan. Does Zhang Heng mean to announce the engagement, and then use the engagement as a reason to let you and Ruyan reasonably appear and live together? I nodded in response. Yes, mainly to avoid drawing attention, Xie Huili said with a look of expectation. Such a big matter, we must pick an auspicious day. It happens that Zhang Heng understands these things. Why don't you calculate a good day? I said truthfully. Actually, the recent days are all quite good. I plan to solve the house matter within a week and move in directly. You haven't bought a house yet. Old Master Shi tapped his cane. It's already hard enough saving Ruyan. How can we let you pay more? Why not live in the Xie family's old mansion? Or choose anyone from the Xie family's properties? Right, Shi Huili echoed. The Xi family has plenty of houses. Zhang Heng, why spend that money? Let's settle it like this. You don't need to worry about anything. I'll handle it. Since they said so, it wasn't appropriate for me to say anything else. I could only say, then I respectfully accept. Also, I suddenly remembered, I still have a very important thing to do. It happens that Miss Xie just woke up and also needs rest. I won't disturb you further. After speaking, I walked out of the ward, pretending to be calm. It's just that the back view looked like I was fleeing in panic no matter how you looked at it. I didn't want the Wang family to discover my connection to the Shi family just yet. So I had the Shi family's car stop at the entrance of the residential area and walked the rest of the way to the Wang residence alone. During dinner that evening, Father and Mother Wang brought up old matters. We should have discussed your marriage engagement with the Shi family last week, but because I fell ill, it was delayed. Father Wang frowned. We have already scheduled a time with the Shi family for next week. We need to settle this matter for you as soon as possible. If it were before today, I would have found a way to dissolve this engagement. But after the events that transpired today, I find myself in need of a marriage contract. So I replied calmly, okay, I understand. Wang Teng glanced at me, surprised that I accepted the arrangement made by our elders so readily. But then he thought about it. How long had I been back in Beijing? How could I possibly know about the Shi family's situation? The former head of the Shi family had been low-key, rarely appearing in public. Wang Teng had never seen her, but he guessed she must be unsightly in appearance. Otherwise, why would a young woman dislike showing her face? He felt smug inside. Even if I had some unusual abilities, so what? I still had to marry someone ugly, a woman who was about to turn 30, but he was different. The most important and happiest day of his life was arriving soon. The elders of both the Wang and Xie families had long since set his 19th birthday at the end of the month as the date for his engagement to Xie Yanran. The invitations had already been sent out this week. At that time, the engagement banquet would be full of celebrities. Distinguished guests would arrive in droves, and the entire wealthy circle of Beijing would witness it. Sure enough, Mother Wang spoke up. Xiao Heng, I forgot to tell you earlier. The end of the month is Teng and Yanran's engagement banquet. Everyone else's dresses and jewelry are already prepared. You just came back, so there's no time to custom order anything now. Go buy a ready-made suit another day. You can also pick out any accessories you like. After she finished speaking, she remembered that, unlike Wang Teng, I hadn't grown up in high society and wasn't accustomed to banquet etiquette. So she added euphemistically, the engagement party is at the Qianshan Hotel. We have reserved 3 floors. If you don't like the noise when the time comes, you can just show your face and then go upstairs to rest. Wang Teng exclaimed in surprise. You actually reserved 3 floors. Of course, my little ancestor, Mother Wang scraped his nose affectionately. Those coming are all distinguished guests. We couldn't fail to consider a changing room and a place to rest. Wang Teng acted spoiled, Mom. You guys are so good to me. He turned to look at me with a cold, mocking smile. Brother Zhang Heng, you probably haven't heard of Qianshan Hotel, have you? It is the top luxury hotel under the Qianshan Group. They only serve the rich. When he said the word rich, his tone was slightly heavier. This hotel, I heard the most ordinary, cheapest room, costs 50,000 yuan. The hotel's first floor lobby used 7.32 tons of gold and immeasurable pearls and crystals. The banquet hall we are using for this engagement is of the 2nd tier. The 1st tier is reserved for hosting foreign dignitaries and leaders. Although his face couldn't hide his smile, he pretended to be regretful. If only our home were in Bindu, then we could use the Qianshan Hotel there. They say the hotel over there has a huge private beach. Because of space limitations, Beijing only has hot springs. Speaking of this, Father Wang paused. I heard he has some friendship with the boss of Qianshan Hotel. The boss might even show up that day. Wang Teng gasped. Uncle Shi is too capable, isn't he? He even knows the owner of Qianshan Hotel. No wonder we could book 3 whole floors. I had a strange look in my eyes. He has a friendship with the boss of Qianshan Hotel. Wang Teng saw my expression and thought I was jealous. His delight grew even more intense. Uncle Shi has a wide network. It's not strange for him to know big shots. He explained in detail, fearing I wouldn't understand. The boss of Qianshan Hotel is named Song Junliang. He appears often in business magazine reports. He is also the vice president of the Qianshan Group. He usually associates with high officials and nobles. Ordinary people can't even get a glimpse of him. I let out a slow, Wang Teng was on a roll. He spoke endlessly, talking a lot about the topic of Qianshan Hotel. Mother Wang actually played along with him. It was obvious that they felt deeply honored to be able to hold the engagement banquet at Qianshan Hotel. After dinner, I returned to my room upstairs, locked the door, and placed a metaphysical restriction, ensuring no outsiders could intrude. I sat cross-legged on the floor and quickly summoned the energy I had absorbed from Shirian today. The lights in the room were not on. The clean glass seemed like a wall of copper and iron. Even the moonlight outside seemed unable to penetrate. Not a sound could be heard in the pitch-black room. It was as if no one existed there. A long time later, a certain spot lit up with a faint glimmer, like a curtain unveiled from a jewel, suddenly illuminating the darkness. My fan-like eyelashes trembled slightly. I opened my eyes. My gaze was bright and clear. I exhaled a long breath, went to the bathroom to take a shower, and washed off the sticky impurities from my body. 2 or 3 more times should be enough to completely change the constitution of this body. While drying my hair, I grabbed my phone and dialed a number. The phone rang once and was picked up immediately on the other end. A loud voice shouted happily, Master Heng. The restriction I had set was removed. Soft moonlight spilled into the room. On the screen of the phone currently in the call, the other party's name was clearly displayed. It was remarkably the person discussed. At the Wang family dinner tonight, Song Junliang. I responded with a hum and asked, are you busy right now? I have something to tell you. Not busy, not busy. Song Junliang waved his hand to the people at the dinner table, signaling everyone to keep quiet, while walking out of the private room holding his phone. Whatever instructions you have, just say them. I said, I have a favor to ask of you. Go to the southwest next weekend. Help me bring my grandfather to your place. No need to rush on the road. The old man hasn't traveled far in years. Show him the scenery, it's fine. Song Junliang said with joy. Is Elder Zhang finally willing to come to Beijing? In the past, they had tried every method to persuade Elder Zhang to bring me to live in Beijing. But Elder Zhang wouldn't agree to anything, insisting on staying in the southwest. I smiled. I am here, so Grandpa will definitely be willing to come. Song Junliang almost jumped up. What, you are in Beijing? My goodness. Why didn't you say hello when you came to Beijing? Why didn't you come to stay at Qianshan? What do you eat usually? Who is following you? All right. I threw aside the towel. Why are you acting like an old nanny, chattering on endlessly? When Song Junliang heard me say this, instead of being ashamed, he was quite proud. That's because they all say I am the imperial head steward. I really didn't want to remind him that imperial stewards were all eunuchs. I haven't been here long, just about half a month, except for old man Jiang. No one knows about my lifespan issue. I avoided that part, and only briefly mentioned the matter of the Wang family swapping children. I have some things to do later, so it's inconvenient to live at the Wangs. That's why I want to bring Grandpa over to live elsewhere. Song Junliang had struggled in the business world for so many years. He was as sharp as a fox. Although I didn't say much, he immediately realized the Wang family must be treating me poorly, thinking that someone might be giving me grief. Anger rose from the bottom of his heart, but he didn't say it immediately. Instead, he asked, will Elder Zhang live in Beijing permanently? If Elder Zhang can stay in Beijing, doesn't that imply that Master Heng will also stay in Beijing? Great, that's great. The battle between Beijing and Bindu, fighting for Master Heng. Beijing has finally won. Not necessarily. I thought for a moment, but I should be staying for 2 or 3 years. Song Junyang was a bit disappointed, but on second thought, 2 or 3 years wasn't bad. Besides, after living here for a while, maybe he would feel the goodness of Beijing and decide not to leave. He said, then I'll prepare a suite for you. Where would you like to live near? No need. I poured a glass of water, leaning against the cabinet, drinking slowly. Someone is already preparing a house for me. You just pick up my grandfather and arrange for him to stay at the hotel first. When the house is ready over there, I will pick the old man up. Song Junliang instantly went on high alert, who had learned of Master Heng's itinerary before him, and even prepared a house. This was outrageous. This was trampling on his dignity as the imperial head steward. He probed calmly without showing emotion. It's already arranged. That's good. I wonder which colleague in the group labored over this. I didn't know about his twisted thoughts, and said casually, it's not one of our own. It's from my fiancé's side. Song Junliang relaxed. So it's the Phi? Wait, why? He suddenly raised his voice. Fiancé? Song Junliang was like a farmer who discovered the cabbage he raised had been dug up by a pig. His face turned red with anger, not caring that he was in a hotel corridor. Who is the fiancé? Where did this toad come from? Trying to eat swan meat. I was shocked by his voice and stepped back slightly, moving the phone further away from my ear. I asked strangely, what are you getting so excited for? Song Junliang. You were born into the Heng family group. Reasonably speaking, I shouldn't say this, but I have been working with you for so many years, fighting alongside you all the way. I am nearly 20 years older than you, so I have a bit more life experience. I think you have just become an adult. You are too young to consider the issue of marriage. As the old saying goes, marriage is a grave. He didn't even care about using honorifics. His brain was full of 1,000 dangers of early marriage. Preparing to persuade me with force, he'll deal with that toad coming from nowhere. We want to get married. Seeing that he was about to launch into a long speech, I quickly interrupted him. Don't misunderstand. I didn't explain clearly. This is a fake fiancé. Actually, she's more like a business partner. Song Junliang wanted to ask what kind of cooperation required using the name of fiancé and fiancé, but he understood my character, knowing that if I didn't explain in detail, it meant there was a hidden situation behind it. So he had to swallow his words. All right, he mumbled. Then that little girl must have accumulated merit for 8 lifetimes. I laughed. All right. If there's nothing else, we'll chat in detail when we meet next time. When I just answered the phone, I heard noise on your end. You're eating out, right? Go be busy. When you're done, go home early to accompany my sister-in-law. Okay, Song Junliang agreed immediately. I'm going back right now. Master Heng, you rest early. After I ended the call, Song Junliang stood there and called his company assistant. Hello, this is Song Junliang. Starting next Friday, clear out 10 days of my schedule. I need to go out and pick up a VIP. No need to book a flight for me. I will drive there myself. He roughly had the assistant plan the itinerary. Only then did he return to the private room. He had been on the phone for nearly half an hour. Everyone in the private room had waited for him obediently. Seeing him push the door open and enter at this moment, they stood up one after another. President Song is back? Are the dishes cold? Let's order a fresh round. Yes. Waiter, clear this table and replace it with new ones. Song Junliang waved his hand. The concern that appeared on his face during his call with me, or the look of exasperation, had all vanished. There was only a calm and deep reserve. Don't change the dishes. It's too late. My big boss just instructed me, telling me to go home early to accompany my wife and children. The crowd couldn't figure out his thoughts. Looking at each other in dismay, someone tentatively said, "Big leaders are out of touch. How could they know the difficulties of us senior workers? How can we not socialize?" He was halfway through speaking. When he saw Song Junliang's eyes darken slightly, he immediately changed his tune. But President Song's boss is different. This shows he cares about President Song. The big boss of Qinshan must value President Song very highly. Song Junliang's expression warmed. He let out a sound of acknowledgement and said breezily, "It's all right, I guess. He just lets me know his itinerary immediately. That doesn't count as much. Lets you know his itinerary immediately. How is that not being valued?" The person flattering him froze. Momentarily unable to continue the conversation, the person next to him hurriedly tried to save the situation. "He definitely values you. For a figure as low-key and mysterious as the big boss of Qinshan, ordinary people can't even see him once. How would they have a chance to know anything else? President Song is indeed a confidant. To even know his itinerary, it shows he is deeply trusted." Song Junliang felt physically and mentally comfortable hearing this. He glanced at the person speaking, President Wang of Sichuan, right? Sure enough, a man of action. "You understand the corporate situation well. Your view of things is comprehensive. Very deep. Not bad, not bad." President Wang was spirited, knowing his words had hit the mark. "Calling you at this time must be for something important, right? Look, coming to you first for important matters shows your status." Song Junliang said modestly, "It's nothing too important. He just asked me to personally take his family out for a tour." But looking at Song Junliang's manner, assuming anyone dared to say it wasn't important, they would be immediately blacklisted from cooperation. Everyone could only laugh dryly and offer support. Important, important. President Wang stood out once again. He slapped his thigh, revealing a look of disapproval. "President Song, that's where you're wrong." Everyone looked at him in shock. Did this old guy suddenly not want to live anymore? Song Junliang put away his smile. President Wang's face was full of heartfelt sincerity. "How can you say this matter isn't important? This matter is too important. Think about it. How private is tourism, especially for the big boss of Qinshan who values privacy so much? Ideally, to let you accompany his own family on a tour, it must be done by a confidant." Good heavens, this logic twisted and turned. A complete turnaround, twisting everyone's heart rate out of rhythm, turning Song Junliang's vanity into great delight. He showed what could be called the friendliest attitude of the night, patting President Wang's shoulder. "I see President Wang has depth of thought. Your future is truly limitless." President Wang seized the moment to hand over a business card. "You flatter me, truly. I am still far behind President Song. Here is my humble card. Please, if you wouldn't mind, just keep it. If you ever need my humble services in the future, I would be honor-bound to assist. Even if you have no need for me, I am content just to look up to you from afar. As you enjoy smooth sailing at Qianshan Group." Song Junliang let out a hearty laugh, taking the card and tucking it into his suit pocket. The others looked on, green with envy, and immediately crowded around to echo the sentiment, saying how the capital office is a branch in name only, when it is, in fact, the true headquarters. Saying the old boss of Qianshan surely values President Song the most. That President Song is a dragon among men, a wise minister to the old boss's brilliant ruler. Song Junliang was in high spirits, feeling that today's dinner was thoroughly enjoyable. He couldn't resist adding a few words. "As for myself, I ask for nothing else. To follow President Heng for a lifetime, to see him marry and have children, to see him live a happy life. That is all the satisfaction I need." In the clamorous private dining room, it was a funny thing, really. The true big boss of the illustrious Qianshan Group had never been seen by anyone, save for a few trusted confidants within the group. The outside world could only guess, based on vague mentions from those aides, that the big boss's surname was Shui, since they referred to him as President Shui. But as for anything beyond that, nothing was known. The most widely accepted theory at the moment was that President Shui was the head of a major clan, perhaps 40 or 50 years old, with powerful backing and a sensitive identity, which made it inconvenient for him to appear in public. Yet, in this moment, when everyone heard Song Junliang mention marriage and children, they paused to think, and a wave of shock rippled through them. What did that imply? Could it be that the old boss of Qianshan was not yet married? Then how old was he? In his 30s, their minds began to race. After all, were there any handsome young men in their 30s who were known for keeping a low profile? As soon as the words left his mouth, Song Junliang realized his slip. He hastily changed the subject. "Where were we before I stepped out for that call? Let's wrap this up so we can all head home." The room, which had seemed paused for a moment, became lively once again. No one was foolish enough to pry further, and right up until the dinner concluded, not a soul mentioned the old boss of Qianshan again. However, while the matter was brushed over lightly at the table, it began to spread wildly once the meal was over. Over the next few days, everyone in the circle wore a mysterious look, whispering and gossiping among themselves. Have you heard? The old boss of Chanshan is actually only in his 30s, and he isn't even married yet. Latest news, the old boss of Chanshan is 28, looks quite ordinary, comes from a military and political family, and has a massive background. The rumors were diverse and grew increasingly bizarre. Some were so detailed and logically consistent that even I would have applauded their creativity. The news even reached the Wang household. I overheard the Wang family discussing the matter. Father Wang flipped through his newspaper and said, "Everyone has been talking about the head of Chanshan lately." Song revealed some information at a dinner, saying he's an overseas Chinese who left with his family years ago. There are issues with his legal status, which is why he never shows his face. The real old boss of Chanshan, having just walked in the door, caught the keywords of this false testimony. Mother Wang interjected, "That's all just rumors. I met with Mrs. Wang today. Her husband was at that very dinner and spoke quite a bit with President Song." President Song's exact words were that he hopes to see their old boss get married and have children and live a happy life. Sometimes, compared to the distorted rumors circulating in the business world, the intelligence gathered through Madame Diplomacy is far more accurate. This was also why Father and Mother Wang, despite knowing that my personal qualifications were superior, chose to abandon me and focus on grooming Wang Teng. The reason being, while etiquette and details can be taught, the invisible wealth accumulated over years of social networking cannot. Father Wang suddenly understood. Brother Wang was at the dinner too. Then what his wife said must be true. Hearing this, I shook my head imperceptibly, finding the whole situation rather amusing. I decided not to listen any further, and prepared to go upstairs to cultivate, but Mother Wang called out to me, "Jiang Heng, wait a moment." I stopped in my tracks, turning back in confusion at the staircase. "What's wrong?" Mother Wang composed herself and said, "When little Teng was getting custom suits, he ordered a few extra. We just brought the suits back. We picked out 2 decent ones for you. Little Teng should be in your room. Go and try them on. Suits custom made for Wang Teng. Now brought back and claimed to be picked for me." I raised an eyebrow and said, "Understood." I went upstairs and pushed open the door. Sure enough, Wang Teng was sitting on my bed playing on his phone. Hearing me enter, he didn't even lift his head, showing none of the obedience he displayed before Father and Mother Wang. "You're back. The clothes are on the bed. Try them on." His attitude was dismissive. "Their colors I don't look good in anyway. Consider it a bargain for you." I glanced at the gift box on the bed and said, "No need to try them. Take them away. I will prepare my own clothes." Wang Teng was surprised. "No need. What will you wear? You aren't planning to wear a shirt and jeans to the banquet, are you?" He raised a brow mockingly. I gave a half smile. "I forgot. You grew up in the mountains. Except on TV, you've probably never seen a formal suit. But there are things TV won't tell you. Like this one." Speaking, he lifted a dark green suit with his fingertips. "This piece is by the designer William Hughes. He is the Imperial Capital's ladies' most popular designer. His teacher is the internationally renowned Chris Vian. Telling you this is pointless. You wouldn't understand. Let's talk price. This piece is worth 190,000 B." Wang Teng looked at me with pity. "I know Brother Jiang Heng has never seen so much money, let alone clothes of this caliber. Never mind, let me teach you." He handed the clothes to me. "Take it and try it on." I was baffled by his charitable, arrogant tone. I remember saying as soon as I walked in that I didn't need it. Why is he still talking so much? Is his brain made of wood? Wang Teng sensed my thoughts weren't kind, but he asked anyway. "What do you mean?" I curled my lips. "You sure talk a lot." Wang Teng stood up furiously, throwing the suit onto the bed. "Preparing clothes for you was for your own good. I advise you not to be ungrateful." "Thanks, but I don't need charity." I waved my hand lightly, gesturing toward the door. "Please trouble your great self to remove yourself from this room." "Jiang Heng, good for you. I'd like to see what kind of trash you'll wear to the event. When you lose face, don't say the Wang family didn't provide for you." Wang Teng gave a cold laugh and turned to leave. "Wait." As he reached the door, I called out to him, putting the clothes from the bed back into the box and shoving it into his arms. "Take your clothes with you. If you leave them here, I won't even use them to wipe the table." Wang Teng paused. Taking a deep breath, he said, "I didn't realize you've been here so long. I thought you were not good with words. Turns out you have a sharp tongue." I said modestly, "You flatter me, mainly when watching a clown perform acrobatics. It feels inappropriate not to give some reaction." Wang Teng gritted his teeth. "What a sharp mouth." He lowered his voice with malice. "I really hope you can still talk like this in the future. Wait until you are engaged to the Shi family. Wait until you realize you're marrying someone with one foot in the grave. Wait until you realize the true gap between us. Wait until you see me at the engagement party, in my glory, with my fiancé. Wait until you discover that over these past 10 years, exactly how much I have taken from your rightful place. I hope you can still be happy then. You don't need to worry about my future happiness. But as for you," I held the door handle. My eyes swept over him once. In facial physiognomy, the area under the eyes represents emotion. "Beneath your eyes, Wang Teng, there is a hint of pink. a touch of peach blossom luck, indicating you are currently in love, but the corners of your eyes are sharp, creating a slanting shy in the peach blossom. This means the person you are dating is likely not very sincere towards you. Thinking of what Father and Mother Wang mentioned about that well-regarded Xie Yanran, my mood became subtle. I wish you good luck. Wang Teng felt my gaze was strange, and my words even stranger, but assuming I meant him harm, he huffed and turned to leave. Oh, one more thing. I remembered something. I heard that suit was custom made for you. Just now, when you picked it up, I took a look. I'm afraid it really is only suitable for you. Also, please don't talk so much in front of me in the future. I might mistake you for a mural in Dunhuang instead of a resident of the imperial capital. After speaking, I smiled slightly and closed the door. I honestly couldn't be bothered to deal with Wang Teng, provided Wang Teng didn't provoke me. But if he insisted on rushing over to be humiliated, then I could only waste a little time to dispatch him. Shirian's condition was improving day by day. When I arrived at the hospital again, she was leaning against the headboard, reading a book. Hearing me arrive, she looked up and smiled at me. I smiled back, responding, "You look pretty good today." Shi Ruyan put down the book. "I have rehab later. My physical condition has improved a lot recently. My upper body has basically recovered. It's just the lower body that still needs care. I can only use a wheelchair for now. I have to follow the treatment plan and do rehab every day. Will it be convenient for the therapist to visit the house later?" "Convenient? I've already arranged everything." Shi Ruyan paused, then said, "Auntie said the preparations at Bitao Garden are complete. We can move in any time. Then let's wait for my grandfather to arrive." I checked my recent schedule, just in time to finish attending Wang Teng's engagement party. Wang Teng. Shi Ruyan felt the name was familiar. In her mind, she searched for a moment. Is that the child from the Wang family who was switched? That's him. His engagement partner is a girl from a branch of your Shi family. I teased, "President Xie, if you don't recover quickly, your outside supporters will all run away. Careful, or when you return to the company, your competitors will have taken over." Shi Ruyan laughed. "Competitors who rely on marriage alliances with small families for support. To compare them with me, isn't that underestimating me a bit?" I squinted at her and asked, "Aren't you angry? This Wang Teng was originally planned by the Wangs to marry you." Shi Ruyan wanted to say, "What does it have to do with Wang Teng? The one with the arranged marriage was clearly me." But those words were a bit. She paused, then said, "Not angry. After all, it has nothing to do with me. If I hadn't fallen ill last year, the engagement would have been dissolved long ago. If you hadn't mentioned his name today, I wouldn't have remembered such a person existed." Shortly after I absorbed enough energy and left, Shi Weili came to visit Shi Ruyan as usual. After chatting a bit about the Shi family situation, Shi Ruyan brought up the matter of the two of us. Although young Master Zhang and I are publicly declared fiancé and fiancée, privately, we cannot break the rules. To avoid anyone offending young Master Zhang, he saved my life. Perhaps I should presume to ask if he is willing to recognize me as a sworn sister. Later, when everything is resolved, he will be the rightful young master of our Xie family. Shi Weili was stunned. "You mean for the old master to recognize Zhang Heng as a grandson?" Shi Ruyan said, "As long as Zhang Heng agrees, grandfather will definitely consent." Shi Weili hesitated for a moment. "All right, I will go back and speak to the old master today. There shouldn't be any problem on his end." Old Master Xie indeed agreed immediately. He called Shi Ruyan that very night, telling her it was a good idea, asking her to ask me. "You ask Zhang Heng if he is willing, then this is a blessing for our Shi family. We will write him into the genealogy." Shi Ruyan told me this fact. The day before, I had just finished chatting with the Wang family about my engagement to Xie Ruyan. In the intervals of running around for Wang Teng's engagement party, Father and Mother Wang visited Old Master Xie to discuss the arranged marriage between Xie Ruyan and me. They did not know that Xie Ruyan had already awoken, nor did they know I had already met the Shi family, and had reached an agreement with them to maintain the engagement temporarily. Anxiously, they entered the Xie family mansion. After listening to their purpose, Old Master Xie calmly tested the waters. This arranged marriage was set when Old Wang was still alive. Actually, it could be considered a joke. Everyone is clear about my granddaughter's condition. She is lying there unconscious right now. Are you really willing to fulfill the engagement? Father Wang hurriedly said, "A gentleman's word is harder to retract than a team of horses. Since my father made this promise while he was alive, we, as children and juniors, should fulfill it. How could we go back on it?" Old Master Shi's brow twitched. Mr. Wang truly has high integrity. Father Wang didn't hear the hidden meaning. Thinking he was truly being praised, his body, tense since entering the room, relaxed a little. "Not at all. Not at all. It is what we should do." Old Master Xie pulled the corner of his mouth. "I heard you have another son under your care, who is holding an engagement banquet with the Deong family's daughter next week." Father Wang replied in fear and trepidation. "Yes," he nervously explained. "It is also quite a coincidence. My younger son grew up with her as childhood sweethearts. It's popular now to get engaged early and marry later. The children wanted to confirm the relationship early. We adults shouldn't interfere too much, so we went along with their wishes. Just now, when discussing the engagement between me and Shi Ruyan, he mentioned nothing of the party's wishes. Now speaking of Wang Teng and Xie Yanran, he pushed all responsibility onto the young people. Old Master Shi slowly drank a sip of tea, hiding the contempt in his eyes. Then your esteemed house truly has a deep destiny with the Xie family. Mother Wang hadn't spoken for a long time since entering. Seeing Old Master Shi's attitude was decent, she couldn't help but get an idea. She said carefully, I wonder if Elder Shi would have time to grace the banquet with his presence. Old Master Xie looked at her. The Wang family wants to use their son to marry into a Shi branch family. And they still want to invite him to the banquet. Do they really think he's old and senile? He said indifferently, I'm afraid I must disappoint Madame Wang's kindness. Company affairs are busy. I cannot get away. It is not very convenient. No harm, no harm. Mother Wang was rejected, and receiving a warning glare from her husband, she smiled awkwardly and dared not speak again. After coming out of the Shi mansion and getting into the Wang family car, Father Wang said with an ugly expression, Have you lost your mind? We are engaging with the third Miss Xie, only to keep a foot in the door. Little Teng's marriage to Xie Yanran is the key point. If you invite Elder Xie, what will Diong think? Mother Wang was weak in spirit. Anyway, we settled both at the same time. Both sides are matters everyone knows about. Matters everyone knows about cannot be spoken of in the open. Father Wang emphasized his tone. Knowing it in one's heart and visible embarrassment are two different things. All their chips are actually on Xi Deong. Of course, we must prioritize Xi Deong. However, Mother Wang thought of what Old Master Xie had just said. The Xi family said that after Little Teng's engagement party, they would let Zhang Heng move into the Xie home. Why did you agree so readily? Aren't we holding an engagement party for them? With third Miss Shi's condition, how can we hold a banquet? Father Wang frowned. Just let him move over there. It will also make it convenient for us to pry for news about the Xi family. He instructed Mother Wang, I know you care about face. You love grand, vain things. Rest assured, once Deong and the others establish themselves, we can reap the benefits alongside them. So after I returned home, I happily acquired a fiancé approved by parents on both sides. Father and Mother Wang originally thought that I would be suspicious about moving into the Xi house. Unexpectedly, I asked nothing and agreed directly. At this point, my initial plan had been fully implemented, and now that Shi Ruyan said she wanted to adopt me as a sworn brother, I was momentarily stunned. Right? Why didn't I think of that? The method to deepen the karma between Xie Ruyan and me, besides a marriage contract, could also be kinship. If I had become sworn kin with the Xie family from the start, actually there would have been no need for a marriage contract. Shi Ruyan said, many people know about the engagement between the Xie and Wang families. In the eyes of outsiders, I am still in a comatose state. To cancel the engagement rashly would actually be somewhat strange. How about this? Once my lifespan issue is resolved, we will announce the dissolution of the engagement and formally hold the sworn kinship ceremony. For this period, I must ask you to endure the injustice. I agreed to it. Shi Ruyan's gaze was gentle. Then in private, just treat the Xie family as your family. I've taken advantage of the situation. I not only enjoyed the grace of having my life saved, but also gained a formidable younger brother. I joked, being my sister isn't easy. You have to clear my shopping cart. Help me buy until. Shi Ruyan said, what difficulty is there in that? If you want, you'll have someone buy shares of the companies you like for you. I exclaimed, rich and imposing. Looks like I profited. The two of us looked at each other and smiled. The atmosphere in the hospital room was exceptionally relaxed and joyful. The day before Wang Teng's engagement party, I received a huge pile of things sent by the Xie family. The visitor claimed to be a steward of the Xie clan. When we arrived at the sunroom, I was stunned to see the gift boxes piled high on the sofa. What is all this? The Xi steward stood up with a smile, bowing at the waist to me. Good afternoon, young Master Zhang. The third Miss knows young Master is attending a banquet tomorrow, so she had me send over some of the season's new formal wear from various brands, to prevent anything chosen outside from being uncomfortable to wear. I pointed to the 40 or 50 gift boxes on the sofa. These are all suits, the Xi steward said respectfully. Yes, these are all styles and colors screened by the third Miss. She said you would like them. I raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Shi Ruyan is pretty impressive. How long have we known each other? And she dares to say he'll definitely like them. Let me take a look. I spent fully over 3 hours unpacking. Before I finished looking through everything Xie Ruyan sent, I kept 3 sets of suits I selected, and the matching jewelry and watches. I called the housekeeper, Uncle Feng, and had him send them to my room. As for the rest, I thought for a moment, send them all to Bitao Garden. If they stay here, they'll just have to be moved later. The Xi steward responded, and immediately called the people waiting in the car to come in and organize. In a few minutes, the sunroom was restored to spotless cleanliness. Since young Master Zhang has made his selection, then my task for today is complete. The Xi steward stood up and checked the time, then bowed and took his leave. The next day, 5:00 p.m., Banshan Hotel, 6th floor banquet hall. Looking around, it was filled with suits and leather shoes, the fragrance of clothes and the blur of shadowed faces. the flowing light on the champagne tower, and the jewelry on the guests coming and going, shone in mutual brilliance, forming the unique sense of luxury of high society. The young masters and ladies of various families were already accustomed to such social occasions. Basically, they just sighed at the exquisiteness of the Banshan Hotel and began chatting in small groups. Originally, everyone was talking about the protagonists of today's engagement party and the alliance between the Wang and Shi families. But as they chatted, mention was made of the bizarre true and fake heir matter of the Wang family recently. Have you heard? The biological son of the Wang family, who was switched, has returned. Has even studying at the same school as Wang Teng. That's old news. Everyone has known for a long time. You sound like your house just got internet. Wang Teng walked past the side of the chatting crowd, his lips hooked up involuntarily. He walked up to a young woman wearing a pink floral strapless evening gown and affectionately took her hand. Calling softly Yan, Xie Yanran turned back and pecked his cheek. "Ah, Teng, you look so handsome today." Wang Teng immediately echoed, "Yan is beautiful too," she teased in return. "Still calling me Yan? After the engagement today, Teng will have to change the form of address, right?" Wang Teng changed it with delight. "Wife." While the two were flirting, Mother Wang walked over. She first greeted Xie Yanran before asking Wang Teng, "Have you seen Jiang Heng? Why hasn't he arrived yet?" Since Xie Yanran was right there, Wang Teng had a thought. A look of worry and helplessness instantly appeared on his face. "Mom, Brother Jiang Heng despised the suits I gave him, saying they weren't good-looking enough. He said he wanted to prepare his own. I don't know what he will wear today." Mother Wang was both shocked and angry. "The suits you gave him last time were all custom-made, and he despised them. If he doesn't wear those, what will he wear? Where would he get preparations? He also refused the makeup team I asked you to find for him." Wang Teng had never actually mentioned it to me, but at this moment, he nodded without hesitation. Brother Jiang Heng said since his surname isn't Wang, he doesn't care to use the Wang family's things. Mother Wang thought of how I had indeed said that I had no destiny with the Wang surname, and immediately believed Wang Teng's story. Growing up in a small mountain village, he just doesn't cut it. It's one thing to be sensible, but he doesn't know what's good for him. On such an important occasion today, he is throwing away the face of both the Wang and Shi families. Xi Yanran listened for a while and understood what they were discussing. The person from the Wang family who was switched and just returned. She immediately comforted them both, saying it didn't matter. If his attire is problematic later, just arrange for someone to take him upstairs to rest. It won't affect anything. Mother Wang nodded with an unpleasant expression. "That's all we can do. If I had known, I wouldn't have let him come." She hadn't finished speaking when she was interrupted by the sound of gasps from the front. The three of them were speaking with their backs to the hall entrance and hadn't been paying attention to their surroundings. Only now did they realize the lively banquet hall had suddenly fallen quiet. In the massive venue, surprisingly, not a single person was speaking. Even the piano music had stopped. Everyone seemed to have lost the ability to speak. Can only stare blankly at that person walking in. That was a young man, handsome beyond description. I was wearing a perfectly tailored deep blue suit, paired with a white shirt featuring embroidery at the collar. The black trousers made my upright figure appear even more slender and tall. The leather shoes on my feet tapped against the marble floor, making a crisp, clear sound, seeming to echo in harmony with the low murmurs of the hall. Such handsomeness, wherever I walked, drew ceaseless exclamations of amazement from those around. The Banshan Hotel's world-renowned diamond crystal chandelier seemed to lose its luster in the reflection of my eyes. Wherever I passed, the sound of uncontrollable inhaling immediately arose. There were even young girls who wolfishly covered their noses to stop the flow, yet refused to shift their gazes away from me. In this environment, which was suffocatingly tense, everyone heard me use a voice as cool and steady as spring water hitting jade to ask a nearby server, "I am Jiang Heng. May I ask where my seat is arranged?" That server, who had seen countless grand occasions, was so shaken by my aura she stumbled back a few steps, blushing instantly from her face to her neck. She hurriedly averted her gaze to stare at the floor. Her brain was so chaotic she stammered when speaking. "What? Sorry, could you trouble yourself to say the name again?" I had encountered similar reactions countless times this afternoon, so I was not surprised, and patiently repeated, "Jiang Heng, please check my seating arrangement." The server, dizzy and disoriented, flipped through the documents in her hand and found those two characters on the first page of the groom's family list. "Okay, please follow me." Although she no longer looked at me, she was still so overwhelmed by my looks and aura that she walked awkwardly, almost forgetting how to move her feet properly. Fortunately, these servers had worked for many years and were very familiar with the banquet hall's layout. Even if her reason was lost, she could still lead me to the correct location by instinct. Although Wang Teng detested me, we were, after all, family in name, so he still arranged my seat at table 3 in the groom's family section. Whether intentional or not, my seat was quite a distance away from Father and Mother Wang, and the table reserved for the parents of Xie Yanran. I didn't care about these things. and couldn't be bothered to pay attention. Instead, I spotted an acquaintance at my table at a glance. Mi Ping was wearing a black jacket with a standing collar. Her makeup was exquisite, originally sitting there looking cool and charming, but the moment she saw me, she suddenly covered her eyes and turned her head away rapidly. "What's wrong?" I walked towards her in confusion, leaning down slightly to get closer. "Are your eyes bothering you?" After I examined her up close, I found Mi Ping's ears and profile were dripping red. I couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Do you have an allergy?" Mi Ping's fingers covering her eyes twitched. She peeked at me secretly through the gaps in her fingers. Her head spun, and she let out a miserable cry that was both painful and blissful. "Oh heavens. Zhang Heng," I said with a serious tone, "you really seem to be having an allergic reaction. I see even your neck is red. It looks more serious than before. Do you need me to take you to the hospital?" No, Mi Ping denied it repeatedly. "I'm fine. She explained stammeringly. "I'm just a little intoxicated," secretly adding in her heart, "The name of this wine is Zhang Heng. No need to drink. Anyone who sees him today will get intoxicated." I let out an "oh," without suspicion. "Then rest a bit. If you really don't feel well, you can call a server." Mi Ping didn't dare to put her hands down at all, nodding frantically with her eyes closed. I turned and returned to my seat. After her sequence of actions, the people in the banquet hall seemed to wake from a dream. The silent hall recovered its sound. People began to converse again, but everyone's expression appeared strange, their gazes frequently and unanimously drifting toward my direction. I took a sip of wine, feeling the taste was average, my brows furrowed slightly. I whispered to a server beside me who had a dreamy look on her face, "Please get me a glass of lemon water." "Thank you," the server answered stutteringly. "Oh, right away?" She retreated hastily to prepare the water. Only then did I lift my head and carefully look around at the people at my table. The large round table had a total of 8 seats, but because it wasn't time for the banquet yet, beside me, only 3 people were seated. Mi Ping was covering her eyes, and as for the remaining 2, whoever met my gaze would instantly turn bright red in the face. One lady was particularly exaggerated, actually knocking over a wine glass in her panic. I was rarely this bewildered. Starting from halfway through my styling this afternoon, the people around me seemed a bit off. First, the stylist arranging my cuffs muttered to himself, "Mr. Zhang, you really shouldn't go out." Then, from getting out of the car to sitting in this seat, everyone I met along the way had strange expressions and shifting eyes. I thought to myself, is there a problem? There shouldn't be. That is Zhang Heng, the brother Ah Teng just brought back. Shi Yanran stared blankly in my direction, hesitantly asking Father Wang and Wang Teng, wasn't he supposed to be a rude, savage, ignorant villager? How is he like this? Mother Wang still hadn't quite reacted, answering in a daze. Yes, Shi Yanran spoke no more. After her shock passed, she gradually sobered up. Instead, complex emotions slowly rose in her eyes. Wang Teng didn't notice his fiancée's anomaly. His gaze fell upon me, unable to pull away. Unconsciously, his teeth had bitten through his lower lip. If anyone looked closely, they would discover he was even trembling slightly. Zhang Heng, how could he? Shouldn't he be wearing those clothes with disastrous aesthetics? Shouldn't he be without matching accessories? Shouldn't he be looking dejected while watching my glorious engagement? Why did it turn out like this? Why, as soon as he returned to the Wang family, did he make him look inferior in every way by comparison? Why, the moment he appeared at the banquet, did he make the protagonist me reduced to a mere foil? Infinite panic bred deep within Wang Teng's heart. Having been the young master of the Wang family for 19 years, he was long accustomed to the noble life. He didn't want to be outshined, especially not by a young man who grew up in a mountain village. He had completely forgotten that he was the dove occupying the magpie's nest, that the 19 years of life he enjoyed actually belonged to me. He just clenched his teeth and finally made a decision. Those socialites who had discussed me earlier were even more stunned. They looked at each other, wanting to crack some jokes with one another. To cover up the situation just now, their throats moved, but they found they couldn't say a word. Those who could attend this banquet today had all seen the world, big and small, and had seen all kinds of handsome men, top stars in the entertainment industry, peerless beauties hidden among the populace, rarely seen family members of high-ranking households. Everyone's aesthetic standards were different. Their criteria for a great handsome man were also different. Logically, it's hard to have a unanimous consensus on who is the most handsome. But after seeing me with their own eyes tonight, they suddenly realized, turns out there really is someone so good-looking they can unify aesthetics. A heiress who previously said she was afraid of being clung to gazed at me infatuatedly, unsure if she was talking to herself or asking for opinions. Can I ask for his contact information? The best friend beside her had complex emotions and shut her down without thinking. What do you want his contact for? Didn't you say this kind of person loves to dream, and you have to avoid them carefully? That heiress was left speechless, defending herself pallidly and weakly. I meant most people before. I didn't mean him. I just want to treat him to a meal. She was still a bit dizzy, but knew clearly in her heart, among these people in the banquet hall now, how many didn't want to treat him to a meal? Sure enough, no one refuted her. With a bright moon and precious jewel before them, who wouldn't want to get a little closer? I thought about it for a long time, about what was inappropriate about me, but still couldn't figure it out. So I used my phone to send a message to Mi Ping. Do you feel the people in the banquet hall are a bit strange? After I went to the Mi family to read their feng shui last time, we exchanged contact information. During this period, Mi Ping would occasionally send me funny videos and chat. When I was at school, she even brought me milk tea and fried chicken and shared snacks. Our current relationship was quite good, probably counting as ordinary friends. Mi Ping had just adjusted her emotions, and the heat on her face had gone down. When she saw my message, she froze, thinking, no way, in this day and age, is there really someone unaware of his own handsomeness? She tentatively replied, has no one ever praised you for being very good looking? I saw she didn't answer my question, but asked this instead. I glanced at her and lowered my head to type. Your question is so weird. Mi Ping's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that, because I grew up in the mountains, really no one ever told me exactly how handsome I am? Then she saw me follow up with, quite a few people praise me for looking good. What's there to ask about that? In modern society, unless a handsome guy is isolated from the world and sees no outsiders, otherwise, he must be praised from childhood to adulthood. How could he not know he's handsome? Mi Ping felt this made perfect sense. But here's the problem. Why do I seem unable to realize what kind of sensation I've caused? She felt she couldn't clarify this in a few messages, and because she was sitting at my table, being watched by countless gazes felt like thorns in her back. So she simply turned off her phone and called me to go to the restroom. As soon as Mi Ping and I left the table, many people at the banquet immediately became restless. A few bold ones followed. I walked outside the restroom, but didn't go in. I tipped my chin at Mi Ping, signaling her to look at those little tails outside. I've encountered nothing but strange people today. I cast a divination, but didn't find any issues. I can't understand it. Mi Ping did mental preparation for a long time. Being this close to me, she still had some trouble breathing. She didn't dare look at my face. Her gaze landed on the sharp jawline at my neck. Have you ever considered? It might be because you are too handsome. I said strangely, I know I look good, but what does that have to do with these people? Mi Ping was stunned, subconsciously wanting to look up at me, but lifting halfway, she quickly retracted her gaze. It's precisely because you look good that it's like this? I was completely baffled. I don't seem to understand the causality here. By that logic, you are good looking too. There are many good looking people here today too. Mi Ping widened her eyes. How can that be the same? I asked back, what's different? The air was static for a moment. Mi Ping suddenly realized. Wait, I said, as a matter of course. There isn't much difference originally. Aren't all good-looking people about the same? I was immune to all beauty, because I felt all beauty was about the same. Even I myself was about the same. Mi Ping gasped, mouth wide open. For a moment, she didn't know if she should feel honored or feel it was absurd. After a long while, she said weakly, this must count as a scam of astronomical proportions. Too ridiculous. Zhongheng actually thinks his handsomeness is only about the same as us ordinary people. If you say this out loud, people will think you are Versailles in humble bragging. Mi Ping said painfully, I beg you, look in the mirror. Is the Wang family so poor they don't have a mirror for you, that you would have this illusion? She pointed to the huge square mirror above the sink. Different. We are really different. Good looks are also graded. If we are a 1, then you are a 15. I laughed. Is the full score 20 or 10? Mi Ping said helplessly. You are an off-the-charts contestant. I didn't think it was that exaggerated. Mi Ping made it sound like I was the reincarnation of some deity. While the two of us were talking, a tall woman in an evening gown walked out of the restroom. She froze upon seeing me. Her eyes obviously lit up. Mi Ping and I stood near the sink talking in low voices. She walked gracefully past us. After washing her hands, while taking out hand cream from her bag to apply, she sized me up in the mirror. Her features were exquisite, but held a trace of wild beauty. To use current internet slang, she was very alpha. But her eyes were contrary to her appearance, both gentle and sticky, like a dense net trying to entangle a person inside. I quickly sensed her scrutiny and turned my head to look at her in confusion. Seeing me look over the beauty in the gown, not only didn't dodge, but playfully winked her left eye and blew me a kiss. I looked at her, seemingly bewildered. Seeing this, the beauty in the gown chuckled low. Leaning against the sink, she praised. You are truly handsome. I didn't understand why the stranger suddenly started praising me. But out of politeness, I should still say, thank you. Mi Ping reacted, pupils shaking, just as she wanted to speak up to stop it. She heard the beauty in the gown ask again. Perhaps fate would allow us to have breakfast together tomorrow. Mi Ping turned her face away painfully. Inviting someone for breakfast? I'm not understanding it in that way, am I? Afraid I might misunderstand. I had to tactfully refuse. No, I am more used to eating breakfast at home. The beauty in the gown laughed, putting away the hand cream, bringing a burst of rich fragrance as she approached me. I was already 1.88 meters tall, considered quite tall among men, but this woman was only half a head shorter than me. When she got close, there was a faint sense of aggression. Going to your house is fine too. I don't mind. In my past and present lives, I never lacked admirers. Whether open crushes or secret ones, combined, they could circle the earth. It wasn't that there weren't bold ones. When I was cultivating back then, there was a suitor who heard I liked jade and blocked my door with cartloads of top-quality emeralds to confess her love. But a woman as hot and direct as the one before me was the first I had encountered. Beside me, Mi Ping hurriedly said, "Beauty, you might have misunderstood. He isn't. He likes men." The beauty in the gown seemed to just notice Mi Ping. She glanced at her and said airily, "I like men too. What does that matter?" Mi Ping went, "Huh?" Asked this by the other party. She almost questioned herself. Does that really not matter? The beauty in the gown smiled at me again. "Baby, don't limit your gender so strictly. Men have men's benefits. Sisters have sisters' wonders too." Fortunately, there was no one else in the washroom area. We three spoke here for a long time and saw no one else enter or exit. Otherwise, if the shocking words of the beauty in the gown were heard, others would think the three of us had some chaotic relationship. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but whether man or woman, I temporarily have no such thoughts. All right? The beauty in the gown shrugged, although her expression was somewhat regretful. She didn't pester. She took out a business card from her bag and handed it to me. "Then he'll take a number and get in line first. If you consider it in the future, you can consider me first." I took the business card and took a look. The beauty's name was Shen Youwei. Shen Youwei gave a private card without excess information, just a name and a phone number. But I also knew someone who could enter such a high-end hotel was naturally either rich or noble, as long as one cared to ask. I would know just by asking around outside later. After putting away the card, I smiled slightly at her. "Okay." Shen Youwei tidied her loose hair and left with a catwalk strut. Mi Ping whispered with a sigh, "When she was talking to you just now, I thought of a meme." "What meme?" I asked curiously. Mi Ping pulled out her phone to show me. "Just this one, saying hello directly. Greeting. Hi wife. Is it alike?" I saw that stick figure funny meme and associating it with Shen Youwei's flirting just now. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Interrupted by Shen Youwei like this, the two of us stopped discussing the topic about whether I was handsome or not. The banquet had already started by now. We had to go back and show our faces, but we too forgot the little tails that followed us out. One of them was hovering sneakily at the corner of the corridor. As soon as I exited the washroom area, she rushed out ahead of everyone, blocking my way stiffly. Around us, sounds of sighing immediately arose. I looked at this beautiful young girl before me, my gaze pausing briefly on her forehead. "Who are you?" "I am called Leng Qingqiu. Our family is Leng Industries." Leng Qingqiu didn't dare look directly at me either, face exploding with red, stammering as she reported her family background. After speaking, she realized belatedly that introducing herself so directly wasn't very distinctive. With a thought, she suddenly remembered a boy who chased her once said. Her name came from a poem, very elegant and beautiful. She had looked it up specifically back then, and still remembered that line. She hurriedly added, "It's the Leng Qingqiu from Empty Mountains After Fresh Rain. Weather comes late to autumn." Note, Qingqiu implies clear, cool autumn. She felt this made her appear cultured, different from ordinary rich heiresses. But unexpectedly, I suddenly sighed. Leng Qingqiu was panic-stricken. "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" I was silent for a moment, then said, "My condolences." Beside me, Mi Ping couldn't help but retort. How did hitting on someone lead to my condolences? Is this some new tactic to reject admirers? I turned to ask Mi Ping, "Do you have something to write with?" Mi Ping shook her head subconsciously. "No? Will lipstick do?" "It works." I took Mi Ping's designer lipstick, pulled a handkerchief from Leng Qingqiu, wrote a string of numbers, and handed the handkerchief back to Leng Qingqiu. "If you need it later, you can contact me." Before Leng Qingqiu could feel ecstatic about receiving my contact information, she saw me looking at her with a pitiable expression. "If you have time right now, you can call your mother, although it might be too late." Leng Qingqiu was stunned. She subconsciously checked the current time. It was 1846. At this hour, her parents should be eating at home. Why call her? Also, what did I mean by what I just said? Why did it sound so ominous? "Zhengheng, what you just said." Mi Ping knew my abilities and came to her senses at this moment, a bit unbelieving. "Could it be?" I nodded. "It's just as you think." Mi Ping was shocked. "How can that be? Did something just happen to her mother?" On both sides of the forehead, left and right of the eyes, are the sun and moon horns. The horns govern the parents. I explained to her in a low voice. As soon as I saw her, I found her sun horn slightly collapsed, brows carrying a cone shape, forehead energy dark and gloomy. These all foretell her parents are currently in crisis, and it is very likely the mother. Mi Ping understood some of the logic, but was still unsure. I continued. Originally, I couldn't be completely sure either. The two of us had walked back to the banquet hall. I stopped talking and switched seats with someone next to Mi Ping. But after she said that one sentence, I could be certain. What did she say? Didn't she only make a self-introduction? It was precisely that introduction I repeated Leng Qingchu's words. She said her name is a line of poetry. That line is, empty mountains after fresh rain. Weather comes late to autumn. I explained. This poem comes from Wang Wei's Autumn Evening in the Mountains. Mi Ping was a little embarrassed, thinking she seemed to have no impression of this famous ancient line. I continued, in metaphysics, there is a divination method called external signs, also called plum blossom divination. The origin of the name has a story. Legend has it that during the Northern Song dynasty, a gentleman named Shao Kengji was admiring flowers in his plum garden. When he saw two sparrows pecking at each other and falling, he predicted that the next day there would surely be a neighbor girl climbing the tree to pick flowers and falling from the tree to get injured. Then the prediction came true. People believe everything has a pattern. Heaven, earth, sun, moon, cold, and heat alternate, are all destined fates and variables in the unseen world. Seemingly unrelated things might actually be omens. External signs are based on the specific time and place. Everything happening around you, every movement produced to cast a divination. I originally couldn't be certain about Leng Qingchu's mother, whether something really happened to her, but she happened to recite a poem at that exact time. This is the external sign. As Mi Ping listened, her mouth unconsciously fell open, feeling both shocked and finding it truly too mysterious. After I finished speaking, I was thirsty, so I poured a glass of water and drank it all. Just then, Mi Ping asked me, I heard my brother say he's negotiating a deal recently. The final result isn't certain yet. Can you see when he will get the news? When I put down the water glass, I accidentally bumped the chopsticks on the plate. I glanced at the chopsticks and said, at this moment, the chopsticks fell onto the table. This is the external sign. Chopsticks Kwai represent the trigram Sun. Shun represents news. The chopsticks are pointing towards home. 2 days from now is a home day. I guess your brother will get the news in 2 days. Okay. Mi Ping took out her phone, typing furiously. I'll tell my brother right now. She sent a message to Miyan. Brother, don't worry. That contract of yours will have a result in 2 days. After sending it, she felt that her tone today and attitude were both very gentle and considerate, thinking to herself, not bad. Miyan will surely be flattered and surprised. After waiting for a long time, the phone vibrated once. She couldn't wait to click it open, only to see Miyan replied with one sentence. Say it. How much do you want this time? Mi Ping sighed helplessly. Men are all pigs. Throughout the engagement banquet, what was said and what was done, Mi Ping and I were completely oblivious. Ever since Mi Ping received Mi Yan's message, she grabbed onto me and started complaining. I find many girls wish they had an older brother, thinking a brother can protect them and stuff. Let me tell you, it's all a dream. When I was in 2nd grade, my brother was already in 6th grade. He was losing his baby teeth then. My parents restricted him from eating sweets, not allowing him to eat candy, so he would secretly steal my chocolates to eat. You know those chocolates wrapped in foil, placed in a jar? My brother, he was especially wicked. After eating them, he was afraid I'd find out. So every day he'd dig a small scoop of mashed sweet potato from the kitchen, wrap it in the chocolate foil, and give it to me to eat. He even lied to me, saying it was a new flavor. I asked curiously, then how did you find out? Mi Ping said indignantly, one time he dug too hurriedly and dug up a big piece of sweet potato skin for me. No matter how silly I was, I knew chocolate couldn't have skin. I burst out laughing. The siblings I had seen in my past life were all polite, with clear boundaries. None were like Mi Ping and Mi Yan's bickering mode. But I could tell, although the siblings complained about each other, their relationship was obviously very good. I was amused by Mi Ping, but didn't know how lethal my smile was. Like the bright moon rising from the sea, illuminating the shimmering waves, or like the spring breeze brushing past branches, instantly causing flowers to bloom like brocade. Facing my smile, Mi Ping had her voice stuck in her throat suddenly, instantly forgetting what she was going to say next. The whole table couldn't hear what they were saying, but the people whose gazes had been circling around me all froze in unison. Those peeking from nearby were simply entranced. What are you doing? Xianran, holding a wine glass, stood before the table, looking around with a smile. Why is it so quiet over here? She spoke to everyone, but her pair of lustrous peach blossom eyes stared fixedly at me. I met her gaze, feeling curious in my heart. The Xie family's eyes were surprisingly all so good-looking, though I didn't know if it was the influence of maternal genetics. Shi Ruyan's eyes were typical phoenix eyes, the double eyelids like a half-opened fan. Even when not smiling, the tails of the eyes tilted upward, combined with a high nose and thin lips. Her temperament was very cold and noble, belonging to the kind of person who looked like a big shot at first glance, while Xie Yanran had a pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes, eyelids pale pink, the curvature of the eyes seductive. Looking at anyone seemed full of affection. When I read Wang Teng's face before, I guessed his lover was fickle. Scrutinizing Xie Yanran now, I found she indeed had the capital to be a fickle lover. She was so young and beautiful, rich and powerful, and looking at you with affection. Such a wealthy heiress, how many people could dislike her? No wonder every time Wang Teng mentioned her, he was both shy and proud. Someone at the table saw Xie Yanran come over, and quickly stood up to exchange pleasantries. We haven't congratulated Miss Xie on the good match yet. A perfect pair of mandarin ducks. When someone stood up, Xianran took a step to the side to yield. With this step, she was even closer to me, separated by only one person. She took the opportunity to walk to my side, raising her glass with a smile. Thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend the banquet today. The ball is about to begin. I'll toast everyone first. Everyone chimed in agreement. I also held my glass of lemon water as a gesture. After Xianran finished the wine in her glass, she handed the glass to a server nearby. Her arm seemed to tilt inadvertently. The tray in the server's hand was bumped by her and immediately tilted. Half a glass of red wine poured with a splash onto the young girl beside me. I turned sideways to dodge the splashing liquid. The server hurriedly apologized to the girl. Xianran reacted incredibly fast, arranging, hurry, and take the honored guest upstairs to change clothes. The girl looked at me, who was close at hand, and unwillingly left the seat next to the handsome guy, while Xianran sat down smoothly, smiling gently at me. We haven't met before, so you are Wang Teng's older brother. Then should I also call you brother? The word brother was spoken by her with immense lingering tenderness. Like a whisper between lovers, my gaze didn't move an inch. I said indifferently, neither kin nor friend. I don't count as any brother. Xianran wasn't embarrassed in the slightest. Laughing, she said, how can that be? Since you've returned to the Wang family, we are family. By the way, Zhang Heng, I can call you that, right? I said, the name is right there. Call me whatever you want. Xianran's eyes rippled, hooking onto me like hooks. The name Zhang Heng is truly well chosen. It has the perseverance of Heng constancy and embodies brother's capability. Almost every sentence she spoke tested the boundaries back and forth. I said lukewarmly, nothing is more romantic and fickle than Miss Xi. Xianran smiled, taking it as a compliment. The engagement procedure ended. The ball was about to begin. It was precisely banquet time. Surroundings were noisy and lively, and the space between seats was quite wide. Relying on the fact that outsiders couldn't hear, Xianran was truly bold. Clearly seeing I had no intention of engaging with her, she still dared to approach me. I heard, Brother Zhang Heng also has an arranged marriage with our Xie family. Is Brother Zhang Heng willing to marry someone who is nearly 30? She asked. I finally raised my eyes to look at her. Whether I'm willing or not, what does it have to do with you? Xianran curled her lips, smiling beautifully. I see Brother Zhang Heng is so handsome and young. I'm afraid you haven't tasted the flavor of love yet. Have you? How could I bear to see you marry a dying person? Why not consider me? I didn't get angry. Tapping the glass in my hand, I asked indifferently, then what about Wang Teng? Xianran said carelessly, if you don't mind, let him be the official husband. If you do mind, just settle him somewhere casually. I let out an "oh," turning over the phone that was face down on the table. I turned off the recording and said politely, thank you for contributing a rather unpleasant voice clip. I will remember to send it to the Wang family. Xianran froze, not knowing since when I had been recording, but handsome guys always have the right to be naive. Xianran said airily, you don't possibly think our two families are uniting truly because of the feelings between Wang Teng and me, do you? Believe it or not, even if I openly flirt with you in front of the Wang family, Zhang Heng, the ball is about to start, accompany me to touch up my makeup. Having heard for a long time that Xianran was fickle, seeing her constantly approaching me to talk right now made me feel uncomfortable. The Wang family was chaotic enough as it was. The identities of Wang Teng and me had already caused much discussion outside. If I got involved in any relationship with Wang Teng's fiancée, who knows what nonsense people would spout. I paused and said, okay. Then, without looking at Xianran again, I directly picked up my phone and followed Mi Ping upstairs. While Xianran sat in her original seat, watching me get up, she lowered her eyes, her expression ambiguous. Mi Ping pulled me away. While fixing her stray hairs, she educated me about the rumors surrounding Xianran. Zhang Heng, you weren't in the imperial capital before. You don't know that this group of heiresses plays very wild. Have you heard of Zhonglingchen? Zhonglingchen is a famous high-end clubhouse in the imperial capital. I heard it has immense financial power and a mysterious background. Last time I heard someone say, Xianran and her close circle of wealthy heiresses have a private room at Zhonglingchen. They find those fresh meat internet celebrities to, Then they make the sick fresh meat kneel there and beat them. Whoever guesses correctly which one falls first is the winner. I frowned. How do you know? I was ignorant back then, wanting to go everywhere. Mi Ping said, looking a little embarrassed. Once I went to Zhonglingchen and accidentally walked into the wrong room. I saw a group of boys kneeling on the floor wearing nothing. Hearing the door open, they didn't even lift their heads but shouted, Master. It scared me silly. Later, I ran home and told my brother. My brother scolded me severely. To scare me, he even told me a lot about the shady business inside, saying there are special rooms full of whips and toys. People often play too hard and cause accidents in there. Hearing this left a bad taste in my mouth. I asked, are those boys willing? Mi Ping wrinkled her nose. They say it's consensual, because they pay enough. I fell silent, only to hear Mi Ping say again, later when the ball starts, there will surely be many people inviting you for the first dance. You are not allowed to say yes to anyone else. You must save it for me. I smiled slightly. Okay, dancing only with you today is fine too. However, although the two of us agreed well, plans could not keep up with changes. The ball that day, I ultimately couldn't attend. The ball started at 8:30. At 7:40, I received a message from Xie Ruyan. Xie Ruyan asked if I could come to Bitao Garden, saying the Xie family members were all there. Xie Ruyan rarely took the initiative to ask me to do anything. Making a request so suddenly, I subconsciously thought it must be relatively important. I said goodbye to Mi Ping and hurriedly left the banquet hall. While walking out, I heard guests discussing. Didn't they say Song Junliang, the boss of Chenshan Hotel, would attend today? Why haven't we seen him? They said he's not coming again, saying there's some important matter. Is there an important matter, or is he simply not giving face? But no one dares to ask. Ha ha ha, didn't you see neither the Xie nor the Wang family said anything? Hey, speaking of Song Junliang, have you heard the gossip from a while back? About Song Junliang, mention of the boss of Chanshan Group, reminded me, oh right, Father Wang had said before that the Shi family invited Song Junliang to attend this engagement banquet, but Song Junliang was sent by me to pick up grandfather. He should still be on the road to the capital right now, sightseeing. He definitely couldn't make it. During the phone call this morning, Zhang Hongren even said he liked the scenery along the way and wanted to take a closer look. I wonder if they have arrived at the hotel to rest by now. While I was thinking of others, someone was thinking of me. Are we here? The rear car window rolled down, revealing a round face with kind brows and pleasant eyes. Song Junliang stepped out from the driver's seat, handed the car keys to the valet who approached, and ran to the back seat himself to open the door. Elder Zhang, we've arrived at the hotel. We'll stay here for tonight and tomorrow night. The old man in the back seat was my grandfather, Zhang Hongren. Under Song Junliang's attentive service, he stepped onto the red carpet laid on the hotel steps, looking at the shopping mall opposite the hotel, the video playing on the giant advertising screen, and the rows of skyscrapers. He sighed with emotion. It's truly lively. Yes, it is. Song Junliang laughed. The past 2 days, we passed through small cities. Arriving in Linan City today counts as finally arriving in a big city. Let me think. Zhang Hongren held the handrail walking into the hotel. All these years, that brat in the family has been running around, organizing this and that. How many years has it been since I came to such a lively place? 5 years? 8 years? It doesn't matter. Take a good look this time. If you are willing, we can stay as long as you like. Song Junliang walked closely behind Zhang Hongren, half a step back. I travel for business often, so I'm quite familiar with this area. Elder Zhang must give me a chance to show you my filial respect. You sure have a way with words. Song Junliang had arranged everything properly and thoughtfully along the way. Zhang Hongren praised him quite a bit. Song Junliang beamed with joy, only to hear Zhang Hongren say again, you young people whom that brat knew early on are all quite reliable. I remember that lad named Xueling is also not bad. The joy that just rose in Song Junliang faded. He barely remembered this was in front of Boss Zhang's grandfather, and didn't let his face fall. That bastard Xueling actually got Elder Zhang to remember his name. After Zhang Hongren mentioned him once, it seemed like he remembered him. Is he also in the imperial capital with you all? Song Junliang secretly undermined his rival. Oh my, Xueling is a young man. He has no patience to stay with an uncle like me. He is in Bindu. Zhang Hongren nodded. Bindu is also a good place. Song Junliang instantly became alert again. No way. The old master wouldn't prefer Bindu over the imperial capital, would he? If the old master liked it, and Boss Zhang waved his hand saying, go to Bindu, where would he go to cry then? Song Junliang calmly steered the topic back. Elder Zhang, the imperial capital has changed a lot in the last 2 years. You will definitely like it when you see it. Make way, make way. A crowd surged out from the side, surrounding an old man sitting in a wheelchair. Moving towards the elevator in the VIP area, 5 or 6 men in suits cleared the way in front. Passers-by dodged one after another, making space for them. Looking at that posture, it seemed like a very important figure. Song Junliang protected Zhang Hongren and retreated 2 steps, but Zhang Hongren let out a strange Song Junliang thought someone bumped him, and hurriedly asked, Elder Zhang, what's wrong? Zhang Hongren looked towards the old man in the wheelchair. I see that old gentleman seems to be a man of metaphysics. Hearing metaphysics, Song Junliang subconsciously touched his chest. Feeling the amulet I gave him, he let out a breath. He asked, should I ask around for you? See what his background is. Zhang Hongren shook his head. Forget it. No need for trouble. I haven't walked about outside these years. Not many people know me anymore. Song Junliang laughed. How could that be? Elder Zhang's reputation was illustrious back then. Anyone with some experience would know you. The two chatted and laughed as they went to the front desk to check in. While on the other side, the wheelchair was pushed into the elevator. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, the old man resting with closed eyes suddenly opened them. When his eyes were not open, his hair was white, his face haggard and aged, looking like he was 60 or 70 years old. However, the moment he opened his eyes, his whole demeanor changed drastically. Saying he instantly became 20 years younger wouldn't be an exaggeration. His gaze was like lightning. Through the unclosed gap of the elevator doors, he scanned the hotel lobby. The disciple holding the wheelchair asked upon seeing this, "Master, is there a problem somewhere?" The old man frowned. Just now I seemed to sense a trace of aura, identical to the person who broke my curse a while ago, but not quite the same. He pondered for a moment. "Go check the people checking in these 2 days. See where they come from." "Yes, master." "Has news come from the imperial capital? Has Shideong found out who broke the curse?" Replying to master. "No clues yet." The old man closed his eyes and huffed. His voice was cold and stern. "All useless trash?" The people in the elevator lowered their heads together, silent as cicadas in winter. Previously, Xie Ruyan had told me that preparations at Bitao Garden were complete, and we could move in any time, but I had never come over to see it. Today was my first time coming to this residential area. Before the car even entered, I had already praised it first. Jade belt encircling the waist. Good layout. As the saying goes, mountains govern people, water governs wealth. Human residences emphasize relying on mountains and being near water. Sitting on rock, facing emptiness. Here, rock refers to reliance, whether it be mountain peaks or architectural complexes. As long as they are suitable for a house to lean against, they can all count as sitting on rock while facing emptiness. As the name suggests, it means the front of the residence should be as open and bright as possible, leaving enough space. Otherwise, how can it generate and attract wealth? Behind Bitao Garden are green mountains and trees. Opposite the community is a scenic park, which is already a good layout in itself. Unexpectedly, there is also a river in front. Embracing it in a crescent shape, the river water is calm as a lake, surrounding it with affection, just like the belt worn by ancient high officials. It is precisely a jade belt encircling the waist layout for accumulating wealth and status. When I arrived at the courtyard, the Shi family arranged for me. I looked around and laughed. 9 bens entering the bright hall, producing a prime minister for the current dynasty. This place stores wind and gathers energy. Someone must have specifically looked it over. The Shi family servant who came to pick me up had seen me many times before, but today, intimidated by my temperament, he didn't dare look at me much. Hearing me speak at this moment, he said softly and cautiously, "Before this community was developed, I heard they hired a master." I nodded in agreement. The master is not bad. The Shi family is also impressive themselves. Qianshan Group also has a real estate division. When we first got involved, I enthusiastically picked a few nice plots of land. But when it came to the bidding, I found the land I picked didn't necessarily belong to me. There are many twists and turns behind this. The Shi family can get good locations, making it easy to implement feng shui layouts. Unlike me, there were 2 times when I wanted to modify the ominous lands in my hands. I really racked my brains, almost worrying my hair white. The servant led me onto the stone path, and then quietly retreated. I walked to the door alone, but felt a little strange. "Why is the house dark?" Xie Ruyan asked me to come over. Did she not come over herself? I pushed the door, and found it wasn't locked. It was left ajar, opening with a single push. Did they go out? Without even locking the door. Just as I wanted to raise my voice to call the person from before to ask, I heard a click from the living room behind me, followed by the sound of several people's footsteps. I turned back in astonishment, only to see Niyu and Xie Huili pushing out a very tall food cart, while old Master Xie pushed Xie Ruyan in her wheelchair to the center of the living room. Niyu laughed loudly. "Brother Heng, happy birthday," Xie Huili said softly. "Zhang Heng, happy birthday. May you have this day every year, and this present moment always." Old Master Xi said cheerfully. "Little Master Zhang Heng, make do this year. This time next year, you'll have to call me Grandpa. At that time, we must hold a grand celebration at the Xie family." He was referring to the matter of me becoming sworn siblings with Xie Ruyan after I agreed. I stood where I was, looking at the birthday cake on the cart, which had fully 6 layers. My gaze landed on the very top, on that golden standee that read, "Happy Birthday, Zhang Heng." I paused, then looked at the colorful ribbons hanging all around the living room. After looking around, I stared blankly, slowly looking at the other people beside the cake. They all looked at me expectantly, smiles hanging on their faces. At this moment, my eyes, which had always been calm and undisturbed, seemed like waves suddenly rising on a wind-blown water surface. At this time, the moon had not yet fully risen. Inside the room, only the candles on the cake flickered with orange light, illuminating the room with warmth. My eyes also seemed to have flowing light. I said slowly and with cherish, "Thank you all. I like it very much." I didn't remember how long it had been since I celebrated a birthday. Maybe the 19 years of this life. Maybe adding the few years of the previous life. In my previous life, my status was noble. When I was young, the family elders managed a few birthday banquets for me, doing social business in the name of a birthday, saying it was to celebrate my birth. Actually, it was just a large social gathering. Later, I took charge of the family power. My cultivation was profound, impatient to deal with these things anymore. I ordered the cancellation of birthday banquets, and after coming to this world, Old Man Jiang and I lived in the southwestern mountains. Mountain people don't care about these things. Old Man Jiang didn't pay attention to these either. He couldn't be bothered to celebrate even his own birthday, let alone thinking a little boy's birthday was anything particularly important. When I was small, Old Man Jiang would cook me a bowl of longevity noodles. After I grew up, by a strange combination of circumstances, I acquired many businesses and possessed many identities, running around outside often. Sometimes when the birthday arrived, even I couldn't remember that today was indeed my birthday. I even received a call from Old Man Jiang this morning. Zhang Hongren instructed, as in previous years, just be happy, buy whatever you want to eat yourself. I thought lazily at the time, it's just a birthday. What's there to be happy about? I didn't care, nor did anyone else care. Today was Wang Teng and Xie Yanran's engagement banquet. The Wang family members were all busy enough when they were preparing the engagement banquet for Wang Teng, although the Wang family said they would hold Wang Teng's birthday party together with it. But at the scene, they obviously ignored the birthday part. Even Wang Teng, a child who had lived in the Wang family for over 10 years. They had no time to attend to, so how would they ask about me? Everyone forgot that there were 2 children in the Wang family who were actually born on this day, but I didn't expect. Someone remembered and prepared a surprise so sincerely and so attentively. The lights in the room had been turned on. The flowing light crossing my eyes seemed like an illusion. I was still smiling as usual, but seemed somewhat softer. Where did you find out my birthday? What a huge surprise. Ever since Niyu saw clearly what I looked like tonight, he didn't dare make a sound. His initial boldness flew to the 9th cloud layer. Instead, Xie Huili and Old Master Xie froze for a moment. Reacting quickly, Xie Huili first sincerely praised me from head to toe, then said it was Ruyan who reminded us. She heard that today was the other Wang boy's birthday, and said then it should be your birthday too. I turned back to look at Xie Ruyan, curving my eyes, my expression gentle. Thank you for troubling you. Xie Ruyan was still in rehabilitation, needing a wheelchair to go out, although she sat lower than everyone else. Her overall temperament seemed to occupy a high position. She was always cold and sharp to outsiders, but had been very gentle to me from the start. If not for the fact that news of my awakening cannot be leaked, I should have held a grand banquet for you. This year, because of me, you have really been wronged. I'll make it up to you next year. She handed me the gift box in her lap, offering congratulations with a smile. Zhang Heng, I wish you a happy birthday. May every year hereafter be happier than the last. My eyes trembled. Every year hereafter. Can I, a soul from another world, a short-lived ghost limited by the heavenly Tao, also have a future? You haven't even opened it. Do you know you dislike it? Shi Ruyan passed the gift forward again, her tone relaxed. Or are you saying you don't want to celebrate with us in the future? I was silent for a few seconds, took the gift, and said seriously, no matter what it is, I like it. The Shi family members took out their hidden gift boxes, one after another, stuffing them all into my hands. Zhang Heng, hearing you say that, we are relieved. Shiuli smiled and pushed the cake to the dining table. Usually I only buy clothes for this brat Niyu. I haven't really picked gifts much. I was afraid you wouldn't like it. Come, blow out the candles first, then turn on the lights. I looked at the 6-layer cake, estimated to be a meter high, and the 19 candles placed dispersedly, with a hesitant expression. There seemed to be a few too many candles. Everyone took a closer look. Shehuili said quietly, blame Niyu? He said it looks better with candles on every layer, insisting the pastry chef make it like this. I smiled and said, it doesn't matter. Why don't we blow them together? I thought for a moment and added, with so many candles, it's a waste for me to make a wish alone. It's perfect for everyone to make a wish together. Consider us leeching a wish off Zhang Heng. Xie Huili called everyone to stand in position. Come, close your eyes and make a wish together. I closed my eyes together with everyone. The moon was rising from the east, spilling in through the window, reflecting the candlelight in the room, illuminating the faces surrounding me. My figure, which had not rested for a long time, finally paused for a moment at this instant. The door to my heart, tightly closed for 2 lifetimes, also quietly revealed a small crack at this moment. I silently made a wish in the bottom of my heart. After the group blew out the candles, Shewili asked someone to turn on the lights and arranged for the dishes to be served. Only then did I ask belatedly, have you all not eaten yet? Shirian asked back, did you get full at the banquet? I smiled slightly. A place like a banquet isn't meant for eating. I drank a few mouthfuls of water in total. Shewili also laughed. Based on my past experience, attending a banquet is basically equivalent to not eating, so eating another meal is no problem. She made a guiding gesture. Last time I asked what cuisine you liked, you didn't say. Ruyan guessed you grew up in the southwest, so you should like spicy food. So today is mainly Sichuan cuisine, supplemented by Lu cuisine, and then Jing cuisine. I glanced at the fully laden table and laughed, so every style is here. Looks like I can eat to my heart's content. Shiruyan added, the private chef Auntie hired is very skilled. Almost no shortcomings. From now on, he will be responsible for the 3 daily meals here. If you want to eat anything, tell the butler. Because time was tight, Si Huili couldn't immediately find a butler to her liking, so she simply transferred one from elsewhere first. The butler was surnamed Yang, over 40 years old, looking like someone who worked cleanly and efficiently. While eating, I laughed and said, "This isn't just a birthday banquet. It's also a housewarming party." Shi Huli said, "Ruyan's things have all been moved over. Do you have many things at the Wang house?" I shook my head. I haven't been at the Wang house for long. I only took one suitcase when I went, and didn't buy anything later. Shi Huili secretly cursed the Wang family for being ridiculous, bringing their biological son back but ignoring him. But she smiled on her face. "That's perfect. Next weekend, accompany me shopping. We'll max out Ruyan's card together." I glanced at Shi Ruyan. "Then I won't be polite when the time comes." Everyone laughed loudly. Old Master Shi said, "Swipe all you want. She earns so much. Isn't it meant to be spent?" Shi Ruyan acquiesced with a smile. While I sighed with emotion, sometimes blood ties don't necessarily bring affection. Like me and the Wang family, it's destined in our fates to have no bond. Facts have also proven this is indeed so, but the Shi family and I were originally parallel lines. Even though I saved Shi Ruyan for various reasons, we were merely acquaintances, just like me and the Mi family. I don't know how the Shi family took this extra step, and this step crossed into a new realm. After the meal, the Shi family talked with me for a while longer and then left. I saw them to the door, returning to see Shi Ruyan's wheelchair parked in the garden. So I smiled and asked, "Want to take a turn around the garden?" Shi Ruyan was thinking about something unknown. Hearing this, she was actually stunned for a moment. Okay, it was already the end of October. Clumps of four-season osmanthus were planted in the yard. The flowers were pale white, the fragrance assailing the nose. Passing by made one feel refreshed and happy. I pushed Shi Ruyan's wheelchair, strolling leisurely. Neither of us said anything. Yet the atmosphere didn't seem awkward. Shi Ruyan sat quietly in the wheelchair. While I rarely emptied my mind, if someone familiar with me saw my expression at this moment, they would definitely be surprised. Such a lazy posture, seemingly dropping all defenses, appearing on me was so unfamiliar. And precisely because of this, I, who had always been sharp of ear and eye, didn't notice the rustling movements not far away until a shoe sound came from midair. I looked up in surprise. Shoe pop. Streaks of red light cut across the ink-blue firmament, blooming comfortably in the night sky, instantly illuminating this patch of heaven and earth. Pale pink, deep yellow, purplish red, yellowish green, ocean blue, like starlight bursting open, forming all kinds of colorful shapes. I threw my head back, my face, which had caused countless girls to blush and their hearts to race today, at this moment revealed a peerless stunning beauty even more. Under the sky full of overflowing colors and light, was not as stunning as a single glance from me. Shi Ruyan originally intended to offer words of blessing, but turning her head and colliding with this scene, the words reached the tip of her tongue. Yet she froze. When I lowered my head, I met her upward gaze directly. The reflection of the fireworks was etched in her eyes, and a flower-like smile graced her lips. "Thank you." This was the second time I said thank you to her today. The word itself seemed to have become thin from use, but I truly did not know what else to say. I, Zhang Heng, am attuned to the celestial signs above, and understand the hearts of men below, on the path of metaphysics and cultivation. I am a bona fide genius, not to say there will be none like me after, but at the very least, there have been none before. Mutual understanding between humans is difficult. The many riddles of the mind that are hard to fathom can all find easy answers through me. When a person stands before me, one look is enough to know their past and future. One calculation reveals their fate and fortune. My relationships with others are mostly built upon this. Like Mi Ping, like Song Junliang, like the Chanshan group, my talent brought me social connections, but it also brought me a more solitary status. Everyone around me finds me mysterious and distant. No one had ever invited me into the warmth of mundane life. Shi Ruyan had clearly witnessed my abilities, yet she seemed not to think I was so different because of them. She deduced my birthday from someone else's banquet info, and arranged fireworks for me in the most ordinary way of celebration. I smiled slightly, crouching by the armrest of her wheelchair, meeting Shi Ruyan at eye level. "Thank you for being so thoughtful, Ruyan." Behind her, waterfall-like fireworks burst forth, vibrant and brilliant, cascading down in shimmering layers, like the galaxy hanging upside down, painting a natural backdrop just for her. Shi Ruyan's heart beat a little fast. Her voice was low and raspy. I continued in a soft tone, "From now on, I will truly regard you as my sister, and as my family." Suddenly, Shi Ruyan didn't seem very happy anymore. Instantly, the fireworks didn't seem quite so beautiful, and her heart didn't beat quite so fast. She remained silent for a long while, waiting until the fireworks finished before saying, "The night is growing cold. Let's go back inside." I keenly perceived that her mood seemed a bit lower than it was a moment ago. Assuming she was simply tired, I pushed her back toward the house. Both Shi Ruyan's room and mine were on the third floor. As I pushed the wheelchair to her door, the butler greeted us thoughtfully. "Mr. Zhang, let me take over." Butler Yang smiled and handed me a glass of warm water, taking the wheelchair from me. "Please rest early. The third miss arranged for us earlier to prepare a change of clothes and some toiletries for you. They are already in your room." Good. I looked at Xie Ruyan and joked, you truly are the Imperial Capital's new model sister. Hearing that word sister again, breath hitched. She didn't take the bait, but simply said, birthdays should be spent happily. During dinner, earlier, didn't you say you'd go shopping with Auntie this weekend? The card is on your desk? I actually had plenty of money, but I did not decline, accepting with a beaming smile. I felt like you were right in front of me the whole time. Yet there were fireworks and now a card? I didn't even notice when you managed all this. Shi Ruyan replied, when you went to see Ni Yu and the others off, and when you came back and told me you wanted to walk in the garden, I thought I had been found out. I remembered now. Oh, I thought you were just daydreaming then. Shi Ruyan wanted to say how could she be daydreaming? Then she suddenly thought of when the fireworks were on. She had been dazed just by looking at me. So she shifted slightly, but said nothing more. I didn't notice her expression become unnatural for a second. I'm heading to my room. I bid Shi Ruyan good night. Shi Ruyan curved her lips. Good night. The next day, just as the sky was beginning to pale, I rose to begin my cultivation. I had already completed the cleansing of marrow and essence. Currently, I am at the most basic qi refining stage. It seems many people feel that once a task is done once, it becomes exceptionally simple the second time around. But that is not actually the case. Repeating a task might increase speed, but the steps cannot be skipped or shortened. I knew every detail of the techniques by heart, yet I could not rush the growth and become an immortal overnight. I needed to follow the normal cycles of cultivation. I would simply be much faster than an average practitioner. However, I was in no hurry. I intended to build a deeper foundation, so I silently recited the qi refining mantras over and over, allowing the internal energy to circulate repeatedly. After I finished breakfast with Shi Ruyan, I used my familiar methods to draw 7 talismans for Xie Ruyan and channeled them into her body. Xie Ruyan remembered when she first woke up. I had performed a similar action, and then her arm had been able to move. Is this also metaphysics? Xie Ruyan felt a warm glow in her legs, but the metaphysical masters she had seen before seemed to lack this particular skill. I raised an eyebrow. Think of it as a blend of metaphysics and other arts. In reality, it was using cultivation techniques to cast spiritual power into charms, thereby mobilizing her own purple qi to move. But the principles behind this were complex, hard to explain to someone without the relevant knowledge base. Since news of Xie Ruyan's awakening was still being kept secret, she did not venture outside. After bidding her farewell, I had the driver take me to school. As it turned out, I had just finished one class when Leng Qingchu's call came through. On the other end of the line, her voice was hoarse. Mr. Zhang, you told me last night I could contact you. Can I ask, how did you know? I sighed and closed the book in my hand. Where is your home? I need to head over and see the situation for myself first. Leng Qingchu gave me an address. I checked the distance. It wasn't too far nor too close. I couldn't be bothered to call a driver, so I just hailed a taxi to go there. As I was leaving the school gate, Wang Teng and a new friend were nearby, in a car, chatting and waiting for someone. My appearance and temperament were striking. The friend spotted me at a glance. Brother Teng, look. The man tugged at Wang Teng's sleeve. Is that Zhang Heng? Wang Teng turned his head to look. It really was. I had stolen the spotlight at the engagement banquet yesterday, and today he had even vaguely heard people praising me as the #1 handsome guy. His heart was filled with resentment, and his face looked sour. What does he have to do with us? The guy was a bit puzzled. Aren't the freshman courses quite heavy? Does he not have classes? Why is he at the school gate at this hour? Wang Teng's heart stirred. He flipped through his social media apps and found a fellow freshman student. Do you guys have classes today? The student replied within seconds. We do, senior. We have a full schedule today. It's so tiring. Full schedule. A sharp glint flashed in Wang Teng's eyes.
The address Leng Qingqiu gave me was in a high-end residential area. Entry was impossible without prior registration and the owner's consent. I had Leng Qingqiu notify the security personnel in advance. By the time I arrived, I found Leng Qingqiu waiting for me at the gate in person, in the corridor of last night's banquet. When Leng Qingqiu stopped me to strike up a conversation, she still looked like a charming and lovely young girl. Today, however, she looked like a completely different person. There were heavy dark circles under her eyes, and her hair looked like it had been brushed with minimal effort. She appeared haggard, gaunt, and utterly exhausted. Seeing me step out of the car, she approached and forced a faint smile. Mr. Zhang, I looked her up and down, my expression darkening slightly. Not even a night has passed, and the murky aura on you has grown even heavier. Who have you met during this time? Leng Qingqiu asked blankly. What murky aura? I have not seen anyone special, just the doctors and nurses at the hospital, and some of my father's friends. It turned out that shortly after our conversation last night, she began to feel an inexplicable sense of unease. After enduring it for a while, she could not help but call her father 7 times. When the call finally went through, it was the police, amid a chaotic background noise, who informed her. Her parents had been in a car accident on a downtown street. They told her to rush to the hospital immediately. When she arrived in a daze, she was met with a death notice for her mother and an emergency surgery notice for her father. The sudden tragedy struck like a bolt from the blue, shattering her happy family into pieces. My father is still unconscious. Lung Qingqiu choked out. I pulled a tissue from my pocket and silently handed it to her. Lung Qingqiu whispered a thank you, regained her composure slightly and said, I did not think much of it at first, but when I went home to change clothes this morning, the square amulet you gave me fell out. Only then did I remember what you said last night. We had arrived at the entrance of Lung Qingqiu's home. She unlocked the door with her fingerprint and invited me inside. She found me a pair of clean disposable slippers, then asked with a mix of trepidation and doubt, Mr. Zhang, when I went to the police later to give my statement, I found that the accident happened at 1843. But when you finished talking to me, it was 1846. Why did you tell me to be strong for the funeral back then? Across such a distance and a mere 3-minute difference. Did you foresee something happening to me? As Lung Qingqiu asked this, even she felt it sounded absurd. In an era where even weather forecasts cannot always be accurate, how could anyone predict the life or death of others? That would not be a human, but a god. Yet she also felt that my behavior last night was truly incomprehensible, something that could hardly be dismissed as a mere coincidence. I was slightly surprised. You even remember the time so clearly. Lung Qingqiu gave a bitter smile. The events right before an accident always leave an exceptionally deep impression. Now she could even vividly recall the tone of my voice, her own reaction at the time, and what she did after I left, because she knew that immediately afterward, she made a phone call that led to a devastating result. I nodded. I understand. Then I said, would it be convenient to show me your parents' bedroom? Lung Qingqiu nodded. Yes, it is, Mr. Zhang, please follow me. She led me not only to her parents' room, but through every room in the house. After the tour, the two of us sat on the sofa. Lung Qingqiu handed me a bottle of water. I took it and thanked her. To be honest, I do possess some knowledge of the metaphysical arts. To a stranger, I am being quite modest about it. Lung Qingqiu took a moment before saying, I had a faint feeling about it. Hearing you say this now, it is unexpected, yet somehow it makes sense. Seeing how well she accepted the idea, I repeated the words I had said to Mi Ping that night, to her once again. Lung Qingqiu was stunned for a moment. Her first reaction was, if I had not said those words back then. I raised an eyebrow. Do not overthink it. Natural disasters and human tragedies are not things you can change just by saying or not saying something. Your words did not influence whether it happened. They were simply useful for my diagnosis. I added, there is a reason I came to see your home today. You are in college, right? Lung Qingqiu did not know why my topic shifted so abruptly. She nodded blankly, named her university, and explained that she usually stays in the dorms, only coming home on weekends. No wonder, said, the murky aura you have been exposed to is not too thick. What exactly is this murky aura? Lung Qingqiu asked curiously. You mentioned it just a moment ago, too. I paused for a moment, thinking about how to explain metaphysics and feng shui to a young person raised on modern education. While thinking, my eyes caught a glimpse of a perfume bottle on the display shelf. A sudden inspiration struck me. For example, if you originally used orchid-scented perfume, but someone wanting to disrupt your scent deliberately sprayed a different fragrance on your clothes and in your room, then your own scent would change. It might even change so much that it starts to attract insects. Lung Qingqiu suddenly understood, but she also caught the key phrase. Someone did it on purpose. I find your parents' accident very suspicious. I explained. As I said before, when I saw you last night, I noticed your sun and moon palaces were sunken. Yet your features are naturally sharp, with a full, prominent forehead. That shows no deviation. Those are signs of healthy parents and deep family bonds. When two types of physiognomy conflict, there is definitely an underlying problem. My gaze swept over Lung Qingqiu's face. She did not have the slightest intention of hiding anything. Feeling as if she were under an X-ray, with everything exposed, the hair on her back stood on end. She asked nervously, a problem? What kind of problem? Generally, problems occur either with a person, in the home, or at the ancestral residence. I analyzed for her methodically. If the issue were solely with your parents, you should not have any murky aura on you. If it were the ancestral residence, such a major tragedy should not have struck your parents. while leaving you relatively unscathed. The most likely scenario is a place where your parents spend a lot of time, but you do not. Therefore, the effect on them is severe. While you were only slightly affected by association, Leng Qingxiu's spine went stiff, thinking of a place where her parents were often, but she was not. As we sat there on the living room sofa, a sudden surge of panic rose in her heart, as if a terrifying atmosphere had enveloped her. She did not even dare to look back. Mr. Zhang, are you saying this house is haunted? I laughed in surprise. What are you thinking? Ghosts are extremely rare. If there were truly Own in your house, half the Taoists and celestial masters in the country would flock here. Encountering a ghost requires a certain kind of luck, too. Leng Qingqiu thanked the heavens that she did not have that kind of luck. Then my home is. The house itself does not seem to have any issues. So, the moment I entered, I felt the energy was clean. After our walkthrough, I can confirm it, though the internal airflow is a bit chaotic. It does not look like anyone has planted anything malicious here. Then where could the problem be? You mentioned that besides the hospital staff last night, you also saw some of your father's friends. I recalled our conversation when we met. Which friends? Can you describe their appearance and their family backgrounds in detail? Leng Qingqiu's parents had the accident last night. Before she could even make a call, the police had contacted the recent callers on her mother's phone. As a result, 2 of her father's close friends were alerted. The first was a family friend of many years, a family they had been close with since her grandfather's time. His surname was Lu, and he had grown up with Leng Qingqiu's father. Leng Qingqiu had always called him uncle. The second was a friend her father met in business. They had partnered to start a company years ago, but due to some conflicts, the man had stepped down from management. He and her father had been on bad terms for a while, only reconciling in recent years. This Own was surnamed Ma, and was also quite familiar with the Leng family. Leng Qingqiu introduced them. Uncle Lu is quite refined. Because of an accident in his youth, he has a lingering injury in his leg, so he limps slightly when he walks. He has a son a year older than me, who does not have a good relationship with him. They argue often. Because of that, Uncle Lu often praised me, which used to make his son glare at me whenever he saw me. Does his family have business dealings with yours? Leng Qingqiu hesitated a bit before saying, I am not entirely sure about the family business. I do not think there is any direct partnership, but my dad has helped him make connections a few times. He has brought gifts to the house to express his gratitude. My parents always said he was being too polite. I nodded. Sounds like someone who is very experienced in social etiquette. He never visits empty-handed. Uncle Ma has some middle-aged weight gain. He is a bit chubby and very amiable. He and his wife often join those senior tour groups. I often see his posts on social media. He has a son studying philosophy somewhere abroad. After thinking for a moment, Leng Qingqiu added, On time previously, I heard Uncle Ma asking my dad to collaborate on a project, but whether they actually did, or what stage the project reached, I'm not really sure. This information left me deep in thought. Own was a lifelong friend, with years of good rapport, and a history of being mentored. The other was a later acquaintance, with a past rift that had been mended, and a new collaboration on the horizon. Neither sounded like they held hidden grudges. Leng Qingqiu said gloomily. Both Uncle Lu and Uncle Ma rushed to the hospital as soon as they heard the news. They even comforted me, telling me not to panic, and to take things one step at a time. It is hard to believe either of them would want to harm my family. I said gently, it might not necessarily be them. Everything is just speculation for now. If it is neither of them, that would certainly be for the best. I unscrewed the bottle cap. I took a sip of the water, but my expression suddenly flickered with a change. Just after we finished inspecting the rooms, Leng Qingqiu had handed me a bottle of water. Given the current situation of the Leng family, she truly did not have the spirit to brew tea or anything else, so she just grabbed a bottle of their daily drinking water from the kitchen. I recognized the brand of this water. It was considered a luxury brand among bottled waters, with a price tag far beyond what an average family could afford. I had tasted it before, but it definitely did not taste like this. Something occurred to me, and I asked Leng Qingqiu, you said earlier that Uncle Lu often brought gifts over, and never visited empty-handed. Leng Qingqiu nodded. Sometimes he brought expensive items, like jewelry or decorative pieces. Other times he brought simpler things, like fruit or snacks. But he never showed up without something in hand. I held up the bottle of water. Was this water also sent by him? Leng Qingqiu replied in a daze. I'm not sure about that, but I even drank some of this water this morning. It did not taste any different. So, It was not that she had come into contact with a person, but rather that she had been drinking this water. I spoke up. It did not taste different to you. The murky aura on you is incredibly heavy right now. Does your kitchen have a regular maid or cook? Call and ask them right now. Seeing me get to the bottom of things like this, Lung Qingqiu also sensed that something was wrong. She found the maid's number and dialed it. Hello, Auntie Bao. It is me, Qingqiu. I wanted to ask you, is the brand of water we have been drinking sent by Uncle Lu? She turned on the speakerphone, so I could clearly hear the response from the other side. That is right. It is sent by Boss Lu. Auntie Bao answered readily. Boss Lu used to bring seafood and fruit often, but Mr. Lung said the family could not finish it all, and it was going to waste. So he told him to stop. Then he switched to sending water instead. I heard this water is quite expensive, but it is much better for cooking and making tea than normal water. A cold sneer played on my lips. Seeing my serious expression, Lung Qingqiu ended the call after a few more words. Mr. Zhang, this water. My fingers tightened slightly around the bottle. There is something wrong with this water. I casually picked up a tea bowl from the table, poured the water from the bottle into it, then fished a triangular talisman from my bag, and dropped it into the water, merging my index and middle fingers. I drew a few invisible characters in the air above the bowl. Suddenly, the water in the tea bowl began to churn violently, as if it had instantly reached a boiling point, making a loud bubbling sound. Lung Qingqiu's eyes widened in shock. Just as she was about to ask what was happening, the waves in the bowl rose higher and higher. The once crystal clear water gradually began to change, and in the blink of an eye, it looked as though ink had been dripped into it, turning pitch black. With a look of disgust, I grabbed another tea bowl nearby, and slammed it face down over the first one with a snap. Do you see that? I gestured with my chin toward Lung Qingqiu. This is the root cause of your parents' accident. Lung Qingqiu's face turned pale and ugly. It was actually him, with the evidence right before her eyes. She no longer wished to call him Uncle Lu. Our families have been close for so many years. My parents treated him like a brother. When I was in middle school, his company was losing money, and my family lent him millions without a second thought, never even mentioning an IOU or interest. Even biological brothers would not do more than that. Why would he do this? I remained silent. Lung Qingqiu was not really asking me. She simply could not wrap her head around it. But the human heart has always been this complex. The most precise machinery in the world, or the wisest of sages, cannot truly see through a person's hidden thoughts. The room fell silent for a while. Lung Qingqiu gritted her teeth. How could he dare? If he tampered with the water, was not he afraid of being caught afterward? She really could not understand how he could be so bold as to overtly target their food and drink. If anything happened to the Lung family, and the police came to investigate, would not they be able to trace it back to him very quickly? I shook my head, and flicked the water bottle in my hand with my finger. It can't be traced. I cruelly revealed the cold reality. If I am not mistaken, he used a foul water talisman. This kind of talisman takes effect the moment it touches water. It gathers murky aura, and disrupts a person's natural energy field. But it leaves absolutely no physical trace. Using scientific methods, those food testing tools, will find nothing at all. I explained it in simple terms as I usually do for lay people. It is just like the perfume example I gave you. Your own scent was perfectly normal and healthy. But once he made you drink water tainted by the foul water talisman, you started attracting negative energy into your body, which in turn makes bad things much more likely to happen. This method is far more covert than placing ominous objects in the house, or using your parents' birth charts to cast a curse. It is nearly impossible to detect. Think about your parents' car accident yesterday. Did not the police say their preliminary assessment was an accident? Well, I am telling you, the final result will definitely be an accident. My voice was calm and detached. This is a matter of probability. By consuming this water over a long period, the probability of your parents being unlucky was secretly heightened. Do you understand what that means? Lung Qingqiu's entire body shuddered, her expression turning to one of utter defeat. In other words, he spent so much effort to destroy our family, and we have no evidence at all. I placed the water bottle back on the table. Unless you take this as evidence to the police, do you think he would be sentenced? Lung Qingqiu clenched her fists with restrained fury, the veins on the back of her hands pulsing slightly. Does that mean we just have to let it go? I said nothing. Suddenly, Lung Qingqiu stood up from the sofa and moved to kneel before me. I raised a hand to stop her. Do not. Lung Qingqiu felt as if her knees, which were about to touch the floor, were blocked by a gentle force that felt like wind, yet also like water. Her legs refused to obey her, and she was forced to stand straight. She froze for a second, looking at me in disbelief. Is this Qigong? I had no intention of explaining it to her, simply waving my hand. Lung Qingqiu regained control of her limbs. I do not easily accept such grand gestures of gratitude. Please, sit down properly. Sit. Lung Qingqiu gritted her teeth, but she remained persistent. But I want to beg Mr. Zhang for help, asked her. Do you want to give him a taste of his own medicine? I shook my head slightly. I won't do that. Such things damage one's karmic merit. I'm already being watched by the heavens, and my lifespan is short as it is. Now that I am practicing cultivation, I do not know how many more years I can live. I will never touch something that involves actively harming others. Lung Qingqiu said hatefully. He could attack my family. Why can't I do the same to him? To be harmed by a villain, and not be allowed to retaliate. What kind of logic is that? I replied calmly. As you said, he did it to your family. That is your family's karma, not mine. Lung Qingqiu said dejectedly. You're right, Mr. Jiang offered to help, but he did not say he would help me harm someone. From her perspective, this was seeking revenge for her family. But from my perspective, it was an unprovoked attack on a stranger. Lung Qingqiu tried to argue. Convey. He must have paid someone to do this to us. I can pay as well. Is that not okay? I looked at her reddened eyes. She was almost on the verge of tears. Said, the person who took his money to harm others is an idiot, and I cannot be like that. Sometimes, villains are far less restricted by rules than ordinary people. Lung Qingqiu asked in despair. Then is there no way at all? Must I just watch him escape the law, and live his life in freedom? My brow furrowed slightly. As I tapped on the tabletop, there's own way, but it requires luck. Hearing that there was a way, Lung Qingqiu leaned forward impatiently. Mr. Zhang, as long as there is a way, I am willing to try anything. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She felt that if that man named Lu were standing before her right now, she could beat him half to death. Betrayal by an acquaintance is far harder to accept than an attack by a stranger, and it breeds far deeper hatred. Between strangers, one can say there is no connection, but between acquaintances, there was supposed to be friendship. So, I have a talisman of my own creation. Usually, it acts only as a defense when worn. However, if the wearer encounters danger caused by sorcery, it will launch a backlash attack based on that sorcery, and it will trace back along the lines of karma. I tilted my head, looking at Lung Qingqiu's expression, and summarized it concisely. You can think of it as reflecting the damage. Lung Qingqiu asked in surprise. Does such a thing as reflecting really exist in this world? She wanted to say that those were just words of comfort, but the words died on her lips. When she remembered she was sitting before a master of the metaphysical, she swallowed her doubt. When she was a child and argued with others, if she ran out of insults, she would just scream. I reflected back, but she knew that was just a psychological tactic for comfort, not something that actually worked. Of course it exists. I heard the unspoken words in her hesitation, and my face clouded with slight displeasure. You young people are truly strange. You believe in fate. You believe that sharing a picture of a koi fish brings good luck. You believe you have to hit yourself 3 times if you step on a manhole cover. Yet you do not believe in reflection. Lung Qingqiu, as a typical internet youth who fit all 3 of those criteria, was left speechless. Buddhism emphasizes the cycle of cause and effect. All things arise from causes and conditions, and all things cease when those conditions dissolve. This means nothing in the world exists in isolation. Everything has a relative connection and dependence. Taoism, on the other hand, emphasizes karmic retribution. The treatise on response and retribution, the greatest book on virtue, starts with the very first line. Misfortune and fortune have no gates. They are summoned only by oneself. The rewards of good and evil follow like a shadow. To explain it more simply, you reap what you sow. Plant a melon, get a melon. Plant a bean, get a bean. If you can't understand either of those, then in terms you might understand, it is like quantitative change leading to qualitative change. I pointed to the water on the table. Just like the method he used to harm your family, it was not a sudden, on-time blow, but a gradual accumulation over time, until his sinister goal was finally achieved. The function of this talisman of mine is to use reflection combined with karmic calculation, ensuring that the evil he has done can be swiftly settled. Lung Qingqiu began to understand the gist of it. Every bad thing he had done to her family would replay on him. It would not necessarily be the exact same event, but it would lead to a similar consequence. That is perfect, Lung Qingqiu said with great joy. So, how do we prepare the talisman now? I held up one finger. Take me to the antique street right now. We need to buy a specific type of yellow paper. I need to draw this talisman from scratch. Then I held up a second finger. Second, you must find a way to make that Mr. Lu strike again. Lung Qingqiu's heated brain finally snapped back to clarity. She had forgotten I mentioned this method required luck, precisely because it relied on the opponent taking the initiative to cause harm. Now that he had just succeeded in his scheme, would he really act again so soon? Besides, Lung Qingqiu had no idea why Uncle Lu wanted to destroy her family in the first place. How could she guarantee he would make another move? She paced around the room in an anxious frenzy. What should I do? How am I supposed to make him target me? What kind of plan can I come up with to force his hand? Watching her spin made me dizzy. I rubbed my temples. Thought, quit pacing. Otherwise, before he can get to you, you will have finished me off first. Let us head to the antique street first. We can discuss this on the way, alright? Lung Qingqiu composed herself and said, I will go get the car then. I was a regular at the antique street, but this was Lung Qingqiu's first visit. She had imagined that an antique street would be filled with mysterious, primitive-looking shops, enigmatic old masters, and ancient relics whose authenticity was hard to discern. But when we reached the entrance, she parked the car and looked out. It looked more like an alternative vegetable market. Stalls were spread out along both sides of the street, displaying a chaotic assortment of handicrafts. Owners sat on small folding stools, haggling loudly with buyers. Lung Qingqiu even checked her phone map in disbelief, tapping the GPS icon. Are we in the wrong place? Is not this supposed to be the antique street? I walked forward calmly. We are not lost. This is it. Lung Qingqiu followed behind me, glancing left and right. So that's it feels quite different from what I imagined. Seeing her look like a curious toddler, I stopped and pointed out a few shops for her. These few are relatively reliable. If you want to look around, go ahead. I am going to the shop at the very end to buy yellow paper. I will come find you once I am done. Lung Qingqiu felt a bit embarrassed. Do not you need me to come with you? I pointed out the obvious. There is not much you could do there anyway. Fair enough. Lung Qingqiu replied, her mood dipping slightly. I thought letting her wander around might help clear her mind. But I never expected that when I finished my errand and found her, she would be in the middle of a heated argument. The shop was named Kylan Pavilion. The decor was quite sophisticated, with a money tree plant placed right by the entrance. As I pushed the door open, I heard the woman standing opposite Lung Qingqiu sneering. College students should just stay in school and study. Do not come out here and make a fool of yourself. What do you even know about authentic antiques? Lung Qingqiu's face was flushed with anger. Just because I do not know, does not mean I can't ask, right? The woman opposite her laughed, clinging to a man's arm. You ask, but are you going to buy? Is the allowance your dad gives you even enough for antiques? She clearly did not know about the accident, or that Lung Qingqiu's father was currently in a hospital bed. The question poked right at Lung Qingqiu's wound. She snapped back furiously. Yang Li, do not push people too far. I raised an eyebrow. From the sound of it, these two were old acquaintances. Yang Li looked at her with disdain, preparing to throw a few more insults, when a clear male voice came from the doorway. What is the argument about? What exactly here is unaffordable? The group froze, all turning to look at once. Yang Li's eyes lit up, subtly pushing away the arm of the man she was holding. The man shot me a glaring look. Lung Qingqiu looked rather awkward when she saw me. She had said she would just look around, only for me to catch her fighting with someone. Mr. Zhang, I'm so sorry, let us just leave. Wait a minute. Yang Li was not about to let it go. She stepped in my way. Are not you going to introduce us? Which family does this handsome guy belong to? You should bring him out for dinner sometime. She saw my refined aura, and guessed I must be a young master from a prominent family. My gaze was cold and unfriendly. None of your business. How is it not my business? Yang Li picked up an object from the counter flirtatiously, blowing off some dust. Tell you what, introduce this guy to me, and I will let you have a good look at these 5 emperor coins. Lung Qingqiu huffed. I do not care about those coins. I suddenly asked. The ones in your hand? Yang Li was taken aback for a moment. Oh, Handsome is interested too. Well, that is great. I actually reserved these from the boss. These are... I interrupted her words nonchalantly. Inside Kylan Pavilion, it was like a movie hitting the pause button. The scene froze instantly. Lung Qingqiu was just about to speak, but her words got stuck. Yang Li's endless stream of boasting came to a screeching halt. The shop owner, who had been wiping items behind the counter, and staying out of the fray, frowned and looked up at me. The boy next to Yang Li burst out laughing maliciously. Do you even know the rules? Calling something fake in an antique shop without even looking. What? Do you have X-ray vision? Own glance from across the room and you know it is a fraud. Yang Li was not happy either. No Own likes being told they just bought the counterfeit item. However, she was generally more tolerant of handsome men. So she did not start cursing. She just said with a darkened face, "Young man, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say whatever you want if you claim it is fake. Can you actually explain why?" Asked, "Have you paid yet?" The owner looked at me. Yang has already purchased them. Antique shops usually have rules. The boss won't tell you if an item is real or fake. Buyers must judge for themselves and make their own offers. If the price is right, the deal is done. Once the transaction is over, the deal is final. As for whether the item is genuine, the buyer bears the cost. Yang Li had her eye on them 2 days ago, but she was short on cash then. Today, she had begged her companion to buy them. The items were officially hers now. Leng Qingqiu had only glanced at them a few times upon entering, which was enough for Yang Li to start her sarcastic remarks. I walked up to the counter, picked up the 5 emperor coins and examined them. The reason I could tell they were fake without a close look was naturally because I could perceive the energy field surrounding the objects, but others could not see that, so I could not use that as an explanation. After a few glances, I knew exactly what I was dealing with. The is well made, but fake is fake. It won't become real. I did not want to pick a fight with you, but you just won't stop, will you? Yang Li straightened up, glaring at me. I have probably seen more 5 emperor sets than you have had hot meals. You think you know more than me? Exactly. The boy beside her chimed in. Sister Yang is an expert in the antique circle. Some people should stop lying through their teeth. Pretending to be an expert is just embarrassing. Leng Qingqiu really did not understand. She asked me a bit sheepishly, "What does patinate mean?" She heard people use the term often, but did not know the specific definition. I gave her the scientific explanation. It is an oxidation film. Leng Qingqiu suddenly understood. I continued. Strictly speaking, 5 emperor coins are actually divided into the Great 5 and the Small 5. The Great 5 refers to the Ban Liang of the Qin dynasty, the Wu Zhu of the Han dynasty, the Kaiyuan Tongbao of the Tang dynasty, the Songyuan Tongbao of the Song, and the Yongle Tongbao of the Ming. You should have learned this in high school history, right? Qin Shi Huang unified the 6 kingdoms, standardizing weights, measures, and currency. The round outside, square inside design was established then. Needless to say, Qin Shi Huang was the emperor of the ages, with monumental achievements. The other 4, Emperor Wu of Han, Lu Che, Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Shimin, Emperor Taizu of Song, Zhao Kuangyin, and Emperor Qingzu of Ming, Zhu Di, were all legendary monarchs whose names live on through history. Leng Qingqiu listened intently. And the Small 5? They refer to 5 emperors from the more recent Qing dynasty: Shunji Tongbao, Kangxidongbao, Qianlong Tongbao, and Jiaqing Tongbao. These 5 emperors reigned for a total of 180 years, during which the nation was powerful and prosperous, often referred to as the prosperous age of Kangqian. Nowadays, when people say 5 emperor coins, they usually mean these. Furthermore, these 5 emperors correspond exactly to the 5 elements: water, metal, and fire, embodying the essence of yin and yang. The coins absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the dragon energy of monarchs, and the vibrant energy of a prosperous human world. So they are very common dharma tools among the people, used to attract wealth, bring fortune, and ward off evil spirits. As Yang Li heard me recount the history so fluently, a bad feeling started to sink in. How does this kid sound like such a seasoned pro? He said these coins are fake. He could not be serious, could he? Yang Li could not help but glance at the shop owner, then remembered the rules of the trade. She could not back out now. The boy beside her could not sit still. Even if you know all that, you still can't just call them fake. You need evidence when you speak. Huh, where's your evidence? Evidence? I glanced at him. Distinguishing real 5 emperor coins involves checking the luster, measuring the thickness, and listening to the sound. I assume that is how you checked them. The boy was only there to accompany Yang Li. What did he know? He quickly nudged her. Yang Li's sense of unease grew stronger. That is right. Is there a problem with checking them that way? There is nothing wrong with checking them like that, I said slowly. But did you look closely at the characters? The characters? Which characters? Yang Li held the coins up to her eyes, half doubting, squinting so hard she almost went cross-eyed. The script on these coins looks perfectly fine, but give her a magnifying glass. I offered a kind reminder, otherwise she will never be able to see. Which stroke of the character is crooked? Yang Li nearly jumped. Which stroke is crooked? Impossible. The script on the 5 emperor coins is perfectly straight. It is very neatly written. As you said, the characters on the 5 emperor coins should be bold and powerful, but the ones you have are not genuine. Without waiting for Yang Li to argue back, I had already pressed my fingertip onto one of the coins, pointing to the character Yong in Yongjing Tongbao. I heard Emperor Yongjing chose the name Yongjing precisely because people claimed his accession was unjust. Therefore, he wanted to declare to posterity that his position was rightfully earned, and that he ruled with integrity. If he saw his own title written so crookedly, he would probably crawl out of the Western Qing tombs tonight to find you. The boss handed the magnifying glass to Yang Li. She peered closely at the spot I indicated, and sure enough, she found a single stroke that was slightly off. She was utterly devastated. How is this possible? The 5 emperor set I carefully selected, costing hundreds of thousands. How could the problem be right here? And who exactly was this young man? Something an ordinary person needed a magnifying glass to see. He had identified as a fake from across the room the moment he walked in. Adding fuel to the fire, I said to Leng Qingqiu, "See that? This imitation is clever, but it is only worth about 80 to 100 bucks. You can definitely afford that." This was a direct jab at Yang Li's earlier comment about Leng Qingqiu not being able to afford anything. Leng Qingqiu let out a short laugh. Yang Li was speechless this time. Her face flushed red, then turned green, then blue, and finally pale. Eventually, she snatched up the coins, shot a venomous glare at Leng Qingqiu, and dragged her companion away. Now that they were gone, there was no reason for Leng Qingqiu and me to stay. Just as we were about to leave, the owner of Kailan Pavilion called out tentatively. I asked, "Are you Master Jean? Master Jean?" Hearing this, Leng Qingqiu moved to deny it for me. His surname is, but I stopped in my tracks and turned back to answer. In the circle, they call me Master Jean. I did not expect you to know that name, boss. Forgive the intrusion. The boss had only asked on a whim, not holding much hope. When I actually admitted it, he was instantly struck with amazement. He, who had remained calm and detached throughout the drama, immediately rushed to grab a tea set. It is the honor of a lifetime to actually cross paths with you, Master Jean. Please have a seat. I wondered why I heard magpies chirping when I stepped out this morning. It turns out it was an omen of your arrival. Senior figures in the antique world all knew there was a Master Jean with an incredibly sharp eye. His appraisals were never wrong, and he was said to possess supernatural abilities. Objects that required others to use various tools for inspection could be identified the moment they touched his hand. This Master Jean was notoriously busy, rarely performing appraisals for others, and never participating in circle events. Only a few highly respected masters had ever met him. Regarding Master Jin's appearance, the rumors were all over the place. Some said he was a white-haired old man. Others said he was a refined and scholarly professor. Still others claimed he was a middle-aged man who went shirtless while waving a cattail fan. The least believable rumor was that Master Jean was an exceptionally young and handsome man. That last rumor was the least circulated, and very few people believed it. However, the owner of Kailan Pavilion had his connections. He had heard someone mention that the most unbelievable rumor was actually the truth. While I was talking to Yang Li earlier, he noticed my aura was unlike that of an ordinary person, and since I matched the young and handsome description, while seeing through a fake at a glance, he immediately thought of the legendary Master Jean. To have Master Jean grace my humble shop truly brings light to this place. The boss hurried to boil water for tea. Please sit down. I never thought I would be lucky enough to meet you. I do not have much prepared, but this is a new tea from this year. Please give it a try. I reached out to stop him and looked at Leng Qingqiu. I am accompanying someone to buy things today. She has urgent matters at home, so I won't trouble you any further. The boss did not want to miss this chance to befriend Master Jean. He asked hastily, "Is the urgent matter a search for a Dharma tool? What kind do you need? Perhaps I have something suitable in my shop." I smiled slightly. "I appreciate the kindness, boss, but we did not come here today for a Dharma tool. We just visited Pingan Pavilion." Pingan Pavilion was at the end of the street, selling yellow paper and incense. The boss understood immediately. It was either something related to feng shui. He had not expected me to be knowledgeable in that as well. He said hesitantly, "You are an expert in that too. Would you mind taking a look at my place another day?" I scanned the shop, with a half smile. With a shop name as auspicious as this, there is no need for me to look, is there? The boss froze, his voice dropping low. You even saw through that? Standing beside us, Lung Qingqiu listened to our exchange, feeling like we were speaking in riddles. She was completely confused. Look at what did you see through? Terrified that I would speak out loud, the boss quickly laughed it off. It is nothing at all. He gave me a pleading look. This is my livelihood. Master Jean, please show some mercy. Do not tell anyone. Otherwise, if a competitor breaks the formation, I will be ruined. LF. The work of a famous master is not that easy to break, but do not worry. I won't explain the details to anyone else. The boss let out a long sigh of relief. Seeing that Lung Qingqiu was clearly an outsider who understood nothing, he did not want to say too much. He said politely, Master Jean, since you are busy, I won't keep you. Please stop by the shop whenever you are free. Let me treat you to some fine tea. He personally escorted us to the door, waiting until we were far away before returning to his shop. Lung Qingqiu had not understood a single word. However, what she was most curious about was, why did he call you Master Jean? Is not your surname Jiang? Walking ahead of her, I smiled. Do not you use a nickname when you play games or go online? Lung Qingqiu found that reasonable. Which young person nowadays did not have an alias? One of her roommates even had a social media handle called Mere 3 Strands. But he seemed incredibly respectful toward you. I am just slightly famous in that circle, that is all. I stood by the car and signaled for Lung Qingqiu to open the door. It is like a game leaderboard. The people at the top always seem to have a halo around them. If those top players rarely show their faces, it adds another layer of mystery. Lung Qingqiu knew nothing of the antique world, nor did she know what slightly famous actually meant in my case. She took my word for it and believed me, so that is how it is. She spoke while opening the passenger door, inviting me to get in, but she found that I had already opened the back door and was stepping inside. Lung Qingqiu said tactfully, Mr. Zhang, I am the one driving. If she was driving, and I was in the back seat, would not that make her look like my chauffeur? I realized my mistake and pulled my leg back, moving to the front. Sorry about that. I am just used to sitting in the back when my driver is at the wheel. Lung Qingqiu closed the door for me, then returned to the driver's seat. After starting the car, she asked, are we going back to my house? Or somewhere else? To Bitao Garden. I replied, is not that the famous 10,000 gold district? Lung Qingqiu asked in surprise. I do not think I have heard of that. What district? The 10,000 gold district. That is right. Lung Qingqiu set the navigation. The housing prices in that villa area are 10,000 times more expensive than gold. So everyone jokes that it is the 10,000 gold district. Are we going there to handle some business? To consecrate the talisman. Lung Qingqiu scratched her head. Are there any temples in Bitao Garden? I have not heard of any. By the way, what was the antique shop owner talking about earlier? The part about seeing through something? Lung Qingqiu continued. Lung Qingqiu continued to ask. I explained. Ping'an Pavilion is quite famous. When he heard I went there to buy things, he guessed I was knowledgeable about feng shui, so he asked if I could take a look at his place. After a pause, I continued. He had someone set up a feng shui formation in his shop. I just told him he did not need a consultation. He was afraid I would expose the setup, so he asked me not to tell anyone. As I reached this point, I stopped there. I did not mention exactly what kind of formation was in the shop. Lung Qingqiu was tactful enough not to pry further. If the Kailan Pavilion owner said that, he definitely did not want outsiders to know. Even though I did not think it was a big deal, I was willing to keep the secret for him. That owner had just stumbled into luck. He had no idea how much I actually knew. Asking me for help was really just an attempt to get closer to me. He never expected that I truly knew my stuff, and had seen through it at a single glance. The feng shui formation in his shop was a true treasure. He had paid a fortune to have it installed. It absolutely could not be sabotaged. Fortunately, Master Jean had a solid reputation, and was very reliable. Since I said I would not tell anyone, I would certainly keep my word. Before we left, Lung Qingqiu and I had not decided how to make Uncle Lu act against her family again. Now on the way back, Lung Qingqiu remembered this, and became anxious once more. How can we get him to make a move? Said, you're just a young girl. What kind of grudge could he have against you to target you? That seems a bit difficult, but what if he targets your father instead? That Mr. Lu, the family friend, only had a standard relationship with Lung Qingqiu as an elder. His attacks were primarily aimed at the head of the Lung family. He likely did not have a personal grudge against Lung Qingqiu herself. So why would he target her? If we wanted Uncle Lu to go after Lung Qingqiu, The chances were too low. We had to find a way to draw out his original target and provoke him to strike again. Who did he hate? Was it Leng Qingqiu's father or her mother? Could be both. But the only one currently surviving was Leng Qingqiu's father, my dad. Leng Qingqiu instinctively rejected the idea. My dad is already in a coma at the hospital because of him. I continued. If he knows your family is already miserable enough, he probably won't act again. We need to make him feel it is not miserable enough. Only then can we lure him out. Leng Qingqiu hesitated, but he visited the hospital last night. He knows the injuries are severe. Then call him today. Tell him your father has regained consciousness, and that the injuries are not as severe as they thought. Will he believe it? Whether he believes it or not, you have to try. I countered, unless you have a better idea. Leng Qingqiu fell silent. She truly did not. I softened my voice. Once we are ready, we will know for sure. You do not need to worry about him actually harming your father again. I will be on site to monitor the situation at all times. Leng Qingqiu gritted her teeth. I will do as you say, Mr. Zhang. The car drove to the entrance of Bitao Garden. The license plate was unfamiliar. I rolled down the window. The guard had a deep impression of my face and quickly cleared us to pass. Leng Qingqiu asked in surprise, "Are you an owner here?" I thought for a moment and replied indifferently, "Technically this." Leng Qingqiu marveled. "I can't believe the Wang family bought a house here. Is not it said that you can't buy a villa in this area even with money?" I said flatly. "It has nothing to do with the Wang family. I was only staying with them temporarily." Leng Qingqiu wanted to ask, "Are not you the eldest young master of the Wang family?" But seeing my lukewarm attitude when mentioning them, she kept the question to herself. She recalled the grand scene of my brilliant appearance at Wang Ting's engagement banquet yesterday, and wanting to cheer me up. Speaking of the Wang family, there is something quite amusing. At the banquet yesterday, before you arrived, a bunch of reckless people were making a scene, but after you showed up, they were all dumbstruck. Their reactions were hilarious, but I simply asked, what were they making a scene about? Leng Qingqiu chuckled nervously and said vaguely, just saying that since you came from a mountain village, you would not be good looking or know anything about etiquette, fearing it would be embarrassing for me to hear. Leng Qingqiu intentionally omitted the harsher words. She summarized the situation briefly, focusing only on how stunned they were by my appearance, and how satisfying it was to see them proven wrong. There were not many of them, but afterward, they were all green with regret. It was truly vindicating. I let out a short laugh after listening. Fortunately, there were not many. Otherwise, I would think the second-generation circles in the capital were doomed. Leng Qingqiu froze. I continued, yesterday because it was me, the things they said vanished into thin air, like a harmless joke, leaving no trace. But what if it were someone else? What if it was not me, but someone else, who was switched at birth, grew up in a mountain village, was not particularly attractive, and did not know their so-called noble etiquette? Would they deserve to be ridiculed? Because an ordinary person is not good-looking, because they do not understand pretentious formalities, because their lifestyle is not refined enough, or because they have not had a smooth life like those people, they should be despised. In my view, they are far inferior to those born in mountain villages. At least those villagers witness the realities of the world from a young age. They have empathy, and they understand compassion. Standing there, they are upright and true human beings. But these so-called elite upper-class types, just because they were born into the right families, consider themselves superior. If this is the common habit of the second generation, then I would say their family's downfall is not far off. My tone was not aggressive. In fact, I spoke rather slowly, but every word was like a sharp dagger, stabbing into that arrogant and narrow-minded world. Leng Qingqiu suddenly found herself speechless. She had not joined in on the mockery, but she had not seen much wrong with their behavior either. Born and raised in this circle, she had always been a part of it, a beneficiary of these interests. Certain perceptions had long been ingrained in her. But look at me. I had not actually suffered any loss. In fact, I had every right to be smug, since I was the victor of that silent battle yesterday. Yet why was not I arrogant because of my rising status? And why was not I intimidated by crossing social classes? I did not feel inferior because I once grew up in the countryside, nor was I lightheaded because I had suddenly become a wealthy young master. I was so clear-headed and calm, pointing directly at the rot of this circle. Leng Qingqiu gripped the steering wheel tighter. A complex mix of emotions rose deep within her. Perhaps it was shame, or perhaps it was confusion. She could not quite tell. She just felt that her life over the years had been a muddle. Even though she was older than Jiang Heng, she lacked any real self-awareness or independent thought. She lived in the lap of luxury, arrogant and naive, like a frog at the bottom of a well, seeing only that tiny patch of sky above. Whatever the people around her said, she believed. However, now her mother was dead. Her father was lying in a hospital bed. The culprit was still at large, and she was at her wit's end. If she had not met me, she might have remained oblivious until death. We're here. My voice broke her train of thought. Wait for me in the car. I will be out in a moment. Lung Qingqiu gave an affirmative nod. As she looked toward the courtyard, she took a closer look and discovered that this was actually the central prime spot of Bitao Garden. Is not Bitao Garden a property developed by the Xie family? What exactly is Jiang Heng's background? Not only did he get a house here, but he lives in the C position. On the other side, after getting out of the car, I carried my bag straight toward the main courtyard. In the garden, I ran into Butler Yang. I greeted him. Uncle Yang is reading, and Butler Yang smiled. She is reading in the parlor. So I turned toward the parlor. As I pushed the door open, Xie Rian heard the noise and glanced back. Did you skip class? I nodded and told Xie Rian about the Lung family situation. After listening, Xie Rian asked, for you to come back midway, there must be something specific. Is there anything I can help with? I smiled. I love how straightforward you are. I took out the yellow paper, made a talisman on the spot, folded it and handed it to her. Nothing major. I just need you to hold this for 5 minutes. Xie Rian was absent-minded and accidentally grasped my fingers. Feeling her grip, I immediately withdrew my hand, holding the talisman in place. She said embarrassedly, I was daydreaming just now. It is rare to see you in a daze. What were you thinking about? Xie Rian thought to herself. Ever since she met me, she was always in a daze. Earlier when she heard me say, I love how straightforward you are. For some reason, because of the first part, I love you, her head had spun for a few seconds. She could not help herself. Her hand had reached for the wrong spot. Xie Rian made up a random excuse. I was thinking about that Uncle Lu you mentioned. I wonder where he found such a sinister method. Could it be related to the Xie family situation? You suspect the person your uncle hired to harm you is related to the Lung family's incident. Xie Rian shook her head. The techniques seem different. It does not look like the same person. I smiled. That is good. You have not encountered anything strange lately, have you? She smiled back. Do not worry. Nothing. Even if someone did target me, it would be their bad luck. The situation with my uncle involves a lot of factors, so it needs to be handled slowly. We have not dug out exactly who he is working with yet. I will let you know when we find them. I nodded, seeing that enough time had passed. I took the talisman back. I looked at it and saw a faint, mist-like purple glow imprinted on the yellow paper. Satisfied, I put it in my bag. Once the Lung family's issue is resolved, I will have Lung Qingqiu pay me, and I will give you half. Xie Rian laughed. Then I will just wait to collect the money. Should not you say you do not need it, and tell me to keep it all? She said in a low voice. If you give it, want it. I did not catch anything unusual in her tone, and continued joking with her. Are you always this generous, or have you just never taken money from anyone before? She simply smiled. As I stepped out of the room, took 2 steps back, I turned and added, by the way, I am coming back for dinner tonight. Remember to save some food for me. Without waiting for her response, I walked away, leaving her sitting silently with her book. Her gaze was fixed on the doorway, as if she could stare a hole through the threshold. After a long while, she finally broke into a faint smile. I returned to the car, to find Lung Qingqiu with bloodshot eyes, filled with visible veins, and a terrible complexion. I frowned and asked, what is wrong? Lung Qingqiu said through gritted teeth, that man Lu just called me. Pretending to care, he asked about the situation, and said he wanted to visit the hospital in person. I refused him, said. He was not pretending to care. He was uneasy. It seems he truly hates your father, even after all this. He still needs to see it with his own eyes. Lung Qingqiu finally realized this, making her tremble with even more rage. She slammed her fist onto the steering wheel. D****. I really do not understand. My dad treated him so well. I said calmly, you can ask him that yourself when the time comes. She fastened her seatbelt and composed her emotions. We are going to the hospital now. Once we arrive, you call him. The two of us had been running around all day. By the time we reached the hospital, it was already afternoon. Just as we entered her father's ward, my phone rang. I glanced at it. It was actually a call from Xie Rian. Xie Rian's low voice came through the receiver. I forgot to ask you just now. Did you skip lunch? Feeling as if I would been caught red-handed, I said softly. I'm not hungry yet. I will eat later. Xiaorian thought for a moment. You have already reached the hospital, right? Then it would not be very convenient. I will eat when I get back tonight. I thought she had tacitly agreed. So I put the matter out of my mind and began taking out the talismans. Take this and dissolve it in water. Find a way to feed it to your father. Lung Qingqiu's father lay on the bed, his entire aura looking murky and ominous. After Lung Qingqiu followed my instructions, she saw his complexion visibly improve. I handed her another talisman. Place this over his heart. The heart is on the left. Where are you putting it? Lung Qingqiu quickly moved her hand from right to left, awkward and a bit nervous. I comforted her. Do not be nervous. Nothing will go wrong. Lung Qingqiu watched me, unsure what gestures I was making in midair. Then I lit a stick of incense and placed it by her father's head. The incense stood burning on its own, without any support. She was deeply shocked. How did you do that? I brushed it off casually. Anti-gravity manipulation. Lung Qingqiu was stunned for a moment. It can actually be explained by science. I said calmly, call that Uncle Lu now. Tell him your father has woken up. If he wants to visit, tell him your father still needs 2 days of quiet rest. Tell him to come back in 2 days. Lung Qingqiu suppressed her hatred, trying her best to sound calm on the phone. The doctor said it was just a shock. It is actually not that serious. It is a good chance for him to recover. Let us forget about today. Uncle Lu, you visited last night. It must have been exhausting. Besides, my dad needs 2 days of peace. Please come the day after tomorrow if you are free. Thank you, Uncle Lu. After hanging up, Lung Qingqiu's face turned ashen. She let out a long breath. What a scumbag. I pulled up a chair and sat down. But all we need to do now is wait. I pointed to the incense by her father's head. When the smoke becomes chaotic, it proves the opponent has made their move. Recalling my earlier phone call about dinner, Lung Qingqiu said apologetically, you have been with me all day, on an empty stomach. I am truly sorry. What would you like to eat? I will order takeout, or send someone to pick it up. Before I could finish, a knock sounded at the door. Lung Qingqiu went to open it. The person at the door asked, Does Mr. Zhang here? I have 2 orders of soup for delivery. At the same time, my phone buzzed. Xiaorian had sent a message. If it is inconvenient to have a full meal, drink some hot soup to warm your stomach. I ordered 2. Do not feel bad about eating in front of her. I froze for a moment, then shook my head with a smile. Bring it in. It is dinner for both of us. Lung Qingqiu brought in 2 carefully packed thermal flasks, asking curiously, which friend prepared this? So thoughtful, I said with a smile. It is my sister. A question mark flashed through Lung Qingqiu's mind. Are not you an only son? Where did a sister come from? I had no intention of explaining. I just handed own flask to Lung Qingqiu, and took the other for myself, slowly sipping the soup. By the time we finished the soup, less than 1/5 of the incense had burned. Though Lung Qingqiu had never burned incense before, she knew the speed was not quite right. How long can this incense last? I glanced at it, estimating, probably about 4 more hours. What if the incense burns out, and Lu has not made a move yet? I looked at her strangely. What kind of question is that? But based on what you said, he seems to harbor quite a grudge against your father. I doubt we will have to wait long. Lung Qingqiu's heart was in turmoil. She did not know if she wanted the incense to burn faster or slower. After a frantic day and night, she finally grew quiet, only then feeling a sense of helplessness. She slumped her head, running her hands through her hair, sinking into silence. Since I revealed the truth about the water earlier that morning, or since she heard about the accident last night, her mind understood the facts, but her heart had not caught up. Her thoughts were still stuck on the previous weekend. Her mother had suggested a family trip for winter break. Uncle Lu had given her a skincare set this year. Her father had said, when you get married and have kids, we can be neighbors with Uncle Lu's grandson. But in the blink of an eye, Uncle Lu was a villain. Uncle Lu wanted to kill her whole family. She had not truly processed it yet. It felt as if a thick fog had risen over her life. She was walking through it, love and hate separated by a layer of confusion. Suddenly, I whispered, it is starting. Lung Qingqiu looked up blankly, following my gaze. She saw the incense before the bed. The single, thin wisp of smoke had been drifting lazily, but now it was shaking violently, as if something were wrestling with it. Lung Qingqiu watched with trepidation, fearing it would snap, but her fear did not materialize. After the shaking stopped, a flash of red light appeared. A spark erupted from the tip, and then it went out with a poof. I looked up and said, sweep away the paper on Mr. Lung's heart. Lung Qingqiu wondered why I used the word sweep. She pulled back the blanket and found that the talisman paper had turned into a pile of ash. She froze for a moment, carefully gathered the ash in her palm, and poured it into the trash can. Said, "Call that Uncle Lu. Tell him your father's condition is critical again. Tell him to get to the hospital immediately. Do not you want to know why he wants to kill your family? Better to ask him to his face." Lung Qingqiu picked up her phone and made the call. He indeed promised to arrive right away. I sat with one leg crossed over the other, propping my chin on my hand. This somewhat casual posture somehow looked leisure and elegant on me. I looked at Lung Qingqiu and asked, "Why do you look so dazed?" Lung Qingqiu said hesitantly, "I feel like my life has suddenly become surreal." I glanced at her, thinking her reaction was not quite right, but I had not felt the opponent using any strange talismans just now. Had I missed something? I pulled the remaining yellow paper from my bag, wrote a cleansing talisman, and handed it to her. "If you feel unwell later, come find me again." Lung Qingqiu took it solemnly and put it away. She truly felt her mind clear up instantly. When Uncle Lu arrived, I was the one who opened the door. Seeing me, he was taken aback. I stepped aside, making a gesture for him to enter. "Please come in, Uncle Lu." He felt a surge of unease. As soon as he entered, he saw Lung Qingqiu's father, who was supposed to be in emergency care, lying on the bed, while the anxious Lung Qingqiu stood there, staring at him coldly. The thud came from behind. He looked back to see that I had closed and locked the door. He forced a smile and said, "Chacho, what is all this? And who is this gentleman?" Lung Qingqiu sneered. "What are we doing? Do not you know?" He kept up the facade and said, "Chacho, I do not understand what you mean. Did not you say old Lung was in emergency surgery? How can you joke about such things?" I was worried sick. Lung Qingqiu approached him step by step. "What were you worried about?" "Worried that our family was not dead enough." His face changed drastically. He backed away. "I have no idea what you were talking about," I said lazily. "If you back up any further, you will run into me." He instinctively looked back. In that split second, Lung Qingqiu was already in front of him, grabbing him by the collar, still acting. The veins on her forehead pulsed. Her teeth were chattering with rage. "Let me ask you, who sent the water we use at home? Was it you?" "I know everything. Do not even try to lie. My grandfather was neighbors with your father. My dad grew up with you, brothers for decades. My dad always said you were his best friend for life. And this is how you treat him. How did my family ever wrong you? When your wife was sick 2 years ago, my dad spent every day with her, neglecting even my mom and me. Your business could not grow for years. And my dad looked after you at every turn, promoting you, never forgetting you. When your legs were bad, whenever my family found a remedy, they kept an eye out for you." Lung Qingqiu interrogated him repeatedly, consuming by fury. Her voice grew louder, finally becoming hoarse and shrill. "You heartless beast. Look me in the eye and tell me today, where did the Lung family fail you, to make you plot so meticulously to destroy us?" He was initially timid, but as her accusations became more intense, his expression gradually hardened. He seemed to finally lose his patience. He violently pushed Lung Qingqiu away, and said coldly, "Have you screamed enough?" His whole body was tense, as if he were suppressing a deep-seated rage. "Lung Qingqiu, you call me heartless. Is your father not heartless too? You do not know sh*t. He squinted at her father on the bed, saying with malicious delight, "Karmic justice truly exists. Now it is his turn to lie in a hospital bed. The suffering I have endured for decades, I have finally paid it back to him." "You are talking nonsense," Lung Qingqiu shouted. He sneered, patting his crippled right leg. "Your dad never told you how I got this injury, did he?" "Of course he did not dare tell you." Lung Qingqiu froze in place. Her father had indeed never mentioned how Uncle Lu's leg injury had occurred. He only said that some accident had happened when they were children. Could there really be another story behind it? Uncle Lu said coldly, "When I was 7 years old, I was playing on the street with your father. A neighbor's kid suggested playing hide and seek. After a few rounds, it was supposed to be your father's turn to beat, but he cheated and refused to do it. Since I was his best friend, I offered to take his place." Uncle Lu recounted the old memory with a hollow expression. "They covered my eyes with a black cloth, and then they all went into hiding. I felt my way along the path, unaware that I had wandered onto the main road. The car drove by and crushed my lower leg. From that day on, I became a cripple, and this tragedy was never meant to be mine. I suffered in someone else's stead. This was a burden the Lung family should have carried." Uncle Lu stared intensely at Lung Qingqiu, sneering with malice. "What did I do? I merely allowed what should have happened decades ago to finally take place. Years ago, your father should have died under those wheels. Now he has lived for decades, and his daughter is all grown up. What reason does he have left to live? Your family owes me this. You are full of sh*t. Lung Qingqiu trembled with pure rage. I am full of sh*t. Uncle Lu gave a cold laugh. You're right, that was my fate. But let me tell you, your whole family dying out, that is the fate of the Lung family. He began to clap and cheer with pure venom. I have truly had enough of your family's patronizing act all these years. Your father called me a brother, yet he never partnered with my company. Treating me well was just a constant reminder that I was inferior to him in every way. Every time he did me a small favor, I had to act like a servant, buying this and that, running to your house to show my gratitude. Your family just loved seeing me bow and scrape, did not you? Stop pretending to be saints. He spoke with utter disdain. All these years claiming to be my brother, but in your hearts, I was nothing but a beggar. Thinking of what he had done before coming to the hospital, he laughed with savage satisfaction. It is all fate. From this moment on, my destiny has changed, while the Lung family's luck has run dry. He turned, intending to continue his tirade at Lung Qingqiu, but his peripheral vision caught a pair of eyes watching him silently. His entire body locked up, frozen in shock right where he stood. Father Lung lay there peacefully on the hospital bed, silently observing the farce unfolding in the room. Own was his biological daughter, the other was his lifelong friend. Every word these two had just spoken had fallen directly into his ears. Lung Qingqiu finally noticed her father was awake. With reddened eyes, she rushed toward him. Father Lung spoke with grandfatherly affection. How old are you now? Why are you still crying? You will make a fool of yourself. Quickly now, none of that. Lung Qingqiu replied with a sob. I won't cry. Father Lung wanted to pat her shoulder, but his body still lacked the strength. He could only shift his gaze toward his childhood friend, who stood frozen as if paralyzed. Uncle Lu's entire body jolted. Father Lung sighed. I heard everything you just said. I never imagined you harbored so many thoughts all these years. It seems I did not know you well enough. Uncle Lu's lips trembled slightly, as if he wanted to speak, but no sound came out. Father Lung continued. Regarding what happened when we were kids, I truly failed you back then. It is only natural that you resent me, but I thought you had let it go by now. If you wanted some form of compensation, you could have told me sooner. Like you said, my daughter is already grown. There is nothing I can't let go of. If you want me to suffer the same injuries you did, so be it. If you want me to go to hell with you, that is fine too. I have nothing to lose. Lung Qingqiu could not help but shout. What are you saying? What on earth are you saying? Father Lung ignored her, keeping his eyes fixed on Uncle Lu. I have had many friends in my life, but only own soul brother, my best friend, was always you. To put it sentimentally, at my age, aside from my wife and child, all I have left are my brothers. Uncle Lu roared back. I do not believe you. His chest heaved violently. If you really thought that, why did you do business with this person, and that person for all these years, yet never directly partnered with me? Were not you just afraid I would cling to your success? I listened, my brow furrowing. Father Lung spoke wearily. So, that is what you thought. He then explained. Because those I can do business with directly are just ordinary friends, a true soul brother. I could not bear to taint that with personal gain. You have drifted through the business world for so many years. Have you ever seen a pair of brothers who partnered for long, whose relationship stayed intact? The deals I brokered for you over the years, did they not earn you more than a direct partnership would have? Father Lung closed his eyes and sighed. Forget it. Man proposes, God disposes. I foolishly thought we would never let material interests drive us to this point. I never expected that profit would ultimately lead us to this end. Uncle Lu looked as if he would been struck by a heavy blow. He stumbled back a few steps, suddenly unable to even stand, and collapsed to the floor. I watched coldly from the sidelines. I found this Uncle Lu quite interesting. Before Father Lung woke up, he acted invincible, as if the whole world owed him something. But the moment Father Lung woke, his momentum crumbled instantly. It was as if his heart knew he had wronged Father Lung, and he did not even dare to make an excuse. He was merciless when he plotted against others, clearly aiming for a life. Yet now, facing a confrontation, he could only retreat, his guilt impossible to hide. It was truly quite peculiar. How can human emotions be so complex? Father Lung no longer wished to face Uncle Lu. He said to Lung Qingqiu, let him go. From now on, pretend he does not exist. Lung Qingqiu was unwilling. She desperately wanted to give Uncle Lu a beating, but she did not dare defy her father's wishes. She could only glare at Uncle Lu and snap viciously. Get lost already? I smiled faintly and said, I see Mr. Lu is not feeling well. Why do not I see him out? Lung Qingqiu looked at me in surprise, unsure of what I intended to do. I opened the hospital room door. After you, Mr. Uncle Lu scrambled up from the ground. He seemed to want to look back at Father Lung on the bed, but he hesitated, ultimately did not turn around, and walked straight out. I followed behind him, closing the hospital door firmly. With a flick of my arm, I traced an arc in the air. Now we can talk. Uncle Lu looked at me with suspicion and uncertainty, intuiting that there was something strange about me. For you, I have nothing to say to you. He turned to leave, but abruptly slammed into an invisible barrier. It felt as if a rubber sheet had appeared in the air, though there was clearly nothing in front of him. He clutched his forehead in shock. Once he realized what was happening, the hair on his arms stood on end. He stared at me warily. A practitioner of the mystic arts. I let out a soft laugh. Quick reaction. It seems you have met other mystics before. Uncle Lu denied it hastily. I have not. Then where did your polluted water talisman come from? 1. I just picked it up by chance. I was just trying it out for fun. Uncle Lu argued desperately. I shook my head. You are quite stubborn. Every time you are questioned, you refuse to admit anything. Admitting nothing at all. Just like when you first entered the ward. And Lung Qingqiu asked about your plotting. You played dumb at first too. Only after being provoked did you admit it so brazenly. It is a pity my cultivation is not high enough yet. Otherwise, extracting your memories via soul search would be much more convenient. I have nothing to confess. Every muscle in Uncle Lu's body tensed. He was backed into a corner, staring at me intently, not daring to make a move. He had heard before that in the mystic arts, age and experience usually go hand in hand. Teenage geniuses are incredibly rare. The trick I just showed was extraordinary, but he could not cave easily. What if I just happened to have a magical artifact in my hand? I said calmly, no need to be so nervous. I do not actually intend to do much. I just want to ask you, what did you do to Lung Qingqiu today? After all, you are about to suffer a severe magical backlash. Uncle Lu's heart skipped a beat. The way I spoke made it sound like I knew the secrets behind it. But how could that be? I watched his expression and gave a light scoff. Mr. I advise you to stop making up excuses. Shake the water out of your brain and think. Why did not your plan succeed today? Why is Lung Qingqiu still standing safely in that room? And as for me, I smiled slightly. Guess what role I played in all of this? Uncle Lu's thoughts were a chaotic mess from the day's events. Hearing this was like a bucket of cold water being poured over him. He suddenly cried out, "It was you broke the polluted water talisman." I remained silent, smiling. Immediately after asking, Uncle Lu denied it himself. "Impossible. I do not believe it. How could you possibly break something like that?" He had been through too much today, and was becoming somewhat hysterical. I studied him, lost in thought. After a few seconds of silence, something occurred to me, and I said flatly, "Forget it. This is a waste of effort." Having said that, I bit my fingertip, using my blood as the ink, and my chi as the thread, drawing a talisman in mid-air. Sensing danger, Uncle Lu turned to run, but slammed into the invisible barrier once again. His back burned with heat, and he felt his body spin back around against his will. I winced and blew on my fingertip, saying lazily, "Now you should be telling the truth. Who gave you the polluted water talisman?" Uncle Lu tried to clamp his mouth shut, but as if possessed, his mouth opened and he said, "It was Master Ding." "What is Master Ding's full name?" "Ding Yilan." "How do you know each other?" "He mainly works with people in the entertainment industry. My wife's nephew is a talent manager. He made the introduction." "The entertainment industry." I paused for a moment. Why is it the entertainment industry again? How strange. I continued my questioning. "What did you do to Lung Qingqiu today?" Uncle Lu seemed to glitch for a moment, speaking haltingly. "Talisman? What kind of talisman? What does it do?" I narrowed my eyes. Uncle Lu's expression became strained, as if he were enduring a violent internal struggle. "Like a dream, like a mist. It can cloud a person's mind, and make them follow orders. Like a dream, like a mist." I recalled Lung Qingqiu's state this afternoon, and thought the name was quite fitting, but I had never heard of such a talisman. It seemed like someone's original creation. Who made it? Was it also that Ding Yilan? After Uncle Lu forced out that single word, but no sound would come out. My voice dropped low, infused with spiritual power. As I pressed him, who's he? Uncle Lu's entire body shook violently. Finally, he managed to speak. He has called you Hui. After speaking, Uncle Lu could no longer hold on. His eyes snapped shut. His body toppled backward, and he fainted. I let out a cold snort, thinking to myself, he had a restriction placed upon him. Even if I woke him up, he would not be able to say anything more. Hui, as in the phrase, the proud dragon has cause for repentance. It seems I am dealing with a real expert. I had not expected that the Lung family situation would involve two different mystics. With a simple wave of my hand, I dispelled the surrounding barrier. Then I called out to a passing nurse. Excuse me, nurse. Someone has fainted here. Could you please take care of him? The nurse froze for a second, asking in confusion, was someone standing here just now? By the time I returned to the ward, Father Leng had already drifted back to sleep. I said to Leng Qingqiu, your family's trouble has been resolved. This for you. I did not tell her that she had been under a charm. If you feel unwell later, or have any other problems, you can contact me. Leng Qingqiu gave me a bow that came from the bottom of her heart. Mr. Zhang, thank you. If it were not for you, I really would not have known what to do. My whole family might have been ruined without even knowing why. From now on, Mr. Jiang, you are my savior, my second parent. I chuckled softly. Please do not. I'm not even 20 yet. I have no desire to be a parent to a child your age. I sent Leng Qingqiu a bank account number. Once you are finished with your business, remember to wire the payment. Leng Qingqiu nodded vigorously. Do not worry, Mr. Zhang. I will wire it immediately. She originally wanted to drive me home, but I told her I had other matters to attend to. She settled for seeing me off at the hospital entrance. I did not head back to Bitao Villa. Instead, I hailed a taxi and went back to the Wang residence first. There were still a few of my things there that needed to be moved. Upon arriving at the Wang house, I found both Mr. and Mrs. Wang at home. They were in the middle of a discussion, their expressions appearing quite strange. Seeing me return, Mr. Wang asked abruptly, Jiang Heng, the engagement with the Xie family I mentioned. You still remember it, right? I replied indifferently. Before the engagement banquet, you both told me that I was to move into the Xie residence after the party. The Xies have already contacted me. I'm moving out today. The Xies contacted you directly, Mrs. Wang turned her head in shock. When did this happen? Today, Mrs. Wang whispered to Mr. Wang, what is going on? Why did the Xies bypass us to find Jiang Heng? Are they suspicious of us? Mr. Wang shook his head slowly. Unlikely. I heard third Mrs. condition worsened again. They should not have the energy to worry about us. Mrs. Wang pondered for a moment and said, perhaps we should let Jiang Heng move there as planned. But regarding the Feng family side, Mr. Wang thought for a while before saying, let us arrange for the youngsters to have dinner first. The two exchanged a few more words, quickly settling on their plan. I keenly caught fragments of their conversation, a slight coldness flickering in my eyes. Mrs. Wang said with a practiced smile, Jiang Heng, an uncle saw you at the banquet last night, and took quite a liking to you. How about our two families have a meal together? My smile grew more brilliant, my expression even more handsome, yet my aloof temperament faded slightly. I said nonchalantly, is it an uncle, or a young lady? Mrs. Wang was stunned. She instinctively glanced at Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang's face darkened instantly, and he asked coldly, what do you mean by that? I arched an eyebrow. Whatever you are thinking, that is exactly what I mean, Mr. Wang's tone turned forceful. We are not thinking anything. You grew up in a backwater village. Do you have any idea how important these connections are? Do you even understand the scale of the capital circles? The Wang family is only at the bottom, barely touching the fringe. Is introducing you to people, supposed to be harming you. It is all for your own good. For my own good. I lazily repeated the phrase. For my own good, or for the good of the Wang family. Knowing full well I have an engagement with the Xies. You still want me to dine with a miss from the Feng family. Mrs. Wang had not expected me to know the inside story. She stammered back. How did you find out? I countered with a cold question. Mr. Wang. Mrs. Wang. Are you raising a son, or are you raising a tool? These words were exceptionally biting. Mr. Wang roared in anger. What nonsense are you talking? How can a child say such ugly things? I sneered. Ugly words are still better than ugly actions. Seeing the conversation spiral out of control, Mrs. Wang hurried to smooth things over. Jiang Heng, we did not mean it like that. Your engagement with the Xies cannot be broken. But third Mrs. Health is precarious. We are considering your future. In case something happens, we want to ensure you have a fallback. My brow furrowed slightly. My patience with the Wang family had reached its limit. I could not suppress a cold laugh. Idiots. What did the Wangs take other people for? They collaborated with Xie Deong to use the Xie family as a safety net, while simultaneously trying to climb onto the Feng family. Did they truly think these great wealthy clans were fools? I found it hard to understand where they got such immense confidence to believe the tiny Wang family could play these powerful families like puppets in their hands. Mr. Wang bellowed, Jiang Heng, is this how you speak to your parents? I responded calmly, Mr. Wang, you must be joking. My parents passed away a long time ago. I was referring to the foster parents who died in the original body's accident. Mr. Wang's face turned ashen. He pointed at me and shouted at his wife, look at this. Look at this ungrateful, white-eyed wolf. He glared at me and said, do not forget, who brought you from a mountain village to the city, who turned you from a nobody into a wealthy young master, who gave you the life you have now. The school you are attending was all arranged by me. Otherwise, a high school grad who never went to college would never have a chance to enter Imperial Capital University. You would end up working in a factory. I found the whole situation absurdly funny. I said to the couple, wait a moment, you two. I went upstairs to my room, packed my things, and brought my suitcase back down to the living room. I placed a card on the table in front of them, smiling faintly. I did not think you would be so eager for repayment. Luckily, I was prepared. Do not worry. I never intended to be a freeloader from the start. Every meal during this period, lodging, travel, and transportation, has been calculated at the highest premium rate. There is more than enough in this card. As for the title of Wealthy Young Master, I do not like it, nor do I think it is worth a cent. Do with it as you please. Assign it to whomever you want. I said leisurely. But, Mr. You do not actually think Imperial Capital University is a place you can enter just by donating a building, do you? I wonder who made that promise to you. I did not say anything before, because I could not be bothered. But if you insist on taking the credit, I suggest you give that person a call and ask them exactly how I got into that school. Having said my piece, I gave a dismissive wave and walked out with my suitcase without looking back. Since we are even, do not contact me again for any reason. I find it a nuisance. Mr. and Mrs. Wang were stunned by my words. It took a long while after I had left for them to react. The two looked at each other in bewilderment. Mrs. What did he mean by that? Recalling the last thing I mentioned, Mr. Wang pulled out his phone and dialed a number. It was a mid-level leader in a relevant department that someone had introduced to him at a banquet once. The man had promised he could help make arrangements, grandly claiming it could be solved by donating a building. Mr. Wang had wired the money on the spot. Later, I successfully enrolled, and he never followed up. When the call connected, the man laughed heartily. It is President Wang. I drank too much last time, and I have been so busy lately, I almost forgot the matter. Did not President Wang say he wanted to arrange his kid into a vocational college? Why have not you contacted me, Mr. Wang's face fell. Vocational college. Was it a vocational college we spoke about last time? The voice on the other end sounded puzzled. Was it not? Did I drink too much and remember incorrectly? If I said anything else, President Wang, do not take it seriously. My authority only goes so far. I can only manage something mediocre. I certainly can't meddle with Imperial Capital University, right? He thought he was making a joke, but Mr. Wang gave no response on the other end. Mr. Wang looked at his wife in a daze. Both of them felt simultaneously that some things, from the very beginning, had never been under their control. By the time I returned to Bitao Villa with my suitcase, it was already late. Xierian heard the butler address me as Mr. Zhang, and looked up from the sofa. Her gaze lingered for a moment on the suitcase I handed over. You went back to the Wangs. Did it not go well? My perception of the Wang family was very neutral. I could not possibly like people who were stupid and selfish, but I did not exactly hate them either. To me, stupidity and selfishness are just common human traits. As I had said before, in my eyes, the Wangs and I were just strangers meeting by chance in a brief life. Love and hate are both luxury emotions. It would be a bit strange to waste them on bypassers. Xierian asked me what had happened, so I recounted the events at the Wang house, as if telling her a funny joke. When I finished, I went upstairs to put my things away. Xierian lowered her eyes, tapping her fingers on her knee. Then she sent a message to someone. Investigate the Feng family and the Wang family. The other party replied quickly. Understood. After dinner, I pushed Xie Rian into the garden for a stroll, taking the opportunity to absorb some of her purple aura. Xie Rian asked, "Is the Lung family's matter resolved?" I replied calmly, "On the surface, yes." I recounted the cause and effect of the situation, and said with a touch of contemplation, "That Uncle Lu, do not you find him quite strange?" Xie Rian pondered for a moment. Not necessarily strange. Humans are not made of wood or stone. Who can truly be devoid of emotion? He spent so many years by Mr. Lung's side. There must have been some genuine affection there, but he harbored a deep-seated grudge over his leg injury. From your description, he attributed every misfortune of his youth to Mr. This shows he is a man of narrow-minded malice. Had the Lung family lived in misery, his hatred might not have been so consuming, but the Lungs have stood a head above him for decades. Naturally, his resentment only festered. Best. Do you think he feels any regret? He does. Xie Rian answered without a second thought. But for a man like him, even if you gave him a second chance, he would make the exact same choices. That is the nature of a common villain. They possess human emotions and desires. They feel annoyance and even remorse, but it never stops them from committing evil. I nodded. Thought as much. Those two mystics backing him. Do you need me to look into them for you? I smiled and shook my head. You need quiet rest right now. Do not worry yourself with these matters. I will have my own people handle the investigation. She let out a soft laugh. It seems I can't be of much help then. In that case, I will just have to share more of my purple aura with you. Once again, Xie Rian generously offered her aura to me. As usual, I was hit full force by her overwhelming generosity. After walking for over half an hour, we each retired to our rooms to rest. Xie Rian entered her study and pulled several sheets of paper from a drawer. They were files regarding me, sent by someone who had learned that we were living together. The documents detailed my experiences over the years, from being taken to the southwest by Jiang Hongren, to my education, and finally, being brought back to the Wang family. It was a veritable chronicle of my life's major events. On the surface, it looked flawless. The simple history of a low-profile, top-tier student. Xie Rian's gaze fell on the last few lines of the final page. It noted that after high school, I took a gap year to find my family. During that time, I was in the Northern Territories, but my specific whereabouts were unknown. She pressed her finger thoughtfully on the words whereabouts unknown. When she offered to help me investigate earlier, I had naturally replied that I would arrange my own people to do it. I had been so casual that she did not realize anything was wrong at first. But a person's daily speech and mannerisms can never be fully masked. Xie Rian suddenly realized that my tone and aura, that of someone long accustomed to power, was clearly a habit formed over a long period. Looking at the file again, she was struck by how suspiciously detailed it was. It was too clean, as if it had been prepared long ago, just waiting for someone to come looking. After taking a shower, I pulled a book from the shelf and deftly swapped a hidden SIM card into my phone. Then, I settled into the rocking chair on the balcony. The moment I turned it on, messages and calls flooded in like an explosion. I opened a communication app called Wolves. First, I sent a message to a contact labeled Q, asking him to check for any unusual figures in the capital recently, along with Uncle Lu's name. Then, I skimmed through the rest of my notifications. Over the past 6 months, someone had spammed me with countless job orders, asking if I was interested in any of them. I glanced through them and replied with a simple no. Immediately, a video call request popped up in the corner. Tapped accept. A handsome blonde man appeared on the screen, radiating exuberant energy. Hi, long time no see. How did you get even more handsome? That is really not fair to the rest of us. I greeted him lazily. Long time no see. How have you been lately? The man brushed back his bangs. Not bad. I've had 12 flings and dumped 16 people. One of them was exceptionally good looking. If you are interested, I can introduce you. I laughed and shook my head. Oh, thanks. I am not interested. Is your situation resolved? The man replied with a grin. The old friends in WL really miss you. Said that since you have been gone, he has already lost 10 pounds from worrying. I gave a soft laugh. My business is still being sorted out. My business is still being sorted out. My business is still being sorted out. So, unless there is an absolute emergency, I won't be leaving the imperial capital for a while. I won't be leaving the imperial capital for a while. The man let out an exaggerated wow. So you really are in the imperial capital. I have to tell it. He will definitely go looking for you. I felt a bit of a headache coming on. If you let him come here, the entire city will be put under martial law. The man blinked his emerald green eyes. Just making things lively for you. Left with no choice. I could only lean back into my chair. Once the video call ended, Q sent me a voice request to ask for specific details. I gave him a brief summary. Q quickly grasped the involvement of the mystic arts. I will look into it. I had total confidence in Q's intelligence-gathering abilities. Before ending the call, Q said meaningfully, I hear the Imperial capital won't be very peaceful this year. If there is any action, remember to call us. I gave a wry smile. Why is everyone so eager to join the chaos? At this moment, if anyone with worldly knowledge were present, they would be utterly shell-shocked. Wolves the Wolf Pack is currently the largest underground organization in the world. True to their name, they are wolves prowling the shadows of the dark world, and possessing an unbreakable collective consciousness. They refer to the current boss of wolves as head, not just because he is the leader, but because he is the alpha of the pack. To the outside world, however, he is known as the king. The next morning, before I even reached the school, I received a call from the student union. Hello, Jiangheng, right? A cold, indifferent voice came through the receiver. Are you aware that since your enrollment, you have already skipped class more than 10 times? I raised an eyebrow in surprise. More than 10 times? The person on the other end snorted coldly, then abruptly hung up the phone. I casually added the number to my blacklist. The driver, overhearing the exchange, glanced at me through the rearview mirror. Mr. Zhang, is it something regarding the school? Would you like me to handle it for you? He was the driver Sierrian specifically assigned to me, named Sierra 11. I shook my head. It is fine. I can handle it myself. I went to class as usual, and took my seat next to an U.S. Where were you yesterday? Someone from the student union came to check attendance, and they marked your name down. I pulled a book out of my bag, replying indifferently. I was out taking care of some business. I did not elaborate on the details, and NAU did not press further. You warned me. Getting flagged by the student union is a hassle. They deduct credits. Once you hit a certain limit, you risk being expelled. Something crossed my mind, and I actually let out a small smile. That would not be such a bad thing. Miao Zhuzhu walked over, propped one hand on the desk, and hopped onto the desk in front of me to sit down, crossing her legs nonchalantly. Ever since Wang Teng's friends tried to cause trouble for me, and Miao Zhuzhu happened to walk in on it, the two of us had become quite acquainted. I sat in the classroom, with NIEU and Miao Zhuzhu by my side. Miao Zhuzhu had a sweet baby face, and a melodic voice, but her temper was explosive, and her style was fierce. NIEU had long since grown accustomed to it. NIEU looked at me, asking casually, looking at that group yesterday. It seemed like they came specifically for you. Did you offend someone? Miao Zhuzhu curled her lip, cutting in. Who else could it be? It is definitely Wang Teng. He is in the sophomore student union. I heard he sucks up to the juniors quite well. A real brown noser. I wonder if his flattering skills were practiced on his girlfriend. And you said awkwardly, what are you talking about? Why do you always go from 0 to 60 like that? Miao Zhuzhu rolled her eyes. I'm just telling the truth. Okay. She leaned in closer to me, curious. Hey Jiangheng, I heard you stole the show at Wang Teng's engagement. I saw photos someone took of you on my feed. Is that why he hates you? I thought about it for a moment, then said calmly, I do not think so. Miao Zhuzhu and NAU thought it was simple, but I continued. He probably does not hate me because of that. He has looked like he hated me from the very start. Miao Zhuzhu clicked her tongue, giving me a thumbs up. Knowing someone hates you and remaining this calm, you truly have the poise of a big shot. I can't just call you Jiangheng anymore. I have to call you Brother Heng. She grumbled. I do not know what skincare Wang Ting uses, but his skin is so thick it must be impenetrable. He actually has the nerve to hate you. He is the one who took your place. For over a decade, for God's sake. I thought about what the Wang family was currently fighting for, and let out a sigh. Perhaps people just want to keep the best things for themselves. Perhaps people just want to keep the best things for themselves. Just as we were talking, there was a knock on the classroom door. Someone poked their head in. Is Jiangheng here? The academic affairs office in the West building is looking for him. Miao Zhuzhu rubbed her chin, remarking, they sure came knocking again quickly. Want me to go with you? I was wearing a shirt and jeans today, with a trench coat layered over them. The cinched waist of the coat accentuated my lean, lithe build. I straightened my cuffs, saying nonchalantly, wait, I will go myself. As expected, Wang Teng was sitting in the West building's office, discussing something with Lin Yi, the head of the finance union. Lin Yi sat behind the desk, chatting with Wang Teng. You have no idea how arrogant he was when I called. He actually had the nerve to ask me, 10 times, These freshmen are truly lawless. The core members of the student union were not always top-tier second-generation heirs as people imagined. On the contrary, most of them were mid to low level in the social hierarchy. The truly powerful would not stay cooped up in a school. They would already be out gaining experience in much larger arenas. Lin Yi's family had a status similar to the Wang's. Both were on the fringes of the imperial capital's elite circles. Lin Yi had not been close to Wang Teng before, only building a rapport through the student union. At Wang Teng's engagement banquet the other day, Lin Yi had been in attendance. He was incredibly envious that Wang Teng could marry into the Xie family, so his attitude had become much more enthusiastic lately. This was the perfect chance to teach the newcomer a lesson, Lin Yi suggested. He stole your spotlight at the banquet. I have been sick of him for a long time. Who does he think he is? Wang Teng's smile stiffened slightly. At the mention of the engagement banquet, he said calmly, "It is nothing. He is my brother after all. Even if he intends to make things difficult for me, we are still family." You still consider him family? Lin leaned in, whispering, "Let me tell you, he is exactly the kind of person you need to watch out for. Look at how he fights for everything. You and Xie Yanran are only engaged, not married yet. What if he tries something with her?" Wang Teng seemed to hesitate. "Surely not. I do not think my brother is that kind of person," Lin Yi said sourly. "Just look at his face. He looks like nothing but trouble." Wang Teng lowered his eyes, replying placidly, "Looks do not prove anything. Our circle does not rely on looks to get things done." "That is true. He will never break into the socialite circles anyway. No group would ever invite him in," Lin Yi suggested. "Let us go shopping this weekend. We can invite a few others for afternoon tea." Wang Teng smiled gently. There were others in the office, listening to the exchange between these two famous campus heartthrobs. "Director, who are you two talking about?" "Junior Wang has a brother," Wang Teng said reservedly. "He was only recently brought back. He grew up in a mountain village in the southwest." "A southwest mountain village." A junior listening in cut in. "Then what are you and the director worried about? How could a person like that ever compare to Junior Wang?" The others chimed in one after another. Exactly. Who does he think he is? Daring to make things hard for Junior Wang." Someone patted Wang Teng on the shoulder, admiringly. "Junior Wang, is this shirt from the new V brand autumn collection? I saw it online. It is incredibly expensive. What is that guy's name? Next time the student union does a check, we will make sure to give him a real hard time." Suddenly, the office door was pushed open. Someone stood at the entrance, backlit by the sun. He was tall and lean, with perfectly struck proportions. I spoke up flatly, "Give who a hard time." I took 2 steps forward, stepping out of the glare of the light. Everyone finally saw my face clearly. A minimalist trench coat, snow-white skin, glistening black short hair, and sharply defined features. Despite the striking intensity of my looks, as I scanned the room, my gaze was cold and sharp. The office fell into a momentary silence. A second later, someone realized who it was, and gasped, "Jiang Heng." I tilted my head toward her, asking softly, "You know me?" The moment the words left my lips, the atmosphere in the office froze. Everyone fell silent. In the school today, who among those who spent any time online did not know Jiang Heng? From the day I stepped onto campus, I had become a regular fixture on the school forums. My college, my class, my seat, my schedule, even the cafeterias and places I frequented, had long been exposed by the masses. I had long grown used to such scrutiny. As long as there was no malice, I generally did not pay it much mind. Though I had not noticed that every time I attended a public lecture, the room was packed with extra students auditing. Even the professors had heard that this year's freshman class had a student with God-tier visuals. However, my relationship with the Wang family had not been widely spread. After all, that gossip only circulated within certain elite circles. The average person was not aware. So, those listening to Lin Yi and Wang Teng earlier truly had not guessed that the person from the southwest mountain village was me. Under my gaze, the girl who first called out my name blushed. She answered awkwardly, "I have heard your name." I nodded. I did not ask where she had heard it. Instead, I pulled out a chair and sat down, leaning back slightly, in a posture that was casual yet elegant. I said indifferently, "What a coincidence. I happened to hear you talking about targeting someone as I came in. Tell me, who is this protagonist you are planning to target? Do I have the honor of knowing?" One of the more impulsive students quickly explained. We were not talking about you. We were talking about Junior Wang's brother. I said flatly. Well, as a matter of fact, Wang Teng and I share no blood relation, so we are not exactly real brothers, but in name. He does call me brother quite often. The crowd was left reeling from this sudden revelation. You and Junior Wang. Is not your surname Jiang? How could? Enough. Lin Yi could not stand the chattering anymore. He slammed his hand on the desk, glaring at me. Being switched at birth was not Wang Teng's fault. He is a victim. Just like you. The fact that he calls you his brother, is not that his way of accepting you? What is with the sarcastic tone? I let out a cold laugh, retorting mockingly. Accepting me, a victim who lived in luxury for 19 years, and even after his identity was exposed, remained in a wealthy family. To play the role of a young master, that kind of victim, I said flatly. As someone from a mountain village in the southwest, I think I will pass on acknowledging a brother like that. Wang Teng's entire body stiffened. Lin Yi was left speechless. The surrounding crowd of onlookers was utterly stunned. I let out a soft laugh, and continued. Do you know what it means to be sarcastic? Now this is what you call being sarcastic. Enough. Stop wasting my time. Who is looking for me? Speak up and make it quick. This was clearly the student union's home turf. But within 10 minutes of walking into the room, I had become the one in control. Lin Yi felt as though his face had been swept away, as if his dignity were being trampled under my feet. His expression was hideous. I was the one looking for you. Lin Yi snapped. I glanced at him and asked, and who might you be? The head of the disciplinary department of the finance union. Junior student? He said, picking up 2 sheets of paper from the desk, with a stern, wooden face. I chuckled, mocking him lightly. With that tone of yours, I thought you were the head of the United Nations. The others in the office watched our exchange, the atmosphere becoming so tense it was like drawn bows. As if a fight could break out at any second, they could not help but look at one another in disbelief. Lin Yi was used to acting like a high-ranking official in the union, except for those with powerful family backgrounds. He had always looked down on everyone else with arrogance. Yet I appeared cold and indifferent, while my every word and gesture carried a blatant streak of defiance, clearly showing that I did not think much of him at all. A student close to Lin Yi tried to advise him in a low voice. Let us just talk things out calmly. There is no need. Is it your place to speak here? Lin Yi whipped his head around and glared at the person, barking. Who do you think you are, to butt in like this? The student's face flushed red from the scolding, and they immediately shut their mouth. I frowned slightly, feeling a hint of dissatisfaction with his attitude. Lin Yi shook the papers in his hand, the sheets rustling loudly, with a sharp paper-on-paper sound. He spoke irritably. Do you think you are clever? Do not you know exactly what you have done? You think you can just play dumb, living off campus in violation of regulations? Added to your absences, it is enough to get you several demerits. Is that enough for you to understand your situation? I countered lazily. Who said I was skipping class or violating regulations? So you are denying it. Lin Yi thought I was trying to quibble, so he slammed the papers onto the desk, stood up and pointed toward the door. He said aggressively, I can go find the professors of those courses right now, and survey the students who were in class with you. I can even apply to check the security footage. All of that will prove you have been cutting class. Do you believe me? As for living off campus illegally, there is someone right here who can prove it. Having said that, he turned his head toward Wang Teng. Wang Teng, you return to the Wang house every day. Have you seen him there? Everyone turned their eyes toward Wang Teng. He gritted his teeth, hesitated for a brief moment, and said in a low voice, Senior, my brother only went home because he could not adapt to dorm life. I am sure it was not intentional. Senior, please do not be angry. I will apologize on my brother's behalf. Lin Yi patted him on the shoulder, saying displeasurably, why are you apologizing? This is his own mistake. He turned back to me, speaking with his head held high. Do not you know the school regulations? Freshmen are not allowed to live off campus. I do not know how you slipped past the dorm inspections, but I am telling you, this is a major violation. I looked at Wang Teng, and sneered in my heart. This timid, gentle, and considerate act of Wang Teng's was a world away from the way he had thrown a tantrum, and mocked me just the other day. To anyone listening, they would surely think this Junior Wang was incredibly magnanimous, gentle, and kind-hearted. Indeed, while there are 1,000 green tea tricks, the strategy of playing weak never changes. I lifted my eyelids slightly, saying flatly, I indeed do not live in the dorms, but I have not broken any rules. I followed the proper procedures. Go ask for yourself. Lin Yi immediately retorted. You left class several times unexpectedly. How could you have followed proper procedures? Did you even attend class yesterday? Your counselor was out on a business trip yesterday. They were not even on campus. How exactly did you follow procedures? I smiled faintly. Who said I went through the counselor? Lin Yi pressed on relentlessly. Then tell me, whose authority did you go through? The principal's. I chuckled and replied. As a matter of fact, it was the principal's. Lin Yi was instantly dumbfounded. His first reaction was that it was impossible. A university principal is nothing like a primary or middle school principal. The current principal of Imperial Capital University is especially extraordinary. Not only is he a renowned professor nationwide, but he holds multiple high-level positions. His status is entirely different from a regular principal. Most principals hold sub-ministerial rank, but this specific principal is a full ministerial level figure. For a boy like me, who had just been brought back by the Wangs, and had been at the university for less than a month, how could I possibly know the principal? You can't even lie convincingly. He sneered. Do you have any idea what kind of man our principal is? You dare use him as a shield? I unhurriedly took out my phone, smiling calmly. I really do not. Why do not you do me a favor, director? Call him yourself and ask. Under the gaze of everyone, I held my phone in my hand. Wang Teng suddenly noticed that my phone was not any recognizable brand on the market. It was entirely jet black, appearing somewhat heavy compared to the trendy slim models, with a faint, jade-like luster. It looked like some sort of custom-made piece. The room fell into a deathly silence. Lin Yi stared at the screen of my phone. Unable to react for a moment, I said with good-natured amusement, Are you afraid to call? Lin Yi, emboldened by his internal spite, said, I am just afraid that after I expose your lie, you won't have the face to stay here anymore. I let out a soft laugh. That would be my problem then. No need for you to worry about it. Having said that, I tapped the screen lightly, touching the contact on my phone. Principal sure. The phone only rang once, before the other side picked up immediately. Jiang Heng, not busy today. How do you have the time to call me? A deep, steady voice came from the other end. I pressed the speakerphone button. Hello, Principal Sure. I am currently in the Finance Union office. There are a few issues I need your help to clarify. What happened? Principal Sure's tone immediately became serious. It is like this, I said unhurriedly. Regarding the times I took leave during classes, I have always sent you the information via text. I did not go through the counselor or anyone else. Now, the academic affairs side suspects me of skipping class, and they are demanding proof. There is also the matter of accommodation. We communicated before I enrolled that I would not be living on campus. The dorm supervisor knows about this too, but the student union here does not seem to be aware. Oh, that is the issue. Are you on speakerphone? Principal Sure asked. Yes, I am. Go ahead. Principal Sure asked. Is the head of academic affairs there? Though he knew the person could not see him, Lin Yi instinctively straightened his posture. He replied, Principal, the head of academic affairs is not here. Oh, student. This is Principal Shi Zhenlian. Student Jiang Heng's situation is quite unique. His enrollment procedures and his on-campus arrangements were all processed directly through me, including his leaves of absence and housing. I am fully aware of everything. There is no need for the student union to worry. I have been too busy with work and forgot to inform the department-level student offices. I have caused you trouble. My apologies. Principal Shi did not put on any airs at all. His tone was kind and gentle, and he took all the responsibility upon himself. Lin Yi was left completely speechless. Instead, he was overwhelmed by the principal's polite attitude. He hurriedly said, No, it was my mistake. I did not inquire clearly enough, and I have wasted your time. I am very sorry. Principal Shi comforted him with a few more words, and finally said to me, Once I am done with this busy period, the other ordinary members did not even dare to breathe loudly. After all, they rarely ever got to see the principal's face. Some had only seen him once at the opening ceremony. They never expected to hear the principal's voice personally today. Wang Teng sat there with his head down, his eyes lowered, his bangs half covering his face. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking, but judging by his tightened jawing, his mood was clearly very strained. The other regular staff members did not even dare to breathe. After all, they rarely even got to see the principal in person. Some of them had only ever seen the principal once, at the opening ceremony. To think that today, I would actually get to hear the principal on a call with my own ears. What shocked them even more was the principal's warm attitude toward me, even going so far as to invite me to dinner. Just what kind of background did someone have to be treated like that by the principal? Everyone had different thoughts, sizing me up either openly or covertly. I stood up from the chair, casually pushing it back into place. I said softly, "I can leave now, right, Mr. Department Head? Are there any other questions?" Linny leaned against the desk, his fingers gripping the edge. He forced out the word. As I reached the door with my phone, Lin Yi suddenly called out to me. I glanced back. Lin Yi held it in again and again, but in the end he could not help himself. How do you know Principal Shi? Principal Shi moved in his father's social circles. He was far too distant for second-generation heirs like them. Even the scions of top-tier families could not necessarily do what I did. How did Jiang Heng manage it? Lin Yi was utterly bewildered. I thought for a moment, and said softly, "That is a story from a long time ago. I can't explain it to you clearly, but perhaps you will find out in the future." Lin Yi opened his mouth. He found himself unable to say another word. Wang Teng tugged at his sleeve, and tried to soothe him. "Brother, it is nothing. Do not be angry. Even if it looks bad on the surface, there is no real harm done." He knew Lin Yi was a man who valued his pride above all else. Having been publicly humiliated by me this time, Lin Yi would certainly harbor a deep grudge from now on. As expected, Lin Yi said in a chilling voice, "I know, we still have plenty of time." At this moment, the people present had no idea that the school would soon issue a sweeping notice regarding the conduct of the student union and its officers, aiming to purge the atmosphere of toxic bureaucracy. As one of the school's key departments, the finance department would be the first to bear the brunt of it. The head and deputy head of the disciplinary department would both be sacked due to misconduct, leading to a new election. Though there was indeed plenty of time, it would no longer have anything to do with Lin Yi. By the time I returned to the classroom, the major subject lecture had already begun. I knocked on the door and said politely, "Professor, I apologize, I am late." I had to stop by the student affairs office. The professor picked up the attendance list from the desk and replied simply, "Go back to your seat. What is your name?" "Jiang Heng." The professor's brow twitched slightly. He instinctively looked up at me and committed my face to memory. Once the class came to an end, Miao Zhuzhu and Niu crowded around me, asking, "How did it go with the student union? Is it resolved?" I gave them a brief summary of what had happened. Miao Zhuzhu roared with laughter as she listened, slamming her hand on the table. "That is freaking hilarious. Wang Teng and Lin Yi are always so full of themselves. But this time, they really kicked a steel plate." She and Niu both showed a tacit understanding. By not asking how I happened to know the principal, Niu actually had some inklings in his heart. He figured it likely had to do with my mystic abilities. Miao Zhuzhu, however, simply saw it as a friend's private matter. If a friend did not volunteer the information, she felt no need to pry. Miao Zhuzhu asked with a gloating grin, "Did you get a good look at Wang Teng's face? Did he look like he was about to vomit blood?" I replied. I did not pay much attention to him afterward. Niu looked at Miao Zhuzhu, asking with some curiosity, "Why are you so biased against Wang Teng? What if he was not actually behind it?" Miao Zhuzhu crossed her arms, rolling her eyes at him. "You guys really are not cut out for this. You can't see through a person like that at all. His green descent is so strong it is drifting from here all the way to the Sahara Desert." Miao Zhuzhu turned to me and said, "Just you wait, Jiang Heng. This was definitely his doing. I won't stop until I dig up the evidence for you." I had been sick of his White Lotus act for a long time. I was not sure if it was because of my performance, calling the principal right there in the student union office, but it seemed to have thoroughly intimidated Lin Yi and the others. Over the next few days, the disciplinary department never bothered me again. During a break between classes, Mi Ping came to see me twice. Once was to bring me milk tea, and the other was to thank me on behalf of her brother. At Wang Teng's engagement banquet, did not I ask you when the contract my brother was negotiating would be finalized? You told me it would be in 2 days. You were exactly right, Mi Ping said excitedly. My brother kept asking where I got the info. I told him you just mentioned it casually. Now he says he wants to treat you to dinner. Are you free this weekend? I replied. No need for such formalities. I just had a bit of foresight. I did not really do much to help. I already have plans this week. Alright, Mi Ping said somewhat regretfully. Then I will tell my brother to wire you some cash. LF. Do not worry about the money. Just bring me milk tea a few more times. The ones you pick are always delicious. Mi Ping immediately looked triumphant. Of course, whether it is mango pomelo sago or succulent grape, I have compared every shop to select only the best flavors. A girl's happiness is sometimes just that simple. If someone validates her taste and aesthetic sense, she can stay happy for a long time. Since I praised her milk tea selection, Mi Ping immediately started listing her favorites, showing off the things she usually buys. As I watched her, I suddenly remembered how much heart Xie Rian put into my birthday, and felt I should buy something as a return gift. With Mi Ping right here, and knowing she had a good relationship with her brother, I figured I could use her as a reference. What kind of gifts do you usually buy for your brother? Asked. Mi Ping was taken aback, pointing a finger at herself. Jiang Heng, are you asking me? I nodded. Mi Ping said in shock. Why on earth would I buy my brother a gift, when it is his birthday or a holiday? Do not you send him something. He is the one who should be giving things to me. Mi Ping said as a matter of course. He is just some stinky guy. What is there to give him? On his birthday, if I spend $100 online, to buy him a belt, that is already plenty. On holidays he is the one who should be gifting me. Though he is incredibly stingy, I always have to pester him before he gives me anything. I listened, feeling a bit dazed. This was quite different from the loving siblings image I had imagined. Mi Ping sighed. Jiang Heng, do not be fooled by those stories online. In reality, siblings just bicker and fight. If he goes a day without insulting me, it is a miracle. She began to bluntly vent about Mi Yan's supposed atrocities, and listed 100 ways he bullied his little sister. I listened in a slight trance. So, not all older brothers and sisters were like Xie Rian. I had never had siblings before, so I did not know how these relationships were supposed to work. I wondered, was it because everyone's personality is different, leading to such vastly different behaviors? I found it hard to imagine Xie Rian insulting anyone. Xie Rian seemed like a truly reliable and considerate older sister. Perhaps I should ask Niu, as Xie Rian's direct cousin. He surely understood her much better. After class the next day, I called out to Niu. I want to buy a gift for Rian. Do you know what your cousin likes? Niu froze for a moment. I have never given her anything. I have no idea. You have never given your cousin a gift? Never. She seems to have everything she needs. Countless people send her gifts every year. If I gave her something, she probably would not even look at it. Niu scratched his head and said, if I had to say something, my mom mentioned that back in kindergarten. I cried and screamed until I gave her a crayon drawing. Does that count? I had not expected such an answer. After a pause, I said, it counts. For a brief moment, I actually felt that Xie Rian and I were subtly similar. She seemed to lack nothing, with endless people vying to give her gifts. She seemed to know everything, with endless people flattering and following her. In the eyes of outsiders, we both stood very high, and because of that, everyone felt very distant from us. Even our own family was no exception. Just then, Miao Zhuzhu tossed a stack of papers onto the desk. Look, she said boastfully. I told you I would catch that White Lotus Wang Teng. Is this a success or what? I opened the folder and flipped through it. It contained the reports received by the disciplinary department. Inside were screenshots, the whistleblower's IP address, the phone model used, and various other data points. The evidence was irrefutable, and it all pointed directly to Wang Teng. Yu leaned over to take a look, thoroughly impressed by what he saw. He pointed to one of the pages. You even got the surveillance footage of Wang Ting going to buy a burner SIM card. Miao Zhuzhu, you are way too good at this. Miao Zhuzhu laughed triumphantly. Oh please. Is there anywhere without cameras these days? Everywhere he went left an image behind. It just took a little effort to secure it. And Yu asked again. But since he used a burner card, how did you track down his information? Wang Teng was too naive. Miao Zhuzhu said with a smug smile. He thought a burner card could hide him, not knowing the network he connected to exposed him easily. His disguise was far too fragile. It was defenseless before a real technical expert. Besides, my idol once said, anything that has been done will inevitably leave a trace. He can't escape. When Niu heard those words, he felt a jolt run through him. He looked at Miao Zhuzhu with intense focus. Your idol? Miao Zhuzhu glanced at him, her expression shifting with realization. After the two stared at each other for a few seconds, they said in unison, King. I suddenly broke into a violent fit of coughing. Miao Zhuzhu and Niu both turned to look at me. Miao Zhuzhu asked with concern, Jiang Heng, what is wrong? Do you know him too? I shook my head and denied it, but then I immediately changed my mind. Well, I can't say no exactly. It is just, I wore a truly indescribable expression. I had always been aloof and detached, whether in joy or anger. My emotions were strictly controlled. I rarely showed such a vivid expression. You felt that. If he had to describe my look at that moment, it was like that mental breakdown emoji online. I said slowly. That quote you just mentioned from your idol, where did you hear it? Miao Zhuzhu replied as if it were obvious. All of my idol's fans know it, I said flatly. I suspect King himself has no idea. Miao Zhuzhu was too excited to notice that my reaction was a bit off. She snapped her fingers enthusiastically. Let me tell you, my idol is incredibly powerful. You know about that major case 9 years ago, right? The one with the famous messaging app, Tbrad, where the info of 300 million users was leaked. At the time, the hackers attacking Tbrad were incredibly arrogant. They left a message on the official website saying, "Sio, you are nothing but a clown." They provoked Tbrad's entire technical department. But then my idol counter-tracked them. He did not just strike back. He worked with the feds to track down the hackers. She looked ecstatic. Back then, everyone thought he was some passionate young guy. But it was not like that. He only typed that sentence back then because the person who paid him requested it. That was all. In truth, that was a very long time ago. Just as Miao Zhuzhu said, 9 years ago, I had just joined the wolves. Back then, I was not the leader. The alpha back then was a European man, whom everyone in the organization called Rolf. The global social messaging app, Prat, had suffered a massive user data leak, and the hackers had arrogantly left behind insults. It sparked an unimaginable storm of public opinion. The group's chairman was frantic with rage. When official help failed, he finally turned to the underground organization, Wolves. He placed a high-stakes order, demanding the culprits be tracked down within 2 days. At the time, Rolf had been shot in the arm and his right hand was injured. Combined with the difficulty of the job, logically he should not have taken the order. But Rolf had to take it. Countless eyes were fixed on the wolves. Everyone called them the underground kings. If they did not even dare take a hacker tracking job, how could they keep other organizations in line? With no other choice, Rolf reluctantly took the job. Then he came to me and told me to give it a try. Rolf was a top-tier hacker, and I was essentially his semi-disciple, though Rolf always thought I was exceptionally gifted and repeatedly called me a universal genius. The reality was, I had never handled such a major order on my own before. That was the first time I received a $100 million order. I battled with the hackers for 16 hours, before finally emerging victorious. The feds followed the case every step of the way, solving the case and arresting the criminals within 24 hours. When the hackers were caught, multiple TV stations broadcasted the scene live, facing the camera. Own hacker asked unwillingly, "For you?" The audience was still laughing at him. "You will never know. Go to prison. Once you are inside, someone will tell you." I had not expected it, but 10 seconds later, the media and reporters on the scene shouted in unison, "Oh my God." The hacker followed their gaze and looked back. The cameras panned behind him. On the massive electronic screen embedded in the skyscraper, displayed clearly across the giant LED screen, was a single word, King. For a moment, there was an uproar both inside and outside the television program. The name King spread like wildfire across the 5 continents and 4 seas. I became famous in a single battle. During the struggle with the hacker, the chairman of the Tbrad group called Rolf. He said that because the hacker left that clown insult, they had to retaliate. Since I was taking their money, I did their bidding. And so, the counter-insult from King, telling the hacker to get lost, became a viral event. The outside world discussed this with great relish, assuming King must be a wild and arrogant person. The truth, instead, remained hidden. I could not explain it, so I just let Miao Zhuzhu happily talk on. Miao Zhuzhu and EU had been classmates for so long, yet this was the first time they realized they shared the same idol. The two were discussing it with feverish excitement, swapping information, and praising him together, their flow of compliments never ending. I leaned to the side, bored, playing a game, when I suddenly heard Miao Zhuzhu say to EU, "Did you know, I heard my idol is actually Chinese. Do you think it is possible he is right here in the capital?" My hand faltered. My character in the game was nearly hit, and EU responded, "That is impossible. Security in the capital is so strict. A hacker would not have any freedom here. Besides, the idea that King is Chinese is not confirmed. It is just a rumor." Miao Zhuzhu retorted unhappily. "How is it not confirmed? Was not it obvious enough when he saved those overseas Chinese? 6 years ago, there was a major hijacking in Country F. 53 passengers and 12 crew members, including 34 overseas Chinese, were all taken to an unknown location. The terrorists even started a live stream on the dark web, claiming they would start killing people after dinner. King acted once again. He located them within 15 minutes. helping international police bring all the criminals to justice. Afterward, someone asked King why he intervened. King replied that it was because over half of the hostages were Chinese. That conversation leaked shortly after, leading many to speculate that King is Chinese. Miao Zhuju clearly believed this theory without a doubt. An AU asked weakly, what if King was just being kind? Miao Zhuju glared at him. It has nothing to do with being kind or not. My idol is definitely Chinese. Just know it. Seeing her slight anger, Li felt awkward about arguing further. He rubbed his nose and said non-committally, maybe. He felt the credibility of this rumor was not high. Miao Zhuju saw through his perfunctory tone, crackled her fingers indignantly, and whispered, I have insider information. I have insider information, she whispered. I have insider information, she whispered. I looked up from my game and glanced at her, a hint of curiosity in my eyes. I remembered the few high-level members of our organization. None of them had any deep roots in the capital. Where did Miao Zhuju get insider info? He said in surprise. You even have insider info about King. Tell us. Do not go spreading this around. Miao Zhuju hesitated before speaking. Who is my mother's younger sister? She is a member of the Hackers Union. Yu asked in shock. The Hackers Union? Your aunt is that powerful? Exactly. My aunt has an incredibly high IQ. Miao Zhuju added. The head of her team has great connections, and confirmed that this claim is true. King is indeed Chinese. Information from a big shot in the field. This clearly shifted NIEU's stance. His eyes lit up, and he pulled his chair closer to Miao Zhuju. Is there more? Any other news about King? Miao Zhuju shook her head regretfully. That is all. King is very careful about protecting his privacy. Anything regarding him is always well guarded. If someone had not provoked King a few years ago, and he spoke with his real voice during the process, the world would not even know he was a man. The world's knowledge of him basically stopped there. And EU suddenly remembered something, and looked at Miao Zhuju. Is not your family in the jewelry business? How is someone in your family a hacker? I also raised an eyebrow. Your family is in the jewelry trade, Miao Zhuju said in surprise. Zhang, you did not know. As soon as she asked, she realized I had not grown up in the capital's elite circles, and was unfamiliar with this world. Things that everyone in the same social tier knew, I was not necessarily aware of. She quickly tried to fix it. It is nothing. We just deal with some jewelry and gemstones. Nothing much. Yu laughed. Miao Zhuju, now you are just humble bragging. Then he said to me, do not listen to her. The Miao family is one of the largest jewelry enterprises in the north. They are famous nationwide and even globally. But is not there still the Qianbao Pavilion above us? Miao Zhuju mumbled. Qianbao Pavilion is backed by the Qianshan Group. They are the industry leaders. How could our family compete? Your family is only a step below Qianbao Pavilion. Hearing this, I finally understood. So, Miao Zhuju's Miao was that Miao family. I recalled what Miao Zhuju had just mentioned, about her aunt being in the Hackers Union, and I became thoughtful. As expected, those in the jewelry and gemstone business find it hard to operate entirely in the light. Well, being a step below is still below. Miao Zhuju waved it off. Anyway, next week I am going with my uncle to look at stone materials. Are you too interested? Come along for fun. We have a private jet. The flight path is already approved, so it is no trouble. Looking at stone materials usually meant raw, unprocessed minerals, like raw jadeite or raw crystal. Miao Zhuju's uncle was mainly going for raw jadeite this time. Yu said excitedly, your family is going to inspect stones. Is it convenient to bring us along? Miao Zhuju smiled. Of course, there's an auction over there. My uncle was already planning to take me to broaden my horizons. She had just realized I did not grow up in the capital, and was not familiar with the elite social circles, which made her think of this. She figured if I did not know the world, it did not matter. She could be the one to show me. Connections, after all, to put it bluntly, are built up over time. Miao Zhuju thought to herself. She could slowly introduce me to this circle. Her status as the eldest miss of the Miao family was still useful. I did not realize her intention at first, and declined. I think I will pass. I want to rest at home. Miao Zhuju assumed I meant the Wang family's home. What is so good about staying at home? Jiang, let me take you out to play. I will take you to see the stones. And Yu also said excitedly, I want to see the stones too. Miao Zhuju gave him an odd look. Your family is so rich. You have never played with this. Do not all the young masters play with this nowadays? Yu looked helpless. My family is very strict. We are not allowed to touch things related to gambling. But I have always wanted to try. Miao Zhuju laughed. An occasional bit of fun is fine. Besides, my uncle will be there. With him watching, nothing will go wrong. She leaned casually across my desk. Zhongheng, come with us. Let the Wang family see that you have your own social circle. I glanced at Miao Zhuzhu and finally understood her intention. I wanted to say it was not necessary, as I did not care what the Wangs thought. But seeing Miao Zhuzhu's eager eyes, and agreed. Miao Zhuzhu said happily, then it is settled. I flipped through my phone. There was no report from Qianbao Pavilion about this, so I assumed it was not a large-scale auction. I likely would not run into any acquaintances. If there were no acquaintances, I did not mind accompanying Miao Zhuzhu and the others. Saturday arrived in the blink of an eye. After eating breakfast, I sat on the sofa waiting for Xie Huili. Xie Huili was worried I would forget we were going shopping, so she specifically messaged me last night to remind me. For my last birthday, Xie Rian had given me a credit card with no limit. Seeing me prepare to leave, she worried that if Xie Huili and I had a whim to go somewhere small that did not take cards, Xie Rian had someone prepare some cash. Xie 11 nodded seriously. I have got it all recorded. Stay safe. But, third miss. I found it amusing. What are you two doing? I am just going for a casual stroll with my aunt. You are acting like we are going out to acquire a company. The corners of Xie Rian's mouth curled up. If you take a liking to a company, just come back and let me know. It is not impossible to manage. Xie Huili pushed the door open and walked in. Neu followed dejectedly behind her. Did Jiang Heng find something he likes? Then thought to myself, they really are cut from the same cloth. Nieu said aggrievedly. I said I wanted to go out with friends, but you would not let me. Jiang Heng has not even said what he likes yet, and you are already saying bye. Am I really your biological son? With your IQ, I really do not want to admit you are. Xie Huili rolled her eyes at him. That place at the border, is it a place for children like you? Nieu argued. I am an adult. I'm not a child anymore. Besides, Miao Zhuzhu is going, and her uncle too. The Miao family is surely very familiar with that area. The Miao family is going for legitimate business. What are you doing joining the fuss? He was speechless. He looked at me, then had a sudden idea. I'm going to protect Jiang Heng. Caught in the crossfire of the Nie family's battle, I found it funny. The great king, needing protection from Nieu. Xie Huili was surprised. Jiang Heng is going too. Xie Rian looked toward me as well. When she heard I was going out of town, Nieu, having successfully shifted the focus, sighed in relief. I had no choice but to explain. Miao Zhuzhu said, her uncle is taking her to a jadeite auction. Invited me and Nieu to go along just to look around. Xie Huili said hesitantly, I am mainly worried about your safety. The location for this jadeite auction is in Yun province, famous for its raw gemstone production. That place is situated in a remote border region, adjoining 3 different countries. It has always been a place of unrest. Xie Huili instinctively glanced at Xie Rian. Xie Rian pondered for a moment, before finally speaking. It is fine, let them go. Do not worry, auntie. I will arrange for some people to follow them when the time comes. Xie Huili reluctantly agreed. Well, alright then. Niu's grin stretched nearly from ear to ear. He said excitedly, thanks, cousin. Xie Huili gave him a look of pure disdain. Wipe that drool off your face. Jiang Heng, let us go. Time to go shopping. Since this brat is riding your coattails to go play, let him carry all the bags today. Niu said blissfully, buy whatever you want. I can carry it all, no matter the weight. Xie 11 chose a discreet-looking car from the garage. Following Xie Huili's instructions, they headed straight for the Baojia Mall in the city center. The city center was bustling on a Saturday, but Baojia Mall was noticeably quieter than elsewhere. This was not because of any issue with the mall, but because it specialized in luxury goods, which the average consumer rarely frequented. Xie Huili had said Niu would carry the bags, and she truly made him do exactly that. Tugging on my arm, she blazed a trail from the first-floor cosmetics to fourth-floor luggage. This was Xie first time accompanying anyone for a shopping spree. Xie Huili's purchasing power left him utterly dumbfounded. He had already returned to the parking lot twice, to drop items off in the car, just to lighten the burden for himself and Tiu. But even so, they were nearly at their limit again. Xie 11 looked over at Niu with a hollow gaze. Niu gestured toward his own left arm, which was draped with 7 brand bags, and his right arm, holding 9 boxes. Xie 11 resigned himself to his fate and looked away. Niu tentatively offered a suggestion to Xie Huili. Perhaps we could have the boutiques deliver everything to the house. Would not that be more convenient? Xie Huili's finger moved rapidly as she pointed at the displays. This own, and that own. Except for these four, I do not want them. Wrap up everything else. She turned to me with a smile. I think you can pull all of these off. Try them on when we get back. If there is anything you do not like, just leave it aside. From my initial polite refusals, to later saying, this is far too wasteful, to my current state of total compliance, it had only taken a few hours. Inside a shopping mall, Xie Huili was the absolute ruler. No one could defy her. The smiles on the sales assistants' faces grew increasingly fervent. Of course, madam. Any you hovered around Xie Huili, asking, Pay some attention to me, please. Xie Huili spared him a brief glance. What do you know? The fun of shopping is in bringing the items home yourself. If I have them delivered to the house, what is the point of coming out at all? You grumbled under his breath. But you are not the one carrying anything. Xie Huili snapped back irritably. This is not like when you were a kid, and you claimed you could carry anything I told you to. When your father was young and accompanied me shopping, he never uttered the word, tired, once. Now look at you. It has only been a few hours and you are already about to collapse. Starting tomorrow, you are waking up early to exercise. He was helpless. He could only accept his fate. He wept silent tears in his heart. Not only had he failed to solve the immediate crisis, he had earned a mandatory training plan from his own mother. Xie Huili suddenly remembered something. Yet the moment they saw me, their jaws dropped. I ordered a watch for your father last time. It is just across the street. Since we are here today, come with me to pick it up. She had the clerk hand the packaged clothes to Xie 11 and Niu. Ignoring their thunderstruck expressions, she turned to me and said, Jiang Heng, go upstairs and have a coffee to rest for a bit. Wait for me to get back, and then we will continue shopping. I let out a subtle sigh of relief. But I will go sit upstairs for a while. Before leaving, Niu piled everything in her hands onto Xie 11. Xie 11 struggled to poke his head out from the mountain of shopping bags surrounding him. Mr. Jiang, I will head downstairs first too, to put these things in the car. I will be back to find you shortly. I nodded with a hint of pity. Go ahead. The cafe Xie Huili mentioned was on the 5th floor. I took the elevator up. I intended to go straight to the cafe, but out of the corner of my eye, I spotted a high-end luxury boutique near the elevator. Through the arched entrance, I could clearly see the displayed bags, necklaces and accessories. My heart stirred, thinking that I had not decided on a gift for Xie Rian yet. I might as well take a look inside. There were only a few scattered customers in the shop. As soon as I walked in, a clerk with a sweet smile approached me. Is there anything in particular you are looking for? I replied. I want to get a gift for a lady. I have not decided what yet. Just looking around. The clerk stepped closer, and as she saw my face clearly, she was slightly startled. Her attitude instantly became more respectful. May I suggest some necklaces or rings? I shook my head. I did not quite like those two suggestions, because both the use and the meaning were too intimate. This was my first time giving Xie Rian a gift. I wanted something a bit more casual. The clerk read my expression. Seeing I had no interest in necklaces or rings, she shifted her approach. Do you have a price range in mind? I can make recommendations based on your budget. Clerks in luxury stores usually have sharp eyes. They often judge a customer's spending power based on their outfit and accessories. But after observing me for a long time, this clerk could not reach a conclusion. My appearance and aura were extraordinary, yet my clothes bore no visible brands. If they were custom-made, it would not be strange for a clerk not to recognize them. She quietly glanced at my clutch bag, and found it had no logo either. At first glance, the leather even looked quite strange, almost like something from a street stall. Baojia Mall was a famously high-end luxury center. While ordinary people could not afford it, those who shopped here knew their own spending level, and would not enter a store lightly. However, looking at me now, the clerk was completely unable to tell if I was deeply wealthy or just putting on an act. I smiled faintly. Do not worry about the price, as long as it is suitable. Hearing this, the clerk was even less sure of my true identity. She tentatively recommended a handbag. Have a look at this. This lady's handbag is a new arrival for the autumn season. It is primarily made of calfskin. You can feel it. The texture of the leather is very delicate. I glanced at the obvious brand logo on the leather tag, and shook my head. Seeing this, the clerk reacted immediately. You do not like this own? Then please look at these. My eyes lit up, as I pointed to a pair of black onyx studs, sitting quietly in the glass display case. The clerk followed my gaze and looked. She paused for a moment, then softened her voice. You have excellent taste. These earrings are a limited edition. We do not have much stock left. In fact, this is the last pair. She carefully removed the box from the counter and placed it gently in front of me. Look at the luster and texture. It is a stark contrast to ordinary earrings. I examined them for a moment, thinking they would indeed suit Xiaorian perfectly. Without even asking the price, I said directly, "Please wrap them up for me." Only then was the clerk certain that this customer was indeed a wealthy young master. She said with a beaming smile, "Certainly, sir. Please follow me this way to settle the payment." Just as she was about to close the box on the glass counter, a large hand suddenly reached over and picked up the earrings directly, praising them. "These actually look quite nice. Honey, come take a look at these." The clerk looked up in surprise, recognizing a familiar, handsome face. She quickly greeted him, "Mr. Su Zhengwo did not even spare the clerk a glance, calling out to the woman looking at necklaces nearby, "Honey, let me buy you a pair of earrings. I think these look pretty good." The woman walked over at his call, took a look, and smiled. "They're nice. Let us buy them then. Wrap them up." Su Zhengwo casually tossed out a card. "Pack them." The clerk caught the card, but her face was filled with awkwardness. "Mr. These earrings were just purchased. By whom?" Only then did Su Zhengwo turn around. He looked at the clerk, then glanced at me standing beside him. "I do not care. If it is displayed here, it belongs to the store. And if it is for sale, I can buy it." As Su Zhengwo turned, I, who had been standing behind him, was revealed. Su Zhengwo's wife glanced at me. A flash of pure admiration crossed her face. Su Zhengwo became even more displeased upon seeing that. He gritted his teeth inwardly and snapped at the clerk. "What are you waiting for? Wrap them up." The clerk did not move. She said awkwardly, "Mr. It is really a matter of first come, first served. Perhaps you could look at other styles, or wait until our next shipment arrives, and I will set a pair aside for you." Su Zhengwo frowned. "Do not you know the rules?" He stopped acknowledging the clerk and waved over the supervisor. "Come over here for a second." Manager Zhang came running over in a hurry, bowing as he asked, "Mr. What seems to be the problem?" Su Zhengwo said, "I want to buy these earrings. Your clerk insists someone else already bought them. But they are still sitting right here, are not they? How can they be sold? Is it because I have not been here in a while that you have stopped respecting me as a VIP?" Manager Zhang said apologetically, "I'm so sorry. She has not served you before and did not recognize who you are. Please wait a moment. I will handle this for you." The clerk's face went pale. I looked up at Manager Zhang, hearing him say he would handle it for the other party. It was obvious he already had a solution in mind. Su Zhengwo huffed, pulling his wife down onto a nearby sofa, coldly watching the situation unfold. Manager Zhang poured me a glass of water and whispered with a forced smile, "It is like this. The gentleman just now is a VIP customer of our store. Could you possibly be a bit flexible here? The store will give you some small gifts as compensation." I gently pushed the glass away and said coldly, "I do not need any gifts. Just pack the earrings for me." Manager Zhang looked completely troubled. "But you see, over on Mr. Su sighed. He gestured towards Su Zhengwo. Though he knew I had seen the earrings first, Su Zhengwo's status was special, and he could not afford to offend him. Therefore, he had already decided, hoping that I would be the one to back down. Su Zhengwo maintained an aggressive posture. He thought a young man like me would be soft-hearted, afraid of causing trouble for others. Manager Zhang was counting on my potential retreat. As long as I agreed to give them up, the matter would be resolved smoothly. I said nonchalantly, "Why should I care about him? Does your store sell people, in addition to selling merchandise?" Manager Zhang was choked by my words. He had not expected me to be so unyielding. He quickly pulled the clerk over and scolded her. "Hurry up and ask this gentleman for his understanding." The clerk glanced at me and said in a low voice, "Sir, I'm sorry, could you please?" In truth, she was not willing either. These earrings were quite valuable. If she sold them to me, she would earn a significant commission. But if they were sold to Mr. the credit would go to the staff who usually served him. She felt she had already tried to fight for me, but now she could only bow her head, hoping I would yield. I smiled and said in a measured tone. The faces of both the manager and the clerk changed. The forced smile on Manager Zhang's face vanished. His tone was no longer polite. "So, you are going to make things difficult for us." I let out a soft laugh and countered, "I am the one making things difficult." The logic of this world is truly strange sometimes. When someone else is clearly being unreasonable, the bystanders do not criticize that person. Instead, they tell you to just let it go, to just endure it. And if you refuse to endure, if you refuse to back down, They turn around and criticize you, asking why you are not more generous, more forgiving, more kind, or more considerate. I tapped my finger against the glass counter, with a faint smile. Then fine, consider me the one making things difficult. I am taking these earrings today. Seeing my composed yet firm attitude, Mr. Su sat on the sofa, sizing me up. His gaze lingered on my bag for a moment, before he sneered. Who are you even buying them for? A girlfriend? You do not look like someone who actually has own. You do not even have a decent bag. I am warning you. Do not try to look big when you are clearly not. Buying luxury goods like this as gifts. You would be better off buying something for yourself. At least get yourself a bag that is not an eyesore. I gave her a flat look. I casually slid the bag off my shoulder. So, you think this bag is worthless, Mr. Su tilted his chin up. He said arrogantly, do not tell me you are claiming this is a designer bag. Let me tell you something. I am familiar with every luxury brand in the entire world. This piece of yours is definitely not one of them. I nodded. It is true, it is not a name brand. Mr. Su looked triumphant. Just as he was about to speak, I gently flipped open the inner lining of the bag. I said nonchalantly, it was merely designed and crafted by Chris Vian. I added with a smile. As for the materials used, it would not be appropriate to disclose that to outsiders, Mr. Su's face turned cold instantly. Chris, however, he suddenly bolted upright. He lunged toward me, staring intently at the insignia inside the strap. He gasped in shock. Impossible. Manager Zhang took a look, and cried out in surprise. It actually is. The clerk covered her mouth, looking at me in disbelief. Manager Zhang, the clerk, and Mr. Su were all people who knew luxury brands inside and out. Mr. Su's girlfriend, however, clearly did not understand the gravity of it. She only felt that Chris Vian sounded like a familiar name. She asked in confusion, who is that? Why are you all reacting like this? No one answered her. Feeling baffled, she took out her phone to search. A flood of information immediately popped up. The top 10 most famous designers, Chris Vian, ranked number 1 among the world's top 10 fashion designers. The leading figure of the world's top fashion icons. Head of the 10 greatest fashion designers. Commissioned by royalty across the globe. Hailed as the father of modern fashion. The legendary father of fashion. She continued reading, swiping across the screen, until she saw a striking headline. Limited edition work personally designed by Chris Vian for brand O. Sold for nearly 60 million RMB. Seeing this news, Mr. Su's girlfriend could not help but gasp in shock. Everyone present clearly understood what this implied. Their expressions were varied, and the scene turned awkward instantly. Mr. Su slightly reined in his disdainful look. He scrutinized me more carefully. Though he hated to admit it, this young man was indeed exceptionally handsome, to a degree he had rarely seen in his life. He looked like he had just come of age. Yet every gesture exuded nobility. Su Zhengwo thought to himself, this boy must also come from a wealthy family. But compared to me, Su Zhengwo, he surely still falls short. Su Zhengwo raised an eyebrow. Since you can get a custom piece from Chris Vian, it seems your family is not short on cash. Then I am not afraid to tell you. My surname is Su, and not just any ordinary Su, but the Su family of the 7 great clans of the imperial capital. After he finished speaking, he stared at me intently, waiting for me to show a look of shock or fear. However, my expression did not flicker. My eyelashes lowered slightly, and my tone remained calm. I have never heard of these 7 or 8 great clans. I have only heard of the 7 Calabash brothers. The moment those words came out, Su Zhengwo's gaze changed sharply. The expressions of the others also turned sour. Who in the imperial capital circles did not know? The Onxia, the 2 Wangs, the 4 dynasties, and the 7 clans. My words were essentially a blatant act of trampling the dignity of the 7 clans under my feet. Who do you think you are? What is your last name? Su Zhengwo demanded. I want to see whose family is so incredibly arrogant. However, I remained completely unfazed. I said flatly, are you a public official checking a citizen's ID? You have so many questions. Show me your credentials first. Su Zhengwo's face turned beet red with rage. Seeing this, Manager Zhang screamed inwardly that this was bad. It was just a small matter of buying something. He could not let it escalate further, lest it bring trouble to the store as well. Given the current situation, he knew exactly what choice he had to make. Manager Zhang gave me a hollow smile and said, our store may be unable to provide you with service. Please move on to other shops. Before I could speak, a cold female voice rang out from behind the crowd. unable to provide service. Then there is no need for this store to stay open. The group turned around to see a tall, handsome young man holding the door open. He was respectfully ushering in an elegant, dignified lady. "Auntie, the entrance here is a bit slippery." The lady ignored him, only sweeping her gaze over the people in the store. "So, you can't provide service? Unbelievable. In that case, this store really does not need to stay open. Shut it down." The sudden voice cut through the ongoing dialogue. Manager Zhang saw that these newcomers were of no ordinary status. They were clearly people of high standing, but he was certain that Su Zhengwo was several levels above any typical noblewoman. He was someone who could not be easily offended. Hearing the other party speak so boldly, demanding to close the shop as soon as they opened their mouth, Manager Zhang grew even more irritated. With a dark expression, he said, "Madam, this is an internal matter of our store. Please do not interfere." "An internal matter? Your store is built on Xie family land. Can I also ask your store to move out? After all, that would be a matter of my own family's land." "Your family's land?" Manager Zhang froze for a second. Once he realized, his face turned deathly pale. "The Xie family." Manager Zhang hurriedly turned to look at Su Zhengwo. Su Zhengwo had also recognized who had arrived. He had seen her several times at banquets before. After hearing her words, his heart could not help but sink. "Mrs. What brings you here?" The newcomers were indeed Xie Huili and Niu, returning from their errand. At this moment, Xie Huili's posture and expression were a world away from how she usually treated me at the Xie house. She lifted her eyelids slightly, giving Su Zhengwo a glance as fleeting as a dragonfly brushing water. Manager Zhang did not know exactly which Mrs. Hu this was, but the name Xie family was enough to make his heart tremble. Coupled with Su Zhengwo's submissive attitude, he vaguely understood that Xie Huili was clearly several tiers above Su Zhengwo. Su Zhengwo was arrogant, fond of looking at people with his chin tilted up, with disdain written plainly across his face. But this Mrs. Hu was calm. Only her gaze held a trace of aloofness. When her eyes landed on someone, they pulled away instantly, as if looking for a second longer would be a waste of time. Manager Zhang suddenly thought of me. The realization hit him like a lightning bolt. The way these two looked at people was identical. Xie Huili, due to her poise and maturity, carried a much heavier presence and a more intense aura, whereas I, because of my naturally laid-back temperament, had not given off a sense of pressure, as obvious as Xie Huili's during the earlier confrontation. Aside from Su Zhengwo being more sensitive to it, Manager Zhang himself had only vaguely sensed it, without realizing the severity of the situation. The reason Su Zhengwo insisted on fighting me for the earrings today was likely because the aura I unintentionally projected had made him feel threatened and dissatisfied. As a young master of the Su family, he was used to being superior. He could not stand anyone looking more noble than himself. After figuring this out, Manager Zhang was consumed by regret. He spent his days being careful, yet today he had managed to brush off a genuine titan. Xie Huili did not recognize Su Zhengwo. After all, she usually interacted with socialites of her own rank. If it were one of Su Zhengwo's elders, she might have been able to name them. As for Su Zhengwo, a young second-generation playboy who had not taken over the family business, she had never bothered to notice him. "This gentleman, I do not believe we have met," Xie Huili said flatly. Su Zhengwo explained awkwardly, "My grandfather is Su Tang. I have seen you at several banquets before, madam." Though the Su family business had mostly been handed to the fathers, when it came to seniority and reputation, he still had to bring up the patriarch's generation. Su Zhengwo knew perfectly well that his own name was likely not enough to mean anything to this lady of the Xie family. Xie Huili gave a knowing smile. "Oh, so you are from Uncle Su's family?" "Yes." "Which son is your father?" Su Zhengwo's voice grew quieter. "My father is the third son." Xie Huili smiled. "I see. No wonder I did not recognize you. We are more familiar with your eldest uncle's branch." Su Zhengwo's face turned bright red, leaving him almost nowhere to hide his shame. Xie Huili's words sounded polite, but the weight behind them was immense. The one currently in charge of the Su family industry was Su Zhengwo's uncle. He was the face of the Su family. In their circles, everyone knew the eldest Su brother. Everyone knows who it is. As for Su Zhengwo's father, aside from relying on family dividends, he had achieved almost nothing in his career and possessed no real presence. Xie Huili saying she had not dealt with them was effectively saying Su Zhengwo's household was incompetent and not worthy of being associated with the Xie or Nie families. Su Zhengwo could not swallow this insult, yet he could not find the words to strike back. He could only force a smile and squeeze out, "That is quite all right." Manager Zhang did not know the specifics of the Su family tree, nor did he catch the subtle subtext. But seeing Su Zhengwo's reaction, he knew Xie Huili's words had struck a nerve. Manager Zhang marveled inwardly. The way these noble women spoke was like needles hidden in silk, perfectly smooth on the surface, but cutting to the bone with every word. Despite the tension in the shop, an ill-timed piece of gossip he would heard recently flashed through his mind. It was about a wealthy family in the capital who found their long-lost biological son and brought him home, yet continued to ignore him, focusing all their care on the child they had raised from birth. Some had remarked that, from a standpoint of interest, this was not necessarily wrong, but from the standpoint of emotion, that family was truly cold-hearted. Manager Zhang had not quite understood it then, but now it suddenly made sense. Without being raised with that family education and influence, how could one understand the unspoken rules of these clans? How could one navigate such complex relationships? When someone hides a thorn in their words, you might foolishly think they just have a beautiful smile. When someone implies a deeper meaning, you might be too oblivious to understand. Manager Zhang was filled with reflection, but he had no idea that one of the subjects of the gossip he just recalled was standing right there in the shop. He looked at the now silent Su Zhengwo, his mind racing with thoughts. Just as he was wondering how to ease the situation, he heard Xie Huili ask, "Jiang Heng, what were you looking at just now?" I pushed the earring box forward. Xie Huili stepped closer to take a look. She said with a smile, "You are planning to give these to Rian, are not you?" I nodded. Xie Huili immediately understood the situation. After all this time, I was buying a gift for a Xie family member on Xie family property, only to be harassed by others. If old Master Xie ever found out about this, he would be absolutely livid. Xie Huili nodded to the clerk standing nearby. "Please wrap these earrings up." The clerk instinctively glanced at Su Zhengwo. Remembering that 10 minutes ago, Su Zhengwo had acted as if he was determined to have them. Su Zhengwo's face stiffened. In an unpleasant tone, he said, "What are you looking at me for? Hurry up and wrap them for Mrs. The clerk dared not hesitate any longer. She quickly and deftly packed the earrings. Though Su Zhengwo could not guess my exact relation to Xie Huili, he realized things had taken a turn for the worse. So, he composed himself, forcing a smile as he said, "Hey, hence, I'm truly sorry. That was all just a misunderstanding. I did not know you knew Auntie Nie. It is like the flood hitting the Dragon King's temple. Family not recognizing their own. Tell you what, let these earrings be a token of my regard today. Consider them a gift for our first meeting. Let us be friends." After speaking, Su Zhengwo pulled a card from his bag, intending to hand it to the clerk. Xie Huili raised her hand to block his movement. Her attitude was cold. "There is no need for that, mister. How could we let you pay? The Xie family can still afford this much." She looked back at Nie, signaling him with her eyes to settle the bill. Nie obediently said to the clerk, "I will go with you to pay." The clerk did not dare look at Su Zhengwo again. Holding the earrings, she led Nie to the checkout counter. Xie Huili stood in front of me. Su Zhengwo could only force a smile. It really was a misunderstanding before. I am glad it is cleared up. It had to be said. Su Zhengwo was someone who knew when to bow and when to stand. He started off arrogant and domineering, treating me with utter contempt, with his privileged background written all over his face. But now, seeing Xie Huili, knowing I had someone backing me up, he could immediately swallow his pride, endure the slight, and play the part of the smiling sycophant. I glanced at him, thinking that this guy was not a total fool. After Nie returned with the bag containing the earrings, Xie Huili took my arm. "Let us go. We will continue our shopping." "Let us continue." Manager Zhang thought this meant the matter was settled, reducing big problems to small ones and small ones to none. He let out a long sigh of relief, his body finally relaxing. But Su Zhengwo knew how these high society women settled scores later. His expression shifted slightly, and he quickly called out to Xie Huili, "Mrs. Nie, please wait." His mind raced, and he quickly smiled. "I have admired you for a long time, madam, but I never had the chance to meet you privately. Today is truly fate. I wonder if you would do me the honor of letting me host a simple meal for you." Then turned to me and added, "And to also apologize to this gentleman for my earlier offense." Xie Huili declined. I have to meet some friends for lunch. It was arranged in advance. I won't trouble you, mister. Su Zhengwo's smile froze slightly. He did not know if she was telling the truth or making an excuse, but he was certain of one thing. If he did not give Xie Huili something today, he would not be able to sleep tonight. He changed his strategy, focusing on the immediate situation. Then what about this handsome fellow? Is there anything else you like? Give me a chance to make amends. Before I could speak, Xie Huili had already said, "Wait." The two of us spoke almost simultaneously. Auntie, you go first. When Su Zhengwo heard the word auntie, a flash of disbelief crossed his face. The only ones in the Xie family who could call her auntie should be the third Miss Xie and her brothers, right? Where did this boy come from in the main Xie line? Or perhaps he had some other connection to her. In the elite circles of the imperial capital, Su Zhengwo believed he knew most people, but he had never seen my face before. Who exactly was this person? Xie Huili said flatly. We appreciate your kindness, mister. But it is unnecessary. This store will be closing for rectification soon. We will go shop elsewhere. Manager Zhang, who thought he was in the clear, suddenly snapped his head up upon hearing this. He blurted out, closing for rectification. How is that possible? This is a brand store in a high-end luxury mall, not some roadside workshop. How can you just say it is closing? He was panicked and could not help asking. You are joking, right? Xie Huili smiled faintly. Everyone is quite busy. Who has time for jokes? She pulled me along. Let us go. Someone will come to handle the rest. Manager Zhang's body reacted faster than his brain. Without thinking, he blocked their path. Madam, you can't just leave like this. If her words were a bluff, it was fine. But if they were true, and the store was really forced to close, he would be truly finished, with no way out. He had only been a manager here for less than 6 months. He had not even settled into the role yet. How could he lose it so senselessly? He had to stop Xie Huili. Xie Huili was not angry. She simply asked calmly, "Are you sure you want me to stay?" Manager Zhang was puzzled. He looked around. He saw me with a half smile, Su Zhengwo with a blank expression, and Nau playing on his phone. He steeled himself and said, "Mrs. Nai, please have a seat. I will go pour you some tea. Let us talk this through properly." Su Zhengwo closed his eyes, thinking to himself, this manager probably won't be coming back today. Xie Huili nodded good-naturedly. Very well. Since you want me to sit for a while, I shall sit for a while. She asked Nai, have they been notified? Nai sent a message and then said, they will be here any minute. Manager Zhang's polite smile was nearly crumbling. Who were they? Who else was coming? He stole a glance at Xie Huili. To you and me. Confirming these three did not look like thugs. He felt a slight sense of relief. Surely they would not trash the store. He wanted to lead them to the VIP area, to figure out what they were thinking. But Xie Huili pulled me directly onto a nearby sofa. Manager Zhang said awkwardly, "Madam, perhaps we should sit inside. It is not very quiet out here." Xie Huili ignored him. She simply handed an unopened water bottle to Nau. Nau unscrewed the cap and handed it to me. Xie Huili said, "Have some water. This will be resolved shortly." I am in no hurry. Manager Zhang grew increasingly restless. He kept looking at Su Zhengwo, hoping for some hint or help. Su Zhengwo did not look at him once. He was too busy hovering by Xie Huili to talk. He could not care less about the manager's fate, just as Manager Zhang was debating whether to report this to his superiors. He suddenly heard a polite greeting from behind. "Director Xie, why are you sitting here?" He turned around, and his heart nearly jumped out of his chest. The resident head of Baojia Mall was walking in with an assistant. Manager Zhang rushed forward, wanting to greet him, but the head did not even look at him, passing him by directly. The head stopped by the sofa with a wide smile, saying respectfully, "Director Xie, long time no see. You are as beautiful as ever." Xie Huili was gracious. She stood up to shake his hand, exchanging pleasantries. "Long time no see. I am sorry to disrupt your work today." The head quickly replied, "Not at all. It is our lack of proper oversight. I just heard you had left. I did not expect you to still be in the store. I have not prepared any drinks for you. If you do not mind, would you like to come to my office upstairs?" Xie Huili smiled. "Wait, stay here." Because the store manager pleaded with us to handle things. "Once it is settled, I will take the children and keep shopping." The head finally looked at Nau and me behind her. He shook hands with Nau first, then looked at me with hesitation. "And this is," Xie Huili said, "this is Jiang Heng." With an outsider present, Xie Huili did not specify my exact identity, but her manner was very intimate. The head was slightly puzzled, but he did not press further. I reached out to shake his hand, simply introducing myself. am Jiang Heng. As the head handed over his business card, he repeated the name Jiang Heng in his mind, to appear with Xie Huili, and have such a close relationship, whether he knew me before or not. He had to remember this name from now on. Su Zhengwo, listening from the side, also etched the name into his memory, secretly speculating, which Jiang was this Jiang Heng? Which family in the imperial capital was he connected to? After the head finished greeting Xie Huili, he turned to manager Zhang. His gaze swept the area with a complex look, as he said to him, "Close the doors. Starting today, suspend operations for rectification." Manager Zhang felt his heart sink like a stone. He tried to struggle, "Director." But the head was beyond negotiation. Taxes, inventory lists, customer feedback, everything needs to be re-audited. This is a notice, not a discussion. Say no more, please leave. Manager Zhang felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, desperately trying to suppress his panic. Director Ho. This is not right. The director cut him off. You need a formal notice from the top. Do not you? Then wait just a moment. I will deliver the word myself. The director walked to a corner, made a quick phone call, then returned to stand before manager Zhang. He gave a sharp nod. Now you can report to your superior. Manager Zhang numbly unlocked his phone. But before he could dial, a call from his boss was already coming in. His hands trembled as he answered. A low, teeth-gritting growl erupted from the receiver. What the hell did you do? Headquarters called me directly. Are you trying to sabotage my promotion this year? I am telling you, you are finished. Finish your last shift today. Someone will replace you tomorrow. Whatever was said after that, manager Zhang could no longer hear. He stood there, swaying as if about to collapse. The words "you are finished" echoing relentlessly in his mind. Through a haze, he saw Director Ho and his assistant, speaking with that Mrs. And after settling the store's affairs, they escorted the group out. He also saw the usually insufferable Su Zhengwo chasing after them in a panic. The line went dead when the staff heard the director's announcement regarding the suspension and rectification. Their faces were filled with terror. Manager Zhang looked at the director, who only let out a long sigh. Oh, Manager Zhang, when you took over this year, we had dinner together. I even praised you for being a sharp man. But how could you make such a rookie mistake? Under the feet of the emperor, you can't toss a cigarette without hitting 5 nobles. How did you not realize you were on a seesaw today? You offended someone, and instead of apologizing immediately, you insisted on forcing them to stay. Manager Zhang heard his own voice, sounding low and hollow. I did not expect it. I really did not expect it. The director sighed again. There are plenty of things in this world you won't expect. Besides, if you had conducted yourself with integrity, how could you have ended up in such a mess? He felt it was useless to say more now. He believed that after this lesson, Manager Zhang would finally understand these truths. Manager Zhang was still unwilling to let go. He struggled to ask, Director Ho, I heard you call that lady Director Xie. Who exactly is she? The director paused for a moment, deciding there was no harm in telling him. She married into the Ne family, but her maiden name is Xie. You have heard of the third Miss Xie at headquarters, right? She is the third Mrs. Only paternal aunt. I call her Director Xie, because she is also a major shareholder of Baojia. Upon hearing this, Manager Zhang was rendered completely speechless. His face turned a ghostly ash gray. The director patted him on the shoulder. Forget it. Do not go down a rabbit hole. Go home and rest for a while. With that feeling he had been as kind as possible, the director left with his assistant. A clerk stepped forward to check on the situation. Just as she was about to call out to Manager Zhang, she saw his body sway. With a loud thud, he collapsed to the floor. The clerk screamed, Someone help. Call an ambulance. Manager Zhang has fainted. The chaos inside the store was unknown to you and me. After shaking off the persistent Su Zhengwo, we continued our way to the upper floors. Xie Huili held my arm, detailedly explaining the Su family's situation. When it came to knowing the networks of the elite, no one surpassed a top-tier clan like the Xies. Xie Huili casually untangled those complex interpersonal relationships with total clarity. NEU followed behind with a complicated expression, listening to Xie Huili instruct me like a mother teaching a son. He thought back to his own childhood, how he could never remember the names of various aunts, and often called them the wrong thing, resulting in his ears being pinched red. He could not help but mock himself. Clearly, I must have been picked up from a trash can. Xie Huili gently straightened my collar, speaking softly. Actually, it does not matter if you do not know these things. With our family status, even if you understand nothing, Others will still have to flatter you. If you are interested, I will tell you more. If not, you can simply ignore those people when you meet them. I was not quite used to someone being so close to me. My jaw tightened slightly, and I only relaxed once Xie Huili's hand moved away. Hearing her words, I gave a small smile. Do not worry, Auntie. I actually have 10,000 ways to learn about these wealthy families. The intelligence team at W Loves Alone can provide any information I desire, and Song Junliang of Qianshan Group interacts with these families daily. I just felt it was not necessary. My current career requires connections, but not at the level these people can reach. Seeing that I was not affected by Su Zhengwo's harassment, Xie Huili felt relieved. The matter with Su Zhengwo could not be handled openly like the store manager, but the Xie family would never let it slide. After I had been mistreated, Xie Huili did not plan on telling me these things. In her heart, she thought I was still young, and did not need to know the twists and turns of the adult world. I had no idea that, in Xie Huili's mind, I was a kind and innocent young boy. And you asked curiously, by the way, just now, Su Zhengwo offered to give you something. He said no. What were you going to say after that? I thought for a moment. I wanted to say that he looks like he is about to be very unlucky. I did not want to accept a gift from someone with such bad luck. Xie Huili and Xie 11 both looked over at the same time. Then you joked. Unlucky. Is it because he offended you? I shook my head. The first time I saw him, I felt that he was destined for a financial loss, and it would affect his wealth for a long time. I added, however, it is not because of me. His loss has no causal link to my presence. I am a practitioner of the metaphysical. When it involves my own affairs, I often cannot calculate things with perfect clarity. For instance, I can foresee my life is short, but I cannot pin down the exact day. I know my lifespan has been extended, but to which day or which month, cannot see through it. When I first met Xie Rian, I also felt a strange sensation, sensing a karmic thread between us, but the specific path was unclear. It is like the legend of the physician who cannot heal himself. If Su Zhengwo were unlucky specifically because of me, I would not be able to see the omens of his misfortune, and since I can see them, it means whatever is about to happen to him has nothing to do with me. I gave a brief explanation of the principles involved. Xie Huili and Xie 11 both looked like they had realized something. Only Nau remained utterly perplexed. Nau asked out of curiosity. I have never really understood. Why can't a physician heal himself? Can you metaphysical practitioners really not predict events related to yourselves? Xie Huili gave him a sidelong glance. Are you an encyclopedia of questions? Why so many questions all day long? Niu's doubt was a typical outsider's way of thinking, but it was a normal reaction for a layperson hearing such claims for the first time. I patiently explained it to him. A physician cannot heal himself. Firstly, because doctors have specialties. Some excel in ophthalmology. If they fall ill with something else, they might not be able to treat it themselves. Secondly, once you are involved, emotion inevitably clouds judgment. Feelings like loss, anxiety, or fear will weaken a doctor's analytical power. It is like how some people give great advice to others, but when it is their turn, they break down in tears. It is the same logic. It is easier to save others than to save oneself. Those who see through fate cannot clearly see their own. I thought back to my previous life, feeling a slight sense of melancholy. In the world of metaphysics, it is hard to say if one follows or defies heaven. It carries more helplessness than other professions. And you nodded along repeatedly. When my roommate failed a course, I told him it was no big deal. But when I failed a course myself, I worried every day that I would not graduate. The words slipped out before he could stop them. He realized too late he had overshared. Xie Huili heard it loud and clear. She immediately smiled and said, You failed a course, and you saw there were not many people around. And since it was a public mall, Xie Huili could not exactly twist his ear. So she quietly put her hand on his arm, applying hidden pressure, while saying with a beaming smile, Do tell. When did this happen? Nau scrambled away. Let me explain. Xie 11 kindly stepped forward to intervene, but not to stop Xie Huili. He blocked Nau instead. In an instant, Nau was being double-teamed by his mother and Xie 11. I watched with a broad smile, the faint gloom from before vanishing entirely. Finally, Nau honestly confessed his dark history, and eventually received his mother's forgiveness. Xie Huili straightened her cuffs. Resuming her role as a dignified noblewoman, she said to me, "Ahang, where would you like to have lunch?" Her earlier claim to Su Zhengwo about having an appointment was merely a brush-off. Her main schedule today was shopping with me. Yu chimed in first. "Mom, I want Cantonese food," I said casually. "Anything is fine with me. I have no allergies, and I am not a picky eater." Xie Huili recalled my preferences from my last birthday and made the executive decision. "Then let us have Sichuan food. I know a private kitchen that does it quite well." "Sounds good." Yu protested. "Mom, that is the exact opposite of what I asked for." Xie Huili looked at him. Her left eye said, "Food." And her right eye said, "Course." And Yu shut up instantly. Someone who failed a course has no right to an opinion on lunch. The private Sichuan restaurant Xie Huili mentioned was over half an hour's drive from Baojia Mall. While sitting in the car, I checked the files sent by Q. Earlier, I had asked Q to look into the strange occurrences that had happened in the imperial capital over the past few years, especially any information related to contact with that character Uncle Lu, the strange people and bizarre events appearing in the imperial capital, especially the figure known as that Uncle Lu. Relevant information they had come across. Q had already organized the files and sent them over, while adding a reminder, "There is quite a lot going on in the organization lately. Do you want to come by and take a look?" I frowned slightly and replied, "It is not very convenient for now. Old man Jiang is almost at the capital. I plan to spend some time with him." She sent back a kneeling emoji, then added, "Contact me anytime if there is a problem." I opened the data packet, which looked quite substantial. Q's intelligence gathering skills were as formidable as ever. From text to images, everything was listed in perfect order. Over the past decade, the number of well-known metaphysical masters in the capital was neither too many nor too few. Most were just getting by, with only a small fraction achieving true fame and fortune. Regarding those who had contact with Uncle Lu, Q had found two. One was named Ding Yilin, who primarily did business in the entertainment industry. His hands were none too clean, and he dared to touch any kind of dirty work. The other was not this Xiang Yuhui Uncle Lu had mentioned, but someone named Xiang Sun. This Xiang Sun's meeting with Uncle Lu was purely accidental. Once, Uncle Lu's car broke down on the road, and his phone was dead. It happened that Xiang Sun was passing by, and Uncle Lu borrowed his phone. The two became acquainted because of this. They met several times after that, though what they discussed specifically is no longer known. But before long, Xiang Sun disappeared. This Xiang Sun was incredibly mysterious. No matter the time or place, he always appeared wearing a hat and a mask. He dressed even more discreetly than a celebrity, as if intentionally hiding his identity. Despite Q's vast resources, she actually could not find a single photo showing his face. The clearest shot was a frame captured from a storefront security camera. In the photo, he was dressed entirely in black, wearing a baseball cap, black-rimmed glasses, and a disposable mask. His height was estimated to be around 1.8 meters, with an average build, and no distinguishing features. He was the type who would easily vanish into a crowd. I stared at the photo for a while, using 2 fingers to zoom in on the mobile screen, my eyes narrowing slightly. Anyone else might have doubted themselves, thinking that initial sense of familiarity was an illusion. After all, with so many people in the world, it is common for strangers to share a resemblance. But my intuition told me this was absolutely no illusion. I tapped my phone a few times, lost in thought. Though I had no clear memory, the feeling of familiarity was undeniable. Does this mean I might not have met this person directly, but saw them through some other channel? Where could it have been? What are you thinking about, Jiang Heng? Are you sleepy? Seeing me holding my phone without moving, Xie Huili asked softly with concern. Do you want to rest for a bit? She helped me turn on the TV in the car. There are still about 10 minutes left. Watch a show to refresh yourself. You can rest after we eat. I did not decline her kindness, and replied with a smile. I used the remote to browse and stopped on a page. It happened to be a popular starlet in a variety interview. My knowledge of the entertainment industry was limited, but even I knew this starlet's name, because she had been incredibly popular this year. Her endorsements and ads were everywhere. Her face was ubiquitous. It would have been difficult not to recognize her. Even NIU, a straight-laced guy who never followed idols, could accurately say her name upon hearing her voice, without even looking up from his phone. Who is watching Lu Shui? A lot of guys in my circle are obsessed with her. On the show, Lu Shui seemed to have just participated in a game and lost. The host penalized her with truth or dare. She chose truth. The host asked, "What is your ideal type of boyfriend?" Lu Shue's expression shifted almost imperceptibly, but she gave a standard celebrity response. Someone with fair skin, cheerful and sunny, someone who understands me. Character is what matters most. I do not care much about looks. This answer from Lu Shue was the standard template for female celebrities. Out of 100 stars, 99 of them, when asked about an ideal boyfriend, what's it? Fair skin, sunny personality, character is key. As for whether they actually follow these criteria, when choosing a boyfriend, no one could say for sure. The host also knew she would not get any real dirt here. She asked the question, simply to create a gimmick for the show. Once the recording was finished, the teaser would be titled, Lu Shue reveals her ideal boyfriend on variety show. It was guaranteed to attract massive traffic. E1 in the front passenger seat also heard the audio. He glanced quietly at the rearview mirror and realized I was the one watching the show. The program moved on to the next segment. After watching Lu Shue for a while, I typed her name into the browser. Countless articles instantly popped up. I clicked through some photos to observe her and watched a few short videos to get a general sense of this top starlet. But before I could see much more, we arrived at the private restaurant. I put away my phone and got out with Xie Huili. Before the meal, Xie Huili was full of energy, saying enthusiastically that she would take me shopping all afternoon. But people tend to get drowsy after a full meal, especially since it was midday. Before she even put down her chopsticks, fatigue had already begun to show on her face. You, the dense fellow, did not know when to quit, or how to suggest his mother end the shopping trip. Instead, he teased her. You were just laughing at me. Look at you, you are exhausted too, are not you? Xie Huili's slightly droopy eyelids immediately snapped open. Who says I am tired? I am not tired at all. I could take you shopping for another 8 hours. You froze. I looked away, unable to watch the train wreck, and saw that Xieshi's face had turned grim. I feared you would say something to add fuel to the fire, and feared even more that Xie Huili would lose her temper. I quickly used the serving chopsticks to give Xie Rian some meat. Auntie, try this own too. Calling Xie Rian auntie felt more and more natural, and interacting with the Xie family became effortless. I had to admit, in this relaxed atmosphere of banter, provided by Xie Rian and Niu, it was hard to stay guarded or tense. Xie Huili was secretly delighted, feeling that her long-held dream of having a son, who truly cared for his mother, had finally come true. I was already 80% full, but I waited until Xie Huili set down her chopsticks before I pushed my plate forward slightly. I have not been out in a long time. Shopping all morning was actually a bit tiring. I rubbed my temples, looking a bit worn out. Auntie, how about we stop here for today? We can continue next time. Xie Huili was secretly waiting for a way out, since her biological son was so oblivious. Hearing me take the initiative, she could not hide her relief. Is Ahing tired? I happen to be a little tired too. Then let us go back and rest for today, recharge our energy. When some new interesting items arrive in a few days, we will come back again. I agreed with a smile. Xie Huili told Nau to call the family driver. It would take a short wait, and she asked if I wanted to head back first. I felt it would be impolite, so I replied, the driver should be here soon. Let us all leave together. As we were talking, the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open. A woman in her 30s with short hair, and a pretty young girl, holding a face mask, walked in. Both of them froze when they saw the people inside. Out of professional habit, the woman with short hair focused her gaze on you and me. Xie stood up. His voice carried an inquiry. Can I help you too with something? Was not this room reserved by MS? Lu Shue. At the mention of the name, my gaze sharpened. The top star was also here today. Xie remained relatively polite. You have entered the wrong room. Please step out and check again. I'm so sorry. The woman apologized immediately. I am sorry for disturbing you. She began to back out, but the look she cast toward me was intensely conflicted. She knew anyone dining here was wealthy, but the boy's appearance was making it hard for her to leave. When the door was halfway closed, she gritted her teeth and suddenly pushed the door open again. Xie Huili and the others looked up in surprise. Xie stepped forward alertly, blocking her path. What are you doing? He was visibly muscular, with a faint, imposing aura. Clearly not the type of guard an ordinary person could afford. The woman's heart trembled, but she decided she could not leave empty-handed. She offered a business card with both hands, with a forced, apologetic smile. I just wanted to ask this gentleman. She looked at me. Are you interested in the entertainment industry? And you nearly spat out his tea. He turned to size up the short-haired woman. Are you a talent scout? The woman introduced herself. I am a manager at Palm Media. My surname is Guan. I am here today with one of my artists for a meeting. Entering the wrong room earlier truly was an accident. Palm Media was a long-standing entertainment giant, the kind of name even outsiders would recognize. It sounded familiar to Xie. She asked Neu uncertainly. The Nie family's company. Neu thought for a moment. Think so? When manager Guan heard them mention the surname of the company's major shareholder, with such a casual attitude, she was internally stunned, realizing this family likely had an extraordinary background. Holding little hope now, she looked at me again, and added tentatively, many people join the industry just for the experience. If you are interested. I stood up and took the card from her hand. Manager Guan was startled, only to hear me ask, is Lu Shui with your company? She did not know why I was asking. Was I a fan of Lu Shui? Looking at my expression, it did not seem so. Manager Guan weighed her words carefully. Lu Shui is an idol to many of our new talents. I nodded. I will think about it, and contact you if I decide. Seeing me from such a close distance, the woman was certain. The boy's features were entirely natural. His physical appearance was exquisite, with a superior bone structure. He was strikingly handsome, yet possessed a rare, cool elegance. Likely due to growing up in a privileged environment, every movement displayed impeccable poise. She would bet her life on it. If this boy entered the entertainment industry, even if he had no talent at all, he would become a sensation just by standing there. Hearing that I was willing to consider it, she was thrilled, but she knew not to overplay her hand. Pushing further might invite resentment. After apologizing sincerely once more, she backed out of the room. After she left, Neu finally asked me, you actually took her card. Are you really interested in the industry? I put the card into my pocket. We will see. But I think that industry seems quite messy. Neu had heard enough stories to dislike the overall atmosphere of that world. Xie gave him a playful swat. So what? If Aheng wants to go, are you afraid our Xie family can't protect him? I guess that is true. After the commotion, the Nie family's driver arrived. I saw Xie to the car. Before Xie 11 drove me back to Bitao Villa, Xie Rian had increased her physical therapy lately. She was in the living room practicing walking. When she saw me enter, she looked up. Her attention seemed to waver for a second. Her body swayed, looking as if she were about to fall. I immediately tossed my things onto the sofa and rushed forward to catch her. Half of Xie Rian's weight leaned into me, perhaps because she lacked the strength to stand. Her head rested on my shoulder. Her soft hair brushed against my cheek. It is okay. I'm just not used to it yet. Xie Rian moved slightly, attempting to steady herself but failing, nearly slipping from my arms again. I quickly tightened my hold around her waist, letting her lean against me. I supported her as we walked toward the sofa. I frowned slightly. Why did not you have someone stay by your side? Xie Rian remained silent for a moment. Then she replied, thought I could do it. Somehow catching a hint of bitterness in her tone. A favored daughter of heaven, innocently harmed and left comatose, nearly losing her life. And now, even the basic ability to walk like a normal person had to be practiced again from scratch. It was understandable that the psychological gap was too great. She likely did not want others to see her in such a disheveled state. My voice softened a bit. I had originally intended to help her to the sofa, but now I changed my mind. It is okay. I will support you and we can walk a bit longer. Xie Rian asked hesitantly. Would that be too much trouble for you? She was truly too close to me. Her warm breath brushed gently against my ear as she spoke. I instinctively stiffened for a moment, but thinking of her condition, I calmed myself down and relaxed. What trouble could it be? I have got you. Just take it slow. With one hand on her back, and the other supporting her arm, I guided her slowly. If you can't walk anymore, we will take a break. No need to rush. You will recover in time. Xie Rian seemed to sense my unease, and proactively moved a little further away, saying in a low voice, thank you. In the kitchen, Butler Yang was dumbfounded as he peeked out. He remembered the third miss walking quite briskly yesterday. Why was she so weak again today? He was not that old yet. Surely his memory could not be failing him this soon. Butler Yang's mouth hung open, looking at Xie Rian, who was half leaning, with lowered eyes and a submissive air, looking quite gentle and frail. Then looking at me, supporting her slowly, with such great patience. After a long while, he suddenly had an epiphany. Playing the victim really is an eternal and universal tactic. I supported Xie for nearly half an hour, seeing fine beads of sweat on her forehead. I thought she was tired, so I asked, "Do you want to rest?" Xie nodded. "I will have Butler Yang take me upstairs for a bath." I helped her back into her wheelchair, and was about to call for someone, when Butler Yang, who was nowhere to be found just now, suddenly emerged from some corner. I greeted him, feeling that his expression was briefly a bit odd. Before I could look closer, Butler Yang returned to normal, and wheeled Xie away. I sat on the sofa, continuing the video of Lu Shui I had not finished in the car. After watching for a while, I switched pages, and re-examined Lu Shui's profile. So this is where that sense of déjà vu came from. No wonder I found Lu Shui familiar, but could not find her in my own memories, because I had indeed never met anyone like her in reality, but rather in those ubiquitous advertisements. I had caught a fleeting glimpse. Lu Shui and Xiang Tao. One was at the height of her fame, a rising starlet with a limitless future. The other was mysterious and unpredictable, a practitioner of metaphysics with a secret trail. Body type, and walking posture all had obvious differences. Looking at it every which way, it seemed impossible for these two to be related, but I zoomed in on the digital files to a photo taken of Xiang Tao while she was waiting for someone in a cafe. It is hard for people to control their bodies perfectly in real time. Some actions are unconscious. For instance, some habitually tuck their chins, some have an uneven gait when walking, and some have shoulders that tilt over time. Coincidentally, this Xiang Tao and the Lu Shui on the variety show both like to tilt their heads slightly when sitting, facing inward. This was not a particularly unique habit, but since the two already gave me a similar feeling, this shared habit became a piece of supporting evidence. Rarely struck by a sense of curiosity, I sent another message to Q. "Check on Lu Shui." Q replied instantly, "Oh wait, you have started following celebrities too. I heard that Seeing fans have very low status in the industry." I replied, speechless. "I suspect she and Xiang Tao are the same person. Look into it." This time Q did not reply again, presumably heading off to investigate immediately. When Xie came downstairs, she heard a woman's crisp and pleasant voice from my phone. Her fingers tightened on the sides of her wheelchair. She asked with a mild expression, "What are you watching?" I said casually, "A variety show called The Great Journey." "Is it good?" "It is alright. I am mainly watching One of the Stars, named Lu Shui. She is quite popular this year." Xie asked calmly, "Jiang Heng, do you like this type of actress?" I usually chatted idly with her, so I did not think much of it, and told the truth. "She is quite good looking, but I do not really have any feelings toward celebrities. Just then, the camera moved away from Lu Shui. I looked up and said to Xie, "There is something a bit odd about her." Xie gave a faint smile. "So that is how it is. What is wrong with her? Do you need me to find someone to help investigate?" My suspicion had not been confirmed yet. After a thought, I did not explain too clearly. "No need for now. I suspect she might have another identity, related to metaphysics. I will observe a bit more carefully." Seeing Xie limited mobility, I poured her a glass of warm water, and handed it to her. As Xie took it, her fingers briefly brushed against my fingertips. She lowered her eyes, whispered a thank you, and sipped the water slowly. At first glance, I seemed polite and courteous to everyone, but upon closer inspection, One would realize I was equally indifferent to everyone. When Xie first met me, she felt that I looked at people as if they were just scenery. No one could leave a trace in my mind. Just as every time Xie privately mentioned the Ne family, she would be indignant on my behalf. But I myself seemed to have no emotion about it. My attitude toward my biological parents was like that toward strangers. Xie could even feel that. The reason I disliked them was not because of how they treated me, but simply because they were selfish and stupid. This was not a deliberate coldness, but a genuine indifference radiating from within, an aloof detachment. However, once I included someone within my own circle, I possessed a surprising kind of tenderness. This tenderness was like a vast mass of soft cotton, making One feel that if they lay upon it, they were infinitely embraced, as if no matter what they did, they could be forgiven. This feeling could make One sink endlessly into it. The rest of the Xie family did not have such deep insight yet. Someone like Niu, being quite dense, just felt I was becoming easier to talk to. Only Xie, who spent every day with me, had these realizations in her heart. Favoritism and tenderness are the hardest things to resist, especially from someone who appears cool and quiet like me. Xie sometimes wondered, had I ever treated others this way before? Would someone treated this way by me? become spoiled and arrogant? Would they lose their way in such indulgence and favoritism? If she sank deep into the special treatment I gave, and longed for more, what would become of her? The sunlight in the living room was warm. On the table not far before me, sat a bouquet of fresh rosemary placed by the maid. Clusters of pale purple flowers bloomed tightly together, emitting a faint fragrance that was refreshing and clear. Neither Xierian nor I felt like going to the study upstairs. We sat quietly in the living room handling our own matters. The butler, gauging the time, softly stepped in to refresh our warm tea, and brought out some sliced fruit. My train of thought was interrupted by his movement. I looked up from my computer. Xierian, my grandfather arrives 3 days from now in the morning. Let us have a meal together then. Just now, Song Junliang sent me the itinerary for the next few days, confirming the arrival time in the capital. Xierian set down her laptop. Her complexion looked slightly better. I will have someone book a restaurant. Does the old gentleman have any dietary restrictions? No need to prepare anything, I replied. My grandfather is fond of a head chef at Qianshan restaurant. I have already reached out to him. Arrangements are made. I just wanted to ask if you would prefer to go to Qianshan, or have the chef come here, living under the same roof. Regarding the Xie family's affairs, I had overheard quite a bit. Knowing their conflicts had reached a boiling point. The day before yesterday, before dinner, I even heard old Mr. Xie call Xierian. I could hear his shouting clearly even from a distance. He was talking about the meeting held earlier that day, regarding Xierian's cousin, Xie Deong, demanding that the old master relinquish his power. The old master was not just angry about the power grab, but because in his pursuit of control, Xie Deong had openly revealed some of his private overseas transactions. In order to secure a batch of materials, Xie Deong had collaborated with the foreign mafia, and was even smug about it, believing he had discovered a new channel. He claimed the main Xie branch only had the old master left, struggling alone to maintain the legacy, with Xierian's parents gone, and her elder brother in the military, barely home a few times a year. Leng Qingqiu asked me. The old master was both shocked and enraged. Xie Deong thought he had struck a bargain, when in reality he had been sold out while counting the money for others. How could the Xie family have such a fool? Even if the Xie family were to fall into ruin, he would never let it drop into the hands of this idiot. In the early years, forced by circumstances, none of the great families were entirely clean. The Xie family also had some shady businesses. But as times changed, the domestic situation evolved rapidly, with members of the Xie family entering the military and politics. Those dark dealings had long been buried underground. The Xie family was now completely clean, while those who stayed dirty had long since collapsed. Xie Deong had not lived through those times. He did not understand the complexity, nor the current political climate, but the old master could never tolerate him dragging the entire family down with him. After listening to what the old master said, Xierian went silent for a few seconds and then spoke. Let him be. I will handle the aftermath. I glanced at her then, actually wanting to ask for specifics, to see if I could be of any help. But considering my own complicated situation overseas, I kept my mouth shut. I feared the Xie family might be implicated by me later, which would only make things worse. Xierian did not ask how I secured a spot at Qianshan, nor how I could invite such a famous chef to the house. Are you afraid my going out will leak information? Do not worry about that. We are already prepared to go public with the news. Thinking of this, Xierian had another doubt. Logically, since you broke that curse, the caster would have contacted Xie Deong eventually. I thought he would have known I was awake by now. I pondered for a moment. He probably thinks I could only break his curse, but lacked the power to actually wake you up. Most powerful practitioners of metaphysics are like this, because they are constantly flattered by others. They feel uniquely superior and incredibly remarkable. Just like the last time I handled the Leng family's matter. Leng Qingqiu asked me, since everyone talks about karma, why do people still dare to do bad things for others? I asked in return, since everyone knows crime leads to prison, why do people still commit crimes? Leng Qingqiu thought it was a silly question. Well, naturally because of innate human optimism and luck. Maybe I am the exception. That is a spell that requires no incantation, sufficient to make countless people risk their lives. But you have not fully recovered yet. I asked hesitantly, will it affect anything if you appear in public now? It does not matter. It won't affect anything, Xierian said. I went silent for a moment. Close your eyes. Xierian was confused, but she followed my instructions and gently closed her eyelids. I pricked my fingertip, placing a drop of bright red on her brow. Then, using Xie Ruyan's own aura, I let it flow downward. In the past, I used spiritual energy. The results were extraordinary. Xie Ruyan's legs felt as if soaked in a hot spring, filled with a deep warmth, but she also smelled the scent of blood. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she instinctively opened her eyes. Jiang Heng, you are injured. I grabbed a tissue, wrapped it around twice, and applied slight pressure with my finger. Xie Ruyan did not say a word. She wheeled herself over to find the medical kit, silently taking my hand to disinfect it, and applied a band-aid. I glanced at her. Are you upset? I should not be upset. Xie Ruyan still held my hand, looking up at me. You did it for my own good. If I were upset, would not I be ungrateful and unable to distinguish kindness? But Xie Ruyan's eyes were pitch black. Her features were a bit deeper than most. Her focused gaze felt like it held a sharp edge. I hope you do not get hurt over such insignificant small matters. Not even a tiny bit. She seemed to realize she had been holding my hand too long. Her fingers twitched. She let go and packed up the medical kit, before adding, you must take better care of yourself. I burst out laughing. Are you joking? It is just a tiny prick on the finger. If the band-aid had been a second later, it would have healed on its own. It has nothing to do with the size of the wound. Xie Ruyan glanced at me. No own is worth it. Do not start this habit. I straightened my expression. Suddenly, images of lightning and thunder from my past life, and the forest shaking tremors flashed through my mind. If I were not so certain that Xie Ruyan could not be from my era, I would have suspected she knew something. I cleared my throat and brought the subject back. Then the welcome feast for old man Jiang will be at Qianshan. Xie Ruyan had no objections. Having spent this time together, I had a general understanding of the Xie family's tastes. Without needing to ask her, I sent the dietary requirements and habits to a contact labeled Master Xia. Many outsiders believed the Qianshan group started in jewelry and jade, but its first business was actually catering. It was just the later rapid rise that relied on jade. Back then, I was with Jiang Hongren visiting friends in another province. Jiang Hongren was having tea with an old friend, and I was wandering around alone. I walked along the small path by the riverbank, looking up to see a man on the bridge shrouded in dark energy. The now world-renowned head chef of Qianshan restaurant was then just an unlucky soul whose brother had stolen his assets, driven to bankruptcy, and ready to jump into the river. To be honest, I had not planned to intervene. Rain will fall. Widows will remarry. This man had no desire to live written in every strand of hair. As a stranger unaware of the cause, what right did I have to interfere in another's fate? But, unexpectedly, the man was about to end it. Yet he still shouted to me, little kid, where are your parents? It just rained. The road is slippery. Get up here and walk. I looked up at the sound. The man on the bridge finally saw my face. The little boy was not tall. His face was youthful, but his eyes were excessively bright, like cold, distant moonlight on a mountain cliff. He met my gaze, and suddenly jolted, waking up significantly. I stopped by the river and did not move. He hesitated for a moment, then ran down from the bridge, afraid I would be scared. He stopped a few steps away and asked, little kid, where is your family? Why are they letting you run around alone? I fell silent for a moment. Were not you going to jump? Master Xia was startled, blurting out, how did you know? I did not answer, but asked him instead, you were about to die, and yet you still cared about a passing stranger. Though I was young, my expression was calm and steady, even with a hint of a childish voice. It did not feel immature at all. Master Xia instinctively followed my question and replied, because you are small. I was worried a child might have an accident. I said flatly, the child in your family is also very small. Master Xia dithered. I do not have a child in my family. His wife was in poor health. They had been unable to conceive for many years. After hospital checkups, the doctor said if they wanted to conceive naturally, they could only slowly nurture her health. Perhaps it was his fate to have no offspring. There had been no news for all these years. He and his wife went from anxious expectation to slowly accepting reality. When he decided to jump, he even thought, it is lucky there are no children. Otherwise, how would my wife care for the family alone? His brother wanted to drive him to death, making things difficult for him at every turn, already causing his wife to suffer a lot alongside him. It could not go on like this. Once he was gone, his brother would surely stop. His wife would finally be free of a failure like him. I said calmly, in your wife's womb. Master Xia did not react in time, staring at me blankly. Afterward, whenever he recalled this with Song Junliang and the others, he would defend his reaction as being normal. Anyone who meets a stranger on the street and is told their wife is pregnant would be completely stunned. I continued, it is likely a daughter. Master Xia and his wife had dreamt of having a sweet and lovely daughter after a chaotic whirl of thoughts. He gradually grasped what I had said. His eyes slowly widened. He began to tremble. I did not say anything more. Master Xia sprinted all the way home. My words looped repeatedly in his mind. The child in your family is also very small. In your wife's womb. It is likely a daughter. He thought, he must be going mad to let the casual words of a chance-encountered child make him indulge in such a wild dream. He charged up the 3 flights of stairs like a tornado, and with a loud bang burst through the door. His wife was sitting on a chair, holding a pregnancy test in own hand, with a face full of disbelief. Seeing him burst and soaked in sweat, she asked in surprise, "What happened to you?" Master Xia's gaze fell upon the pregnancy test, specifically those 2 distinct red lines. His chest heaved violently. His wife held back her joy. "I was just about to call you. It might not be completely accurate. We still need to go to the hospital for a checkup." Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly gasped and covered her mouth in shock. Master Xia's knees buckled. He knelt on the floor, clutching her legs and wailing loudly. "I am so sorry, I have failed you." Master Xia's wife later said at the dinner table that she was terrified at that moment, thinking old Xia had done something terrible behind her back to betray her. Luckily, Master Xia explained everything in time, saving himself from being smacked with a washboard. However, the next day he waited by the riverbank all day long, until he found me again. He was overflowing with gratitude, nearly bowing to the ground before me, insisting on treating me to a meal no matter what. Jiang Hongren, who was walking with me, felt he was honest, but plagued by a run of bad luck. With the intention of guiding him, he accepted the invitation on my behalf. As it turned out, throughout the entire meal, Jiang Hongren did not have a spare moment to talk. Master Xia's cooking was simply too divine. Whether it was tofu, tomatoes, or cabbage, simple, everyday vegetarian dishes, or seafood, fish and shrimp, or mutton, rich and hearty meat dishes, he transformed them all into ultimate delicacies. Never mind Jiang Hongren, even I ate an extra bowl of rice. After finishing dinner, Jiang Hongren looked at the table of spotless plates. Feeling a bit embarrassed in hindsight, the few of them sat in the small living room to talk. Jiang Hongren spoke after some deliberation. "I see your fortune has not been great these past 2 years. Master Xia gave a bitter smile and sighed. "It is not just bad fortune. It is family misfortune." As it turned out, his family was a locally famous Huaiyang cuisine dynasty, dating back to the last feudal dynasty. With a deep family heritage, they operated several successful restaurants. Master Xia was an only son, learning culinary arts from his father since childhood. He was the undisputed heir to the family business. But when he was in his teens, his biological mother passed away. His father's second wife brought a stepbrother along. The stepbrother was overly ambitious and viewed him as a thorn in his side, an obstacle to be removed. While the father was alive, he restrained himself. But after the father passed away, the stepmother and stepbrother joined forces to oust him. Not only did they deny him any inheritance, they even harassed the restaurant he opened with loans, spreading rumors everywhere that his cooking was faulty, claiming he had once poisoned a customer. Small towns are most susceptible to gossip, even though there was not a shadow of truth to it. Once enough people repeated the lie, everyone started to believe it. Master Xia's restaurant could not survive. After bankruptcy, he sold his belongings to pay debts. He tried to find work but was rejected everywhere. His stepbrother put out the word that he would make trouble for anyone who dared hire him, making everyone avoid him like the plague. His wife was also dragged down by the situation. Master Xia was truly at the end of his rope, thinking it would be better to just end it all, since he had no parents left, and no children to leave behind. His death would at least set his wife free, so she would not have to suffer with him anymore. If he had not met me, he might have truly jumped that day. That river was 5 meters deep, and since he could not swim, there would have been no hope of survival. Later, when he went home and looked at his wife, he trembled with fear at the thought that he had almost made his child an orphan. He did not dare imagine, if he were gone, how his pregnant wife would have survived. He gave himself a few harsh slaps and pulled himself together completely. If own road was blocked, he would simply take another. If he could not survive in this city, he would move to another. People are adaptable. Situations are manageable. He had his own 2 hands. He was physically whole. His wife was virtuous. And now they had an unborn child. How could he let himself be driven to death? He finally woke up and thanked me once again. Jiang Hongren did not expect that before he could speak, the man had already figured it out for himself. He would enjoyed a free meal, but had not fulfilled his role as a spiritual guide. Feeling a bit awkward, he could not help but look toward me. I thought for a moment, then said to Master Xia, "Starting a life in another city requires capital. You do not have any money right now, do you?" Master Xia had used up nearly all his savings to settle his debts. He was indeed in a tight spot. I proposed, "How about this? I provide the capital. You provide the skill as your share. We will open a restaurant as partners." Master Xia nearly jumped out of his skin, waving his hands frantically, refusing without a second thought. How can this be? Absolutely not. He and I were complete strangers. I had already done his family a massive favor. How could he possibly take my money? Jiang Hongren was also stunned. He had instinctively looked at me earlier, because he knew I was not like an ordinary child. I was exceptionally bright, often coming up with unexpected ideas. At home, he treated me as an equal, like an adult. Now that we were out, he could not break the habit of consulting me, but he did not expect me to suggest a business partnership. I did not mind. It is no big deal. It absolutely is. I am not running a charity. I am not giving the money to you. I am acting as the owner. Master Xia said bitterly. In my current situation, investing in me is no different from charity. I have made up my mind. I will just move to another city and find an honest job to support my family. The closure and bankruptcy of his last restaurant had indeed left him traumatized. I looked at him, just as I was about to ask if he had no confidence in his own skills. I heard a faint tapping sound. I looked toward the sound and saw a calligraphy scroll hanging by the TV, swaying slightly in the breeze. The brushwork was bold and fluid, reading, "Borrowing light from the autumn moon. Heart like a pure lotus in the world." Those were Li Bai's verses, but the handwriting did not look like a famous master's. Asked, "Did you write this yourself?" Master Xia followed my gaze and said nonchalantly, "Just something I scribbled casually." My wife hung it up. Please do not laugh at my poor attempt. I saw the wooden roller tapping against the wall, making a rhythmic, subtle noise. My fingers moved slightly as I cast a divination based on the immediate sign. I asked Master Xia, "Do you believe what I say?" Master Xia, having been saved by me before, guessed that I had a mysterious background. After meeting Jiang Hongren, who looked like a wise, sage-like figure, he was even more filled with awe and respect. Seeing me make a strange hand gesture, "I believe you completely." I pointed directly at the calligraphy scroll. The great rock rises with the wind on day, soaring 90,000 miles straight up. I just cast a divination. The riverside restaurant is like a phoenix spreading wings. It will rise with the wind. In other words, it will bring great profit and success. I handed Master Xia a card. Ticket. Master Xia was dazed. Great profit. He could not believe he could achieve anything grand, but he trusted my words implicitly. Jiang Hongren laughed. "Do not think he is just comforting you. He really did calculate it just now. It is called the manhwa outer response." He went on and on to Master Xia, explaining the principles of the divination and how sharp I was in this field. Master Xia only half understood the technicalities, but he fully understood how impressive I was, which meant, if I said it would make money, it definitely would. Master Xia felt like a man on death row, suddenly receiving a full pardon. The embers of hope in his heart began to glow. He tentatively took the card, looking at Jiang Hongren and me, then at his nervous wife. "I will give it a try." That own try became the founding industry of the Qianshan Group. Regarding the name Qianshan, there were many theories in the outside world. Some said it reflected the founder's ambition, meaning he had seen 1,000 mountains and rivers. Others said it was a lucky name chosen by a specialist for wealth. Master Xia found these rumors hilarious, as if he were reading his daughter's school exams. "The wind howls tonight, the moon is dim." What does this reflect about the author's feelings? The truth was not as complicated as people imagined. Master Xia was somewhat well-read. He enjoyed reading books, listening to talk shows, and even wrote love poems for his wife on holidays. When it came to naming the business, he struggled for a long time without finding a fit. Finally, he thought of a famous 5-character poem, Lu Zongyuan's River Snow. The more he thought of the last line, the more he liked it, the more he liked it. Fishing alone in the cold river snow. He thought the last 2 words, Jiang Shui, were nice, but when he checked, he found the name had long been registered. With no other choice, he took the first 2 words of the first line, which mirrored the end of the poem, and named it Qianshan. With this subtle connection, the mighty Qianshan Group was thus named, for Master Xia and his family. I was essentially their savior. If they had not met me, forget the later wealth and status. Master Xia would have died in that river, leaving his wife and daughter in misery. Master Xia even had a longevity tablet made, placing it in his home, praying for my health and long life. Jiang Hongren and I stayed in that city briefly, returning to the southwest a few days later. On the way, Jiang Hongren asked me, "Your intervention this time was a bit unusual. Is there a specific reason for it? Though I often help others, I would not usually be this generous. The restaurant I co-founded with Boss Xia is a long-term partnership, so we have become more or less entangled. Jiang Hongren understands me. He knows I have no patience for messy complications with people." I said indifferently, "Perhaps it is because we share a similar fate." Jiang Hongren was puzzled. What similar fate could I possibly share with Boss Xia? Could it be that neither of us has parents? He did not know that I once asked Boss Xia a question by the bridge waters. When death is at the door, should one still care for strangers? How Boss Xia answered does not actually matter. What matters is that in that moment, amidst the reflection of sky and clouds, I caught a fleeting glimpse of my past self. After finalizing the time and place for the welcome banquet with Xie Rian, she went to inform Elder Xie, while I notified Niu and Xie Huili. Xie Rian's brother, Xie Qingshuan, is stationed in the military year-round. He rarely makes it home even a few times a year. He certainly would not be able to come. As for Niu's father, he is always busy with work. I have barely seen him a handful of times, so I asked Xie Huili to inquire on his behalf. Niu was incredibly curious about this master I spoke of. In his eyes, I was already formidable enough. So how legendary must my master be? He muttered nervously, "Should I get a new haircut? A herring? Can your master accept guys with bangs? Does he only like buzz cuts? Or would your master prefer someone wearing Taoist robes? Should I go Bayonne? If I do not make a good impression, the old gentleman won't have a bad opinion of our family, will he?" I told Niu not to set his expectations too high, and gave him an analogy. Sun Wukong is the great sage equal to heaven, but Tang Sanzang was just a mortal on a pilgrimage to the west. Niu's focus shifted entirely to the wrong point. "You actually read Journey to the West." His expression was exactly the same as when he first saw me drinking milk tea. "I also watch Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf. Why did Niu refuse to see me as an ordinary person?" Xie Huili slapped Niu's head through the video call. "Move aside." From Lu Shui's grandmother, "Does Mr. Jiang have any specific preferences? For instance, does he like antiques or fine tea? What would be appropriate for a first meeting?" I knew this was basic etiquette for the Xie family, so I did not decline their courtesy, and mentioned a few of Jiang Hongren's hobbies. Xie Rian listened intently by my side. When the topic of gifts came up, I remembered I had bought something for Xie Rian as well. After ending the video call, I pulled out a gift box and placed it in her lap. "I picked this up for you while I was out today. See if you like it." Xie Rian had not expected that while I was shopping with Xie Huili, I would remember to buy something for her. I looked at her with a beaming smile, staring until she felt a bit dazed. Subconsciously, she unwrapped the box. When she opened it, inside was a pair of exquisite stud earrings. I suggested with a smile, "Try them on, let us see how they look." Xie Rian reached for the earrings, but with the laptop still in her lap. Her movements were awkward. She struggled for a while but could not get them in. The way she fumbled helplessly with her head bowed made her look a bit pitifully adorable, like a large animal that could not quite get a task right. Finding it somewhat amusing, I knelt down in front of her wheelchair, took the earring from her fingertips and said, "Forget it, let me do it." As I drew closer, a masculine scent instantly enveloped her. Xie Rian's gaze fell upon my face, her earlobes seemingly heating up under my focused attention. Her breathing skipped a beat. Once the earring was secured, I looked at her and smiled. Do not they look beautiful? The moment I saw them, I knew they would suit you." The sun was setting, twilight deepening, the room filled with dappled light and shadows. Specks of light floated in my smiling eyes, my thick lashes fluttering like tiny fans. Xie Rian's eyes shifted uncontrollably. Just as I finished putting on the earring, her heart and her ears tightened simultaneously. An indescribable emotion swept over her, and that patch of skin burned with a low feverish heat. When Xie Rian finally looked away, she caught a hurried glimpse of her reflection in the laptop screen, and murmured vaguely, "They are beautiful. I like them very much." I did not notice anything amiss. After helping her with the other own, I admired the result for a moment, and said with satisfaction, "It is my first time buying something like this. I did not expect it to look so good." Xie Rian looked at me. "Your first time? stood up and sat back down on the sofa. The first time I have ever given a gift to a girl. The corners of Xie Rian's mouth corked up, a smile coloring her deep, soulful eyes. Then I'm very honored. After that, I noticed Xie Rian seemed to be in an exceptionally good mood tonight. Throughout dinner and the leisure time that followed, she was visibly relaxed and cheerful. Even the gardener in the backyard noticed, whispering to the butler, "Did something happy happen to the third miss today?" The butler stole a glance at the two people, strolling through the courtyard. I was crouching before a flower bed, pointing at a cluster of blossoms and telling Xie Rian something, while she watched me with a focused, tender expression. The butler could swear he had never privately seen Xie Rian look at anyone with such an expression. He whispered, "Perhaps it is not about a specific event, but simply because of the person she is with." The gardener was confused. "What do you mean?" The butler shook his head mysteriously. "You would not understand. After our walk, I went to my room to cultivate and bathe, bidding Xie Rian good night." Xie Rian declined the butler's help and returned to her bedroom alone. Carefully, she removed the earrings and placed them in the safe. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, the bright moon hung high. She sat there alone in silence for a long time. 3 days later, Song Junliang reported his itinerary throughout his trip to the capital. After estimating the time, I first went to the main branch of Qianshan restaurant. I greeted Master Xia, checked the seating arrangement in the private room, and then returned to the first floor entrance to wait for Xie Rian. Xie Rian said she would arrive in about 3 minutes. As I was replying to messages on my phone, I heard someone call my name, Jiang Heng. I turned my head and saw a pair of flirtatious peach blossom eyes. Xie Yanran. "It is you. I thought I would mistaken you for someone else." She made no effort to hide her look of admiration, reaching out her hand. "It has only been a few days, but you seem even more handsome." I glanced at her hand hovering in mid-air, having absolutely no intention of shaking it. "Thanks for the compliment." Xie Yanran was not embarrassed. She said frankly, "After the last banquet, I got your number from Auntie Wang and sent you a friend request. Did you see it?" I replied coldly. "I never check requests from strangers." Xie Yanran laughed. "We are strangers before adding each other, but won't we be acquainted after?" I ignored her. Xie Yanran asked again, "Are you waiting for someone? Who are you having dinner with?" "None of your business," I said curtly. Xie Yanran, however, grew more interested. What was the fun in a man who was easily won over? She wanted a challenge like this. Imagine the day this inaccessible flower finally surrendered to her. The day this ascetic god overflowed with love for her. What a sense of achievement that would be. Xie Yanran leaned in closer. "This restaurant is very famous. Without connections, it is hard to get a good table. How about I help you switch to a private box?" I refused directly. "Oh thanks." Xie Yanran circled to face me, putting on a considerate front. "Eating in the main hall is so noisy. Besides, I could not bear to let you sit at an ordinary table. Eating in the hall. Can you even call that dining?" I let out a short laugh. Xie Yanran's eyes lit up, thinking she had finally swayed me. Yet I said, "Well, the police still issue you an ID card, do not they?" Xie Yanran froze for a few seconds. Before it clicked, I was implying that even with an ID, she barely counted as a person. Despite the blatant insult, she did not get angry. Instead, she smirked. "Interesting. I just love handsome men with a sharp tongue." Annoyed by her persistence, I raised my hand to push her away. However, my gaze bypassed her shoulder and saw the person behind her slow down. At the same time, Xie Yanran heard a crisp, familiar voice rise from behind her, accompanied by the slight whirring of wheels. "So that's what else do you like?" Upon hearing the voice, Xie Yanran's reaction was violent. She spun around, the hair on her neck standing on end. In disbelief, she stammered, "Xie Rian, you are not dead yet." Xie Rian sat in her wheelchair. Even though she was positioned lower, both her sharp features and her piercing gaze carried an unmistakable air of superiority. She looked at Xie Yanran as if looking at a weed by the road, devoid of any emotion. Xie Rian said indifferently, "It is quite a surprise, is not it? You seem very surprised to see your cousin." Xie Yanran was in a panic, her words tripping over each other. "Should not you?" The master her father had recruited was incredibly skilled, supposedly a grandmaster-level figure. Others who saw Xie Rian claimed her fate was too unique to be tampered with. Only that master said he could find a way, and he had truly brought Xie Rian down. Not long ago, Xie Yanran overheard her father speaking with that master. The master himself had said he did not know who had broken the curse, and told her father to search the capital specifically targeting anyone who had a grudge against her. Her father had anxiously asked the master if Xie Rian would wake up. The master had sneered and said it was impossible. My curse has lasted a long time. The one who broke it may be a master of this age. But as for bringing her back to life, pure wishful thinking. Unless they are a child of destiny. Only then did her father feel at ease. So what was happening now? Why was Xie Rian here? Was not she on the brink of death? Xie Rian said coolly, "What should I be?" Xie Yanran snapped her mouth shut. She muttered under her breath, "Nothing. It is just that my cousin has woken up. Why was not everyone notified? We were all so worried." Her voice grew smaller and smaller, until finally, she could not even finish her own sentence. This was because Xie Rian was staring at her in silence. Xie Yanran had been terrified of this cousin since childhood, much like a mouse encountering a cat. Back when Xie Daong still kept to his place, Xie Rian's attitude toward her own family was actually much better than toward outsiders. She was strikingly beautiful, and rarely lost her temper. Most of the time, she kept her emotions hidden. But Xie Yanran could sense that deep in her bones, she was absolute, powerful and cold. Xie Yanran did not think this was her own problem. As far as she knew, few people in the entire Xie group did not fear Xie Rian. She had personally witnessed a hot-tempered, short-fused veteran of the Xie group become polite and respectful the moment he faced Xie Rian, as if all his arrogance vanished in her presence. With Xie Rian in the family, she was the brilliant jade at the forefront, while everyone else was relegated to the status of broken tiles and debris. Whenever anyone mentioned the Xie family, they only thought of Xie Rian, praising the third miss for her God-given talent, her masterful tactics, and her profound vision. Xie Yanran was a gifted young woman in her own right, but living long-term in Xie Rian's shadow left her stifled and full of resentment. Xie Yanran both feared her and hated her. She had thought that once Xie Rian fell, she would finally be free of this long-standing grievance. She never expected Xie Rian would wake up, thinking of the things her family had done, even though Xie Yanran believed in her heart that it was already too late for Xie Rian, and that the Xie family would eventually be taken over by her father. She still could not help but feel a primal urge to retreat. "Cousin, I will head inside for dinner now." Xie Rian spoke with a half-smile. "I just heard you say you like something." Xie Yanran knew she was standing up for me. She had no idea how I had hooked up with Xie Rian, but having her facade stripped away in front of a man was humiliating. Her face flushed red, then turned pale, then turned a bruised shade of blue-green, until finally she said, "I was abrupt with Mr. Zhang." Xie Rian gave a cold snort. "If you know you were abrupt, then apologize." The corner of Xie Yanran's eye twitched. "Cousin, is this really necessary? It was just a joke." Xie Rian replied, "If the person involved does not find it funny, then it is not a joke, though you likely do not understand that logic." She calmly repeated, "Apologize." Xie Yanran looked at her face, and ultimately did not dare to defy her. She hesitantly gave me a stiff nod of apology, said coldly, "I hear your apology, but I do not accept it." Xie Yanran's eyes flared with anger, wanting to call me ungrateful. She was determined to have me sooner or later, but with Xie Rian present, she did not dare say a word. She only asked uneasily, "Cousin, may I leave now?" Xie Rian did not say anything, taking her silence as tacit permission. Xie Yanran hurried away with large strides. Only after walking over 100 meters, ensuring those behind her could not see, did she let out a long, heavy breath. Xie Yanran reached back to touch her spine, and found her clothes soaked with sweat and clinging to her skin. She did not care about anything else, and immediately dialed her father's number. After Xie Yanran fled in disarray, I naturally moved behind Xie Rian, and took over the handles of her wheelchair. These past few days, aside from looking through Lu Shui's files, I had been accompanying Xie Rian in her physical therapy. Perhaps because she had help, the progress was faster. Xie Rian's health was visibly improving. The amount of time she could spend walking grew longer. However, the doctor still advised moderate activity, rather than rushing the process, and recommended using the wheelchair when going out. "Xie Yanran seems quite afraid of you." Last time I saw her at Wang Teng's engagement banquet, she was not even this trembling around her own father. Xie Yanran is likely afraid of my retaliation. She tilted her face slightly, and lowered her voice. "Has she been bothering you?" "Today is only our second time meeting." I recounted the events of the engagement banquet to Xie Rian. She likely got my number through some Wang family channel. She called me once, and I blocked her. Then she tried to add me as a friend, and I blocked her there too. Xie Rian's expression went cold. What an audacious creature. Xie 11, who was listening in, was also frowning. We had already entered the private room, and since it was just the three of us, we were not worried about being overheard. Xie 11 shared some of the information he had previously gathered on Xie Yanran. Xie Yanran had owned particularly massive flaw. She loved handsome men, and led a rather scandalous private life. When she was younger, her father, Xie Daong, wanted her to pursue a career in the military or politics, but he discovered she had already had several accidental pregnancies. The restrictions in those fields were too tight. Given Xie Yanran's reckless nature, forcing her onto that path would only lead to her ruin. Xie Daong had no choice but to give up. Mi Ping had already mentioned the Zonglingchun Club to me, but Xie 11 knew even more detailed information. When the talk turned to a certain party that severely violated human ethics and moral boundaries, Xie Rian raised her hand, signaling him to stop. Do not soil my ears with this. Xie 11 paused, suddenly remembering that I was just a student, who might find such things nauseating. He was used to mixing with men, and had not considered that for a moment. However, Xie 11 stole a glance at Xie Rian and me. Even someone as blunt as him felt a seed of doubt. Was the third Mrs. Intense care for Mr. Zhang really just sisterly affection? I did not notice her expression, as I was busy flipping through the menu. Deep in thought, I kept feeling as though I had forgotten something. It was all because Xie Yanran's interruption had broken my previous train of thought. What was I supposed to do? I went through the list of everyone attending today in my head, but could not pinpoint what was wrong. The Xie family members arrived earlier than the scheduled time. As I chatted with them, the thought drifted to the back of my mind. I could not recall it. Surely it was not anything important. Yu leaned over to me, showing me the stock market knowledge he would been studying. These books are all about the appraisal and judgment of raw stocks. I can't master it all in one go, but skimming through to get the gist is no problem. I looked closely at the book titles. They were actually quite well written. He did not sound like a layman talking about things he did not understand, but rather like an expert reviewing the insights of industry professionals. And Yu, completely oblivious, said, I think they are pretty good too, even if there are parts one do not understand, and things I can't learn even when I do understand. They are definitely impressive. I laughed and said, you are also quite impressive, Yu said with unbridled confidence. I have basically mastered the basics now. Once we go to Yunnan and Switzerland, I will carry you. I will make us a fortune. I replied slowly. For that statement alone, I am willing to keep an eye on you then, so you do not lose enough to cry yourself unconscious. Yu scratched his head sheepishly. Just then, there was a knock on the private room door. Xie Huili smoothed her clothes and called out, come in. The waiter pushed open the door and bowed as he invited them in. Waiting at the door were Song Junliang and Jiang Hongren. The two entered almost simultaneously. They stood up and called out, Grandpa. Xie Huili asked in confusion, President Song. The two voices overlapped perfectly. In that instant, my lost memory finally came rushing back. It hit me like a bolt of lightning. I remembered that I had forgotten to tell the Xie family about the Chenshan group before Jiang Hongren and the others arrived. Hearing my form of address, Xie Huili looked at the kind-faced old man beside Song Junliang in surprise. Is this Mr. Zhang? She then looked at Song Junliang puzzled. Why is President Song here? Song Junliang was equally confused. I am accompanying Elder Jiang. Why is President Xie here? As the head of Qianshan Group in the capital, Song Junliang frequently dealt with the city's powerful families. With so many social functions in the business world, he and Xie Huili naturally knew each other, but neither could understand why the other was appearing in this specific place. After locking eyes, both were utterly dumbfounded. Then the entire room turned their gaze toward me. Under the weight of everyone's stares, I said with difficulty, I can explain this. 10 minutes later, Yu's jaw was hanging open. So, you are the legendary big boss behind the Chenshan Group. I smiled but remained silent. Xie Huili was stunned. President Zhang. Song Junliang's expression shifted. Regarding the Xie family's childhood betrothal, Jiang Hongren's expression also turned serious. He had never heard his grandson mention this. Xie Rian, realizing both men were talking about something that concerned her, quickly straightened her back. I beat her to it. Actually, that part is fake. It is just a public claim that we are fiancés. In private, Rian and I treat each other as siblings. We will clarify our true relationship in the future. Elder Xie also nodded in confirmation. It is merely an arrangement of convenience for now. Xie. Perhaps it was still not too late for her to regret her choice. But clearly, upon hearing this, both Jiang Hongren and Song Junliang were relieved, their cloudy expressions turning to sunshine. Song Junliang laughed. I knew it, Jiang Heng is still so young. Why would he be engaged? Jiang Hongren nodded in full agreement. Xie Rian pursed her lips. Only Eniyu remained submerged in immense shock. Holding his chin, he muttered dazedly, my deskmate is actually the owner of the Qianshan group. In that case, could my future wife be Satomi Ishihara? Everyone was silent. Xie Huili smiled, as she placed her hand on his arm, and gave it a sharp squeeze. Wake up. Eniyu clutched his arm, looking wronged. My deskmate is already this powerful. Can't I at least dream? However, Xie Huili herself was quite moved. How old was a Heng back then? In his teens? To be able to build such a massive empire. If this were ever made public, it would be enough to shock the world. Song Junliang laughed. Exactly. A few years ago, we discussed whether to reveal Jiang Heng's identity, but considering he was still in school, being a minor might have brought too much trouble. So we let it go. Of course, there were things he could not say. He had a vague inkling that I held several high-risk identities on the international stage, and thus felt it was safer to keep me out of the public eye. So, I had always been kept under wraps. Once I finally reached adulthood, I found the social obligations of the business world tedious. Song Junliang put on a show of helpless resignation. The boss I chose for myself. I suppose I just have to look after him. Everyone in the room burst into laughter, though the two groups were meeting for the first time. Song Junliang's wit and humor carried the atmosphere perfectly throughout. Jiang Hongren was kind and approachable, without a hint of the aloofness one might expect from a master. Xie Huili was even more graceful, like a gentle spring rain, ensuring everyone felt included. As the bridge between the two parties, I did not say much, but whenever I spoke, I found common ground that interested both sides. As the meal drew to a close, both guests and hosts were thoroughly satisfied. Jiang Hongren and Elder Xie were calling each other brothers, while Song Junliang and Xie Huili were already discussing collaborations. As the banquet was ending, everyone brought out their prepared gifts to exchange. At the stage, Eniyu felt a surge of confidence, believing his preparation was the most thorough and appropriate. However, just as he was about to present his luxury men's watch, Xie Huili handed over ivory tourmaline and sandalwood prayer beads. Eniyu froze. His movements came to a dead stop. He turned to look at Elder Xie, only to find him presenting a Song Ping Hao vintage tea cake. A few years ago, a similar tea cake at an auction had fetched a staggering price of 78 million. Eniyu cast his last shred of hope toward Xie Rian. Xie Rian opened a rectangular gift box and said softly, I heard Elder Jiang is fond of calligraphy and painting. This is an authentic work by Wang Shiji. Jiang Hongren stepped forward in pleasant surprise to inspect it. An authentic masterpiece of that caliber was truly priceless. Eniyu felt his vision go dark. Song Junliang then produced several gift boxes, handing them to the Xie family members own by own, saying modestly, they are not worth much, just some peace amulets from my hometown to keep with you. For a bit of good luck, Eniyu slowly opened his box to look. Inside lay a piece of teardrop-shaped Hetian mutton fat jade. His fingers trembled slightly. This was top-grade mutton fat jade, blessed with a metaphysical master's amulet. He could not even begin to calculate its value. Everyone in the room was still exchanging humble pleasantries. It is nothing really. I am glad you like it. I will keep an eye out for more next time. It is hardly worth mentioning. Please do not mind the simplicity. Just a little trinket. Something to fiddle with. Eniyu clutched his watchbox, wearing an expression of existential crisis. Is this what they call humble bragging? Fortunately, that overwhelming atmosphere did not last too long. Everyone was soon whisked away by the vehicles I had arranged, heading back to their respective homes. Xie Huili and Eniyu were on their way back to the Nie residence. Eniyu was listlessly scrolling through his social media when he suddenly heard Xie Huili let out a strange chuckle. He nearly dropped his phone in shock. It was hair-raising. What are you doing? Xie Huili gave him a fleeting glance. Nothing. Just thinking about something. Then why are you laughing so creepily? Eniyu rubbed the goosebumps on his arms. You sounded like something else. Scared the life out of me. Hearing this, Xie Huili surprisingly did not scold him. Instead, she gave a huff of laughter. I am laughing at the Wang family having eyes but failing to see gold, mistaking a pearl for common wood. It is truly pathetic. The Wang family looked down on their biological son for his humble upbringing, assuming he would not understand the customs of the capital. Without years of elite conditioning, yet they had no idea that Jiang Heng not only surpassed that so-called Wang family young master in looks, manners, and poise by 1,000-fold, but his professional achievements and social network far exceeded the standards of any typical wealthy family. That day, in IE, you saw a topic on an online forum where people were discussing, if you found out your child was swapped at birth, would you switch them back? The vast majority of people answered no. Honestly, I can't quite understand it, especially since the Wangs are so wealthy. Why could not they just be kind to a Heng? Xiaohui said, have not you heard the saying, parents do not love a useless child? What does that mean? And Yu asked curiously. It means parents do not love children who serve no purpose. Yu suddenly turned serious. What about you? He wanted to ask, as he did not seem particularly useful either. What were Xiaohui's true feelings for him? But since he was already a college student, he felt too embarrassed to ask about love and such. Xiaohui saw right through his little thoughts, and said with a beaming smile, do not worry, you are still somewhat useful, better than a steamed bun at least. You are good for a laugh when I'm bored. Yu sighed helplessly. After seeing everyone off, I finally took Jiang Hongren and Xie Rian back to Bitao Villa. As expected, Jiang Hongren was very pleased with the house and the surrounding environment. The three of us chatted in the living room for a bit, before Jiang Hongren and I went to the study alone. The study held a set of tea tools I used often. I brewed the tea unhurriedly, the scalding water hitting the tea leaves, and sending up plumes of white steam. Once we were alone, Jiang Hongren's constant, kindly smile faded into a more somber look. He let out a heavy sigh. All right, out with it. What is really going on? He had lived with me for years and knew me well enough. Your child. Cold exterior but a warm heart. You knew long ago that your birth parents were someone else, but you never went looking for them. Was not it because of your own lifespan? Were you afraid of breaking their hearts in the future? Judging by your attitude today, did the Wang family do something to you? I pushed a teacup toward him, and said indifferently, it is nothing much. I briefly summarized my biological parents' mindset. It was nothing more than putting profit above all else. In their eyes, they only chose the optimal option. I never overestimate blood ties. I chose not to see them before, because I feared my existence and my short lifespan would only bring them pain. But after meeting them, and seeing the hearts of that couple, my original, vague worries completely vanished. Since there is no affection between us, it is better for everyone to stay out of each other's way. As Jiang Hongren listened, anger surged within him. He set his teacup down with a heavy thud. They have gone too far. I helplessly tried to soothe him. This tea set is an antique. Go easy on it. Jiang Hongren subconsciously looked down to inspect it. An antique? Let me see. It is indeed a fine piece. He got halfway through his inspection before realizing I was changing the subject. He looked up and glared at me. They treated you like that, and you won't even let me curse them. It is not for their sake. I knew exactly how to coax him. I just do not want you getting worked up. It is not worth it over people like that. Jiang Hongren's expression softened slightly. And what is the story with the Xie family? You said at the table you were helping Xie Rian, which is why you are living together. That might fool others. But do not try that nonsense with me. I replied. It was not an intentional lie. The main issue is my lifespan. I can't exactly tell everyone about it. When I called you before, did not I say I found a way to change my fate? At this, Jiang Hongren's expression grew serious. It is related to the Xie family. Related to Rian. I confess, I am converting her, Purple Chi. I am helping her change her fate, but I am also helping myself. Jiang Hongren understood. You are using the title of fiancés to strengthen the karmic bond. The bond of a betrothal is much stronger than general karma. Jiang Hongren nodded. He inferred the situation based on our conversation at dinner, and later, the Xie family treated you with sincerity, which moved you to compassion, leading to this sibling bond. Mainly, we just find each other agreeable. Affection between people. It is not something that can be forced just by being good, or being bad to someone. Often, there is a destiny at work behind the scenes. Jiang Hongren sipped his tea thoughtfully. I observed them today. This family is decent. A household of virtue and kindness. Except for Xie Rian. He hesitated slightly, carefully choosing his words. Why do I sense an aura of slaughter about her? But that should not be. I had sensed it as well. But after careful observation, I had not found anything amiss. So I said, the business world is like a battlefield. Perhaps there are other factors at play. Unable to find a more logical guess, Jiang Hongren accepted my explanation. Perhaps that is it. After finishing our serious discussion, he chatted about mundane home matters. This was the longest I had ever been away from home. Jiang Hongren had missed me constantly. Seeing that I had grown taller and more mature, he finally felt at ease. We stayed in the study all afternoon, until the butler knocked at dinner time, bringing our reminiscence to an end. Jiang Hongren was used to early nights and early mornings, coupled with the day's travels. He retired to his room shortly after dinner. I remained in the living room to check the files on Lu Shui sent over by Q-Star. This time, the information was exhaustive. Reviewed Lu Shui's dossier sent over by Q-Star, and elders to her cousins, distant relatives, and various kin, then to her childhood neighbors, primary school classmates, middle and high school teachers, and the university clubs she joined. Everything was presented clearly with both text and photos. Even if you asked Lu Shui herself, she likely would not remember this much. I read through it from the beginning. Lu Shui's parents were both teachers. She came from a well-off family. Because of her good looks since childhood, she studied film and television in university. During her junior year, she acted in a youth idol drama, gaining a bit of fame as the campus beauty. After graduation, she played a beautiful, strong, and tragic villain in a major IP movie, which drew in a significant fan base. Though she was making steady progress through hard work, as a newcomer, without connections, capital, or media hype, it should have taken her several years to truly blow up. Lu Shui had become an absolute sensation last year. She was everywhere, an overnight phenomenon. First, she stole the show as the second female lead in a blockbuster historical drama, earning praise from all the lead actors. Then she starred as the lead in a low-budget comedy that raked in billions at the box office, sweeping several awards within the year. At the beginning of this year, the variety show she recorded was aired. The show's content was fresh and engaging, and her performance in it was exceptional, propelling her popularity to even greater heights. She had the acting skills, she had the portfolio, and she had the massive following. Even more impressively, both her industry reputation and public image were stellar. Lu Shui was, without a doubt, a top-tier superstar. The public claimed her meteoric rise was due to heavy backing from her agency. Many even nicknamed her the little princess of the industry. However, those within the inner circles held a rather different view. The opinions within the elite circles were quite different. Everyone in the industry felt she was incredibly lucky. As the old saying goes, small success depends on effort, but Lu Shui was riding a wave of sheer fortune that simply could not be stopped. Take that viral historical legal drama, for instance. The original second female lead was not Lu Shui. Before filming began, the intended actress was detained for driving under the influence. The scandal was so massive that the director was forced to find a replacement. It just so happened that the day before, the director had met Lu Shui, and she had left a lasting impression on him. That is how Lu Shui got her big break. As for that low-budget comedy, the story is even more bizarre. The movie was scheduled for a 7-day holiday release. Competition was originally cutthroat, with several blockbusters ready to dominate. But right before the holiday arrived, the lead actress of own movie was exposed in a scandal. The director of another was arrested for drug use, and a third highly anticipated film was pulled overnight due to investors' involvement in overseas incidents. Amidst such a disastrous period for the industry, the screening rate for Lu Shui's small comedy soared. She became the rising star of a crumbling cinematic landscape. The entertainment circle has always been a bit superstitious. After these two incidents, everyone said Lu Shui was blessed by a lucky star. Her fortune was like a rainbow. In the world of stardom, success breeds more success, while failure makes it harder to rise. Once you are famous, top-tier resources come pouring in, piled up for you to take your pick. Lu Shui had impeccable taste. Not a single script or endorsement she chose failed. It was like adding flowers to brocade, or adding oil to a roaring fire. Her fan count and fame reached the stratospheric heights. My eyes landed on a specific page of the file. I did not know whether to laugh or cry. The director of that viral drama was named Do. The way he met Lu Shui was quite interesting. While director Do was out, her car broke down, and her phone was dead. Lu Shui recognized her, and helped her solve the problem. Does not this routine feel familiar? Could such a coincidence truly exist in this world? If this was not orchestrated, it could only mean she has that rare magnet constitution. Admired by flowers, So charming that even car tires blow out at the sight of her. But what is she really after? I rested my chin on my hand, rhythmically tapping the screen with my finger. I pressed the phone down. She set up Director Do to get close to famous directors and star in exceptional works. That is somewhat understandable, but she has no reason to seek out a businessman who has nothing to do with her profession. Uncle Lu is not wealthy enough, nor does he have anything worth plotting for. Why did she want to meet him? And why give him that strange talisman? The talisman, called like a dream, like a mist, does not exist in any historical records. Did she create it herself? A metaphysical master capable of inventing talismans. Now a top-tier idol in the entertainment industry. What a legendary life story. I smiled slightly and pulled a business card from my pocket. The day I dined with Xie Huili and an agent walked into the wrong room. She claimed her name was Guan, currently working for Palm Media, the same company as Lu Shui. I searched for her WeChat using the number on the card. The profile picture matched the person I had met. Her nickname was likely her real name, Guan Yan. I added a note saying I was the person she met that day, and sent the friend request. Guan Yan must have been on her phone, because she accepted instantly. She even sent a cute emoji. Oh, I have finally heard from you. I thought you were not interested in the industry. She followed it with a crying little girl emoji. I backed up and clicked on her profile picture to double check, ensuring the person I was chatting with was indeed that capable, short-haired woman I remembered. Not some delicate, overly sweet girl I would added by mistake. People these days, their online persona is so different from their real-life vibe. I replied, "Oh, I'm Zhongheng." Her typing speed was staggering. But what a beautiful name. She sent a clapping seal emoji. We chatted briefly about Lu Shui before ending the conversation. Holding my phone, I fell into a silence. Xie Rian sat opposite me, unaware of what I was looking at. She watched as the smile on my face gradually faded, my expression shifting from relaxed to solemn. She closed her laptop. "Aheng, what is wrong?" I hesitated for a moment. "I find it a bit strange." "Strange how?" I tilted my head. "I can't quite put it into words. It is like a physical, instinctive reaction." The realization made Xie Rian pause. "Is there danger?" "I'm not sure. Probably not. To judge someone, I usually need external information, like their facial features, their full name and birth details, or specific events that happened to them. But looking at Lu Shui's appearance, I do not see any disharmony, nor do I sense any unusual signals. Yet, she gives me this inexplicable sense of dread, but I can't explain why." Xie Rian pondered for a few seconds, then reached out her hand toward me. She grasped my open palm. Her fingers were fair and slender. I was confused, but I held her hand back anyway. "What is this for?" Xie Rian took my hand, gave it a gentle shake, and said softly, "Do not you always say I have incredible luck? Then I will share some with you." I was momentarily dazed, but felt my heart soften. "Do you think you are comforting a child?" Xie Rian hummed in agreement, and countered, "Are you not my little own?" No one had called me that in years. It felt novel and amusing. I could not help but lean back into the sofa, my eyes crinkling with laughter. The bright lights of the living room shone upon my exceptionally handsome face. It made me look even more striking. My usual calm and distant aura vanished almost entirely without me noticing, leaving only a soft, approachable warmth. Xie Rian thought to herself. Luckily, no one else was in the living room. She really did not want anyone else to see me like this. After I finished laughing, I noticed my phone screen light up. I opened it to see a new message from Guan Yan. "Our last meeting was too rushed. If you are interested, could we have a proper talk? Just give me the length of a song." Feeling in a good mood, I replied, "But I'm heading out for a few days. How about next week?" Guan Yan was ecstatic. "That works. Pick a place close to you. I am fine with anywhere." I thought for a moment. "I will come to your office to find you next Monday at 10:00 a.m. Guan Yan said no problem. She sent several more cute emojis to express her joy. The reason I scheduled the meeting for next week was because tomorrow I was heading to Ruishi, Yunnan, with Miao Zhuzhu and an IEU, because Xie Huili was worried about our safety. Xie Rian had arranged for bodyguards. They would arrive in Ruishi after us and follow us throughout the trip disguised as locals. Miao Zhuzhu's family private jet was a large business jet, capable of carrying 15 passengers. Besides the three of us, there was Miao Zhuzhu's uncle and a delegation of 6 core members from the Miao family business. We departed in the early morning. We all had breakfast on the plane and took the opportunity to get to know each other. Miao Zhuzhu had been involved in the business since high school, so the team treated her with great respect, which extended to their polite attitude toward Neu and me. Miao Zhuzhu's uncle was named Miao Rong. He had taken her to jade auctions twice before, and understood how young people felt. We won't tie you down once we arrive. Feel free to wander around. If you see any stones you like, call us to take a look. If they are decent, you can buy them for fun. Miao Zhuzhu nodded seriously. Got it. The uncle turned to us. Xiaoheng Xiaoyu. Truth be told, once we get there, we will be very busy, and won't be able to look after you at all. You will have to explore on your own. Neu was both excited and anxious. We're not here to learn the ropes. Is it okay if we just wander? Miao Zhuzhu explained. The real action starts the day after tomorrow. The auction begins then. Today and tomorrow are our free time. Hearing this, I immediately perked up. Free to? That is great. Does not that mean we can play however we want? I pulled out my phone and started searching for travel guides for Ruishi, looking for famous local spots, and discussing them with Miao Zhuzhu from time to time. Hiyu closed her eyes to rest, not joining the conversation. 3 hours later, the plane landed, and the group stepped onto the soil of Ruishi. As soon as we left the cabin, the humid air, mixed with the scent of flowers, hit us. Miao Zhuzhu took a deep breath, feeling refreshed. She smiled at Neu and the others. I heard many people come here to travel, and then propose. Because here, you can buy the most flowers. With the least amount of money, you can easily arrange 90,000 blooms. Hiyu agreed. I have been to the neighboring city. The streets are also filled with flower sellers. It truly is a city of flowers. Everyone followed the floral scent to the hotel. Miao Rong and the delegation were indeed busy. They did not even stop to rest. They dropped their bags and rushed out immediately, leaving the 3 of us to settle in at the hotel. Neu was indecisive about the various travel guides. So Miao Zhuzhu finally picked the spot. The city's largest raw jade trading market. Ruishi is near the country of Myanmar, and many locals are Buddhist. The market's architecture was designed to resemble a temple, with stacked pagodas visible from afar. Inside the red and yellow gates, the wide outer streets were lined with endless rows of stalls. Each stall was spaced 2 meters apart, all arranged in a neat, square layout. They were covered with raw stones of all sizes. Looking out from the entrance, the sight was truly magnificent. Neu looked along the way, getting more confused the more she saw. Why does seeing the stones in person feel so different from the books? It feels like many things do not match up. Books and reality are different. In the trading market, a never-ending stream of people bustled to and fro, but the 3 of us cut such striking figures that we seemed to stand out from the crowd. Neu's obvious amateur demeanor quickly caught the attention of several vendors. A man with a rugged beard and sun-darkened skin called out to us as we passed. Take a look. These are all top-quality raw stones, and the price is definitely right. Miao Zhuzhu came to a halt. First-hand material. The vendor gave a wide grin, flashing a row of stark white teeth. You bet. Has not changed hands even once. Miao Zhuzhu crouched down to examine the stones. Straight from the public auction. The vendor had not expected her to know about the auctions. He answered vaguely, something like that. Ever the curious novice, Neu asked, what exactly is a public auction? I explained, it is a government-organized auction for raw jade. The government actually organizes things like that. Hiyu was stunned. Is not this supposed to be a matter of free trade? Miao Zhuzhu was equally shocked, turning to look Neu up and down. Have you never touched your family's business affairs? How can you ask such a naive, sweet summer child question? Feeling a bit looked down upon, Neu replied weakly, not yet. My mom says I am still young, and that I should enjoy myself for a few more years. No wonder you always look like someone who has never been roughed up by society. Miao Zhuzhu said with a hint of envy. I guess blissful ignorance really is a thing. Neu's eyes widened. Are we resorting to personal attacks now? Seeing the 2 of them ready to bicker, I felt compelled to intervene. The government organizes it because it is vital, I said, answering Neu's earlier question. Neu immediately turned to listen intently. Myanmar is the world's primary source of raw jadeite, and the industry is a major pillar of their economy. Naturally, the state wants to keep a firm grip on it. There are strict regulations in Myanmar. All raw jadeite exports must go through the public auction. Otherwise, it is considered smuggling. Neu nodded slowly, still half confused. But there are so many stones here. Do they hold these auctions every day? Miao Zhuzhu could not help but laugh, pointing at him as she giggled. From now on, do not go by Neu. Let us just call you Thaive. What are you thinking? The stock from the auctions would not be enough for everyone. Myanmar only holds those auctions a few times a year. The stones you see here now, most of them were circulated through illegal channels. You did not even care about the teasing. He frowned and asked, "Won't we get into trouble if we buy them? Could they be confiscated?" This time, even the vendor could not suppress a laugh. He looked at me. "In all my years of doing business, I have never met someone as interesting as you." He said interesting with his lips, but the look in his eyes suggested that his version of interesting was synonymous with clueless. He looked at me with an aggrieved pout, waiting for the only person who would not mock him to clarify. The corners of my mouth curled slightly. There might be issues before they are circulated here, but once they reach this side, they are considered local goods. Do not worry. Whatever happens before the goods reach Ruishi, that is an internal matter for Myanmar. How they are transported or moved is none of the outside world's business. Once the goods arrive in Ruishi, it becomes a local matter. You felt my words held a deeper meaning, though he could not quite grasp it at the moment. He turned the conversation back to the vendor. Since auctions are so rare, authentic, first-hand stones must be in high demand. How did you get your hands on them, boss? The vendor, who had just been mocking an IEU, felt his smile freeze. The naive kid might not know the trade, but his question was incredibly sharp. The vendor had originally seen 3 young, fresh faces, and assumed we were just tourists out for fun, mesmerized by the novelty of the stones. He thought we would be easy targets for a quick profit, but after hearing our conversation, he realized that while the dazed boy was a total layman, the pair beside him clearly knew their stuff. He did not dare spout any more nonsense, and began to stammer and hesitate, seeing him unable to give a straight answer. And he knew something was fishy, and turned his gaze back to me. I felt like I was babysitting a troublesome kid, finding the whole situation rather amusing. Every vendor will claim they are the direct source. Whether you believe it is entirely up to you. But in reality, foreigners are not allowed into Myanmar's mines. Stones are usually handed over by mine owners to middlemen they have worked with for a long time. Those middlemen then sell to big companies or wealthy bosses, typically through the public auctions. I emphasized the words public auction slightly. Then, the stones bought by these companies and bosses are not necessarily cut open immediately. Most are resold, passing to processing masters, jade shops and so on, until they scatter into the market after several hands. You finally had an epiphany, so that is how it works. It is no wonder I did not know. I have never had any contact with this field before. Then, NIEU blurted out, "How do you know all this so clearly?" I gave him a look. "What do you think?" He met my eyes, at first blank, then suddenly illuminated. "Well, because Jiang Heng is a hidden titan." He remembered revealing my shocking identity at dinner yesterday. The big boss behind the Qianshan Group. Qianshan Group's jewelry business was booming, and their Qianbao Pavilion was the undisputed industry leader. As the helm of the Qianshan Group, this information was likely just common sense to me. Yu, who was still crouching on the ground, did not even blink. With a sudden thud, he did a frog leap, right next to me, grabbing onto my leg. "Godfather, please take me under your wing." I was speechless. Do your real parents know you are out here, adopting fathers, with such practiced ease? Having lived in dorms before, Yu was well accustomed to acting as a godson, or even a grandson for a favor. He clearly had no verbal reservations. Seeing me unmoved, he grew even bolder, shaking my leg as he clung to it. "Godfather, if you do not agree today, I am never letting go." Almost the exact moment his words fell, a high-pitched childish girl's voice rang out nearby. "I want ice cream. If you do not buy it, I am not getting up." Everyone turned to look, and saw a little girl about 5 years old, sitting on the ground, throwing a tantrum. She was sitting right on a man's shoe, wriggling around. "Daddy, I want ice cream." And you had not noticed the scene nearby. He was fully committed to his performance. "Godfather, dear father, please guide me." The voices of the young and the old blended strangely. The vendor, Maoju, the little girl's father, heard the commotion on my side, and turned his head to look over. The father glanced at Nau, then looked at me. He froze for a second, unable to process what was happening. Then he pushed his own daughter aside, rushed straight to me, and warmly shook my hand. "Big brother, you have taken such amazing care of yourself. Your son is this big, yet you look like you are barely 19. I truly could not tell at all." The man looked at me with deep enthusiasm. "Could you share what skincare products you use? Which hair salon do you go to? How do you usually maintain your looks?" It was the first time in my life I had been asked this. My twitch. I could not help but massage my temples. I wanted to say that I was naturally just 18 or 19. But meeting the man's eager gaze, I found it hard to get the words out. If I told the truth, we would all face total social suicide. Playing along would at least keep things seemingly normal. I managed to say with difficulty, "It is mainly because my kid is pretty easy to handle." The man looked in confusion at Nau, who had just been clinging to my leg and throwing a tantrum. He asked hesitantly, "That's all?" I reached out and rubbed Nau's fluffy head. My attitude was gentle, and my tone was soft, though it sounded like I was gritting my teeth. "Hurry up and tell this big brother." Nau also knew he had embarrassed himself, meeting my social death warning glare. His eyes trembled a bit. He said softly, "Yes, it is true." The man marveled, as expected of someone else's child. "Even though he looks just as bratty, he is just different." I maintained my smile. The man chatted politely with me for a bit longer, before leaving with his kid. The few of us could even hear him whispering to his child, "Look at his dad. He does not worry, so he does not age. Now look at me, worrying about you all day long. I look a whole zodiac cycle older than him." The stall owners and Miao Zhuzhu were trying so hard to hold back their laughter, that their expressions twisted. Once the man and his child were far enough away, the two of them burst out laughing. "Ha! That is hilarious." Miao Zhuzhu frantically punched Nau's shoulder. "I really should have recorded you, so you could see a heng's face just now." Nau carefully let go of me, inching away in a frog squat posture, babbling incoherently. A prime minister's heart is broad enough to pull a boat. A great man pardons the faults of a lesser man. Classmate friendship, classmate love. Even if the deal falls through, righteousness remains. I grabbed his hair, stopping him from retreating, and gave him a half smile. "I have tried many things in my life, but there is one thing I have never tried. Do you know what it is?" Nau asked weakly. I patted his head, and said softly, "I have not eaten human flesh yet." Of course, even though I really wanted to, I did not actually stew him in the end. After causing such an embarrassing farce, we did not have the face to stay there any longer, so we decided to walk back to the hotel. On the way, Miao Zhuzhu could not stop laughing. She would occasionally glance at Nau, and then burst out laughing again. Nau was angry but did not dare speak up, terrified that opening his mouth would trigger my interest in eating human flesh. He quietly rolled his eyes, stealing glances at me from the corner of his eye, only to find I was not paying him any attention. Miao Zhuzhu and I were thoughtfully looking diagonally ahead. What was over there? Nau followed my gaze, only to discover that diagonally in front of us three, there were 2 men and 2 women walking and talking. The 4 of them looked quite ordinary, dressed simply. They all seemed to be in their early 30s. Judging by their demeanor, they were probably 2 couples. One of the men, wearing glasses, and looking rather bookish, said, "In my opinion, we should skip the auction. Have you seen the local news lately? A storm is brewing." The other man dismissed it. "Brother Chow, you are worrying too much. You do not understand the Rueli area. It is always like this around here. Constant minor incidents, but no major situations." The bespectacled man disagreed. When minor incidents pile up, how could there not be a major outbreak? If we have not seen it, it just means the water here is unimaginably deep. Hearing him say this, the other man sounded a bit displeased. "We came here for a vacation, and happened to catch the rough stone auction. This is such a rare opportunity. How can we fret over every little thing, and just up and leave?" The man with glasses replied, "When traveling away from home, safety comes first." The other man retorted anxiously, "Can you stop being such a coward?" Seeing that a dispute was about to break out between them, the women beside them quickly pulled them back. "Let us talk this out peacefully. What are you getting worked up for? We are on the street. Why are you 2 arguing? Do not be impulsive." The bespectacled man's partner linked arms with him, and said softly, "I want to go take a look. I have never seen rough stones before. Won't you keep me company?" Facing his female companion, the man with glasses obviously could not maintain his stubbornness. "I'm just a bit worried." His partner did not argue with him either. "There is no need to worry about the environment here. Anyway, I just really want to go. We are always so busy with work. It has been a long time since we came out to play. I do not want to go back so soon." The man with glasses fell silent. His partner kept pushing. "Do not you want to spend more time strolling around with me? We finally got to take our annual leave together. It is only 2 days anyway. We will leave as soon as we finish watching the auction." Eventually, the bespectacled man compromised as expected. He pushed up his glasses and sighed, "Maybe I am just overthinking things. These people were not too far away from us, but because of the back and forth traffic, of pedestrians and vehicles making the street quite noisy. Some words were hard to hear clearly, and Yu pricked up his ears and listened for a long while, piecing together the general conversation through guessing. Is not this just setting up a massive red flag? Since ancient times, whenever someone says, "I will do this after that," it generally does not end well. He continued, "We will leave as soon as we finish watching the auction." Does not that sound exactly like, "I will go back to my hometown to get married after this last job"? It sounds like an ominous sign. Miao Zhuzhu heard his muttering, gave him a sidelong glance, and said coldly, "Having a low IQ is already fatal enough. If you jinx it with that crow's mouth of yours, we are completely doomed." Yu was unconvinced. "I was just making a comment. I do not have a crow's mouth." The two of them started bickering again, all the way until we returned to the hotel. I collapsed onto the large hotel bed and scrolled through my phone. I saw that the upper management group chat happened to be active, so I typed and asked, "Is there any situation over in Bagan recently?" "King is in Bagan. What are you doing there?" "I am not in Bagan. There is a private auction in Rueli. I am here to check out some rough stones." We all knew each other's real-life identities, so they knew I built my early fortune in the jade business. "Oh wait, is Brother King going bankrupt? Why are you running off to deal with stones yourself again? If things are not working out, little bro, come seek refuge with me. I will provide for you." I replied coldly, "But I want your island." This person had no other hobbies, besides buying real estate, like houses, manors, and various islands. As soon as I mentioned wanting her island, the screen immediately showed that the other party had recalled a message. The phrase "I will provide for you" vanished from the screen. Sent a wildly laughing emoji. Is this the destruction of humanity or the decay of morals? Mentioning taking a few islands is like tying chicken feathers to her shoes. Makes her run incredibly fast. The few of them were just focused on bantering. Q was still the most reliable, answering my question. "Has been spotted around there these past 2 days. Seems like Interpol has their eyes on her." I stared at the screen, having never seen what this quite famous Miss Wu looked like. Got a photo. It is very hard for the outside world to get photos of people like this, but Voss definitely had own. Q sent an image. I zoomed in on the picture and looked closely, memorizing her facial features. "Did she offend you? Someone actually dares to cross the big boss of Voss. They must have a death wish. I will deliver her right to the doorstep of the International Police Bureau tomorrow." How does that old Chinese saying go? Yama decrees death at the 3rd watch. Who dares keep you until the 5th? Do you need me to step in? It is, weather's getting cold, let the Wang family go bankrupt time. The ace assassin joining hands with the underground king. Dying like this is honorable enough for her. They all acted like they wanted to watch the world burn, and in the blink of an eye, started discussing how to make the hit. I face-bombed. "You guys never learn the good stuff. Why do you always pick up these weird phrases? Do not mess around. I have no beef with Wu," emphasized. "Besides, this is China. Law and order are very strict here. You can't just mess around." I was quite disappointed. Alright then. Looks like this hero has no place to use her skills. I had no idea who she learned Chinese from back in the day, but she always loved using slang and idioms. I replied, "You used the wrong phrase. You should say your sixth sense of humor can't be fulfilled." Q, seeing that I was almost getting sidetracked by them, asked seriously, "What did Wu do?" She is globally recognized, especially famous overseas, but her line of business is quite unique, and Voss does not collaborate with her, or deal with her at all. Me asking about her out of the blue seemed a bit strange. She screenshotted several local news reports for us to see. I heard people discussing it on the road today. The accident frequency has been very high lately. I checked into it after coming back, and found that the commotion is indeed unusual. Own report says, a gang of robbers has been committing a string of crimes recently, pulling off several heists, and the police are tracking them. Another report mentions a gas explosion in a downtown residential area that caused many casualties, which has currently been handed over to the police for investigation. At first glance, these news stories seem fine, but if you think about them carefully, they feel off. For example, robbers aim to steal money, yet the report did not mention how much they stole. The residential area had casualties due to a gas explosion, but looking at the scale of the casualties, it definitely could not have been caused by a normal household's gas leak. An average person would just glance over it and move on, failing to notice anything fishy. That bookish man with glasses we met today clearly had a sharp mind, and had faintly sensed something was wrong. Looks like she crossed the border, chimed in. She really is like a mouse in the kitchen stove. scurrying around everywhere. I beg you, please just speak a foreign language. I could not tell if I was doing it on purpose, as she fired off 2 more messages in a row. I think she is looking for the kitchen god in the toilet, looking in the wrong place. If she happens to run into King, would not that be walking right into a trap, asking for trouble? Thought to myself, if I ever found out exactly who taught a Chinese idioms, I would definitely drag them out and beat them up. As long as she is in Chinese territory and does not mess with me, I won't do anything. We chatted for a few more sentences before I received a message from Miao Zhuzhu. Miao Zhuzhu told me to go downstairs to the restaurant to eat, saying her uncle and the others had returned. Although the private jade auction is a privately organized event, its procedures are basically the same as the public ones. Before entering, one needs to apply for a membership card, which acts as an entry pass. Miao Rong went out on an inspection tour with the delegation this afternoon, and conveniently got everyone's entry passes sorted. He handed us 3 transparent badges, attached to blue lanyards. You will need to wear these to get in the day after tomorrow. He also asked Miao Zhuzhu where we went this afternoon. Hearing that we went to the trading market, he smiled and said, "Did not you guys buy anything? Time was short today, so we did not browse thoroughly." Miao Zhuzhu saved face for NIEU by not mentioning his embarrassing exploits, just making up a random excuse. We will go look again tomorrow. Miao Rong would not have time to accompany us tomorrow, so he said, if you come across something with a high price, you can take a picture and ask me first. Do not be in a rush to pay. Although the kids present all came from well-off families, it was better not to waste money unnecessarily. Miao Zhuzhu readily agreed. Got it. Hearing this, NIE secretly shot me a glance. He knew I was the real expert in this field. He wanted to play, but he did not want to lose. Just like playing video games, he was terrible at it but highly addicted, only wanting someone to carry him to an easy win. I threw him a side eye, but eventually agreed. Sure. Miao Zhuzhu looked confused, leaning over. Why do I feel like you two are speaking in riddles? NIU chuckled cheekily. You will find out tomorrow. After finishing dinner, everyone was getting ready to head back to their rooms. But Miao Rong stopped Miao Zhuzhu, urging us to stay safe. Miao Zhuzhu replied, "Do not worry, we won't wander off." Miao Rong told us to be careful on our way back, and not to gather around to watch any commotions we might see. Rayleigh is quite chaotic lately. Miao Zhuzhu was puzzled. Did something happen? Miao Rong initially did not want to say, but on second thought, the few kids in front of him were not ordinary kids, so he revealed a little bit. Recently they are hunting down a drug lord. It is a huge operation. It has nothing to do with our family, so do not worry. Just pay attention to your safety when you go out. Since we were in the hotel, and there were security cameras everywhere, Miao Rong was worried about being overheard, so he spoke in a very low voice. Only Miao Zhuzhu and the rest of us could hear it clearly. I lowered my eyes, thinking that Miao Rong's phrasing was very strange. He said, "It has nothing to do with our family." Did that imply it had something to do with other families? And who exactly did other families refer to? There was an unwritten saying in the imperial capital, referring to the noble houses of the capital. There were only the 4 great families, and the 7 wealthy houses. Last time, when I was buying earrings for Xie at the mall, the Su Zhengwo I ran into belonged to the Su family, one of the 7 wealthy houses. And the Mi family that Mi Ping belonged to, along with Miao Zhuzhu's Miao family, were both among the so-called 7 wealthy houses. The Wang family was not on the list. When Wang Ting used to hang out with Mi Ping, he was always kissing up to Mi Ping. Meanwhile, the family of NIU's father, namely the NIE family, was of an even higher tier, being one of the 4 great families. Now that Miao Rong said it had nothing to do with their family, then the ones involved were mostly those who could be mentioned in the same breath as the Miao family. My mind raced, remembering when I contacted Q to ask her to investigate strange individuals and events in the capital. Q had once mentioned something in passing. The imperial capital is not so peaceful this year, so it actually involved this kind of mess. I wonder which family had the guts to pull something like this. Miao Zhuzhu was startled by Miao Rong's words. A drug lord, how big of a boss? Miao Rong lowered his voice even more. The boss of the entire foreign region. Miao Zhuzhu's scalp tingled with fear, and her local dialect even slipped out. Oh wait, is our luck really that rotten? We actually ran into this. Luck being that rotten means luck is quite bad. Running into an unfortunate event. Miao Rong said, I did not expect it either. If I had known, I would not have let you guys tag along. He had only received the news this afternoon as well, but since they were already here, they could not just drop the rough stone auction. and abandon everything because of something that had not even happened yet, and head straight back to the capital. They could only be extra careful when going out, and avoid running into anything they should not. After Miao Rong left, the completely clueless NEU finally dared to speak up. Why would he be arrested while outside? Fortunately, he at least knew better than to ask in front of Miao Rong. After all, Miao Rong had kept praising him for being handsome and mature, treating him like a proper young master of the NE family. If this question sounded too stupid, it would ruin his image, would not it? Miao Zhuzhu and I, seeing our speechless expressions, NEU asked, "Is it what I think it means?" Though he was sweet and naive, he was not completely stupid, he just was not entirely sure. Miao Zhuzhu was glad to see he was finally catching on, and did not mock him. She pinched her nose with own hand, held out her other hand flat under her nose, and closed her eyes to mime a drug addict snorting. That is exactly what it means. This classic addict gesture made NEU's expression shatter. He asked again, "So Uncle Miao just meant that there is a huge drug lord currently in the exact same city as us?" After receiving a nod of confirmation, he shuddered. That is kind of terrifying. Those horrifying events suddenly felt way too close to home. Miao Zhuzhu nodded. "Exactly, that is why my uncle told us to be careful. But it is fine. We are not going to any shady places anyway. Besides, did not your cousin arrange bodyguards?" The fact that Xie Rian had assigned bodyguards to NIEU and me was not kept a secret from Miao Zhuzhu. She knew about it. This afternoon, when the three of us went out, NIEU and Miao Zhuzhu even turned back to observe for a moment, discussing who among those completely normal-looking people was actually sent by Xie Rian. NIEU breathed a sigh of relief. "We still have bodyguards." Suddenly, his expression changed, making Miao Zhuzhu think he had remembered something major. "What is wrong?" NIEU looked utterly devastated. "I was so embarrassing this afternoon. They definitely saw it and reported it to my cousin. If my cousin knows, my mom definitely knows too. I am doomed. They might have even taken pictures." As soon as he finished speaking, my phone vibrated, indicating a new message. I opened it to look. It was a photo sent by Xie Huili. It was exactly from this afternoon. The scene of NAU squatting on the ground, hugging my calf, and throwing a tantrum. Even though the photo was taken secretly, the resolution was surprisingly high. The image was clear, and the subjects were captured quite well. At first glance, he even looked a bit handsome. Xie Huili also sent me an earnest voice message. "We are all family, so I won't hide it from you. NAU is indeed an idiot. If he does anything stupid outside, beat him if you have to. Do not hold back on my account." I smiled faintly, and replied. I looked up and waved my phone at NAU. "You really are a jinx." NAU took a closer look, and let out a wail. "Deleted, hurry." At this moment, Xie Huili sent another new message. "If you must hold back on my account, you can hit him a few extra times." NAU looked utterly crushed. "See that? This is what it is like being adopted." Miao Zhuzhu laughed out loud. "I could not tell before, but Aunt NAE actually has this kind of personality. Like it." The three of us chatted and laughed, went to Miao Zhuzhu's room to play a few rounds of games, before returning to our own rooms to shower and sleep. Early the next morning, after everyone had breakfast together, we split into two groups. Miao Zhuzhu's uncle, Miao Rong, took the delegation to handle official business, while Miao Zhuzhu, NEU, and I followed the maps we had looked up, to stroll around the city's various rough stone markets. After checking out a few small markets, we all felt they were not as impressive as the trading market we visited yesterday. So we found a restaurant to eat, planning to go back to that market after finishing our meal. While eating, I vaguely heard a group of people 2 tables away, discussing someone. They seemed to mention someone coming from the imperial capital, but the distance was a bit far, and the restaurant was noisy, so I could not hear the exact words clearly. More than half of Rueli's population comes from out of town. Since a private auction was about to be held, it was perfectly normal for people from the capital to be here. I did not take it to heart, just glancing back when we walked out the door. That table of people was very sharp. Noticing someone looking their way, they immediately turned their heads to look, but only caught a glimpse of a stunning side profile disappearing at the doorway. Someone at the table asked, "Miss Feng, what is wrong?" The person addressed as Miss Feng straightened up and shook her head, saying, "Nothing. I thought I saw someone I knew just now, but I must have been mistaken." What a coincidence. But this private auction is, aside from the public auctions, the largest own around. It is quite normal to run into acquaintances. Another person said, "Miss Feng, were not you looking at that handsome guy at table 03 just now? I noticed him the moment he sat down. He is genuinely handsome. even more so than any celebrity I have seen. In real life, such incredibly handsome guys are truly rare finds. Someone next to them immediately chimed in. I saw him too, but I did not dare to stare. Afraid of being taken for a creep. Miss Fong had her back to my table the whole time, so she had not seen the person, but hearing her tablemates describe him as a rare, incredibly handsome guy, she could not help but think of the boy she saw at Xie Yanran's engagement party. Continued from above line, connecting that with the fleeting side profile she had just glimpsed. Her heart skipped a beat. She wondered aloud, what did he look like? What was he wearing? The person at her table described. His skin was very fair, practically glowing. He had short hair, and his features were exceptionally exquisite. His overall aura was a bit cold, but looking closely, you would realize his looks were actually quite stunning. As for his clothes, the person hesitated for a long time. I did not pay attention to his clothes. I think it was black or maybe gray. Their description was rather lacking in detail, so Miss Fong could not be sure if it was me or not. She could only say with a hint of disappointment, but sitting at the table was also an elderly man in his 50s or 60s, wearing a traditional Tang suit. Seeing the conversation drifting further and further off topic, he tapped the table in displeasure. But you invited me here to look at Jade, not to listen to you gossip about some random man. The people at the table quickly stopped talking and said apologetically, please do not be angry, sir. Let us continue chatting. Miss Fong came all the way from the capital, specifically because she admires your skills. Only then did the dinner table conversation return to its original topic. Miao Zhuzhu and I returned once again to the place we visited yesterday, the city's largest jade rough stone trading market. Looking like a thief, Nau deliberately avoided the spot where he had left his dark history yesterday. With the private auction approaching, the foot traffic in Rueli was massive. The trading market was even more packed with people coming and going, exceptionally bustling. Almost every stall was surrounded by a crowd. Nau followed behind me, repeating like a broken record. What do you think of this piece? How about that piece over there? And what about this own? I kept shaking my head. Not good. Do not recommend buying it. Miao Zhuzhu could not stand watching anymore. She grabbed Niu and pulled him aside. Why do you keep asking Zhang Heng? Do you really think of yourself as an unweaned baby? Nau put on a profound look of, you do not understand. I am actively seeking professional advice on crucial choices concerning major life events. In layman's terms, I want to be carried to an easy win. Miao Zhuzhu finally caught on. Zhang Heng is an expert in this field. Just as Nau was about to say something, I said lightly, I suppose I know a little bit. At this point, Miao Zhuzhu still had not realized what my know a little bit actually meant. She thought that since I said it like that, I really only knew a tiny bit, maybe just slightly more than Niu. So she patted her chest and said heartily, no worries. If you are not up to it, you still have me. Niu gave her a very weird look. Miao Zhuzhu did not see his expression. She excitedly grabbed me and Niu, pointing to a storefront not far away. There are so many people gathered over there. Are they cutting open a stone? Let us go, let us go. Let us go take a look. This trading market was divided into open-air stalls and storefronts. The open-air section consisted of square stalls laid out outside, while the storefronts were located at the far end of the stalls. Miao Zhuzhu led me and Niu closer, and we saw that indeed, someone was preparing to cut open a rough stone. People who came to the trading market were all there to look at stones. So everyone had a huge interest in the cutting process. Therefore, whichever store was cutting a stone would inevitably attract a crowd of onlookers. The person who wanted to cut the stone was a down and out looking man, about 30 years old, wearing a knit sweater and trousers. His face looked a bit haggard. The shop owner asked him if he wanted to draw the cutting line himself, and he was hesitating. In the world of stone gambling, there has always been a saying, own cut makes you poor, own cut makes you rich. Own cut leaves you wearing sackcloth. This is because the risk of cutting stones is too high. It is possible that a stone might look like a winner on the outside, but once cut, it turns out to be worthless. It is also possible that the stone itself is actually good, but gets ruined during the cutting process. You overheard the people who arrived earlier than them discussing. This piece of material cost 150,000. For an average person, that is okay. But this man does not look like he has much money. I think this piece looks like a winner. It is best to cut along the python band. Not necessarily. It might just be green on the edges. Nau tugged at my sleeve and asked in a low voice, what is a python band? I motioned for him to look closely at the rough stone about to be cut. It is that raised, band-like layer on the surface of the rough stone. The US. Then why cut along the python band? I explained. Generally, beneath a python band, there is a root. The root is a crystalline structure that, during the weathering process, forms the band on the rough stone surface. So, if a piece of stone has a python band, it means there is a high probability it will yield green jade. And you let out an only half understanding. Although we had tried our best to lower our voices, there were many people around, and those standing close could still hear us. A few people cast strange glances my way. They felt that although this handsome man's words were not technically wrong, it just sounded off. It was probably too scientific. Is this how young people nowadays explain the basics of rough stones? And you asked me again, how do you think this piece will turn out once it is cut? I pondered for a moment. It should be all right. My answer was ambiguous. You pressed on. Will its value go up? That if the value of the cut stone was higher than its purchase price, it was called going up a win. If the cut stone was worth less than the rough stone itself, or completely worthless, then it was a collapse, a loss. I nodded. Yes, it will go up. The people nearby could not help but look at me strangely again, feeling that this handsome young man was speaking too confidently. It was as if he had X-ray vision, and had already seen what was inside the stone. How could he dare to say it would definitely go up? While they were talking, the shop owner was already urging the man. Have you decided yet? The buyer had not decided, and looked around as if pleading for help, but everyone around him who met his eyes remained silent. There is a rule in the stone gambling industry. When someone else is picking a stone, you can't intervene, or offer ideas. Otherwise, no matter how good it looks, if it turns out to be a loss, who could bear the responsibility? Seeing that he could not get any advice from anyone, the buyer could only rely on his own meager knowledge. He thought, I will just cut along the python band. This was the easiest way to see results, and also the method least prone to mistakes. The shop owner said, but as soon as the crowd saw that the truth was about to be revealed, they swarmed forward, craning their necks to see. The three of us were all tall, so we could easily see over everyone's heads, and clearly observe the cutting situation. Therefore, we did not push our way to the front. Miao Zhuzhu stood beside me. Having just heard my conversation with Niu, she was actually feeling a bit nervous now, holding her breath as she watched. The stone was cut open, revealing a thin layer of green just below the surface. But the rest of it was entirely grayish-white stone. It is just green on the edges. What a waste. I told you it was entirely possible for it to be edge green. It collapsed, completely collapsed. His luck just is not good enough. That is normal. Who has not cut open a few pieces of edge green? Let us go. There is nothing more to see here. Edge green means that after the rough stone is cut open, only the area close to the python band has green, while the rest is waste. This kind of stone material is useless, so it is considered a complete loss. A collective sigh of pity rippled through the scene. The face of the man who bought the stone turned ugly, looking even more defeated. Miao Zhuzhu had seen stones being cut a few times before, and knew this was just how stone gambling worked. The outcome was very hard to predict, so although she felt a bit let down, she merely sighed. Yu, however, was greatly shocked. Aheng, you read it wrong this time. He still remembered back when he and I went to the antique street, and I casually picked out a piece of imperial green. What is more, I was also the founder of the Qianshan group. You had 200% confidence in my judgment. Miao Zhuzhu, afraid I would feel embarrassed, quickly chimed in. It is normal to get it wrong. That is how stone gambling is. No one dares to say they will definitely get it right. She immediately gave an example. I heard that the owner of Qianbao Pavilion, who is now the big boss of the Qianshan group, even made a mistake back in the day. Just think about what level of godlike figure he is. Someone called the emperor of stone gambling. But even he makes mistakes. So is not it perfectly normal for ordinary people to make mistakes? He muttered to himself. So he actually made a mistake before. Then I guess it is excusable. My expression twisted for a moment, unable to tell the truth. I could only say dryly, I have not. The people nearby had already heard the whole exchange. Hearing me still being stubborn, they kindly advised. It is no big deal. You just guessed wrong, that is all. No need to feel embarrassed, handsome. Besides, you did not spend the money to buy it, so you have not lost anything. Miao Zhuzhu agreed. Thought to myself, if I do not step in today, I am afraid there is going to be a huge misunderstanding. What if my secret identity is exposed one day in the future? Would not the rumor spread again that the owner of Qianbao Pavilion missed the mark, standing in front of the stone cutting machine, staring blankly at the ruined stone? The disheartened man suddenly heard a magnetic male voice from the crowd. This stone can still be saved. The buyer looked up toward the voice, meeting my gaze. He was slightly taken aback. On one hand, it was because I was truly too handsome. He was stunned by it. On the other hand, he had not expected anyone to actually say the words, "The stone can still be saved." The stone had already been cut open. It was clearly just green on the edges. How could it possibly be saved? The surrounding crowd, who were just about to disperse, could not help but turn back upon hearing this. What is going on? Someone said the ruined piece can still be saved. How is that possible? Has not it already been cut? The person who had just kindly advised me was also stunned. How can this be saved? I pushed past the people in front of me and walked straight up to the stone cutting machine. I picked up a tool nearby and drew a line on the half of the stone that had been cut open. Cut it from here. The shop owner was intimidated by my calm demeanor and almost instinctively followed my instructions to start cutting. His hand had just touched the stone when he suddenly realized, "Hey, this stone is not yours. I can't just cut it because you say so." He looked at the actual buyer. "Should I listen to this handsome guy?" The buyer, completely flustered, said, "I do not know either. Just moments ago, when he saw the result after the stone was cut, he had been so remorseful he wanted to hang himself. He fiercely hated his impulsive and greedy self from 10 minutes ago. He did not have much savings to begin with, and now, just when his family desperately needed money, how could he have squandered it in a place like this? It was all his fault for indulging in wishful thinking, always dreaming of a sudden windfall. Well, now look at him, over 100,000 yuan gone down the drain, without even a splash to show for it." But the strikingly handsome young man standing before him was saying that this stone could still be saved. He did not know if he should trust me, if he allowed himself a shred of hope, only to have it publicly crushed again. He truly would not be able to go on living. "Then you might as well sell it to me." Another person stepped out from the crowd. This time, it was an old gentleman wearing a tang suit. Behind him trailed a dense group of 7 or 8 people. He looked somewhat familiar to me. After a moment of thought, I remembered he was part of the group I saw leaving the restaurant at noon. I recalled hearing someone at their table mention something about coming from the imperial capital. Could this old gentleman be from the capital? Before I could ponder further, someone directly gave me the answer. An outstandingly beautiful young woman standing next to the old gentleman took 2 steps forward in pleasant surprise. "Mr. Jiang, it really is you." So, that fleeting side profile from earlier was indeed Jiang Heng himself. She had thought her eyes were playing tricks on her. From the capital to Rueli, separated by thousands of miles. Yet they still managed to run into each other. It was practically a heaven-sent romance. I glanced at her. She did have good looks, but I had no memory of this face. I asked doubtfully, "You know me?" The young woman smiled elegantly. "We met at Xie Yanran's engagement party. My surname is Feng. My name is Feng Li." After the engagement party, she had even wanted to invite me to dinner to get acquainted. But Father Wang told her I was busy with exams, so they never had the chance to meet again. She never expected to bump into me here today. Thought to myself, so this is the Miss Feng that Father and Mother Wang wanted me to meet for dinner back then. The Feng family is one of the 4 great families. I remembered now. I see. Feng Li's phrasing was quite clever. At that engagement party, there were no more than 5 people I had actually looked at directly. This Miss Feng had clearly only seen me one-sidedly. Yet she made it sound as if we had some sort of prior interaction. I remained polite but distant. My memory has never been good. I do not have much of an impression. My apologies. I had absolutely no intention of reaching out to shake hands, making it clear I did not want to continue the conversation. But Feng Li seemed completely oblivious to this, smiling as she said, "That is quite all right. The fact that Mr. Jiang did not remember me is because I am not outstanding enough to leave an impression on you. It is not Mr. Jiang's fault." Good heavens, who would not praise such sweet talk? Miao Zhuzhu put on a serious face and pinched her arm, saying, "We're doomed. We have run into a tough opponent this time. This Owen is a master. In the past at school, while it was not like no Owen ever fawned over Jiang Heng, they were basically all politely rejected. Sometimes Jiang Heng did not even need to say anything. A few lukewarm words from Miao Zhuzhu were enough to scare them off. However, facing such a gentle and considerate beauty, even someone with her temper would find it hard to say anything harsh. And Yu pulled out his phone, opened his notes app, and started observing the scene live. Let me learn a thing or two. But I clearly was not falling for it. I gave a half smile and said, "That's so. Then you really need to reflect on yourself more." Miao Zhuzhu also opened her notes app, filled with I need to learn from this too. Added a new conversational tactic to the arsenal. Feng Li was choked by my response. Instead of getting angry, a hint of embarrassment appeared on her face. Then I will need Mr. Zhang to guide me more. She actually fielded my remark with perfect poise, and even turned it around to playfully tease me back. He sighed from the bottom of his heart. Brilliant. For once, I also felt this person was somewhat interesting. I did not speak, but my cold attitude thawed slightly. The old gentleman in the tang suit, hearing our back and forth banter, frowned so hard a deep crease formed between his eyebrows. Enough. Is this a place for you to be flirting? If you have something to say it in private later. He then turned to the dejected buyer and said, since you do not know whether you should cut it again or not, why do not you just sell it to me? The buyer looked hesitant. How much would you? He wanted to ask how much the old gentleman was willing to pay, but seeing his own difficulty in getting the words out, he did not dare to finish the sentence. The old gentleman in the tang suit, however, had already grasped his unspoken meaning. You spent 150,000 on this stone. I will give you 200,000, letting you make a 50,000 profit. Not a bad deal, right? 200,000. The buyer's eyes widened. Was this a sudden ray of hope in the darkest hour? He had originally thought his savings of over 100,000 yuan had just bought a useless, broken stone. He never imagined someone would actually be willing to spend 200,000 to buy back scrap. This was simply an unexpected windfall. The buyer was almost ready to nod in agreement immediately, but then he suddenly heard intense murmuring erupt from the crowd around him. What is going on? I just went next door for a quick look. Why has not the crowd dispersed yet? Someone said that broken stone that just collapsed can still be saved. It was that handsome guy over there. And someone else wants to buy it for 200,000. That old gentleman over there. Has not the stone already been cut? Why would anyone buy a ruined stone? Someone asked in confusion. I do not know, but someone is actually buying it. Is there some hidden mystery in this stone? Could it be that we just can't see it? Is not this a ruined stone? Why would this old gentleman in the tang suit offer 200,000 for it? The buyer suddenly cooled down, looking at the old gentleman's impatient expression. He knew this man was definitely not the type to extend a helping hand to a stranger out of pity. Then why was he spending so much money to buy scrap? Did he just have too much money and nowhere to spend it? There was still something inside this stone. Thinking of this, the buyer looked at me. Just now, I was the one who said the stone could be saved, and then drew a line on the scrap. His expression and actions were noticed by the old gentleman in the tang suit. The old gentleman let out a cold laugh. Do you suspect there is treasure hidden in this scrap? His words hit right on the speculations running through the minds of everyone present. The crowd fell silent. The old gentleman continued coldly. With your greedy and foolish mindset, I would advise you to stay away from things like stone gambling in the future. When you lose, you act like it is the end of the world. But the moment someone wants to buy it, delusional greed sprouts up again. You know absolutely nothing about the trade, but your head is completely filled with greed. Although the buyer was a 30-year-old adult, being told off like this, which hit right on his secret thoughts, made him instantly furious, anxious, and deeply ashamed. He wanted to deny it, but his actions seemed to perfectly validate every single word the old man had said. For a moment he could not formulate a rebuttal. His face flushed red, then turned green, and then went pale. The surrounding crowd nodded in serious agreement. This old gentleman makes a lot of sense. People who are not mentally stable should not gamble on stones. Otherwise, how many lives would they need to lose? Human nature is inherently greedy. I listened to the old gentleman's words, but I did not agree in my heart. You can't really say that. The old gentleman in the tang suit curled his lip. Did I say something wrong? I replied. Everyone who gambles on stones hopes to uncover extraordinary luck from the rough material. People without this thought would not come to gamble in the first place. By that logic, who is not greedy? Perhaps you want to say that you do it purely out of a hobby. I said calmly, but you should not judge others by your own circumstances. Besides, you do not understand what others are going through. The moment I laid eyes on this buyer, I noticed someone in his family is severely ill, likely an older female relative. When people are driven into a corner, they easily make extreme choices, even if that choice might seem unwise. Hearing my words, the buyer showed a look of profound gratitude, bowed to me, and mumbled incoherently, "Thank you." Being spoken to like that, he actually made up his mind. He turned and nodded to the old gentleman in the tang suit. "I'm sorry, sir. I can't sell this stone to you." Then he gritted his teeth. and told the shop owner, cut it right where that handsome guy drew the line. The shop owner asked if he was sure. The buyer confirmed he was. The old gentleman in the tang suit let out a dissatisfied snort, but did not try to stop them either. At this moment, someone in the crowd recognized the old gentleman's identity. They whispered in shock, "Is that Mr.?" The old gentleman in the tang suit did not respond, but several people had already spontaneously searched for photos online to compare. Confirmed. It is definitely Mr. The own from Hong Kong. Look, they look exactly the same. But really, is Chubo? Why is Chubo here? Just now Chubo said he wanted to buy that stone. What is so special about that stone anyway? Things are getting lively. To think that even Chubo came to this private auction. The person next to the old gentleman in the tang suit asked him in a low voice, "Elder Chu, someone has recognized you. Should we find a quiet place to lay low?" Chubo said irritably, "Lay low for what? Am I some sheltered maiden from ancient times, who can't be seen by outsiders?" Being rebuked to his face, that person felt a bit awkward and did not know how to respond. Feng Li smoothed things over for him by asking Chubo for advice. "Elder Chu, you wanted to buy this rough stone just now. Is there still something good hidden inside it?" Chubo was originally invited by Feng Li anyway. Feng Li was mild-mannered and polite, without the nasty habits typical of wealthy heirs. Logically speaking, Chubo should have been relatively polite to her. Who knew Chubo treated her the exact same way, not even bothering to offer a smile. It does not count as something good, it is just rare. I originally wanted to buy it back to broaden the horizons of the useless kids at home. If I can't buy it, then so be it. They spoke at a normal volume, and did not try to hide from anyone. Those with sharp ears heard it all clearly. Chubo said it. What kind of rare thing? Even the highly knowledgeable Chubo says it is rare. Is it cut open yet? Are they not done cutting? The crowd discussed animatedly. Then they suddenly heard the shop owner let out a startled, "Oh my God." Chubo and his group were standing near the front. The others did not dare to push forward, so they could only crane their necks to look. They saw that in the half of the ruined stone held in the shop owner's hands, there was actually a patch of faint purple. The scene fell silent for a second. In an instant, speculations erupted. "Violet. It must be the hibiscus type. Why does not it look like it to me? Amazing. Quick, let me post this on my moments." A ruined stone actually turned out to be a winner. "Is this the hibiscus type you mentioned?" Feng Li asked. Chubo denied it. "Jiang Heng, since you could tell there was something inside, you can probably also tell what variety it is, right?" Everyone was waiting for the answer. I did not keep them in suspense, stating directly, "It is the lotus root powder type." The surrounding people suddenly understood. So it is lotus root powder. No wonder Chubo just said it was not worth much. It is indeed not some precious variety. That is only relative to Chubo. Not being worth much is already pretty good. I actually thought it was the hibiscus type. It really does look like the lotus root powder type. The rough stone had a fine texture, presenting a faint purple or pinkish purple hue. Its structure was similar to the hibiscus type. It was very easy for average people to mistake it. This variety of jade was not considered highly precious on the market, but it won on the fact that the material was scarce, and the jewelry crafted from it had a soft and graceful color, making it deeply loved by the female demographic. Given the size and texture of the stone cut open before us, its value was around 200,000 yuan. Chubo offering 200,000 to buy it just now was actually quite fair and reasonable. The buyer had not expected that something would actually be salvaged from this piece of scrap. He covered his mouth, too shocked to speak. I lowered my voice by his ear and kindly reminded him, based on the current market price, it is worth about 200,000. The buyer snapped back to his senses. While thanking me profusely, he excitedly reached out to grab my hand. "Thank you, handsome. If it were not for you, this stone of mine probably would have been thrown into the trash can." I smiled faintly. "This is your own serendipity. It has nothing to do with me." Someone nearby could not hold back anymore and called out an offer. I bid 180,000. "Are you selling this jade?" I bid 190,000. Chubo just offered 200,000 a moment ago. Are not you guys just taking advantage of him? I will use Chubo's offer as the standard. I bid 200,000. This jade is quite interesting. I am willing to offer 210,000. Please consider it, sir. Admittedly, the intrinsic value of this jade was limited, but its origin story was very appealing. It heavily carried the symbolism of turning waste into treasure, and of a sudden twist of good fortune. When average people buy jade, apart from using it as a decorative accessory, it is also because jade has always had a good reputation. Since ancient times, people have generally believed that jade represents wealth and auspiciousness, and can even turn disasters into blessings, turning bad luck into good, warding off calamities and averting disasters for the wearer. The ultimate extraction of this lotus root powder jade right before their eyes. Did not it naturally embody the twists and turns of just when you think there is no way out, you find a new village in the shade of willows and bright flowers. Continued from line 631. Once anything has a story, it becomes valuable. Jade is no exception. The buyer ultimately sold the jade material for the price of 260,000. He bowed to me repeatedly in gratitude, and even wanted to take out 10,000 yuan to repay me, which I refused. I reached out and patted his shoulder, saying softly, "Go handle your affairs. Everything will be all right." Inexplicably, the buyer suddenly felt that his recently exhausted body seemed to feel a bit more comfortable. His eyes welled up, feeling warmed by the kindness from a stranger. "Thank you." He firmly memorized his benefactor's face and name, hoping that one day, after his family's situation improved, he would be able to find me again, to offer a heavy reward. Now that the matter was concluded, the surrounding crowd either dispersed, or were ushered into the shop by the owner to pick out rough stones. Chu Bo and his group also walked elsewhere. Someone asked him cautiously, "Elder Chu, if you ask me, we should have bought that material. Why did you stop me?" Seeing that Chu Bo had made an offer at the beginning, he knew that Chu Bo liked it. It was not that much money in total. Buying it to curry favor with Chu Bo would have been worth it. Chu Bo frowned. "It is not worth more than 200,000. There is no need." His eyes seemed to say that anyone who bought it for over 200,000 was an idiot. The person who asked the question smiled awkwardly. Although they had not spent many days together, everyone had gained some understanding of this master. From the collecting world, Chu Bo's temper was stubborn and foul. He did not give face to anyone. There was hardly a single nice word from his mouth, and he would always mock people when he spoke. Of course, managing to live to such an old age with this kind of behavior meant he truly had real skills. He often left people dumbfounded with his lectures. Only after listening to him finish, could unknowingly say, "So that is how it is." This was also why Feng Li had spent heavily and pulled strings to invite him to Rueli. It was said that because Chu Bo was here, many figures from Hong Kong's collecting circle had followed to join the excitement. At this private auction, there would surely be many unexpected VIPs. As Chu Bo was walking, he thought of something out of the blue. He turned his head and asked Feng Li, "That kid from just now, do you know him?" Chu Bo had only spoken to an unfamiliar young man today. Feng Li knew he was asking about me. She smiled faintly and said, "I met him once at a banquet, Elder Chu. He is also from the imperial capital." Regarding the affairs of the Wang family, Feng Li was well aware of them. But he did not live in the capital before. Chu Bo nodded thoughtfully. He rarely showed this kind of expression. Feng Li could not help but be curious. Did Elder Chu remember something? Chu Bo was thinking of a time a few years ago when he attended an overseas rough stone auction. He had encountered a young man there. His judgment was so sharp it was superhuman, but at the time, both he and the other party were in private VIP rooms. He had never seen the other's face, and had only heard a few sentences spoken by him. Seeing me today, my manner, my style, and my voice were all somewhat similar. However, regardless of whether it was me or not, Chu Bo had no intention of mentioning this matter to Feng Li. He did not answer Feng Li's question, but merely sized her up and down. Chu Bo said coldly, "You begged a good friend of mine, using a favor to invite me to Rueli, saying you invited me to help you appraise rough stones. But observing your actions these past few days, it really does not seem like you are here to look at anything. What exactly are you trying to do?" Being questioned to her face by him, Feng Li's smile remained unchanged. "Elder Chu, you must be joking. I invited you here purely to look at jade. Otherwise, going through all this trouble to invite you, would not it be a bad deal? Do not you agree?" Seeing that he could not get an answer out of her, Chu Bo scoffed coldly and ignored her. Meanwhile, Miao Zhuzhu was utterly stunned. Her family was in the jade business, so of course she knew how small the probability was of getting green from such scrap material. She knew even better how miraculous it was for someone to be able to tell with just the naked eye under such circumstances, especially when I even accurately drew the cutting line for the man. No matter how you looked at it, it did not seem like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Connecting this with Neu's attitude towards me from the very beginning, she felt something was hugely amiss. She could not help but stare at EU in suspicion. EU bristled under her gaze. "Why are you looking at me?" asked Jiang Heng. I remained very calm. and said innocently, "I told you, I only know a little bit." Miao Zhuzhu said, "You call this knowing a little bit?" She did not believe a word of it. Miao Zhuzhu wanted to ask more, but then heard someone calling her from behind. The few of them turned around and saw that Miao Rong and the inspection team had also arrived. Miao Zhuzhu was surprised. "Did not you say you were going to look at the material a friend had their eye on?" Miao Rong chuckled and said he had already finished looking. While scrolling through his moments, he saw a video someone posted saying Elder Chu from Xiangjiang had arrived. It seemed he had appeared at this trading market, so he hurried over. "I did not expect you guys to be here too, so let us take a look together." Miao Zhuzhu nodded. "Elder Chu is indeed here. We just ran into him." She pointed in a direction. "He seemed to have gone that way." Miao Rong was dumbfounded, while taking pictures and sending messages to his friends. He asked, "You actually ran into Elder Chu? Did not you ask for an autograph?" Miao Zhuzhu felt helpless. Although Elder Chu was highly respected, was there really a need for an autograph? It was definitely because her uncle's daughter was a hardcore celebrity chaser, causing her uncle to subconsciously slip into fanboy mode too. Miao Rong laughed. "You do not understand. Elder Chu actually has real fans in the collecting world. I heard from my friend that people even started fan clubs for him online." Now it was Miao Zhuzhu's turn to be surprised. "No way, everything can have a fandom now. Even the collecting world has celebrity chasers." Miao Rong waved his hand that, "I do not know. By the way, I heard something strange happened here just now. Someone managed to cut lotus root powder jade out of a piece of scrap. It is a pity the crowd had already dispersed by the time we got here. We missed it. Did you guys see it?" Miao Zhuzhu thought to herself, "Not only did we see it, the person responsible is standing right in front of you." I gave a dry laugh. We saw it. It was quite a rare sight." Fortunately, Miao Rong was just asking casually, and did not inquire about the specific details. Although we bumped into each other at the trading market, we did not continue walking together. Instead, we separated and strolled around on our own. Miao Rong and his group knew that young people do not like hanging around their elders all the time, fearing their company would make us feel constrained. On the other hand, Miao Zhuzhu and NEU subconsciously felt it would not be good for me to walk with outsiders. Just for why? Even they could not clearly explain it themselves. Later on, based on my suggestions, both NEU and Miao Zhuzhu bought a few rough stones, and each had own cut open. How could my judgment ever be wrong? Naturally, they both yielded good quality jade. The two of them were overjoyed, knowing that cutting more stones in public would cause too much of a stir, and easily attract unwanted attention. They chose to ship the remaining rough stones back to the capital. The next day, the three of us followed Miao Rong and his inspection team, using our passes to enter the venue of the private auction. Although it was called an auction, stone gambling was different from auctioning other items after all. Buyers needed to examine the goods up close and in detail. Therefore, all the items for sale today were guarded by designated staff and displayed on both sides of the hall. The long tables were covered with dark red cloth, upon which sat rough stones of varying sizes and shapes. As people entered, the greeting staff at the door handed everyone a flashlight and a magnifying glass. Each of these stones had a number and was labeled with its weight, origin, as well as its starting price. If someone took a liking to a piece, they only needed to remember its number. Later, when the formal auction began, they could participate in the bidding. The crowd dispersed, gathering in small groups of 3 or 5 to inspect the stones. Inside the hall, Elder Chu became the center of attention. When Miao Rong said yesterday that he actually had fans, it was no exaggeration. We watched helplessly as a group of people with an average age of 30 plus surrounded him. With gleaming eyes, Miao Rong even discreetly pointed at someone and told us, "See him? That is Xiangjiang's financial secretary, the famous fan of Elder Chu. He follows him everywhere." Miao Zhuzhu was greatly shocked. A secretary, such a high-ranking official. So Miao Rong started explaining to her the gossips and anecdotes of the Xiangjiang circle. Everyone listened with great interest. I, alone, absent-mindedly scanned the hall, slowly frowning. I felt like something was wrong. While holding my magnifying glass to inspect a stone and discussing the transparency and waterhead with Miao Zhuzhu, I used my peripheral vision to observe the people moving around. This ominous premonition was not confirmed until the auction officially began. At that time, the host was introducing a rough stone from Bagan. As everyone knows, most Longqing stones from Bagan have excellent water bases and often yield high-quality emerald green jade. The piece being shown to you all right now weighs 3.8 kilograms. It has the distinct characteristics of a lunking stone on its surface. It is from one of the top 10 famous pits in Bagan, and is highly sought after. Therefore, the crowd listened attentively, all looking at the giant screen behind the host, which clearly displayed the rough stone. Just as the host was halfway through his sentence, a tall, dark silhouette suddenly appeared at the edge of the screen. The host froze for a moment, just as he realized that someone had walked onto the stage from the side, and was about to wave for security to intercept and question them. He saw the person raise something towards the ceiling. Following that, bang, a gunshot rang out, exploding in the hall like a clap of thunder. The person finally stepped out of the shadows. He was about 1.85 meters tall, with a fit but not overly bulky physique, dressed entirely in camouflage, wearing a rock-patterned ski mask, revealing only a pair of eyes radiating sheer malice. He kicked the host over with own foot, slammed the AK-47 in his hands heavily onto the podium, and spoke coldly into the microphone. "Everyone, gather in front of me. Put your hands on your heads and squat down." For a few seconds, the hall was completely dead silent. It was as if everyone had lost the ability to breathe at that moment. Nobody moved. The man on the podium fired another shot at the ceiling, repeating impatiently, "Hurry up." Within a minute, "Everyone gather here, hands on your heads and squat." After the second gunshot, the crowd finally realized the reality of the situation. It was not a dream. It was not a movie shoot. Someone was actually shooting. Call the police." Screams erupted throughout the hall. The scene instantly descended into chaos. Everyone scrambled frantically toward the exits. Then there was another loud bang. Next to the main exit doors, stepped out another man dressed identically to the first brute. This man did not shoot at the ceiling. Instead, he shot the first person who rushed to the door right in the head. The first person to reach the door was a man in a suit. He did not even have time to scream before collapsing to the ground. Blood mixed with unidentifiable fluids spilled all over the floor. The people behind him abruptly stopped in their tracks. Someone in the front row began to vomit uncontrollably. The man at the door blocked the exit. Raising his still smoking AK, he said in a deep voice, "1 minute, everyone to the stage." The crowd was scared silly. Nobody moved. The man raised his gun and shot another person dead. He continued, 58 seconds. The crowd was in an uproar. One woman, likely suffering a mental breakdown, screamed uncontrollably, "Murder! Where's security? Someone is killing people here." The man aimed at her. The third shot was fired. The screaming abruptly ceased. 56 seconds. "I do not like slowpokes. Move faster." Killing 3 people had an immediate effect. Almost instantly, the crowd stopped trying to use their numbers to rush out. Facing the 3 disobedient people who had been shot dead at the door, they immediately swarmed toward the main stage, crying and begging as they squatted down. "Please, I have money. I can give it to you. What do you want? Please let me go. I have elderly parents and young children to feed. What do we do? Are we going to die here today? I do not want to die." In the chaos, Miao Rong's face was deathly pale. He desperately searched for Miao Zhuzhu in the crowd. As far as he could see, there were only faces of panic and terror, taking advantage of everyone's wailing. He anxiously shouted for her, but his voice, falling into the chaotic cries of over 200 people, was like a drop of water falling into the ocean. There was no response at all. The figure on the podium fired another shot. The bullet hit the giant screen, blasting off a shower of glass and plastic shards. Holding the AK, she shouted, "Quiet, put your hands up, do not cause trouble for me." 2 more burly men dressed in the same attire emerged from backstage. One of them sneered, "Why are you wasting your breath on them? Just kill a few more." The person called Lao Diao glanced at him, scanning the crowd. "Who here is from Shangjiang?" No one answered. Lao Diao slammed the butt of her gun against the table. "A bunch of cowards." She started calling out names directly, dragging people out one by one. I do not know where these people got their list, but they accurately called out the names of Chu Bo and the financial secretary, as well as several billionaire-level figures. One of them was right next to Miao Zhuzhu. When he was called out, he was trembling all over from nerves. He grabbed onto Niu's arm tightly, his face turning pale from fright. The man who had called out Lao Diao's name earlier added, "There are also people from the capital." Miao Zhuzhu's heart skipped a beat. She watched as the man handed Lao Diao a piece of paper. Lao Diao took it, looked at it, and read aloud, "Miao Rong." Miao Zhuzhu's eyes widened and she was about to cry out, but Niu quickly covered her mouth. Miao Rong stood up from the crowd, his expression grim, barely maintaining his composure. Lao Diao sized him up out of the corner of her eye. Be obedient, and you won't die. They did not want to make enemies out of the capital's noble families just yet. They just needed some leverage. As long as they held enough important figures, the police would have to hold back for fear of casualties. Lao Diao continued reading. Feng Li stepped out of the crowd. She kept her eyes lowered, looking seemingly very nervous. That is me. Niu panicked internally. Miao Rong and Feng Li had both been pulled out. There was no way he would be lucky enough to be overlooked. However, since Miao Zhuzhu's uncle was called out, she should be safe. Niu leaned into Miao Zhuzhu's ear and whispered breathlessly, "Do not make a sound. And do not panic. They do not dare lay a hand on people from the capital." Miao Zhuzhu nodded. You let her go. After a moment's hesitation, he whispered again. After the second gunshot, I saw Jiang Heng seemingly head backstage. I was originally sitting right next to them, but when the crowd erupted into chaos, you saw me seemingly flip over the seats in midair and head towards the backstage area. My movements were too fast, and the situation was too chaotic. You only caught a fleeting glimpse of my silhouette, but could not clearly see what I did next. Miao Zhuzhu clenched her fists tightly and nodded heavily again. In this kind of situation, being separated from the group was far more dangerous than staying in the crowd. She did not know what I was going to do, but she would keep an eye on the backstage direction. Niu's intuition was right. After Lao Diao looked Feng Li up and down, she looked at the paper again and read out his name. Niu squeezed Miao Zhuzhu's arm on last time, let out a long breath, and stood up. Lao Diao let out a sound of surprise. Niu did not know if he should reply, so he just imitated Feng Li, keeping silent and lowering his head. Lao Diao did not mind. She crumpled up the paper and tossed it aside casually. She muttered something to the two burly men who came out later, and the few of them casually pulled up chairs and sat down in front of the crowd. Apart from some faint whimpering in the hall, there were no other sounds. In a hidden spot behind the stage, tucked in the gaps between the stacked audio equipment, I quietly shifted my position. I had felt something was off from the moment I entered the hall. So, under the guise of inspecting the stones, I had circled the entire venue. I found that in the layout of this hall, there were simply too many places to hide people, and some of these spots did not seem coincidental. Rather, they seemed intentionally designed. When that person named Lao Diao walked onto the podium, because no one else moved, I did not move either. Later, when the scene descended into chaos, I quickly took advantage of the commotion to hide. These desperados never expected that someone would pull a stunt right under their noses. They did not notice me at all, and in the brief time that had passed, I had carefully observed the equipment and attire of all four individuals. They were definitely not your average robbers or criminals. They were extremely proficient with firearms. I could almost guarantee they were mercenaries. So-called mercenaries do not belong to any particular military or the regular forces of any government. They are a special type of combatant born for profit. They fight only for money. Armed personnel who can be hired by anyone. For someone to hire mercenaries to hijack a private auction. What was it for? For the rough stones here. I rejected this answer in my heart. Too much trouble. For a pile of rough stones. Blatantly deploying mercenaries on Rueli's turf. It simply was not worth it for the mastermind. The risk and the reward were entirely disproportionate. Thinking of this, my mind stirred. A proportion between risk and reward. What kind of profit was worth causing such a massive commotion and taking such a huge risk? What exactly were these mercenaries planning to do by trapping everyone here? Wee woo wee woo wee woo. The sound of police sirens ringing out outside the hall made the spirits of all the trapped hostages soar. The police are here. Did this mean they were going to be saved? However, the four heavily armed individuals all just crossed their arms and watched coldly without moving, seemingly completely unaffected. A burst of electronic static came from Lao Diao's body. The financial secretary, who was closest to her, trembled in fear at the sudden noise. Lao Diao threw him a sideways glance and pulled a two-way radio from her jacket. My eyebrows twitched. They had radios. This meant that these four people had other accomplices, and they needed to stay in contact. I just did not know where the others were scattered. The radio crackled twice. A gruff voice spoke in a foreign language. "They're here." Lao Diao replied in the foreign language. "Understood. Everything on our end is proceeding as planned." The voice on the other end of the radio changed. This time, it spoke in Mandarin. "Damn it. One of the guys in the SWAT team is a damn good shot. While driving around the city just now, my leg almost got blown off." He cursed a few more times. He sounded exactly like a Chinese native, but then he scoffed. and said in an impatient tone. I knew it would be tough operating on Chinese turf. I am running low on bullets. Do you guys have enough magazines over there? Lao Diao replied. We have barely used any bullets on our end. The person on the other end said, got it. Then there was a crackle on the radio, and the sound cut off again. Seeing that the other side had stopped talking, the man who had handed Lao Diao the note earlier cursed under his breath. They are raising hell in the city, and now they are playing the victim with us. What a bunch of cowards. Lao Diao snapped. Shut up, quiet. Save your breath for later. This middleman spoke fluent Mandarin, but he was not Chinese. It seemed he really did have a mercenary background, knowing the situation in China like the back of his hand. Thought to myself, could this person be that infamous mercenary leader? The biggest news lately was none other than the currently hunted mercenary leader, Wu. Could this incident be connected to Wu? It seemed this situation was definitely not as simple as it appeared on the surface. I was afraid it involved an even deeper chain of interests. I re-evaluated Lao Diao and her accomplices, calculating how long it would take to take them down. If it were just me alone, taking on these four single-handedly would not be a big problem. But the tricky part now was the scene. There was a crowd of innocent ordinary people. During a firefight, the probability of others not getting caught in the crossfire and getting hurt was practically zero, especially the own standing at the door. If not handled carefully, the bullets from the gun of the guy at the door could easily drop dozens of people. I needed to come up with a more foolproof plan. I let out a silent breath, feeling a slight headache. The radio in Lao Diao's hand rang out again. This time, it was yet another voice. Lao Diao, stall the cops. Find something for them to do. The man next to Lao Diao sneered. The four of us are holding down over 200 people, and you are telling us to find something to do. The voice on the other end replied helplessly. It is just that we have the goods on our end. It is not very convenient. The man next to Lao Diao cursed. What a fucking pain in the ass. Lao Diao said in a deep voice. Finish up quickly and pull out. Then she raised her gun, pointed at Chu Bo and the financial secretary, pulled Feng Li out again, and said to the man beside her, show those cops exactly who we are holding hostage. Our lives might not be worth much, but if these VIPs die randomly, it will become a massive international joke. My heart tightened. In an instant, I realized what she meant. Chu Bo and the financial secretary were both heavyweights from Xiangjiang. If they met with an accident here, it would inevitably spark political conflicts. And if they were attacked by mercenaries on top of that, the resulting fallout would be unimaginable. The guy on the radio told Lao Diao to stall the police and find something for them to do. By parading these VIPs out, the police definitely would not dare make any rash moves. They would probably even call in more backup, escalating the situation further. My mind suddenly cleared up, connecting the clues from beginning to end. I instantly saw through the true plan of the mastermind behind the scenes. The person on the radio just said they needed to get something. Assuming this incident is connected to Wu, then what they want to get is self-evident. I heard Wu has been spotted around Bagan recently. Since Interpol is hunting her down, why would Wu pass up better opportunities to escape and come all the way here? Is it because she specifically came to get something, but because she is being watched? During the process of retrieving the item, she needs to distract the police. They might have also split into several groups. This would perfectly explain why they were willing to spend money on mercenaries. The corners of my mouth twitched, and a trace of coldness flashed in my eyes. I was not going to just sit back and accept this unprovoked disaster. Wu wants to get her hands on something. I will make sure she does not succeed so easily. The burly man next to Lao Diao, after hearing her out, let out a loud laugh. He pointed his gun at the hostages and said, let us go. Come take a walk outside with me, so that Lao Diao could monitor the situation outside. The burly man kept his walkie-talkie on. The people inside the hall could clearly hear the conversation outside. First, the police shouted through a megaphone. Listen up, people inside. You are surrounded. If you surrender now, you can still get a lenient sentence. The burly man acted as if he had heard a joke. He laughed out loud. Surrender. Take a good look at who we have here first. Commotion could be heard from the police's side. A short while later, more sirens wailed. Clearly, new reinforcements had arrived. This time, the police asked directly, what do you want? Through the walkie-talkie, Lao Diao instructed her accomplice on how to answer. Tell them, we want the jade in here and a military helicopter. When they said they wanted the jade, the police could understand that. They figured it was a hostage situation for financial gain. But when they demanded a helicopter, the police were momentarily stunned. You guys know how to fly a helicopter. Do ordinary robbers nowadays possess such high-end skills? The burly man facing off with the police said, "That is none of your business. Whatever we ask for, just get it ready." The authorities discussed it briefly, and eventually agreed, but they said a military helicopter would take time to coordinate, and hoped they would not harm the hostages in the meantime. The burly man said out of sheer boredom, "We have no interest in the people. Once you have the things ready, we will leave. I hope you do not make any sudden moves. Otherwise, bullets do not have eyes." He retreated to a concealed spot, keeping himself well hidden, with his gun pointed at Chu Bo and the others. As expected, the police did not dare make a rash move. After listening to the whole exchange from inside, Lao Diao switched the radio frequency and spoke to the other group. "Another dozen or so cops just arrived on our end. How are things? Did you get your hands on the item?" The other side replied, Almost. We are about to shake them off." Sweat beaded on my forehead. I pulled out a face mask and put it on. This was what Miao Zhuzhu had prepared for me when we left this morning. Annoyed by people constantly hitting on me, now it actually came in handy. There were now only 3 enemies left inside the hall. But aside from the guy standing by the door who was farther away, Lao Diao and the other person both had their guns pointed at the crowd. I had to find a way to take out one of them instantly, to prevent the other from firing wildly and causing innocent casualties. Did I really have to wait until everything was over before making a move? Just as my mind was racing, a phone suddenly rang. In the corner of the hall, filled only with soft whimpering, a crisp ringtone suddenly pierced the air. Lao Diao and her accomplice were startled. They immediately raised their guns to fire. "Who is it? Who is over there?" "There is actually someone else in the hall." I cursed inwardly. Such terrible luck. But my movements were not slow in the slightest. I kicked a few speakers into the air to perfectly block the bullets. The bullets hit the speakers, creating a massive bang. Debris exploded into the air. I did not dodge or hide, while rapidly throwing everything around me out to block the bullets and obscure their line of sight. I took advantage of the intervals between their shots to quickly close the distance by stepping on the tables. In practically the blink of an eye, I flipped behind Lao Diao's accomplice. Dropping down from mid-air, I locked my legs around his neck and twisted hard. The nearly 2-meter-tall burly man could not react in time, before crashing heavily to the ground. My movements were incredibly fast. I snatched the AK from the burly man with own hand, and fired toward the door without even looking back. My foot kicked with absolute precision toward Lao Diao. Lao Diao had no time to fight back, let alone any chance to fire her gun. Her pupils contracted. Years of battlefield experience made her instinctively fall backward, narrowly dodging my attack. But the accomplice at the door clearly did not have her good luck. I shot him right in the right hand. His gun dropped. Of course, would not give him a chance to pick it up again. I ruthlessly fired 2 more shots right into his chest. Few kills will always be killed. The burly man who had just murdered 3 innocent people had a final expression of pure disbelief. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. Lao Diao did not have time to save her accomplice, nor did she have time to shoot at me. She only had time to execute a roll on the ground and hide behind a solid wood high table nearby, swapping in a fresh magazine. I leaned down and chuckled. Not bad reflexes. I effortlessly held the AK that belonged to Lao Diao's accomplice, facing off against Lao Diao from a distance. "So, how about it? Wanna have a little contest? Let us see whose gun is faster." The person on the walkie-talkie just said they needed to get something. Assuming this incident is connected to Wu, then what they want to get is self-evident. I heard Wu has been spotted around Bagan recently. Since Interpol is hunting her down, why would Wu pass up better opportunities to escape and come all the way here? Is it because she specifically came to get something, but because she is being watched? Lao Diao did not even dare to move her eyes. The speed and ferocity of this man's movements were simply beyond ordinary imagination. It practically did not look like a speed a human could achieve. In an instant, Lao Diao mentally ran through the names of internationally renowned assassins and mercenaries, but none matched. Who I am is not important. I smiled faintly. Where Wu is, that is what is more important, right? Lao Diao's finger twitched, nearly misfiring. "How do you know?" I looked at her gun and answered with a question instead. "Want to test our guns against each other? See who is faster?" Lao Diao warily refused. I was trying to goad her into shooting, planning to strike during the interval. What might seem like an immobilized split second to an observer could be the opening for a fatal blow for me. I sighed regretfully. All right then. My arm throbbed with a dull pain, a graze left by a bullet just now. I was a bit annoyed. At this moment, I truly regretted how slowly I had been cultivating my techniques. If I had progressed a bit faster, my cultivation would have formed a natural barrier to protect me. Even bullets would not be able to harm me. I did not move, and Lao Diao did not move either. The two of us were completely deadlocked. The hall was dead silent. Everyone was stunned by this man who had suddenly jumped out and suddenly killed someone. Who was this person? Why was he wearing a mask? Was he an enemy of these thugs? Or someone with a different agenda entirely? The crowd could not be sure, and they did not dare speak. They were terrified of the fresh corpses on the ground and the standoff between the two of us. Miao Zhuzhu covered her mouth to stifle a scream that almost slipped out, staring fixedly at the masked man. Others might not recognize me, but she could tell at a glance. Was not this Jiang Heng? What was going on? Was this the Jiang Heng she knew? He had actually taken down the thugs all by himself, and was now in a standoff with the boss of these desperados. Miao Zhuzhu could not believe it, but she did not dare call out my name either, terrified of drawing attention. She just subconsciously looked toward Nau. Nau also turned to look at her. The two exchanged a look of mutual confirmation and tacit understanding. That person was Jiang Heng. It was not an illusion either of them was having. Just as Lao Diao and I were locked in a stalemate, the walkie-talkie on Lao Diao's body suddenly crackled. Someone was trying to communicate with her. Lao Diao subconsciously looked down and pressed a button. Just that own movement, and the outcome was decided. She caught a glimpse of a shadow in her peripheral vision. Before she could look up, she felt a sharp pain in her arm, and the gun in her hand immediately dropped to the floor. I had struck her gun-holding arm, then delivered a chop to the side of her neck. She fainted without making a sound. I removed the magazine from her gun, kicked her a little, and muttered, "Still have to keep On alive." I casually pressed the button on the walkie-talkie, and heard the other side ask, "Lao Diao, how are things on your end? We are almost done here." I gave a hum of acknowledgement and said, "You might not be getting anything done." Hearing a male voice, the person on the other side was shocked. "For you?" I smiled faintly. "Just an ordinary, unremarkable citizen of Chaoyang." After saying that, I held the walkie-talkie, raised the gun, and kicked open the main doors of the hall. Outside the hall was the lobby. Lao Diao's only remaining accomplice was leaning against the wall, holding his AK and facing off against the police outside. The noise I made kicking open the doors was too loud. He turned his head in shock, right as I hit him with a 3-round burst. I used a very specific technique with my firepower, first hitting the forearm, then the wrist, and finally the ground. The impact of the bullets knocked his dropped gun several meters away. The police surrounding the outside of the lobby were stunned for a moment, then swarmed in, and firmly restrained the thug. In the chaos, I glanced at the hostages, who were quickly being surrounded and comforted by the police, and thoughtfully met Feng Li's surprised gaze. The police officer who approached me only got 2 words out, before I raised a hand to cut him off. I handed him the walkie-talkie and said, "I understand you have many questions, but perhaps you should first concern yourselves with whether the biggest drug lord of the outer regions can extract his goods from Rueli today." The captain of the SWAT team snapped his head around, his expression cold and sharp. I said concisely, "He deliberately caused multiple disturbances, just to scatter the police force. Now that things here are resolved, I do not know what other incidents are happening elsewhere, but I think you should be clear on the situation." The captain's face changed drastically. He clearly thought of something. "So that is how it is," I kindly added. "These thugs have all been dealt with. There is no major situation left to handle here." The captain gave me a deep look. "Thank you." He did not know what this man's background was, or how he managed to break through from the inside and take out several armed robbers. But now was clearly not the time for questions. Without hesitating for another second, he directly assigned a few people to stay behind and handle the aftermath, then took the rest of his men, got into the police cars, and sped away with sirens wailing. I had just engaged in a gunfight right in front of so many people in the hall. I did not want to go back in and be gawked at, so I glanced at the police who were too busy to pay attention to me, did not say goodbye, and directly hailed a car back to the hotel. I sent a message to Miao Zhuzhu and Nau on the way. I thought the two of them might be called in to give statements first, but to my surprise, I had barely finished taking a shower when they had already returned. I sat in front of the desk, ran my fingers through my hair a couple of times while looking in the mirror, stood up and asked, "How did you guys get back so early?" Miao Zhuzhu and Nau were sitting on the sofa behind me, their backs straight, hands resting obediently on their laps, looking like 2 elementary school students. You said, "The police were very busy. They said they do not have time to take statements right now." saying there is another major case. I understood. It must have been that cunning Wu who drew their fire. I examined myself in the mirror. Do you two have anything to ask? Miao Zhuzhu hesitated, opening her mouth but stopping. It is just because what happened was too shocking. She was still feeling a bit dazed even now. She even suspected I had used some kind of mystical method. I carefully considered my explanation. I specifically trained abroad before. Miao Zhuzhu's eyes lit up. Is that achievable through training? I told the truth. Not necessarily. It also depends on natural talent and physique. The light in Miao Zhuzhu's eyes dimmed again. But she and Nie had actually both learned basic self-defense. But those basics were only good against ordinary people. Against true experts, they were woefully inadequate. Seeing my skills today, after their initial shock, they felt envy. Nie whispered, Brother Hing. I looked at him through the mirror, questioning with my eyes. What is it? You said, I want to learn too. Miao Zhuzhu took the opportunity to raise her hand. I thought for a moment and said, probably not right now. Let us wait until summer vacation next year. You can go train for 2 months. Nie and Miao Zhuzhu immediately cheered. Young people are young people after all. They were scared half to death in the hall just a moment ago. But now that they had recovered, they were full of energy again. I asked Miao Zhuzhu, how is Uncle Miao? Miao Zhuzhu replied, he is fine, just got a bad scare. Real guns and live ammunition. It was quite terrifying. There was an elderly expert in the inspection team. Miao Rong, afraid the shock might have been too much for him, accompanied him to the hospital for a checkup. Miao Zhuzhu was very perceptive, mentioning Miao Rong and the inspection team. She promised me, do not worry. I will explain things to my uncle. Even though they saw everything, they won't go around spreading rumors. I also had no intention of making the incident widely known. So I nodded and said, only then did Miao Zhuzhu notice that I was applying hair wax. Yes, I answered helplessly, even though I wore a mask. My clothes and hairstyle were still very conspicuous. I am going to have to change my style for the next few days. I stood up, turned around to show Miao Zhuzhu and Nie. How does it look? Is it very different? Miao Zhuzhu and Nie took a closer look, froze for a moment, and were completely stunned. As the saying goes, a Buddha relies on gold leaf, a man relies on clothes. But if a person's appearance and aura are too overpowering, then it is the person carrying the clothes. My previous attire showed no obvious preferences. Since it was autumn, I wore the trench coats and trousers typical of the season. When Xie Huili went shopping with me at the mall, she bought me a lot of clothes, and I just mixed and matched from those. Even though they were just standard designs from brand name stores, I managed to wear them with a unique, haute couture flair. That is why Miao Zhuzhu always joked that it did not really matter what I wore. A truly incredibly handsome guy would look stunning even wearing a rag. People meeting me for the first time would find it hard to notice what clothes I was wearing. Now Miao Zhuzhu felt she would been proven wrong. It turned out it did matter. It mattered a lot. Earlier she and Ayu were so unsettled that they surprisingly had not noticed the clothes I was wearing. Miao Zhuzhu stared blankly for a while, then said, I always thought these kinds of clothes were too flashy. Why do they look so perfectly suited when you wear them? This shirt involved heavy craftsmanship, with exquisite details, and its overall style was very flamboyant. But strangely enough, once I put it on, the shirt's inherent style was subdued. Anyone looking at it would only notice the divine appearance and posture of the wearer, while the clothes themselves no longer seemed important. I continued styling my hair. I bought this at the mall across the street after coming back. The sales assistant recommended it. He marveled, clicking his tongue. Let alone people who did not know you before. Even people who do know you would find it hard to connect the person involved in the gunfight this afternoon with you. Who would have thought that a noble young master in a gorgeous suit could so cleanly and decisively shoot down terrorists? Miao Zhuzhu nodded eagerly in agreement like a pecking chicken. This is exactly the effect I wanted. I chatted with them for a bit longer, then urged them to go back to their rooms to eat and rest. Today's experience was thrilling enough, and we would likely have to go give statements tomorrow. We needed to rest and recuperate. I was just packing up my things when the doorbell rang again. I thought it was Miao Zhuzhu and Nie coming back, so I casually went to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Xie Rian's beautiful face came into view. Rian, why are you here? Xie Rian had clearly rushed over. There was a hint of anxiety between her brows. She looked me up and down. How are you? Xie Rian actually knew about it. The situation here was tightly under wraps. How did she get the news? I smiled reassuringly at her. I am fine. Do not worry. I let Xie Rian into the room. How did you find out about the incident here so quickly? Xie looked slightly helpless. Did you forget about the bodyguards I assigned to you? I really had forgotten. The bodyguards following Naiu and me could not enter the venue, so they had been waiting outside the whole time. They never expected an emergency to erupt inside. They immediately contacted Xie, forced by the fact that the thugs had guns. They could not storm in. Just as they were planning a tactical approach, I burst through the doors, took out the thug, and then easily returned to the hotel. The bodyguards were dumbfounded. They were not your standard bodyguards. They could tell that the thug was not an ordinary person, which made them even more shocked by how effortlessly I handled him. The bodyguards first reported the latest situation to Xie, left 2 people to stake out the scene, and the rest followed me back to the hotel from a distance. During their report, the bodyguards truthfully stated that they saw my arm was injured, the sleeve was torn, there seemed to be faint traces of blood. The bodyguards had not seen it clearly, so their description was vague. This made Xie even more anxious, not knowing the true extent of my injuries, even though logically she knew that since I could return to the hotel normally, it should not be anything serious. Emotionally, she could not find peace without seeing me with her own eyes. She flew non-stop from the capital to Rueli, and rushed straight to the hotel. I heard your arm is injured. Her gaze fell on the white sleeve of my forearm. I did not expect her to even know this, so I could only roll up my sleeve to show her. It is really not a major injury, just a graze. I have already simply disinfected and bandaged it myself. Xie was not reassured. She carefully lifted the bandage to take a look, and only breathed a sigh of relief, after confirming it was not very serious. The unusually cold and severe expression she had since we met finally softened. Seeing this, you are too tense. People who do not know better would think I am made of crystal. Look at you, all travel worn. Did you go see Ni? Do not tell me you came straight to see me without even checking on you. Xie expression stiffened. She actually froze. I had just made a joke. I did not expect this reaction from her. I could not help but ask in astonishment. You came specifically to see me. Xie did not know how to answer, and she did not want to lie, so she fell silent. If she had maintained a normal attitude and played along with the joke, it would have been fine. But with her acting like this, the atmosphere immediately felt off. I was slightly shaken. Both Yu and I were in Rueli when an unexpected incident occurred in Rueli. Although Xie rushing over seemed like making a huge fuss, it was also out of concern for her family, especially since Yu was her biological cousin. By all reason and logic, her coming to the hotel should have partly been because of him. So my initial comment was truly just a joke. But based on Xie reaction, she heard I was injured and came specifically to see me, without even thinking of anyone else for a moment. No matter how little I understood about how ordinary siblings interacted, I still realized Xie reaction was a bit extreme. As this thought crossed my mind, I suddenly realized Xie and I were too close. Xie was still holding my injured arm, her warm palm resting on the outside of my wrist, providing a constant stream of heat. Her lowered head was only inches away from my ear, our breaths seemingly intertwining. Is this too close? I instinctively pulled my hand back, and took a step back, to cover up my emotions. I hurriedly said, have you eaten yet? I will call the hotel to send some food up. Xie gave a distracted hum of agreement. I will go check on Nau first, and come back in a bit. Both of us were clearly not in our right minds. Neither of us thought about the fact that we could go downstairs or eat outside. And precisely because both of us were out of it, we did not notice the other's strange behavior. Xie stepped out of the room, and only then did her stiff muscles relax. She opened her palm, thinking about the arm she had just held. She only needed to lightly close her fingers to completely encircle it. I was mysterious, powerful, and unfathomable. Despite Xie status and position, she still frequently felt I was too far out of her reach. When we were at Bitao Courtyard, several times when she saw me standing by the floor-to-ceiling windows, or standing in the corridor of the courtyard looking into the distance, she would have the illusion that I could leave at any moment. Someone like that. Perhaps only by completely grasping them in the palm of her hand could she stop feeling constantly terrified of losing them. Xie slowly closed her hand, stood lost in thought for a moment, then walked toward Nau's room next door. Nau was overwhelmed by the unexpected favor of Xie arrival. He lunged at Xie without even closing the door properly. Although Xie disgustedly extended an arm to block him, Nau was still in a great mood. Heaven knows. His cousin was always cold and restrained when handling matters. She was the quintessential domineering female so for her to actually rush over without a moment's pause, even knowing the incident had been resolved, it smacked of caring too much leading to chaos. What did this mean? It meant familial love. He was so moved his eyes teared up. He brought Sierian tea and water, asking after her well-being. Cousin, how did you get here? It must have been a tiring trip. Are you hungry? Are you thirsty? Cousin, have some water. Cousin, how long are you staying? Where are you sleeping tonight? Did you bring an assistant? Sierian had already learned from the bodyguards that Niu was completely fine, not missing a single hair. Therefore, after examining him upon meeting, and confirming he was in good spirits, her thoughts began to wander. She checked the time, feeling that after staying here for 20-odd minutes, it was probably about enough. As Niu talked to her, she allocated a sliver of attention to give brief answers. Plain. Not hungry, not thirsty, not drinking water. Staying own day, sleeping at the hotel. No assistant. She had always been cold and taciturn, so Niu did not notice anything amiss. The more he talked, the more excited he got. Cousin, you did not see it. Brother Heng was incredibly cool today. Everyone was scared half to death back then. At that time, everyone was scared to death. The whole room reeked of blood, and that smoky smell of gunpowder. Then 3 2-meter-tall burly men glared at us like tigers watching their prey, just like wolves looking at sheep. I almost thought I was going to lose my life right then and there. But then, suddenly, a phone rang. Those 2 terrorists raised their guns and started spraying bullets, crackling and popping everywhere. A Heng just swooshed out of nowhere, and a Heng did not get hit by a single bullet. It was too amazing. I completely could not see a Heng's movements. It just felt like swish, 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 and he jumped from here to there. And then, somehow, he took down the terrorist. Cousin, after talking excitedly for a long time, he suddenly noticed that Sierian's face seemed to have darkened. Displeasure was written all over her eyes and brows. Hiyu asked cautiously, Cousin, what is wrong? Sierian frowned and said, Nothing. What happened next? The bodyguards could not see what was happening inside the hall, and only described the state I was in after coming out. She had not expected that my situation inside the hall at that time was so dangerous. And you saw that Sierian was not in high spirits, and said in a low voice, afterwards, the terrorists were all knocked out by a Heng. Sierian gave a hum of acknowledgement. Without saying a word, Hiyu quietly observed her expression, roughly guessing Sierian's thoughts. Is cousin angry? A Heng's actions were too dangerous. The son of a wealthy family does not sit near the edge of a hall. Human nature is to seek fortune and avoid misfortune, to be averse to any potentially dangerous behavior. Back in high school, Niu once wanted to go to F province with classmates for a photography trip, but faced extreme opposition from Xiehueli. Xiehueli found it hard to understand. The world is so big. Why do you insist on going to the most chaotic, most turbulent country? She felt he was deliberately putting himself in danger. So Niu guessed that Sierian's thoughts must be somewhat similar, just like in those TV shows and movies. When the protagonist takes risks, afterward they are always scolded by family and friends. It was so dangerous. How could you do that? Even though they are angry, their starting point is concern. But Sierian pursed her lips. I am not angry. Niu muttered. Your expression says otherwise. It is truly not anger, just frustration. Sierian rubbed the space between her eyebrows, restoring her calm demeanor. You guys were in such a dangerous situation back then, and I had no way to provide you with any help. A Heng relied on himself to solve the problem for everyone. What right do I have to be angry? Hiyu was stunned. Sierian said softly, I am just frustrated that I did not assign you guys more bodyguards who could closely accompany you into the hall. That way, when the accident broke out, they could have provided a Heng with at least some help. Even if she was terrified out of her wits by me being in danger, she would not use concern as an excuse to blame her negative emotions on me. Outside the unclosed door, I stopped in my tracks. I had originally come to call Sierian for dinner, and did not expect to hear the two of them talking about the day's events. The lights in the hallway were bright, and the shadow cast from the top of the door frame enveloped me. Sierian said, So I am not angry, I just did not protect him. You guys well enough myself. I remembered last time, when I used my fingertips to draw talismans for her, to help speed up the recovery of her legs. She had said something similar back then too. I should not be unhappy. You did it for my own good, but I hope you won't get hurt over such insignificant little things, even if it is just a tiny bit. It is not about the size of the wound. It is that no one is worth it. Do not start a precedent like this. I lowered my dark eyelashes, thinking to myself, this person seemed to always be like this, clearly appearing very cold and aloof, but sometimes showing unexpected gentleness. It was simply a massive contrast. Wang Ting stammered, cousin. Xie Rian said lightly, what about me? Wang Ting wanted to say, you talking like this feels like it completely shatters your image. It is not like a domineering female hoe at all. But just as the words reached his lips, a flash of insight hit him, and he suddenly changed his tune. Did you really come to see me? That is not right, is it? When I was talking about my own stuff, cousin was just giving half-hearted replies. So why, when talking about Jiang Heng's stuff, did she look like she was speaking from the bottom of her heart, having pondered it for a long time? And just now, when Xie Rian said that last sentence, had she smoothly meant to say did not protect him well enough, and then changed it at the last second? Hey, you looked at Xie Rian suspiciously. I stood outside the door and curled the corners of my mouth up, then knocked on the door to bail her out. The food has been brought up. Are you two coming over to eat? And you indeed had not eaten dinner yet. Hearing that I had ordered dinner up, he happily ran over. Xie Rian lagged a step behind, talking to me in a low voice as we walked. The police should be looking for you guys tomorrow to take statements. If you do not want to show your face, I will handle it. I shook my head. I should still go. Given my situation, I won't be giving a statement together with everyone else anyway. Besides, I even laid out Wu's plan at the time. Whether the police successfully caught him or not in the end, they will definitely come to question me. Xie Rian did not know the details, but seeing me say this, she figured I had my own arrangements. So she said, then I will accompany you there tomorrow, and head back to the capital in the evening. I agreed with a smile, but I thought of the Xie family situation, and asked out of concern, are things at home being handled smoothly? Hearing me say this, Xie Rian was momentarily dazed. At home, hearing these two words come from my mouth, evoked an inexplicable sense of stirring emotion. There was no abnormality on her face whatsoever, as she replied as usual, everything is going smoothly. It should settle down in another half a month. With her and old master Xie joining forces, the execution was flawlessly comprehensive. They were just one final step away from squeezing Xie Deyong out of the Xie family's list of shareholders. Thinking of Xie Deyong's family, Xie Rian felt a slight annoyance. The reason was none other than Xie Deyong's daughter, Xie Yanran. Ever since the last time Xie Rian caught Xie Yanran actually daring to harass me to my face, she had someone secretly keeping an eye on her movements. Learning that she recently custom ordered a set of jewelry designed in the shape of snowflakes, she guessed what she was plotting. Xie Rian felt both bitter and angry in her heart. She had already decided that from now on, she would not give Xie Yanran the chance to see me. Naturally, it was even more impossible for her to bring this matter up in front of me, while we were having a warm and tender meal here. Back in the capital, someone was furiously confronting Xie Yanran. Speaking of which, the fact that Xie Yanran had many men was truly no secret. The close friends she would known for years were all very clear about it. However, although Wang Ting had not seen it with his own eyes in his early years, they had interacted during daily gatherings. At the very beginning, he was also aware of Xie Yanran's past romantic affairs. But ever since the two confirmed their relationship, he rarely heard any more gossip or scandals about Xie Yanran. On one hand, this was because the people around him knew about his relationship with Xie Yanran, and would not openly bring it up in front of him. On the other hand, it was also because Xie Yanran later became busy handling affairs for Xie Deyong, and did not have as much time to go looking for men, coupled with the fact that Xie Yanran was consistently gentle and affectionate towards Wang Ting, constantly showering him with sweet words. Due to a variety of reasons, it gave Wang Ting the illusion that Xie Yanran had settled down. Wang Ting was even quite smug about this. They say a prodigal who returns is more precious than gold. For a wealthy heiress like Xie Yanran, being a bit of a playgirl in her youth was nothing. Was not she completely devoted to him now? After getting engaged, Wang Ting and Xie Yanran's relationship became even more intimate. He frequently went to the house where Xie Yanran lived alone, to have meals, spend the night together, or bring her soups and meals. On this day, he had just learned a new dessert recipe, so he went to Xie Yanran's place to cook it himself, planning to give her a surprise. But he happened to arrive just as the custom jewelry Xie Yanran ordered was delivered. The person delivering the jewelry was always a smooth talker. He had met Xie Yanran once when she customized the jewelry, and knew she was a lady who spent generously. Now, having arrived at the designated address, seeing that the person answering the door was a handsome young man, He naturally assumed this gentleman was the intended recipient of the jewelry. With a face full of smiles, he said, "Excuse me, is this Miss Xie Yanran's residence? This is the custom jewelry Miss Xie ordered. Could you please sign for it?" Wang Teng said in pleasant surprise. "Is it men's jewelry?" Although the delivery man was a bit puzzled, he still smiled and said, "It is a very exquisite and expensive set of men's cufflinks and a pendant. Miss Xie communicated directly with the designer to have it custom made." Hearing him say this, Wang Ting naturally assumed Xie Yanran bought it for him. He said softly, "I will sign for it on Yanran's behalf. Thanks for making the trip." Hearing this, the man was even more certain of his assumption, and could not help but say a few more words. "No trouble at all. It is my job. You must really like snow and ice, handsome. This pendant is shaped like a snowflake. Miss Xie is incredibly thoughtful." Wang Teng's smile froze. What snowflake? He hated winter and snowy weather the most in his life. The other party did not notice the change in atmosphere, and continued smiling. There are not many people who are this attentive to their boyfriends nowadays. "You are truly lucky, handsome." Wang Teng maintained a stiff face. He forced a smile, exchanged a few pleasantries, and saw the man out. As soon as the front door closed, filled with suspicion, he immediately tore open the beautifully packaged gift box. Opening it up for a look, it was indeed an entire set of snowflake-shaped jewelry. Pendant, bracelet, cufflinks, everything was there. It was definitely worth a fortune. Snowflakes. No matter how foolish Wang Teng was, he knew he had absolutely no connection to this imagery. This set of jewelry was definitely prepared by Xie Yanran for someone else. At first, he really did not connect it to me. After all, in his eyes, Xie Yanran and I had absolutely zero interaction. He just assumed Xie Yanran was keeping some man on the side, and that this person liked things related to ice and snow. Even so, Wang Teng still gritted his teeth in hatred. Xie Yanran had not even put this much thought into the gifts she gave him. Did some random gigolo who popped out of nowhere actually deserve this? Wang Teng almost wanted to call Xie Yanran immediately to confront her, but he knew that doing so would make it very hard to catch who the man was. So he gritted his teeth and endured it. He repackaged the gift box exactly as it was, cleaned up the kitchen and left. He contacted Xie Yanran's cook, and gave her a sum of money, asking the cook to pretend she was the one who signed for the jewelry, creating the illusion that he had never been there today from start to finish. When Xie Yanran came home that night, he affectionately hugged her. In Xie Yanran's charming peach blossom eyes, there was not a hint of guilt. The sweet words flowed easily. "I was just thinking of you, and here you are. We really have a telepathic connection." As Wang Teng acted intimately with her, he casually glanced around, and noticed that the jewelry gift box had indeed been put away. And in the time that followed, Xie Yanran showed absolutely no intention of mentioning it to him. The last shred of wishful thinking in his heart shattered. When Xie Yanran went to take a shower, Wang Teng quickly unlocked her phone, and began scrolling through her chat history. He first searched for the words Jiangheng, but found no relevant chat content. He then searched for gifts, and shockingly found over 100 records. They were basically all of Xie Yanran arranging for her secretary to pick out gifts that men liked, and then sending them to different men. Mixed in were various mall and travel information. Wang Teng scrolled through quickly, feeling a lump in his throat as he read. What? Prodigal returning? It was just rivers and mountains are easy to change, but On's true nature is hard to alter. He thought Xie Yanran had settled down after maturing, but it turned out she was just keeping the red flag flying at home, while letting the colorful flags flutter outside. Those nights Xie Yanran claimed to be busy with work were just her fooling around with other men. However, looking at it this way, Wang Teng became even more wary of the intended recipient of that snowflake jewelry set. It was not hard to see from the chat records that Xie Yanran had always had her secretary prepare gifts for her. She personally never cared. Her casual, playful attitude glaringly obvious. Comparing the two, her personally communicating with the designer to custom make jewelry seemed exceptionally thoughtful. Who made her get serious? Wang Teng clutched her bathrobe, took a deep breath, and switched to searching for the word investigate. Based on his understanding of Xie Yanran, if she became interested in someone, she would definitely investigate their background information first. This time, even more chat content popped up. Most of it was work-related, but a small portion was personal. Wang Teng swiped his finger, reading down line by line. Finally, he stopped on own screen, staring fixedly at a message Xie Yanran sent to her secretary. Investigate Jiangheng. Jiangheng. Xie Yanran had her secretary investigate Jiangheng. Wang Ting read this sentence carefully twice, to confirm he was not seeing things. His vision went dark. He absolutely never expected that Xie Yanran would actually be interested in me. How could that be? When had those two ever met? He steadied his mind and checked the timestamp of Xie Yanran's message. It was exactly the day after he and Xie Yanran held their engagement party. Thinking of the stunning effect of my appearance that night, Wang Ting practically wanted to grind his teeth to dust. No wonder Jiang Heng dressed up like that. No wonder he was so high profile back then. Had he been scheming all along, trying to hook up with his fiancée? The day I moved out of the Wang family home, Wang Ting was not there. Father and Mother Wang, having faced my sarcasm, naturally did not recount their conversation truthfully to Wang Ting. What they told Wang Ting was, I was rebellious and unreasonable, talked back to them, so they told me to move out and reflect on my behavior. Wang Ting believed it to be true, seeing that I still had not moved back to the Wang family home after so long. He thought I had given up on Father and Mother Wang and could no longer pose a threat to him. He never expected that I had already secretly hooked up with Xie Yanran. It had even reached the point where Xie Yanran was personally custom ordering jewelry for me. Thinking of Jiang Heng's cold, handsome face. No wonder the jewelry was designed in the shape of snowflakes. So it was him. So that was the meaning behind it. Wang Ting hated it so much he almost threw up blood. Yet an uncontrollable sense of panic also welled up inside him. If it were anyone else, he could not possibly harbor this much hatred. But I was the sole exception. Because of the switched at birth incident, he and I had already swapped identities for over a decade. During the time right after I returned, he lived in constant fear that I would steal his life away, especially my appearance and demeanor, which brought him immense pressure. Fortunately, between him and me, Father and Mother Wang still favored him more, and as for his original social circle, I was unable to blend in. Later, when I left the Wang family, and he only occasionally bumped into me at school, did he finally feel a little at ease? It turned out he was too naive. I pretended to be aloof and arrogant on the surface, but behind the scenes, I had long since hooked up with his fiancée. What did I want to do? Did I want to steal Xie Yanran away, and then slowly scheme to take back the Wang family, ultimately leaving him with nothing, forcing him to leave in disgrace? Hearing the sound of water in the bathroom gradually stop, Wang Ting put Xie Yanran's phone back where it was, and closed his eyes. He had once harbored some malicious thoughts at the engagement party, which had originally dissipated after my departure, but now they surged back into his heart. He could not afford to be this naive anymore. Otherwise, sooner or later, I would openly walk into his home and completely replace him. Wang Ting thought of the last message he saw. Someone had invited Xie Yanran to meet at Zhongling Spring, and even told her to bring Little Heng. He sneered coldly. Little Heng? Who else could it be? It had to be the Jiang Heng for whom Xie Yanran specially custom-ordered jewelry. They sure called each other affectionately. Then tomorrow he would catch them in the act, drag that gigolo out right to their faces, and leave him nowhere to hide. Let us see if he still had the face to steal someone else's wife. When Xie Yanran came out of the shower, Wang Ting casually put his arm around her and probed. I heard a newly released movie is pretty good. Are you free tomorrow? Will you go see it with me? Xie Yanran undid the buttons on his bathrobe and mumbled vaguely. What movie? Have your secretary arrange it. Is not it quieter to watch it at home? Besides, I have work tomorrow. Wang Ting's heart sank. More likely she had someone to meet. Xie Yanran kissed and groped for a long time, but seeing Wang Ting was distracted, she could not help but feel completely turned off. She had recently taken a new male celebrity as a sugar baby. He had not been famous for long, but he possessed a world-class beauty within the industry. Around the eyes and brows, he somewhat resembled Jiang Heng. Coincidentally, he also had the character Heng in his name. His skills in a certain area were quite good, keeping Xie Yanran thoroughly entertained. Seeing Wang Ting acting like this now, she was reminded even more of the male celebrity's charms. She figured she might as well just go to Zhongling Spring tomorrow to have some fun. So she rolled off him, left a bedside lamp on, and said, "Let us sleep. We have to get up early tomorrow." After saying that, she actually fell asleep peacefully, leaving Wang Ting alone to stay awake until dawn. The next afternoon, Wang Ting staked out near Zhongling Spring for over an hour, before finally spotting Xie Yanran's car. Xie Yanran was nestled in a man's embrace. He was bundled up tightly, his face obscured, so Wang Ting could only vaguely make out an excellent figure. From a distance, Wang Ting sized up the man's height and build, becoming even more convinced it was me. His face turned livid with rage. Gritting his teeth, Wang Ting watched the two of them enter, planning to go in and catch them red-handed half an hour later. Inside Zhongling Spring, in a specifically reserved private room on the top floor, Xie Yanran walked past a group of scantily clad people and took a seat with her arm around Li Heng. Not far away sat a young woman smoking a cigarette. Seeing her enter, she raised her eyes. Sister Xie has finally arrived. I have got a gift prepared here. Xie Yanran glanced at the male celebrity groveling at her feet, then looked at the row of men kneeling behind her, who were not wearing a single shred of clothing. She let out an ambiguous laugh. No good goods lately. The young woman pointed her cigarette at Li Heng, her gaze lingering on him for a moment. How come you are willing to bring him over and let me have a taste today? Li Heng was a rising traffic star who just got popular this year. He gained massive fame thanks to his world-class looks. In a recently hit urban idol drama, he played the male lead, Xie Yan, after she took him as a sugar baby. His resources became so good it made others green with envy. He was about to join the cast of a Xianxia drama, co-starring with top-tier female celebrity Lu Shui. Xie Yanran patted Li Heng's cheek ambiguously and smiled. Hear that? Miss Yan is waiting for you to serve her. The person who just spoke was named Yan Nan. She was own of Xie Yanran's fair-weather friends, own of the shareholders of Zhongling Spring, and owned a quite famous film and television company. Li Heng was originally signed under Yan Nan's company, but before Yan Nan could make a move, Xie Yanran claimed him first. Being teased by the two of them, Li Heng was not shy at all. He boldly reached an arm out from Xie Yanran's embrace, towards Yan Nan's arm. Then Miss Yan, why do not you guess what color little Heng is wearing today? Yan Nan crushed her cigarette out in the ashtray on the side table, and reached her hand over. Stop pretending. Which time have you come here, and not gone commando? The private room was spacious and brightly lit. The atmosphere between the three of them gradually heated up. Among the group of men behind Yan Nan, someone quietly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had narrowly escaped disaster today. After all, not everyone was like Li Heng, willing to participate in this kind of transaction. Some were purely forced into it with no other choice. As a result, Yan Nan, perhaps feeling it was not stimulating enough as they played, casually pointed back at someone. Get on over here. Hurry up. The person who had just sighed in relief instantly froze, falling from heaven to hell in a split second. He looked at Li Heng sandwiched between the two women, and viciously pinched himself, just as he was about to fall into despair. He heard the door to the private room being forcefully swung open with a bang. A handsome young man strode in. Without even looking, he raised his hand and hurled his phone towards the sofa. The phone flew over their heads with a swish, hitting the woman on the sofa. Wang Ting cursed furiously. You bitch, watch me tear your face off today. With the door wide open, the draft from the hallway instantly rushed in. Everyone in the private room shivered. Li Heng let out a scream, grabbed his clothes and rolled onto the rug behind the sofa. In his panic, his first reaction was to cover his face. Yan Nan was stunned by the hit. This was the first time she had been so brutally interrupted while having fun, and on her own turf, no less. She did not care about pants or shirts. Whipping her head around, she saw a familiar face. Wang Ting. Being fair-weather friends with Xie Yanran, she had naturally seen Wang Ting before. She was usually very sweet, always calling him brother-in-law. But in her shock and anger, she threw formalities out the window and blurted out his full name. After calling it out, Yan Nan finally came to her senses. She looked at the furiously angry Wang Ting at the door, then looked at Xie Yanran beside her who was in the same state as her, and instantly understood what was happening. The official partner had come to catch them in the act. The very first thought that popped into Yan Nan's mind was that this was unbelievable. Oh wait, Wang Ting had been with Xie Yanran for so long. Did he have absolutely no understanding of her temperament and personality, or her lifestyle? Did he not know that Xie Yanran was a player? Taking a step back, even if he truly did not know, he could not just publicly and so blatantly embarrass her like this. In the eyes of wealthy heiresses like Yan Nan, the official partner at home, no matter what absurd scene they witnessed, had to swallow their pride and keep quiet. They had to put the woman's face first. Nothing in the world is more important than face. Wang Teng's current behavior was practically tantamount to throwing Xie Yanran's dignity on the ground and stomping on it. Fortunately, she was the only acquaintance present today. If a few more people had seen this, would not Xie Yanran be gossiped about and mocked behind her back? The service staff who rushed over from outside were also startled by Wang Ting. None of them knew how Wang Ting had gotten up to the top floor, especially when they caught a glimpse of the situation inside the room. They were so shocked their faces turned pale. The two major shareholders of Zhongling Spring, along with several major and minor celebrities and influencers who frequently visited, were all inside. Someone immediately stepped forward, wanting to pull Wang Ting away. Before they could finish speaking, they heard Yan Nan call out Wang Ting's name. Wang Ting paused, seemingly only realizing who was in the room, after he had smashed things. Seeing that Wang Ting knew the major shareholder, the service staff instantly grew tense, sharply sensing that something fishy was going on. Without a word, they closed the door from the outside, leaving the entire space to the bosses. Gossip is precious, but keeping one's job is priceless. You absolutely must not listen to the boss's gossip. Xie Yanran also finally recovered from the massive shock. Her neck still bore a few hickeys left by Li Heng. Frowning, she looked at Wang Ting. "What are you doing?" Wang Ting looked at the pale, naked crowd near the door. Men dressed up like large dogs or cats. His gaze paused on the leather leashes around their necks, and the way they were kneeling and crawling. It was unbelievable. Xie Yanran, Yan Nan, and their group looked like proper ladies of noble upbringing. Who would have thought they acted like this in private? No matter how hard Wang Ting tried, he could never have imagined they played this excessively. Xie Yanran's face darkened. "I asked you what you were doing." This was the first time Wang Ting had heard Xie Yanran speak to him in such a dark, harsh tone. Normally, he would have cowered in fear long ago, but right now, bombarded by various emotions, he could not care less about her attitude. After his initial shock, the biggest thought in his mind, surprisingly, was not how his fiancée Xie Yanran had betrayed him, but rather, given the atmosphere in this private room, what was Jiang Heng's position in all this? Thinking of the ever-present coldness and condescending aloofness I always carried myself with, Wang Ting surprisingly felt a bizarre sense of vindictive pleasure. He did not even answer Xie Yanran, and headed straight for where Li Heng was hiding. Xie Yanran instinctively blocked him, scolding him in a low voice. "Wang Ting, have you had enough of this nonsense?" Wang Ting shoved her aside. Compared to whatever Xie Yanran was doing, right now he wanted nothing more than to see Jiang Heng's wretched state with his own eyes. Caught off guard by his sudden madness, Xie Yanran was completely ignored by him, and was forcefully shoved aside. Meanwhile, Wang Ting had already swiftly and decisively torn away the clothes covering Li Heng. He sneered coldly. "So your day has come. Wait, who are you? You finally got what is." Upon seeing Li Heng's face clearly, his expression went completely blank in that instant. He cried out in disbelief. Li Heng's face and body were covered in unidentifiable fluids and various marks. As for what he had been doing earlier, the evidence was undeniably conclusive. Knowing he could not talk his way out of it, and having just gathered that this man had a deep relationship with Xie Yanran, although he did not understand why Wang Ting looked ready to tear him apart one second, and utterly shocked the next. He did not want to confront Wang Ting directly, so he quickly propped himself up, scrambled to his feet, and hid behind Yan Nan. "Sister Yan, save me." Yan Nan instinctively pulled Li Heng into her embrace. She was also quite furious about today's farce, but with Xie Yanran here, she had to show some respect for her friend's sake. So she forcibly suppressed her anger, and looked at Xie Yanran in an awkward position. "Look at this." The implication being, deal with your own man yourself. Wang Ting still could not believe that this man actually was not Jiang Heng. He reached out and grabbed Li Heng's hair, ignoring Li Heng's miserable cry of pain, and stared intently at his face. It really was not him. Wang Ting felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His face changed drastically. "You're not Jiang Heng. Where is Jiang Heng?" Xie Yanran's face also changed. "What Jiang Heng? What does this have to do with Jiang Heng?" "Wang Ting, did you come here looking for Jiang Heng?" Xie Yanran was a smart person. Connecting the dots, she figured out most of it in a flash. "You went through my phone." If Xie Yanran's anger was originally at a 7, it now instantly surged past a 12. Wang Ting still wanted to lunge at Li Heng, but Yan Nan had already pulled Li Heng several steps back. Seeing Wang Ting being so relentless, and acting like a madman, whatever patience Yan Nan had for Xie Yanran's sake was completely exhausted. She made Li Heng hide behind her, and mocked verbally. "Wang Ting, if you keep being so inappropriate, keep in mind that as Sister Xie's friend, I am still completely naked right now. Are not you afraid of touching something you should not?" Saying that, she provocatively swayed forward a couple of times. Only then did Wang Ting suddenly realize the environment he was in. His pale face instantly flushed beet red. He did not dare step forward anymore. With Yan Nan saying that, Xie Yanran lost every last shred of her dignity and face. Why would she be willing to listen to him speak any further? In a fit of rage, she pointed straight at the door and yelled at Wang Teng. Inside the lavishly decorated private rooms of Zhongling Spring, Wang Teng and Xie Yanran were currently locked in a bitter dispute, intent on turning everything upside down over me, creating a storm of dramatic proportions. Meanwhile, back at the quiet and secure hotel in Rueli, I had just pushed aside my bowls and chopsticks. Having finished a rather satisfying dinner, I then called for the hotel staff to come up to the suite and clear away the dishes and tidy up the room, taking the opportunity to casually see Neu and Xie Rian out. Xie Rian walked a bit slower than the others, lingering slightly behind. She stood near the doorway, pausing to turn her head back and speak to me directly. "The way you dress today is very unique," she said softly. "It looks really good on you." Her compliment suddenly brought to mind a popular internet meme I had seen recently, so I decided to tease her a little, my tone mischievous. "Does that imply I do not look good on an ordinary day?" To my surprise, Xie Rian did not offer a quick, reflexive denial. Instead, she genuinely paused to think for a moment before answering with complete, earnest sincerity. "You have always looked good," she stated firmly. "It is just that every time you wear something, you manage to endow these clothes with an entirely new, elevated sense of aesthetic beauty." Standing there in the transitional space between the bright hallway and the shadowed room, the half-light played across her features. Her facial features were exceptionally exquisite and finely drawn, and her overall aura was one of aristocratic nobility mixed with a cold, serious detachment. Yet at this moment, her gaze was clear, warm, and carried a subtle, genuine smile, acting as if she did not find her high praise to be the least bit exaggerated or overly flattering. Perhaps it was exactly because she was so incredibly candid and sincere that I, someone who was deeply accustomed to hiding my true thoughts and wearing masks, actually found myself momentarily choked up and caught off guard. I quickly regained my composure, giving a calm and steady hum of acknowledgement. "Thank you for the compliment." Xie Rian then shifted the topic, asking, "Are you all planning to stay and play around here for another 2 days? I have to return to the imperial capital tomorrow morning. After all, it has not been long since I made my official public reappearance, and the Xie family still has a massive mountain of affairs and chaotic issues waiting for me to handle." Being able to split my time to make this sudden trip to Rueli was already me squeezing out time from an impossibly packed schedule. "I am not entirely sure myself," I replied honestly. "It depends on what arrangements Miao Zhuzhu has planned, though we probably won't be staying for many more days either. Niu and I originally came here tagging along with the Miao family's delegation, so naturally, it would not be appropriate or polite for us to just leave on our own without them." Xie Rian raised a hand in a brief wave of understanding. "Then once you have your itinerary finalized, send it over to C11. I will have him drive to the airport to pick you up when you land." I nodded in agreement. "But that works." Miao Rong and the members of the inspection team needed to quickly resume their schedule of purchasing jade rough stones, while I still had an obligation to go to the police station to provide an official statement regarding the incident. Yesterday, in the immediate, chaotic aftermath of the hostage situation, the police had not had the time to question me properly, as they were completely overwhelmed with securing the scene, arresting the suspects, and handling the terrified hostages. But the very next day, as soon as they managed to free up some manpower, they came knocking on my hotel door bright and early in the morning. After I opened the door to let them in, I saw that they were not standing on ceremony either, and they got straight to the point, asking directly, "Would you prefer to talk here in the hotel? Or should we head back to the police station for the interview?" The SWAT team captain I had met the previous day gave a slight, polite smile, and said in a very amiable tone, "We really do not want to trouble Mr. Jiang by making you run all the way down to the station. If it is convenient for you, we can just have our conversation right here." The fact that he could address me by my surname so directly and confidently made it clear to me that before they even came to see me today, they had already conducted a preliminary background check and possessed a solid understanding of my basic information. "It is perfectly convenient," I replied. I took a step back, gesturing for them to enter the room. The accommodations booked by the Miao family were all spacious suites. The hotel room featured a comfortably sized, well-furnished miniature living room, so hosting 3 guests for a meeting was absolutely no problem at all. Accompanying the SWAT captain were 2 other officers, one noticeably tall and the other quite short. The tall one appeared quite young, probably fresh out of the academy, and the moment he stepped into the room, he habitually and sharply scanned the entire layout of the space out of ingrained vigilance. The shorter officer, however, seemed like a seasoned veteran. He merely took a natural, sweeping glance at the suite's floor plan, before calmly retracting his gaze. I knew full well that they had not come here with the mood to sit back and sip hot tea. So I went to the mini fridge and simply handed each of them a cold canned beverage. "Do you need to conduct a sweep or inspection of my room?" I offered casually. "If it is required for your standard operating procedures, I really do not mind at all." I could clearly tell that, with the exception of the captain, the other two officers were highly alert and deeply suspicious of me. The captain offered another slight, reassuring smile. "There's no need for that. Our primary purpose here today is to formally express our gratitude to Mr. Chung, and to casually ask a few questions about the situation while we are at it." He took out a business card and placed it onto the glass coffee table, gently sliding it across the surface towards me. "My surname is Liu, written with the double mouth character. I am the lead investigator temporarily stationed in Rueli to handle major criminal cases." So, it turned out he was not actually a local Rueli police officer at all. He was a specialist brought in specifically to hunt down high-profile fugitives. I raised a single eyebrow in mild surprise, accepted the business card, but did not immediately rush to scrutinize the details on it. Instead, I casually set it aside on the table. I could see right through him. This Captain Liu was clearly a very cautious man with excellent composure, someone who could hold his breath. He seemingly wanted to progress step by step, feeling out the situation gradually. But I did not want to waste time playing games with him. So I cut straight to the chase and asked the core question. "Have you caught Wu yet?" The expressions on both the tall and the short officer instantly changed drastically. They both snapped their heads to stare at me intensely, their eyes wide. Captain Liu, however, remained completely calm, simply shaking his head slowly. He replied with a tone of heavy regret. "We have not caught her yet. We are currently in active pursuit." I felt a sudden, unexpected jolt of annoyance. But then I quickly let the feeling go, relaxing my posture. I figured I would just have my own people keep an eye on her movements later. She caused me to get involved in a violent physical altercation for absolutely no reason. And now she thought she could just escape scot-free. Where in the world do such easy things exist? Captain Liu then added a crucial piece of information. However, despite all her scheming and meticulous planning, we successfully intercepted the items she was so desperate to get her hands on. It was all thanks to the timely warning I had provided during the hostage crisis. That they realized the auction hijacking was a diversion and noticed the secondary incident unfolding elsewhere, allowing them to swiftly redeploy their police forces in time. If I had not stepped in to subdue the heavily armed mercenaries, saved the terrified hostages, and passed on that critical piece of intelligence to the SWAT team, they would have almost certainly missed Wu's accomplices completely. Captain Liu maintained a very polite and respectful demeanor, expressing his profound gratitude for my crucial tip-off. However, he then paused slightly, his tone shifting into an investigative mode, asking where exactly I had managed to obtain such highly classified information. The two officers sitting beside him stared at me unblinkingly, their gazes intense and scrutinizing. It felt as if they were trying to observe the exact frequency of every single flutter of my eyelashes, to detect any sign of deception. I had, of course, already prepared a perfectly plausible cover story long in advance. The whole thing was purely a coincidence. I began smoothly. At the time, the auction had not officially commenced yet, according to the narrative I meticulously spun for them. Before the event started, I had accidentally dropped an expensive cufflink, and was wandering all over the venue searching for it, when the armed thugs suddenly stormed the hall. I just so happened to be crouched down near a stack of massive audio equipment, which perfectly placed me in the mercenaries' blind spot. Later on, one of the thugs happened to be standing quite close to me while using his radio to communicate with the others. The conversation I recounted was carefully constructed to sound believable. They mentioned something about flour or powder. I honestly did not understand what they meant at first either. I deliberately mimicked NAEU's typical clueless reaction from that day, making my performance seem exceptionally authentic and grounded in reality. But after thinking it over for a bit, I started to form a few vague guesses about what might be going on. As for how I, a seemingly ordinary wealthy young man, managed to take down hardened mercenaries, my explanation was equally smooth. Well, you know how it is. Nowadays, young people like me love going abroad for extreme hobbies, playing around with firearms at shooting ranges, participating in equestrian events, and taking up various martial arts for self-defense. To tell you the truth, my actual skills are just average. The main reason I succeeded was simply the element of total surprise. And taking advantage of the fact that they completely underestimated me initially, I could not help but wonder if those highly cautious, fully committed mercenaries would cry tears of frustration if they could hear my dismissive explanation now. I put on an expression of sheer, lingering terror mixed with relief, playing the part of a lucky survivor perfectly. Thinking back on it now, in hindsight, I am terrified out of my wits myself. I really was just incredibly lucky. Captain Liu and his men remained silent. The three of them stared fixedly at the young man claiming to be terrified out of his wits. He sat there looking exceptionally handsome, radiating a calm, vibrant energy. He truly did not look the least bit frightened. However, my carefully constructed narrative was logically sound and flawless. Furthermore, it perfectly corroborated the statements given by the other terrified witnesses at the scene. Captain Liu then feigned curiosity, asking several more probing questions, all of which I answered seamlessly, leaving absolutely no loopholes for them to exploit. At this point, the three officers found themselves with nothing left to interrogate me about. Realizing he was not going to extract any new, actionable intelligence from me, Captain Liu had no choice but to express his thanks once more, stand up, and formally take his leave. I courteously escorted them downstairs to the lobby. As we walked through the hotel lobby, however, I unexpectedly spotted them again, the very same two couples that Neu, Miao Zhuju, and I had coincidentally overheard on the street a few days prior. Back then, the slightly built, bespectacled man had seemingly pieced together the recent reports of minor local incidents in Rueli, and acutely sensed that the city was currently unsafe and brewing with trouble. He had earnestly tried to persuade his girlfriend and the other couple to cut their trip short and head back early, but the other three had been stubbornly dead set against leaving. His girlfriend had pleaded with him in a soft voice, even resorting to whining and acting spoiled, eventually wearing him down and convincing him to stay together with them, so they could all attend the Jade Rough Stone auction. I cast a brief glance in their direction, and noticed that the man from the other couple traveling with them now had his arm entirely encased in a thick plaster cast, the cause unknown. It seemed highly probable that during the terrifying chaos at the auction venue, he had sustained a significant injury in the stampede. I subtly shook my head, secretly admiring the bespectacled man. He clearly did not possess any special, insider intelligence channels, yet he had managed to deduce the underlying danger solely from subtle clues and public news. His mind was undeniably sharp and observant. It was just a pity that the people closest to him completely disregarded and dismissed his accurate judgment. On the contrary, I was the one who had benefited from his insight. If I had not overheard his concerns that day, I would not have specifically asked Q to look into the situation, and thus would not have been alerted to the news regarding Wu's presence in the area. After Captain Liu and his two subordinates climbed into their unmarked official vehicle, they watched me walk back into the hotel through the dark, privacy-tinted windows. The tall officer furrowed his brow deeply and asked Captain Liu, "Do you think his story just now is credible?" Captain Liu slowly shook his head side to side. "I would say about 70 to 80% of it." 70 to 80% credible, the tall officer chimed in, thinking back on the interview, and added thoughtfully. Looking at him when he spoke, his gaze was clear and steady, and his body language was completely natural and relaxed. I almost believed every word he said was the absolute truth, even though it relied heavily on coincidence. It is impossible to poke any logical holes in his story. Captain Liu, however, continued to shake his head slowly. What I meant was, 70 to 80% of what he just told us was a complete fabrication. 70 to 80% lies. The tall officer was thoroughly shocked. Captain Liu let out a wry, helpless laugh. While it is true that incredible coincidences do happen in this world, do not you think that this particular string of just so happened events is taking it a bit too far to be believable? He just happened to overhear the mercenaries' secret plan. He just happened to possess the skills to single-handedly wipe out a squad of heavily armed terrorists. The first part is difficult to swallow, but perhaps barely acceptable. But the latter part, that level of combat proficiency being written off as coincidence and luck, do you really buy that? Think about it rationally. He was completely alone, actively protecting a massive crowd of hostages. Yet he directly and flawlessly neutralized four heavily armed, combat-trained mercenaries, all over 1.9 meters tall. Someone with that kind of terrifying psychological fortitude and lethal capability. Do you honestly believe that when facing us, He would not even know how to construct a convincing lie. But the tall officer hesitated, struggling to process this. If it was not a series of lucky coincidences, then it is even more incomprehensible. He looks far too young and far too refined and handsome for that. If it was not luck, how on earth did he actually pull it off? Captain Lu fell silent for a long moment. His gaze dropped downward, as if he were carefully weighing the most appropriate words to use. Finally, he let out a heavy sigh. Perhaps the old saying is true, there truly are hidden masters walking among the common people. At that moment, the short officer suddenly spoke up, voicing a dark suspicion. Could he actually be secretly affiliated with Wu? Impossible. Captain Lu rejected the idea categorically and instantly. He does not strike me as a stupid man. If he were truly working with Wu, there would be absolutely no reason for him to tip us off, allowing us to pursue the investigation further and intercept the goods, while simultaneously exposing himself to our scrutiny. The short officer pondered this logic for a moment, then nodded in agreement. That makes perfect sense. However, should not we still run a deep background check on him just to be safe? Or perhaps just assign a team to keep him under surveillance for a while? A cold, sharp smile touched the corners of Captain Lu's mouth. Did neither of you notice? From the very second we arrived at this hotel, we have been under constant, intense surveillance ourselves. The tall officer violently grabbed the back of the seat in front of him, highly alarmed, frantically scanning his surroundings through the rearview mirror, desperately trying to spot who was tailing them. The short officer asked, his voice tight with vigilance. Could it be Wu's people? Does she still have undiscovered accomplices lurking around? Relax, do not panic, Captain Lu said, calming his men down. It is highly unlikely to be Wu's people. It is almost certainly the personal security detail belonging to that Mr. Zhang. Bodyguards. Both subordinates were stunned. But if they are his personal bodyguards, why would not they follow him inside the hotel to protect him closely? Why are they lurking outside playing tail? Captain Lu fell into deep thought for a while, before speaking slowly. Do you think ordinary run-of-the-mill private security would employ this kind of highly covert, aggressive surveillance style? This kind of tactical posture? It feels much more like the standard operating procedure of elite military special forces. His voice dropped even lower, as if sinking into a morass of deeper uncertainty and hesitation. The true background and origins of this Mr. Zhang, I fear they are far more complex than they appear. The information we have the clearance to dig up on him might be extremely limited and sanitized. The short officer looked thoughtful, and suddenly offered a suggestion. Captain, did not you mention having a very well-connected friend working inside WAS? WAS's intelligence gathering department is supposedly the most formidable in the world. Why do not you try reaching out and asking him to look into it? The tall officer, however, pursed his lips dismissively. Is that really necessary? Even if he does possess some impressive combat skills, at the end of the day, he is just an unusually handsome young civilian. There is no justifiable reason to mobilize such massive, high-level intelligence resources. Captain Lu remained deep in thought for a long time. Finally, he gave a decisive nod. But I will contact him tonight when I get back to base and ask. In truth, the only reason they had managed to catch any trace of Wu's operation this time was entirely due to the favors called in by Captain Lu through his WAS contact. Although he harbored deep suspicions about my true identity, he was not a man to leave any stone unturned or ignore any potential lead. That very night, Captain Lu reached out to his contact at WAS. To his surprise, after hearing his request, his friend did not immediately hang up the phone. Instead, he agreed to help with unexpected readiness. Sure thing, I can run a trace on the Wu situation for you. I will allocate a bit more manpower to your case. With our help, you should definitely be able to nail her this time. You are actually willing to help me actively track and locate Wu. Captain Lu was simultaneously shocked and overjoyed by the offer. His friend replied, well, while I was running a routine sweep earlier, my queries triggered flags and I got noticed by the higher-ups monitoring the internal network. The higher-ups contacted me directly and demanded to know who requested the intelligence. They explicitly stated they were willing to provide active tracking assistance. I told them it was for you, and they asked if you had received some sort of classified orders from above to infiltrate the operation. A wave of joy washed over Captain Lu, but it was immediately followed by an even deeper, more profound confusion. He naturally possessed absolutely zero connection, or deep ties to the upper echelons of WAS command. Could this really be yet another bizarre coincidence? Regarding that Mr. Zhang you asked me to look into. His friend paused noticeably, And when he spoke again, his tone had become incredibly grave and cautious. His friend held an extremely high security clearance, one of the highest levels attainable within the WAS hierarchy. Brother, when it comes to files classified at that level, my strongest advice to you is to stop digging immediately. It is far better for your own safety to maintain a respectful distance and stay entirely out of it. Captain Liu sat in stunned silence for a long time before finally uttering a low, solemn response. Understood. I read you loud and clear. Meanwhile, entirely unbeknownst to him, my personal assistant, Q, had long since notified the WAS Executive Board to provide a bit of casual assistance regarding Captain Liu's minor request to track the mercenary. While I was officially the nominal Supreme Commander of WAS, the day-to-day operations and management were almost entirely handled by Q. I did not care much for these trivial administrative matters, so I had simply tossed out a casual instruction. Just ignore him. After wrapping up my statement at the police station, I headed back to the hotel. As I arrived, I happened to run into Sierrian, who had come looking for me. The two of us sat down in the lounge and chatted for a while. The conversation was not particularly long or deep, but it was remarkably relaxed and comfortable. However, we had not been talking for very long before it was time for Sierrian to head to the airport for her flight back to Beijing. I insisted on personally seeing her off at the airport, staying to watch her retreating figure until she finally passed through the security checkpoint and disappeared from sight. Given that such a massive, violent incident had occurred at the auction, the ripple effects were substantial and widespread. The Miao family's meticulously planned schedule for purchasing rough stones had been completely thrown into disarray. Miao Rong had no choice but to lead his inspection team in search of alternative sourcing channels, leaving early in the morning and returning exhausted late at night, incredibly busy. For the next 2 days, I did not catch a single glimpse of any of them. As for Niu and Miao Zhuzhu, they had already explored numerous local spots over the past few days, and had purchased all the items they wanted. Having temporarily lost interest in looking at more rough stones, they pivoted their focus and began dragging me around to try every single highly rated restaurant recommended online. We ate 3 massive meals a day, never visiting the same place twice. They systematically worked their way down the internet's top-ranking food lists, looking incredibly blissful and deeply satisfied with their culinary adventure. And I, of course, was perfectly happy to tag along and sample the local delicacies. When we finally made our way to the 8th-ranked restaurant on the list, we unexpectedly bumped into a farewell dinner party, hosted by Feng Li, Chu Bo, and their entire entourage. The interior design of this particular restaurant was exceedingly elegant and tasteful. The seating areas were cleverly partitioned by climbing floral vines, miniature artificial mountains, and gently flowing water features, creating a series of private, secluded little worlds. As we strolled past their table, we did not pay them any special attention. But just as we walked by, I happened to overhear the man seated next to Feng Li raising his glass for a toast. He respectfully addressed Chu Bo, saying, "We are truly grateful for Elder Chu taking the time to make this trip. It has truly caused quite a stir and impressed everyone." Hearing this specific phrase, I subconsciously turned my head to glance in their direction. But that single glance changed everything. My line of sight fell perfectly upon the guest of honor, Chu Bo, who was seated at the head of the table, facing directly towards me. Chu Bo possessed a face that was truly unforgettable once seen, especially characterized by his perpetually stern, authoritative, and deeply composed expression. And this moment was no exception. It was blatantly obvious that he recognized me the instant our eyes met. He immediately raised a hand and called out to stop me. "Hold on a moment." Faced with this sudden, unexpected summons, I could not help but halt my steps, a flicker of mild confusion showing in my eyes. Beside me, Niu and Miao Zhuzhu exchanged alarmed glances, staring at each other in dismay. Their very first panicked thought was, did Chu Bo somehow recognize that I was the masked man who saved everyone at the auction that day? That is impossible, right? Chu Bo abruptly stood up from his chair. His sudden departure from the table caused everyone else seated there, including Feng Li, to look up in complete bewilderment. They immediately began asking in confusion, "Elder Chu, is something the matter?" He dismissively waved his hand at them, his tone calm yet carrying an undeniable, commanding authority. "I need to step out to meet someone. None of you need to follow me." With that declared, he walked away from the table and headed straight toward me alone. As Chu Bo drew closer, he was finally able to examine me clearly. For the past few days, I had been exclusively wearing very relaxed, casual styles. A stark contrast to the sharp, highly capable look I had sported during the auction. Chu Bo seemed slightly taken aback by the change. He furrowed his brow and muttered a soft sigh of surprise. I recall your style being quite different just a few days ago. Tell me, are all young people nowadays this remarkably changeable? However, it was clear he had not come over to critique my fashion choices. He quickly lowered his voice and asked pointedly, "What exactly is your relationship with Qianbao Pavilion?" The moment those words left his mouth, my eyes flickered slightly, betraying a hint of surprise. But my facial expression remained perfectly neutral and unreadable. He probably had absolutely no idea that the young man currently standing right in front of him was the living answer to the burning question in his mind. As it turned out, years ago, when Chu Bo was attending an exclusive overseas rough stone auction, he had crossed paths with an exceptionally brilliant young prodigy. This youth possessed a terrifyingly sharp eye for jade, and made his moves with absolute, ruthless decisiveness. He also vividly remembered that when he later found himself inadvertently entangled in a dangerous local financial dispute, this youth, acting out of a sense of shared heritage and camaraderie, had secretly sent someone to pass on a critical warning, effectively saving him. Although he had never seen his benefactor's face in person, he had heard his voice clearly, knowing for a fact that he was a young man. Later, after making numerous discreet inquiries through various channels, he finally discovered that his savior was none other than the elusive owner of Qianbao Pavilion. Rumors also heavily suggested that this owner was extraordinarily handsome, possessing an aura that set him apart from the crowd. Chu Bo had originally planned to travel to Bindu next year to formally visit the Qianbao Pavilion headquarters and pay his respects. He never expected that he would randomly run into a young man here who was equally youthful and possessed an incredibly similar, discerning eye. He had a nagging, growing suspicion that the person standing before him was remarkably similar to the brilliant youth etched into his memory. Miao Zhuzhu, standing just to the side, overheard Chu Bo's direct question, and froze instantly, rooted to the spot. Her gaze locked onto me, burning with intensity, and her voice could not hide her profound shock. "Jiang Heng, you actually have connections to Qianbao Pavilion." Chu Bo, however, was far too focused on me to even notice Miao Zhuzhu's stunned outburst. He pressed on. "The person I encountered abroad back then, was that you?" Knowing I could not hide it anymore, nor did I plan to, I gave a slight nod, and said candidly, "Indeed, I had the honor of attending the same auction as you, sir." Upon hearing this, Chu Bo revealed a profound smile. He nodded, and said, full of praise, "Just as I thought. With that discerning eye, and that demeanor, I felt even then that you were no ordinary person." I asked, "Are you the owner of Qianbao Pavilion?" Miao Zhuzhu's already stunned little face went completely slack with sheer disbelief. Her eyes widened to comical proportions, utterly unable to process the words her ears had just registered. The elusive owner of Qianbao Pavilion is actually the very same person she thought was just her switched at birth. Country bumpkin childhood friend, Jiang Heng. A massive, earth-shattering thunderbolt seemed to violently strike through Miao Zhuzhu's mind. As a direct descendant of the prominent Miao family, Miao Zhuzhu had naturally heard the thunderous reputation of Qianbao Pavilion since childhood. It was the absolute, undisputed leading titan of the entire jewelry and jade industry. The hegemonic dominance of its affiliated enterprises was practically unshakable. In its early years, when Qianbao Pavilion was just beginning to aggressively expand its business empire, its ferocious momentum had triggered a massive, coordinated boycott by numerous long-established, traditional brands. Those old brands, firmly grasping the established industry resources, had ruthlessly attempted to cut off Qianbao Pavilion's supply chains entirely, trying to force them to back down in the face of insurmountable difficulties. However, somehow, seemingly against all odds, Qianbao Pavilion managed to forge entirely new paths, establishing direct, robust connections with major suppliers in F Province and Pen Province. Not only did they successfully weather that existential crisis, but they even managed to stimulate the market, providing new cooperative opportunities for numerous smaller brands to thrive. At the time, the elders of the Miao family had solemnly assessed that the owner of Qianbao Pavilion was absolutely no ordinary individual. They concluded that his strategic maneuvering, as well as the depth of his connections and background, were unfathomably profound. From that pivotal moment onward, Qianbao Pavilion's dominant position only became increasingly entrenched. Backed by the colossal Qianshan Group, It had long since evolved into an immovable behemoth, a rival the Miao family could not shake, and an entity they could only look up to with a mix of awe and trepidation. But now Miao Zhuju was suddenly discovering that this Jiang Heng, who had been casually accompanying her, eating and drinking like a normal person, was actually the big boss of that towering mountain, casting a shadow over her own family's business. This is impossible, she screamed internally. Jiang Heng was the exact same age as she was. How old could he possibly be right now? She herself had not even officially entered her family's business to start working properly. Yet he already held the reins of an entire, massive corporate group. Miao Zhuju felt a loud, continuous buzzing in her ears. Had not everyone said that because Jiang Heng was switched at birth, he had spent the first 10+ years of his life growing up in a remote mountain village in the southwest, was not the exact reason the Wang family abandoned him, because he was completely ignorant of the imperial capital, possessing no connections and no social network whatsoever, leading them to choose Wang Ting, whom they had raised from childhood, instead. What the hell? Were these all just meticulously crafted, blindingly deceptive illusions? Miao Zhuju weakly tugged at Nieu's sleeve, her face looking utterly drained. You knew all along. No wonder. No wonder over the past few days, Nieu had shown such unwavering, blind confidence in Jiang Heng. Whenever it came to stone gambling, if even the owner of Qianbao Pavilion could not be trusted on the subject, then there was truly no one left in this world to trust. Nieu quickly explained in a hushed, apologetic whisper. I actually have not known for that long myself. My reaction back then was pretty much exactly the same as yours right now. Hearing this, Miao Zhuju felt marginally comforted. However, as she thought about it further, remembering that her initial, earnest intention in bringing Jiang Heng here was supposedly to broaden his horizons and show him the world, she felt so mortified she wanted the ground to open up and swallow her whole. Mindful of the fact that Chu Bo was still standing right beside them, she did not dare speak too loudly, so she let out a pathetic, breathy sigh. After all this fuss, it turns out the biggest clown was me all along. You offered a goofy, comforting smile. Try to look on the bright side. You are the second person in our entire school to know this massive secret. Bizarrely enough, Miao Zhuju actually felt somewhat consoled by this logic. That is true, I suppose. The biggest clowns in all of this are definitely the Wang family. The two of them continued muttering and whispering to each other, keeping their voices low. Neither Chu Bo nor I paid them any mind. Chu Bo and I spent a few minutes fondly reminiscing about the scene at that overseas rough stone auction we had both attended years ago. Then, we naturally shifted the conversation to the terrifying incident that had occurred a couple of days prior. Although Chu Bo was exceptionally sharp and perceptive, he genuinely had not recognized that I was the young man who had swooped in to save everyone at the venue. While I was inside the hall engaged in a deadly firefight, Chu Bo had already been taken outside as a hostage to stall the police. By the time I broke out and neutralized the remaining thug at the entrance, he was instantly swarmed and ushered away by the responding officers. He had not even gotten a clear enough look to tell if his savior was male or female. It was only afterward, listening to the buzzing gossip of the crowd, that he learned it was a masked, incredibly cool and capable young man. And my outfit today, no matter how you looked at it, was a far cry from cool and capable tactical. Completely unaware, Chu Bo even sighed emotionally to me. Truly, heroes emerge from the youth. First, there is you, leading the Qianshang group at such a remarkably young age, and developing it to its current towering heights. And now, there is that brave young lad who single-handedly fought terrorists to save lives. He was entirely, blissfully oblivious to the fact that these two individuals were, in fact, the exact same person. My expression remained perfectly neutral and unchanged. After listening to his praise for a few moments, I smoothly steered the topic away. I had heard that Elder Chu has been focusing on resting and recuperating these past 2 years, rarely leaving Shangjiang. I never expected a mere private auction would be enough to draw you all the way here. Hearing my prompt, Chu Bo inevitably thought of Feng Li, whose behavior he found somewhat peculiar. He furrowed his brow slightly and spoke bluntly. To be perfectly honest, I really did not want to come. But that Feng Li, I noticed the two of you seem to be acquainted. She specifically begged a good friend of mine to invite me. I owed my friend a significant favor, and found it too difficult to refuse. That is the only reason I made the trip. I certainly did not expect to get caught up in such a terrifying ordeal, I replied, my tone carefully neutral. So that is how it is. Miss Feng and I are not exactly what you would call acquainted. We have merely crossed paths once. Even though it was technically a one-sided crossing of paths on Feng Li's part, it served as an adequate enough excuse for the current conversation. However, from what I understand, Miss Feng's family business does not involve any ventures related to the jade or jewelry sectors. I wonder why she would suddenly show such intense interest in a private jade auction. I asked, my tone laced with genuine curiosity. Chu Bo replied. She claimed that an elder in her family has a significant birthday coming up soon. She said she came specifically to personally select top-quality jade and design a custom piece as a gift. He had taken quite a liking to me as a junior, and combined with his usual blunt, straightforward nature, he added without hesitation. However, based on my observations, she is mostly just putting on a show for her family, using me as a convenient front to lend legitimacy to her trip. She does not seem to have any genuine intention of searching for jade. Her mind has not been focused on examining the rough stones for a single day she has been here. Even though Feng Li appeared exceptionally refined, gentle, and elegant, with flawless manners and etiquette that offered no room for criticism, Chu Bo could not help but feel annoyed. Seeing her go to such extraordinary lengths to invite him all the way here, only to show zero genuine interest in appraising jade, naturally bred dissatisfaction in the old master. I fell into deep, calculating thought. It was abundantly clear, Chu Bo never anticipated, that his prestigious name, aside from serving as a golden standard in the jade world, could be exploited for entirely different, darker purposes. For instance, the presence of the financial secretary, who had followed him here out of sheer admiration, or the attendance of several other billionaires and high-profile tycoons. Even while being relentlessly hunted by Interpol, Wu had stubbornly insisted on coming here in person to retrieve her goods. This clearly indicated that the shipment in question was of paramount, critical importance. To ensure absolute success and zero margin for error, Wu had meticulously orchestrated this entire massive incident. She had deployed her forces in a three-pronged attack, with the explicit objective of scattering and diverting the attention of all law enforcement. The sudden, shocking appearance of heavily armed terrorists at a private auction, resulting in the terrifying hostage situation involving over 200 people, was undoubtedly a crucial, central pillar of her grand diversionary plan. But the fact that the hostages included extremely high-profile figures from Xiangjiang, was this merely a fortunate coincidence, or a deliberately calculated part of the design? One had to consider, if Chu Bo and the other VIPs were harmed or killed in a crossfire, the potential for sparking severe, international political fallout was immense. This terrifying possibility would force the police to act with extreme caution and hesitation, thereby drawing in and tying down even more specialized law enforcement resources. And the sole reason Chu Bo had appeared in Rueli at this exact, critical juncture, was entirely due to Feng Li's persistent invitation. This Miss Feng, who appeared so incredibly gentle, elegant, and the absolute epitome of a refined, noble lady. What role did she truly play in this horrifying incident? Was her involvement a mere, tragic coincidence? Or was she a key player in a deeply sinister, meticulously calculated plot? On the surface, she appeared to be nothing more than a wealthy heiress who had traveled from afar, only to become an innocent, unlucky victim caught in the crossfire. But was the truth truly as innocent as it appeared on the surface? I formally bid my farewells to Chu Bo, promising that if the opportunity arose, I would certainly visit him in Xiangjiang. I watched him walk back behind the artificial mountains and floral vines to rejoin his dinner party. Before turning away, I cast a brief, lingering glance at Feng Li, who was seated at the same table, right next to Chu Bo's empty chair. My eyelashes lowered slightly, concealing my thoughts. Never mind. This was, after all, merely my own personal, unverified speculation, without any hard evidence. Voicing these suspicions would serve absolutely no purpose. In any case, once Wu was finally apprehended and brought to justice, regardless of whether this Miss Feng was involved in the conspiracy or not, the matter would definitively end there. After taking my leave from Chu Bo, Neu, Miao Zhuzhu, and I returned to our own table. Although Miao Zhuzhu was still deeply shaken by the revelation, she surprisingly did not bombard me with an endless stream of questions. You asked her, looking puzzled, "Why do I get the feeling you accepted this mind-blowing news a bit too quickly?" Miao Zhuzhu pondered seriously for a moment. Probably. She began slowly, because of Jiang Heng's face. What on earth does this have to do with Jiang Heng's face? Niu was completely baffled. He looks so incredibly, devastatingly outstanding, she explained matter-of-factly. So what if he casually went and founded the Qianshan group? Is it really that hard to accept? NEU was rendered utterly speechless. Bizarrely, he even found her logic somewhat compelling. He thought about it for a second, then smiled and said, "But if you really think about it, regardless of whether Jiang Heng is a massive corporate titan or not, he is still our friend. So, his status really is not all that important." Miao Zhuzhu put on a look of utmost seriousness. "Actually, I would say it is still a little bit important." Yu looked at her strangely. "How so?" Miao Zhuzhu stated with absolute, righteous conviction. "It directly impacts who is paying the bill for all our meals these next few days." Miao Zhuzhu proudly lifted her chin, grinning mischievously as she declared, "In honor of celebrating Jiang Heng's phenomenal entrepreneurial success, should not Jiang Heng treat us to a massive feast? I must be the first person in history who is asked to treat people to a celebratory meal years after their entrepreneurial success." I laughed, genuinely amused. "No problem at all. I will cover every single expense for the rest of our trip." Miao Zhuzhu looked incredibly smug and delighted. Other people bragging about being sugar babies for handsome guys is nothing. I am officially being kept by a devastatingly handsome billionaire. NEU was utterly defeated by her shamelessness. "The sheer thickness of your skin is truly unparalleled in human history." Miao Zhuzhu rolled her eyes dramatically at NEU. "If you have got so much pride, then do not eat a single bite of the food he pays for." NEU instantly clamped his mouth shut, and immediately made a gesture of total surrender. However, over the course of the next few days, NIEU was truly introduced to Miao Zhuzhu's terrifying, hidden talent, acting. Whenever we went to a restaurant to order our meals, Miao Zhuzhu would suddenly cling to my arm tightly. She would rest her head heavily against my shoulder, rubbing against me like a spoiled cat. "Jiang Heng," she would whine in a cloyingly sweet voice. "I do not like eating stuff with soupy whoopee broth in it. I do not want to eat it, I do not wanna." My eye twitched violently, but before I could even get a word of reprimand out, Miao Zhuzhu ruthlessly cut me off. "Am I not your precious little baby anymore? That is certainly not what you were whispering to me in bed last night." "What?" She fake sobbed. "When you first decided to keep me as your sugar baby, you agreed to my every whim. Is this how it is? Now that you have got me, you do not cherish me anymore?" The poor waiter's eyes were practically spinning with dizzying question marks. He was simultaneously dumbfounded by the explosive, scandalous gossip he was suddenly privy to, and having an existential crisis trying to logically process Miao Zhuzhu's absurd complaints. He weakly interjected to finish the sentence I had not been able to say, "But this is a hot pot restaurant. After I paid the bill, I discreetly slipped him a generous amount of cash on the side. "This is your tip," I murmured sympathetically. "I am so sorry for what you had to witness." Later, when we went to a high-end mall to purchase souvenirs, to bring back for our friends and family in the capital, the moment a sales associate approached us, Miao Zhuzhu once again threw herself dramatically into my embrace. She fake cried with pathetic little whimpers. "You are absolutely forbidden from speaking to any other women. You can't even speak to anyone with hair." In the end, the utterly terrified sales associates had to urgently summon a colleague from the neighboring boutique who knew sign language, just to safely process our credit card transaction. Miao Zhuzhu was completely addicted to her theatrical performances. Whenever outsiders were present, she would automatically seamlessly slip into the role of the spoiled, kept female college student. Every day, enduring the deeply weird, judgmental stares of everyone around us, NU did not even dare to lift his head in public. He wished desperately he could just cover his face and sprint away. The only silver lining he could find was that we were in Rueli, a city where he was a complete stranger. Even if he lost every ounce of his dignity, no one he knew would see it. At the same time, he developed a profound, almost reverent admiration for my ability to perfectly accommodate Miao Zhuzhu's chaotic theatrics without so much as a change in expression. He was truly thoroughly impressed. When the day finally arrived for us to depart from Rueli, as NIEU settled into his seat on the Miao family's private jet, he let out a massive, heartfelt sigh of profound relief. "I swear to God, I am never, ever coming back to this city for the rest of my life." Miao Zhuzhu, on the other hand, had had the absolute time of her life these past few days. "Why would not you want to come back?" she asked brightly. "I think this city is incredibly fun and interesting." I merely nodded in agreement, clearly enabling her behavior, and you let out a hollow, defeated laugh. He thought to himself, "It is precisely because you find it fun that I am terrified to ever return." The return flight was the same 3+ hours. We departed in the morning, had a pleasant lunch served on the plane, and touched down in the imperial capital in the afternoon. Miao Zhuzhu agreed to meet Niu and me back at school, then hopped into the waiting Miao family car and departed. As for Niu and myself, we got into the car driven by Xia 11. Xia 11 first drove Niu back to the Nie family residence. Since Xia Huili was not home, I did not bother getting out of the car. I simply handed the gifts I had purchased for Xia Huili to Niu, asking him to pass them along to her on my behalf. Only then did Xia 11 finally drive me towards Bitao Courtyard. Xia Shi's personality was remarkably steady, observant, and reliable. Seeing that I had just endured a several-hour flight, he correctly assumed I must be quite fatigued. Therefore, he refrained from initiating any unnecessary conversation with me, and instead focused entirely on his driving, expertly keeping the vehicle's speed within the smoothest, most comfortable range possible. However, just as we were less than 10 kilometers away from Bitao Courtyard, Sierra 11 suddenly felt a violent shudder ripple through the car's body. It felt as if something had gone critically wrong mechanically. Before his conscious mind even fully processed what was happening, his honed instincts kicked in, and he immediately slammed on the brakes. I had been resting with my eyes closed. Feeling the car come to a sudden halt, I was mildly surprised. What happened? Sierra 11. I will step out and run a quick check, sir. A few minutes later, he climbed back into the driver's seat, looking at me with an expression of sheer bewilderment. There does not seem to be anything visibly wrong with the car, but it is completely stalled and won't start. He then held up his smartphone in frustration, and bizarrely enough, my phone is completely dead too. I distinctly remember checking it right before we departed the airport, and it had a nearly full charge. The vehicle inexplicably breaking down. A perfectly good phone suddenly dying. Why did this exact scenario feel so incredibly familiar? Before I could even voice my suspicions, a luxurious RV slowly pulled up and parked right behind us. A young woman stepped out tall, possessing an excellent figure, and wearing massive dark sunglasses that obscured most of her face. She confidently walked right up to the side of our disabled car, and lightly rapped her knuckles against Xiexi's window. Her voice was exceptionally light, melodic, and pleasing to the ear. Hey there, friend. Is something wrong with your car? Do you need any help? A profound sense of realization washed over me. I already knew exactly who this person was. As the old saying goes, do not repeat the same trick 3 times. This person was truly becoming far too arrogant and complacent to actually try and use the exact same, tired setup for a 3rd time. Previously, in a desperate bid to get close to Uncle Lou, she had orchestrated this exact same stunt. Then, to trap Director Doe and secure a role, she pulled the identical trick again. And now, running into me. What exactly was she planning to achieve? Xia 11, trained to be wary of strangers, was originally fully intending to politely decline her offer. However, he then heard my voice from the back seat instruct him calmly. Just play along with her. But her Xia 11 was deeply confused by my command, but he obeyed without hesitation, stepping out of the vehicle. Under the woman's excessively enthusiastic assistance, he borrowed her phone and placed a quick call to Bitao Courtyard. He requested they dispatch a new car to pick me up immediately, and also asked them to send a tow truck to deal with the stalled vehicle. When returning the borrowed phone, Xia 11 expressed his thanks with polite caution. Then, he hesitated slightly, looking closely at her. Strangely familiar to me, even though Lu Shui was wearing oversized sunglasses specifically designed to hide half her face. The bone structure of her face and her overall silhouette were simply far too distinctive and recognizable. Xiexi's reaction was entirely within Lu Shui's calculations. She smiled charmingly and gracefully removed the sunglasses. So you recognized me after all. I just happened to be passing by today on my way home. We must be quite fated to run into each other like this. Finally seeing her face clearly, Sierra 11 exclaimed in genuine surprise. You're Lu Shui. He was not shocked because he had met a massive celebrity. He was just incredibly surprised that someone of Lu Shui's status would be so utterly unpretentious, actually stepping out of her RV personally to offer assistance to a randomly stranded vehicle. Was not this a bit too remarkably down-to-earth and approachable for a top-tier star? Lu Shui casually hooked the sunglasses onto the neckline of her shirt. Without the dark lenses obscuring them, her beautiful, expressive eyes seemed to sparkle even more brightly. She cast a deliberately assessing glance at Xiexi's car. Feigning casual curiosity, she asked, Yes, I am. Is there someone else still inside your car? Sierra 11 was momentarily taken aback. He instinctively turned his head to look back into the vehicle. However, because the windows were heavily tinted, from the inside looking out, visibility was perfect. I was sitting right there in the back seat. I must have definitely seen Lu Shui clearly, and I had absolutely heard everything Lu Shui had just said. Yet, I remained seated, showing absolutely no intention of stepping out. It seemed as though I had absolutely no desire to meet Lu Shui face to face. This struck E1 as incredibly odd. Did not he distinctly remember that I was quite a fan of Lu Shui? That time previously, when I was riding back from the mall with E1, was not I watching Lu Shui's videos intently on my phone in the car? He had even helpfully relayed this information to the third miss, telling her that I liked Lu Shui, specifically so the third miss could cater to my preferences in the future. So why was I showing absolutely zero reaction now that the star was right outside? As E1 stood there hesitating, unsure of how to respond to her question, the rear door of the car suddenly clicked open. I slowly, leisurely stepped out of the vehicle. I took a slow, measuring look at Lu Shui, and spoke with a faint, unreadable half-smile on my lips. Is this the famous Miss Lu Shui? E1 saw everything transpire with absolute clarity. Before I stepped out of the car, Lu Shui had been facing E1 directly, her body angled sideways away from the direction of my door. But the very second the sound of my voice reached her ears, Lu Shui's expression underwent a terrifyingly drastic transformation. She whipped her head around violently, her eyes widening in profound shock, as if she had been physically struck by the sound of my voice. Jiangheng. E1 only heard Lu Shui let out a sharp gasp, a sound intricately laced with overwhelming joy and devastating sorrow. And then, before E1 could even blink, his vision blurred. By the time he blinked again, that top-tier, universally adored female celebrity had literally thrown herself at me. Not exactly into my embrace. Rather, she had dropped down and thrown her arms tightly around my legs. What on earth was going on? A stunning young woman, standing at least 1.7 meters tall, known for her flawless elegance and bearing, with those beautiful, expressive eyes, was currently clinging desperately to my legs, sobbing loudly and uncontrollably. Jiangheng, I finally found you. E1 was utterly petrified, frozen in disbelief. No matter how he tried to process the scene unfolding before him, it looked exactly like a toddler, rushing home after their very first day of kindergarten to desperately hug their father's legs. Or perhaps, it evoked the vivid image of a small, loyal kitten that had been waiting anxiously at home for a very long time, finally seeing its beloved owner return. He turned to look at me, his eyes wide with profound confusion and utter shock. I, too, seemed to be momentarily stunned into silence. To be perfectly honest, in that split second when Lu Shui lunged at me, my immediate, ingrained combat reflex was to brutally kick her away. However, for some inexplicable reason, when my gaze met Lu Shui's eyes brimming with genuine, desperate tears, something deep within my heart suddenly gave a strange throb, and my foot simply could not follow through with the kick. Who in their right mind could have ever anticipated that this person would actually cling to my legs and bawl her eyes out, the way she wept so heart-wrenchingly, with such absolute, devastating grief, left me feeling completely at a loss, unsure of what to do with my hands. I hesitated for a long moment, catching sight of the fact that the fabric of my trousers was already completely soaked through by her copious tears, almost as if possessed by some strange compulsion. I slowly raised my hand and gently patted the top of her head. I murmured softly, "Stop crying. What kind of scene are you making out here in the middle of the street?" Lu Shui violently sniffled, still refusing to let go of my legs. She stubbornly nuzzled her face deeper against the palm of my hand. I froze completely, watching this bizarre interaction unfold. Xiexi's expression became even more complicated and unreadable. As for myself, I suddenly felt an incredibly bizarre, powerful sense of familiarity wash over me. This specific action, this exact way of acting spoiled and seeking comfort, even this very scent. Why did it all feel so overwhelmingly familiar to me, like a memory hovering just out of reach? I steadied my breathing, gathered my scattered thoughts, and attempted to speak again. Lu Shui slowly tilted her head back, looking up at me through tear-filled eyes. Her eyes were brimming with tears. Her voice, choked with sobs, carried a profound sense of longing as she called out to me. Jiangheng, meeting her tear-streaked, reddened, and watery eyes, along with her obedient yet heartbroken expression. My mind plunged into utter chaos. A flash of light streaked across my consciousness. Fragments of memories flickered in and out of view. In an instant, my pupils contracted. It was as if I had grasped onto something, but it remained frustratingly blurred. Little 9. The name slipped out of my mouth before I could stop it. Hearing those words, Lu Shui let out a loud wail and cried even harder. She clung tightly to my legs, sobbing uncontrollably. I knew it. There is no way Jiang Heng could forget me. Jiang Heng, having a massive celebrity hugging my legs, covered in snot and tears. This scene should have been incredibly awkward. Yet, Sierra Levin found himself speechless. He actually started to feel a growing sense of melancholy. He did not know what kind of relationship Lu Shui and I had, nor did he know what little nine meant, but it was clear that Lu Shui's grief was genuine. In her crying, it seemed as though years of accumulated grievances and pain were pouring out, mixed with a sense of profound relief from finally being released from it all. I did not laugh either. A glint of emotion flashed across my eyes. I blinked, forcing that surge of feeling back down. I reached out and ruffled her hair again. Finally, I extended my hands to help her up, saying gently, "How old are you now? Why are you still hugging people like this? And still such a crybaby?" Lu Shui sniffled and hiccuped, clutching my sleeve, and said with immense grievance, "Jiang Heng, it is me." I replied softly. Lu Shui raised her reddened eyes to look at me, and softly repeated, "Jiang Heng, it is me." Lu Shui lowered her head, buried her face in my shoulder, and gently rubbed against it. She choked out, "Jiang Heng, I missed you so much." My Adam's apple bobbed slightly. I lifted my chin, and turned my face away to hide my momentarily misty eyes. I patted her on the back, and said in a low voice, "Dude." Lu Shui grabbed my hand and placed it on top of her head. Her voice was muffled as she said, "Pemi." I could not help but laugh. "How are you still exactly the same?" I casually stroked her head, coaxing her as if she were a child. "This is not the place to talk. Let us go somewhere else." Lu Shui answered in a tiny voice, but she still clung to my sleeve, refusing to let go, as if terrified that the moment she did, I would disappear again. Sierra Levin had watched the entire exchange, feeling that the intimacy between us was somewhat bizarre. Still, he diligently fulfilled his duty and asked, "Should we take Miss Lu's car back to Bitao Courtyard first?" But I nodded, and replied. Sierra Levin then looked toward Lu Shui, but Lu Shui did not spare Sierra Levin a single glance. Ever since I appeared, it was as if I was the only person left in her world. Sierra Levin was taken aback for a moment, then promptly held out the car keys. I glanced at Lu Shui, took the keys from her, and handed them to Sierra Levin. "You sit up front." The drive was very short. Sierra Levin drove from the front, while Lu Shui and I sat in the back. First, Lu Shui remained huddled beside me with a red nose, looking exactly like a wronged little animal. Sierra Levin secretly watched us through the rearview mirror, his brow furrowing deeper and deeper. No matter how he looked at it, he felt the atmosphere between us was indescribably weird. Honestly, he had been with me for so long, yet he had never seen me act this way toward anyone. Our relationship did not seem like friends, and it certainly did not look like family or lovers. What did it look like? Sierra Levin frowned in deep thought. It was not until Lu Shui and I stepped out of the car that he suddenly slapped his forehead. It looked like a master and their pet, just like how the old lady from the neighboring street walked. Her little Samoyed in the morning, that clingy, utterly dependent feeling a pet has for its owner. Sierra Levin had finally found the perfect description. He still found it unbelievable, shaking his head, in an attempt to clear his mind of these absurd thoughts. When we walked into the living room, Sierra Levin was sitting on the sofa, typing on her laptop. Looking up, she saw me walk in with Lu Shui. A distinct look of surprise flashed across her eyes. She sized Lu Shui up, her eyebrows raising slightly. I was not entirely sure how to introduce Lu Shui, so I said vaguely, "This is Lu Shui, an old friend I have not seen in a long time. I just ran into her today." Lu Shui. Sierra Levin repeated the name, a half-smile playing on her lips. "The celebrity Lu Shui, I presume." Her tone remained neutral, but I knew she clearly remembered that the last time I mentioned Lu Shui, I had acted as if I did not know her at all. I had even remarked that she seemed a bit strange. So how was it that in the blink of an eye, I was now claiming we were long-lost friends? I merely gave a general introduction. "This is Ruyan." At my prompting glance, Lu Shui reluctantly let go with own hand, as if terrified she was about to lose something precious. With a languid and unwilling demeanor, she shook Sierra Ruyan's hand. "Oh, I am Lu Shui." After speaking, she quickly withdrew her hand, and grabbed my sleeve again, as if declaring her territory. Sierra Ruyan maintained her polite smile, and asked me in a low voice, "Will Miss Lu be staying for dinner tonight? We might need to prepare in advance. The kitchen has currently only prepared dishes according to your tastes." Lu Shui's ears twitched, Only then did she cast a somewhat strained glance at Xiaoyan. Her expression was subtle, as if to say, "You know Jiang Heng's tastes. Who exactly are you?" I thought for a moment, and said, "Then prepare 2 extra meat dishes, preferably with more chicken. But I will go let Butler Yang know." Xiaoyan nodded. After agreeing, she cast another glance at Lu Shui. This time, her gaze carried a trace of probing and assessment. Clearly, she was full of suspicions regarding Lu Shui's identity, and the strange, intimate interaction between Lu Shui and me only left Xiaoyan even more bewildered. As their eyes met, invisible sparks instantly crackled in the air. The undercurrents surging beneath those smiles were completely lost on me, standing right beside them. I was completely oblivious to their mutual sizing up. After casually giving the instructions, I led Lu Shui upstairs. Once inside the study, I locked the door, shut the windows tightly, and drew the curtains. Still feeling uneasy, I even personally set up a protective barrier. Only then did I sigh and sit down in my chair. But it is safe now. Come on, let us start from the beginning. I had just sat down steadily when I heard a swish, and Lu Shui suddenly sprang up, pouncing right toward me. Lu Shui. The moment the words left my lips, my vision suddenly blurred. The young girl who had been lunging at me vanished without a trace. But the very next second, a little fox appeared in my arms. It was a snow-white fox, no bigger than a small puppy. Its tail was incredibly fluffy and soft, with a habitual, gentle flick of its tail tip. It wrapped securely around my wrist. Her adorable pointed ears twitched, and her bright, silver-like eyes were misty with tears. She blinked at me, carrying a mix of grievance and profound joy. The little fox opened her mouth and let out a few soft, sweet chirping sounds, like a proud little declaration of victory. That demeanor of hers, even though she had clearly mastered her human form, she was still genuinely acting spoiled like a tiny cub. In the cultivation world, the existence of foxes was the most unique among all spiritual creatures. As recorded in the notes of the Yue Hermitage, humans and objects are of different kinds. Foxes exist somewhere between humans and objects. The paths of the living and the netherworld differ. Foxes exist somewhere between the living and the netherworld. Immortals and demons walk different paths. Foxes exist somewhere between immortals and demons. Foxes are born with innate spiritual intelligence. They can communicate with both the yin and yang realms, and they can also cultivate the immortal path. They are one of the creatures easiest to achieve the Tao in all of creation. And in my past world, as the number one figure in the cultivation realm, I naturally forged an indissoluble bond with these spiritual beings, because the holy land I resided in was incredibly rich in spiritual energy. Spiritual creatures frequently gathered there. I never drove them away. As long as they were docile, did not harm people, and did not destroy things, I allowed them to come and go freely. Back then, I was taking a stroll in the garden one day, and happened to spot 2 large, snow-white foxes pressing their front paws together, bowing in reverence to the moon. This is an extremely ancient cultivation method for foxes. Just as described in Strange Tales from a Chinese studio, foxes would look up under the moonlight, gaze toward the horizon, and synchronize their breathing to absorb the spiritual essence. But the strange thing was, foxes typically worship the moon on the night of the 15th of the lunar month. Yet that day was the 9th day of the 9th lunar month, the Chongyang festival. The moon was still a crescent hook, definitely not the most ideal day for cultivation. I was curious, but I did not approach them. Instead, I took a detour to avoid them, wanting to give them some space. Who would have thought? The sound of me accidentally stepping on a dry twig startled the 2 foxes. They glanced back at me, then swiftly darted into the bushes and vanished. When I walked a bit closer, I unexpectedly discovered a little fox left behind in the brush. It was a fox cub barely larger than the palm of my hand, curled up into a fluffy little ball. Seeing me approach, the little fox shrank back in fear, all the fur on its body standing on end. I looked down at it. It seemed extremely weak, trembling uncontrollably while trying its hardest to maintain its stance without collapsing. What happened? I muttered softly. Those 2 big foxes ran away, and actually left this fragile little thing behind. Thinking the cub might be injured, I carefully crouched down, intending to pick it up and check on it. But the moment I reached out my hand, this little creature suddenly leaped up, but it jumped too forcefully, lost its balance in the air, and crashed right into my leg with a thud, sliding down to the ground. The little fox hit me pretty hard. Its soft paws weakly clawed at my trousers, as if trying to climb back up. But before I could even make another move, it passed out completely right at my feet. Was not this a blatant scam for sympathy? I did not know whether to laugh or cry. I looked down at its pitiful little state, then glanced up toward the direction the big foxes had fled. After hesitating for a moment, I picked the little thing up and took it back to my residence. From that day on, this little fox completely attached herself to me. As I raised her, I gave her a name. I called her Xiaoju Little 9. A fox met on the 9th day of the 9th month. The name suited her well. However, I never in a million years expected that after I left my original world, Xiaojiu would not only successfully master her human form, but even cross between worlds to find me. The little fox in my arms was still wrapping her tail around my wrist, chirping and squeaking coquettishly. Speaking of which, I was the one to blame for her cries. While reading ancient texts, I saw that since ancient times, foxes cultivating a human form had to first learn human speech. And to learn human speech, they first had to learn bird language. They even had to learn the bird languages from all across the lands. At the time, the little fox had already developed spiritual awareness, so I thought she needed to start learning these things. I brought back a parrot first, planning to swap it for other birds once she learned it. The little fox did not even understand her own fox language yet, so she just learned how to chirp GGG first. From then on, her cries sounded just like a little chick. Fortunately, fox cries are naturally delicate and cute anyway. If you did not listen closely, you would not find it too odd. I comforted Lu Shui for quite a while, before reaching out to rub the soft ears on top of her head. Stop clinging to me, Gut. We have serious matters to discuss. The little fox, that is, Lu Shui, looked up at me, her bright eyes filled with grievance. She gently nuzzled against my hand, clearly very reluctant, acting thoroughly spoiled. I could not do anything about her. I said, since you have already found me, we will have plenty of chances to see each other in the future. There is no need to be this clingy, is there? Saying that, I tried to lift her out of my lap. However, she would not budge an inch. Her two small paws firmly gripped my arm, and her big, fluffy tail coiled tightly around my wrist, as if she were terrified I would throw her away. Actually, I do not really know what happened either. The little fox finally spoke, sounding deeply wronged. Her voice was delicate and soft, trembling slightly. Everyone was setting up that array, right? There was so much light. I saw your shadow, master, and I wanted to rush over to you. But then that light hit me, and it hurt so much. I passed out from the pain. When I woke up again, I was in this world. She babbled on, waving her little paws, making a chaotic mess of gestures. Clearly, recalling that scene still left her with lingering fear. But, what shadow of her master? I was completely lost in a fog, unable to make sense of any of it. The little fox tilted her head up, looking at me with watery eyes, and explained somewhat anxiously. It was them. Those people in the cultivation world. They set up an array, saying they wanted to bring you back to life, master. So many people I did not know were there. They said they were people you had met when you were alive. They were all there, every single one of them. And then they made all this light appear. It hurt so much. I was stunned. They wanted to bring me back to life. My voice carried a mix of uncertainty and profound shock. Ever since I realized Lu Shui was Xiaojiu, I had been harboring many questions. Just me arriving in this world alone was already a bizarre enough experience. But now, even the fox I raised had followed me through space and time. And she even mentioned that the cultivation world tried to resurrect me. This was entirely beyond my expectations. I looked down and rubbed the little fox's snow-white, soft head, asking gently, tell me in detail, what exactly happened back then? Lu Shui earnestly raised her eyes, trying hard to remember. Her dark pupils were full of seriousness. Master, you came up with that method to resist the heavenly tribulation. But it was not completely successful, right? Afterward, those people in the cultivation world felt they owed you. So they wanted to bring you back to life. Bring me back to life. I frowned, pressing for details. They said because of some restrictions, they could not resurrect you in our original world. They could only send you somewhere else. The little fox waved her paws as she spoke, trying to describe the scene. Later they found a way, saying they could send you to another world, and muttered something about spiritual energy recovery helping you revive. So they set up another array. She explained it all in a jumbled, fragmented manner, which drove me a bit crazy trying to understand. But gradually, I managed to piece together the gist of her story. After I fell under the heavenly tribulation, the mighty experts of the cultivation world banded together to try and revive me using an ancient array. However, my fate was unique, and my actions had defied the heavens and violated natural laws. Therefore, they were completely unable to resurrect me in our original world. Left with no other choice, they came up with an alternative plan. They decided to send my soul to another world, because the universe is vast, with countless parallel dimensions coexisting. Perhaps in another dimension, I might have a glimmer of hope for survival. The little fox mentioned a crucial detail. She waved her front paws with effort, gesturing as she spoke. They seemed to have found a parallel dimension. They said if you were lucky, you would be sent to a place that had a connection with our original world, a space-time intersection, or something. They said they would influence each other. A space-time intersection. My eyebrows arched slightly, hearing her say this. Some memories surfaced in my mind, regarding research conducted by later generations in the cultivation world. Some studies suggested that intersections existed between different parallel dimensions. These intersection points could cause mutual influence or changes. If utilized properly, one could even alter the rules of both spacetimes. And it was precisely because of these theories that I was able to descend into this new world. It seemed the people in the cultivation world did not realize their efforts had succeeded at first, until some great expert divined that I successfully arrived in the new world, and that the dimension I was in shared a space-time intersection with theirs. This must have greatly encouraged them. The little fox spoke with righteous indignation. I did not understand all that complicated stuff anyway. I just heard them say they needed to gather certain things to trigger a spiritual energy recovery, and they wanted to set up another array. I thought they just wanted to make you suffer the heavenly tribulation again. It was absolute nonsense. Reaching the peak of her anger, the little fox rubbed the top of her head against my wrist, and added sullenly, "You already sacrificed yourself for them once, master. I would never allow you to sacrifice yourself a second time. So I secretly snuck into the core of that array, and ended up following you to this world." I listened, slightly entranced, but my hands did not stop. I continued smoothing her fur and scratching her chin, then let out a soft sigh. So, that was how it happened. I looked down at the little fox in my arms, who had risked her life to follow me to this world, and said with a complex tone, "I was wondering how I managed to survive that heavenly tribulation. Turns out that all of this was orchestrated by them behind the scenes for my sake. But you knew, I was not going to live long anyway. If my brief life could buy the cultivation world a chance at survival, then it was well worth it." Although my tone was light, my eyes carried a sense of weariness and complexity. Inscrutable emotions flickered within them. The little fox melted comfortably under my scratching, letting out a few soft hums. Her voice was sweet but laced with dissatisfaction. "That is not true. You clearly had many ways to extend your life, master. Besides, that heavenly tribulation was so fierce. It looked incredibly painful just watching it. You must have been in so much agony. I just did not want you to endure that kind of pain ever again." I gave a soft hum. The first 2 strikes hurt a lot, but it did not hurt after that. The little fox's head swept back and forth against my palm, as if trying to comfort me so I would not ever hurt that much again. I smiled, and used my other hand to stroke her fluffy tail. "You can combine your 9 tails into one now." After I left, "Who taught you how to do that?" Before I crossed over, the little fox's cultivation was lacking. She could not take human form. When facing punishment, she could not even merge her 9 tails. She used to constantly sway her big tails around, clinging to me, demanding massages. With only 2 hands, trying to pet 9 tails was an impossible task. It gave me a headache every day. I constantly hoped her cultivation would advance, so she could at least merge her tails into one. The little fox's tail stiffened. After a long pause, she reluctantly admitted, "Those people taught me. After my death, the great experts of the cultivation world felt deeply indebted to me. They channeled all their desire to make amends toward my clan, and the pet I had when I was alive, as the only animal I had ever kept, and one that had awakened spiritual intelligence. The little fox naturally became the primary object of their care. Not long after I left, under the combined efforts of numerous powerhouses, she not only vastly improved her cultivation, but also gained the ability to take human form." I let out a laugh, and tapped her forehead. "You benefited from their help, yet you show them no gratitude." The little fox whined defensively. "They were not truly being nice to me. They were just doing it to alleviate their own guilt." I stayed silent for a moment, then sighed softly. Why should they feel guilty? I went to my death willingly. No one forced me into it. Besides, my lifespan was short to begin with. Dying a meaningful death was a far better ending. There was nothing wrong with it. The little fox softly retorted, "Of course they should feel guilty. You were the most powerful. and the most popular person in the entire cultivation world, Master. I chuckled. It was not that exaggerated. You are projecting your own feelings onto everyone else. The little fox hurriedly argued. No, I'm not. After you left, the house you lived in was sealed off with protective arrays. No outsiders were allowed in. That person June something. She even coughed up blood facing your residence. And the birds that used to come mooch off your food, the tigers and the rabbits, they all brought flowers in their mouths to offer you. June something. I searched my memory. June Jing was a famous female cultivator in our realm. She was gentle, kind-hearted, and widely admired and pursued by many, but in my impression, she was quite aloof. Every time we met, she spoke very little, and we rarely interacted. 3. That she actually coughed up blood over my death. Yeah, they all said she was secretly in love with you. The little fox spoke bluntly, and there were so many others. This girl, that girl, I always thought they acted weird around you. Sure enough, as soon as you were gone, they exposed themselves. They did not even try to hide their secret crushes anymore. I facepalmed. Do not talk nonsense. It was probably just because we were fellow cultivators. They were just expressing their pity and sorrow. The little fox shot me a glance with her watery eyes, but did not argue with me. She had seen through her master a long time ago. He never had an ounce of self-awareness. He was handsome, had a great personality, and was always stepping in to help or rescue someone. He had unknowingly provoked the feelings of countless infatuated men and women, but because they did not confess directly, he genuinely remained oblivious most of the time, and on the rare occasions they did speak up. Knowing he could not return their feelings, he felt it was inappropriate to maintain too close a distance. As a result, fewer and fewer people confessed their feelings, terrified that if they were rejected, they would not even be able to remain ordinary friends. Yet, those who kept their love a secret, along with the multitudes who admired his grace and majesty, and all the people who had directly or indirectly received his grace, added together, it was a staggering number of people. This resulted in my reputation reaching an unparalleled peak after my death, which only compounded the cultivation world's guilt toward me. By the way, I have not asked you yet, how did you end up becoming a celebrity? I remembered the information I had found on her, and did not know whether to laugh or cry. And why did you use the broken-down car trick 3 times in a row? Your execution of these schemes honestly leaves me speechless. The little fox wagged her tail shyly. I did not have any food to eat. Then a lady told me she would treat me to a meal. I told her I was looking for someone. She said that as long as I became a star, the person who knew me would see me and come find me. I was speechless. Did it ever cross your mind that I only knew your fox form? If you turned into a human, I would not recognize you. I was dizzy with hunger at the time. The little fox hung her head in dejection. And after I signed the contract, I could not back out. As for the breakdown, it was not a real breakdown. It was an illusion, because I did not learn my other spells very well. I was not very good at them, and I was afraid I might accidentally hurt someone if I messed up. So I had to rely on illusion magic. The Fox clan excels at illusion magic. It is practically their unique innate talent. Their car did not break down. After fixing it, they would find nothing was wrong. I arched an eyebrow. You did it for a role. Thinking I was upset that she used illusion magic, the little fox huffed indignantly. I had no choice. My manager is so fierce. She forced me to fight for that role. If I did not get it, she would scold me for not working hard enough, and would not let me eat. Even though I do not gain weight no matter what I eat, she still forbade me from eating, saying I needed to manage my figure. What about that Uncle Luth? Why did you give him a talisman? I asked curiously. Can you draw talismans on your own now? The little fox looked around guiltily. Her tail quietly slipped off my wrist, no longer daring to cling to me like a spoiled child. That is a long story. I gently pinched the scruff of her neck, narrowing my eyes. How long of a story? The little fox stammered for a good while. Well, I sensed talisman energy on him. I thought he was a fellow cultivator, so I tried to make a connection. But later I realized I was wrong. It turns out he was often hanging around with an evil Taoist. The little fox rarely encountered anyone who understood talismans. She was so excited at the time that she did something stupid. Talking about it now feels so embarrassing for a fox. Besides, she only gave the man a tiny little talisman. Why was Jiang Hing being so strict about it? The little fox sheepishly tucked in her hindquarters and tail. I thought back for a moment. Was that evil Taoist named Ding Yilin? The name rang a bell. Uncle Lu had mentioned once that his wife's niece was a talent manager who knew a mystic frequently active in the entertainment industry. That person was indeed Ding Yilin. So you two have met? The little fox blinked innocently and said cautiously, actually, I do not know him that well. Once I realized he did not know anything, I never saw him again. It is a good thing I was the one who found you. I ruffled the fur on her body. Do not go giving talismans to random people anymore. I did not expect you to have made such progress. The little fox was confused. She remembered only giving that man named Lu a very ordinary bad luck charm. Why was her master praising her so solemnly for it? Well, never mind. Anyway, now that she had found her master, she could finally get all the pets, hugs, and attention she wanted. Since I was not angry, she decided to let the subject drop. She would rather enjoy the massage she had missed for so long. The little fox coiled her tail around my wrist and guided my hand back toward her head, complaining in a voice that was both aggrieved and pitiful. It has been so long since anyone brushed my fur. My coat is practically all tangled now. I am so pathetic. I looked at her glossy, sleek fur. What a little drama queen. Even though she could take human form now, she still told blatant lies just to get some affection. In the living room downstairs, Xie Rian glanced toward the study upstairs, then checked the time again. She cleared her throat softly. Uncle Yang. Butler Yang hurried over immediately. Third miss. Is something the matter? Is dinner about to start? Why did the third miss ask so early today? It is still more than half an hour until our usual dinner time. After Butler Yang's initial surprise, he suddenly had a realization. According to the grapevine, Mr. Jiang had brought back a young beauty today, who supposedly was a famous celebrity, and they had been upstairs for several hours already. Butler Yang understood immediately and decisively changed his tune. However, since we have a guest today, it is best to serve it a bit earlier, so the guest is not kept waiting. I will go tell the kitchen to hurry up, then go upstairs to invite Mr. Jiang and the guest to the dining room. Xie Rian nodded calmly and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Yang." She pondered for a moment before adding, "Winter is approaching. Let us give everyone in the house an extra seasonal bonus." Butler Yang tried his best to hide his beaming smile. "Yes, thank you, third miss. I will arrange it right away." He understood perfectly. As long as he contributed to the third Mrs. Life's major event, promotions and raises would be right around the corner. Meanwhile, the little fox had not even enjoyed a few minutes of her fur grooming massage before she was interrupted by Butler Yang's knocking. She let out a dissatisfied squeak, jumped out of my arms, and shifted back into her human form, muttering all the while, "I think that Xie Rian is acting a bit weird." I dispelled the barrier and pulled open the curtains. "Why does everyone look weird to you? Ruyan is a very good person. Do not overthink it." Lu Shui rubbed her nose, thinking to herself that it was not overthinking. Every person she had ever labeled as weird turned out to have ulterior motives. She had never been wrong once. Lu Shui's feeling that Xie Rian was weird was not just baseless gossip. She had factual evidence to back it up. If nothing else, just take tonight's dinner as an example. Before I even took my seat, Xie Rian had already adjusted my chair for me and took the initiative to ask about my dining habits. Once I sat down, Xie Rian poured me a cup of warm tea before turning to ask what she wanted to drink. During the meal, Xie Rian used serving chopsticks to meticulously serve me, constantly checking if the dishes were to my liking. It was hospitable, thoughtful, and attentive, but there was an indescribable vibe to it that made Lu Shui feel incredibly awkward. Owen could not really blame her for being slow. She was simply never good at social dynamics. In the cultivation world, Lu Shui had not yet shifted forms and was constantly under my protection. Everyone treated her like a precious treasure. She was born with an innocent and naive personality. When she arrived in this world, even though she entered the chaotic entertainment industry, her manager was highly capable and rarely let her suffer any grievances. Therefore, she was oblivious to subtle, indirect social maneuvering. She just felt Xie Rian's actions were flawless and perfectly dignified, completely failing to realize that the other woman was positioning herself and me as the hosts, while treating her as merely an outside guest. I did not realize anything was wrong either. I had long since grown accustomed to Xie Rian's daily service. In my eyes, it was just Xie Rian who was usually cold to outsiders, showing extra patience toward my friend. I simply thought Rian was a truly kind person. Lu Shui actually called her weird. I would have to tell her not to say that again. After the three of us finished dinner, in that seemingly friendly atmosphere, Xie Rian sincerely invited Lu Shui to chat in the living room. Coincidentally, Lu Shui and I had finished most of what we needed to discuss, so we did not head back up to the study. Xie Rian's attitude was gentle. Her wording was polite, and she possessed an elegant aura with rich life experience. When she set her mind to winning someone over, it was truly an effortless victory. She subtly made Lu Shui lower her guard. Lu Shui even began to think this woman was quite nice, concluding she had probably been too sensitive before. As the night deepened, and the moon rose over the horizon, by the time Lu Shui rose to leave, Xie Rian had already extracted most of her basic background information, except for the truth about us. No matter how naive Lu Shui was, she would not reveal she was a fox. The fact that we were both transmigrators, if that got out, would not we be captured for dissection and research? Our consistent story was that we had known each other since we were young, but Lu Shui moved away later, so we had not seen each other for a long time, until this accidental reunion. As for which year we met, how exactly we met, who else knew us, or why we had not mentioned each other before, all these questions were vaguely brushed off with a single sentence. Xie Rian faintly sensed some unusual discrepancies. Her peripheral vision swept over me, yet she maintained an understanding facade, never prying. I see. Miss Lu should come over more often in the future. Since you have not seen each other in so many years, you will need time to get reacquainted. Next time I can even introduce Miss Lu to a Heng's other friends. Butler Yang stood not far away with his back to the group, privately clicking his tongue where no one could see. Look at his family's third miss. With those words, first, she established herself as the host, and the other as the guest. Second, she reminded Lu Shui that after years of being apart, she lacked true understanding of Mr. Jiang. Third, she directly stated she was familiar with Jiang Heng's friends, implying their bond was extraordinary. Multiple layers of meaning in a single paragraph. Butler Yang thought of the palace dramas his wife often watched, and could not help but wonder, if the third miss were in own, how long would she last? She would probably make it all the way to the finale. Unfortunately, all Lu Shui heard was 4 words, come over often. She was more than happy to do so, and immediately agreed. Sure thing, my next film project does not start for a month, so I do not have much work right now. I will have plenty of time. Xie Rian's smile stiffened. Butler Yang kept his back to them, not making a sound, but he struggled to keep a straight face. Must not laugh. As a professional butler, he absolutely could not laugh out loud. Xie Rian had dug her own hole, and there was no way out. Lu Shui happily tugged at my sleeve, asking me to walk her out. I originally wanted Xie 11 to drive her home, but Lu Shui said she had already alerted her assistant, who was waiting just outside the residential complex. So I only walked her to the complex entrance, telling her to be safe on the road, and to send a text once she got home. Lu Shui obediently agreed. She opened the car door, but as she stepped inside, she paused for some reason. She did not rush in, but instead turned back to look at me. I was still standing a few steps away waiting for her to get in. The late autumn night was cool and damp, and the mist seemed to cling to her dark eyelashes. The flickering shadows could not hide her radiant beauty, or her soft, gentle smile. The 100,000 miles of the Milky Way above, and the stars scattered across the sky, paled in comparison to the shimmer in her eyes at that moment. Even the wind passing by her seemed to slow down, tangling in her clothes as if reluctant to leave. Her hair fluttered gently. Lu Shui suddenly called out, Jiang Heng. I was startled. What is it? It was not a dream. She had truly found Jiang Heng again. Lu Shui's heart finally settled back into her chest. She gave a brilliant smile, and waved her hand. Nothing. I am going now. She closed the car door, and spoke to the assistant in the driver's seat. Wait a moment before driving. The assistant was confused, but followed her instructions, and stayed put. Through the car window, Lu Shui watched me walk back. From this angle, she could see my tall silhouette. I was walking under the moonlight, treading through the night further and further away. My demeanor was like that of an immortal, strolling back toward a celestial palace, never to return to the mortal realm again. Lu Shui almost uncontrollably pressed her hand against the glass, her fingertips curling slightly, in a gesture that wished to hold me back. That afternoon in the study, I had said nonchalantly, the lightning only hurt for the first 2 strikes. It did not hurt after that. That was a lie. I did not know that when the cultivation world set up the array for me, it would project images of the past through time. Lu Shui had seen every single one of those images clearly. That day was my 25th birthday. The twilight was vast. The last rays of the sun cast a golden red glow over the desolate mountain peaks. All the masters of the cultivation world gathered there, but they all stood far away. Only I stood at the mountain summit. My long hair whipped wildly in the mountain wind. Yet my posture remained as straight as a spear. The array was complete. It only needed me to act as the catalyst. My hands moved with lightning speed, my long fingers drawing talismans steadily. Amidst the increasingly fierce howling gales, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was like a river, surging and rolling toward me. Small sprouts that had just emerged grew at high speed, turning into waist-high shrubs in the blink of an eye. Saplings became towering trees with lush foliage, covering the mountainside, in vibrant, lush greenery, bursting with life. A moment later, the leaves turned red and yellow. The late autumn scene lingered briefly before silently rotting away. Entering a harsh winter, the earth shook and the mountains trembled. Smoke and fire rose together. Yet I remained as eternal as the sun and moon, never moving a single step. I bit my tongue hard to draw blood, drawing the final stroke of the talisman with absolute clarity. With 2 fingers pressed together, I made a sharp, decisive sweep forward. My voice was crisp and clear, soaring straight into the clouds. Someone pleaded in a low voice, "Please, let heaven have mercy." Others clenched their fists and waited, for the sign fate would give in the next moment. The sky suddenly plunged into darkness. The last sliver of the dying sunset faded reluctantly at the foot of the mountain. Everyone was plunged into total pitch blackness. Then a thunderous boom. A massive sound erupted in the gloom. Heavenly lightning rolled in, carrying purple sparks and blue light, tearing through the near-total darkness, and striking directly at me. I could not withstand the massive force. My face turned pale, as I fell to Oni, the impact making a bone-chilling sound. I gritted my teeth and kept my fingers poised. I coughed up blood, spraying it onto the ground. Like a blossoming firework, I messily wiped my mouth, my gaze sharp and bright. My other knee gave way as well. I was forced completely to the ground, and my once upright back was now bent. I let out a soft laugh, composed and calm. From where the people of the cultivation world gathered, suppressed sobs and chaotic voices could be heard. Someone said with deep worry, "Can't go on like this." Someone lamented, "Heaven is destroying our cultivation world." Someone cried out, "He is going to die." The flashes of lightning illuminated the area, showing my face now as white as paper. Crimson liquid meandered down from my jaw. The wounds on my arms, shoulders, and neck were fully exposed. In the most wretched state of my life, it was as if all the spotlights on a stage were focused entirely on me, as if I alone held all the color in the world. I struggled to crawl back up, forcefully pressing my arm to snap a dislocated joint back into place. The lightning circled above my head, seemingly waiting for me to admit defeat and retreat. I tilted my head back to look up, opening my palms. Those once jade-white palms were now covered in dust and grime, yet they were still beautiful, as if they could shine even in this pervasive darkness. I flicked my fingers slightly, and a yellowing leaf flew to my fingertips. I put the leaf in my mouth and tasted it, feeling its bitter flavor. Behind me, the people were frantic with anxiety over my pain. Yet, under the heavenly lightning, I smiled faintly. I stopped trying to stand, maintaining a sitting position, and once again used my fingers to draw the talisman. When Lu Shui saw this vision, her fox fur stood completely on end. She pounced like a madwoman toward those great masters, and demanded, "How could you just watch him suffer? How could you?" No one could answer her. Everyone bowed their heads. An elderly seer let out a long sigh, and cried out, "The eye of heaven is closing. Own escapes out of 9. Sect leader Jiang is our only hope." Lu Shui froze in place. She stared at the final image of the empty mountain peak, her eyes turning red. She was shivering with cold from head to toe. Lu Shui's assistant poked her head out from the driver's seat, asking with concern, "Are not we leaving yet? You do not look well. Are you feeling all right?" She peered toward the direction Lu Shui was staring. There was no one there anymore. That guy just now was really handsome, even more so than the celebrities in the industry. I wonder what his background is. But since he lives in Bitao Courtyard, his family must be very wealthy. Seeing Lu Shui so reluctant to leave, could he be her boyfriend? A flurry of guesses crossed the assistant's mind, though she did not dare let them show. Lu Shui's fingers against the window were now ice cold. She slowly withdrew her gaze, knowing that if they did not leave soon, they would attract security. "Let us go." I watched Lu Shui's car drive off before turning to walk back, but as I reached the gate, I ran into Jiang Hongren coming back from another path. I looked confusedly toward the direction he came from. "There's not a gate over there, is there?" Syrian had told me that Mr. Jiang had gone to the Xie ancestral home to play chess and fish with old Master Xie. He was supposed to have dinner there, and maybe stay the night. I had planned to call him later to check his plans. Why was he coming back from the other side of the villa? Jiang Hongren walked with his hands behind his back, saying leisurely, "Fate brought me there, so I went to help someone with a small favor. I was suspicious." "Fate? What kind of fate?" Jiang Hongren looked up at the sky, trying to change the subject. "The weather is lovely tonight, is not it?" But as he tilted his head back, a cold breeze blew down his collar, making him shiver. Remembering what Xie Rian said, I realized, "You lost at chess." Jiang Hongren's eyes shifted. "No, I did not. My skills are so great. How could I possibly lose? Impossible, never happened." I continued my deduction. If you lost to old Master Xie, a loss is just a loss. There would not be any lingering trouble, nor would it affect how fast you got home. So, you definitely lost to someone else. Jiang Hongren. It was not that my side was weak. It was that the opponent was too cunning. I glanced at him. Someone who can play chess at the ancestral home, with old Master Xian, and lives in this complex, specifically in the direction you just came from. The only person who fits is named Wang. Jiang Hongren was speechless. "I do not believe you actually guessed that. Did you secretly use divination?" I said calmly. "If I relied on divination for every little thing, I would be exhausted. Acute observation and clever deduction are enough to judge most things. I do not need to rely on the mystical every time. This complex was my base for the time being, and I had already noted the information on all the neighbors." Jiang Hongren admitted reluctantly. "Fine, I lost to old Wang, and now I owe him a favor," I said helplessly. "You made a bet again." Jiang Hongren straightened his face, speaking with righteous indignation. "How can you call a contest between chess players a bet?" When Jiang Hongren lived in Southwest Mountain Village, he was a gambler. He did not play traditional poker or mahjong. Instead, he loved betting on fishing, chess, and other casual intellectual games. There was an old man in the village who was an expert fisherman, so everyone called him the king of fish. Jiang Hongren envied his skills, and constantly dragged him out to go fishing. But it was not just honest fishing. They would compete with each other. Who could catch 3 fish first, or who could catch more in an hour. Jiang Hongren lost every single time, and after every loss he would go back for more. Since they were all neighbors, it was not right to bet money, so he would bet things like choosing auspicious wedding dates, naming the village children, or divining which direction a lost chicken or duck had gone. So when Jiang Hongren said, "Fate brought me there, to help with a small favor," I guessed he would lost a chess match, and had to go appraise something for someone. As for that contest between players, I said diplomatically, "Generally speaking, it is only a contest if the skills are somewhat equal." Jiang Hongren's chess skills were even worse than his fishing. In common terms, he was terrible but addicted. Jiang Hongren was still unconvinced. "Old Wang is not much better than me. He just has too many schemes." I was momentarily tricked. As soon as he finished speaking, someone behind him coughed twice. Did I just hear someone talking about me? Speak of the devil. Jiang Hongren really should not talk behind people's backs. He turned around awkwardly. "Old Wang, why are you out here?" The man was Wang Shichang, the one he would play chess with today. He waved the object in his hand. "You left your hat at my place." Jiang Hongren touched his head, and realized something was indeed missing. No wonder I felt so cold just now. I am getting old. My memory is really going. Wang Shichang handed him the hat, and turned his gaze toward me. "So this is the grandson you can't stop talking about." His eyes flickered with genuine admiration. He truly is a handsome and striking young man, with such a dignified presence. Standing here by the gate under the moonlight, he looks like someone who stepped right out of a painting. I cast a quick glance at the old gentleman's face, my eyebrows twitching ever so slightly. Thought to myself, no wonder Jiang Hongren mentioned helping someone out. By the looks of it, this old gentleman's family is indeed in some trouble. I gave him a polite nod. "Greetings, Elder Wang." "I'm Jiang." Wang Shichang let out a hearty laugh. "I have been listening to old Jiang ramble about you for ages. I thought he was just bragging, but seeing is truly believing." Wang Shichang teased Jiang Hongren with great energy. If I had not seen him myself, I really would not have believed it. Looking at Jiang Heng's bearing and poise, there is no way a terrible chess player like you could have raised him. He had led troops in the southwest when he was young, and hit it off immediately with Jiang Hongren, who often visited there. They became close friends instantly. Jiang Hongren huffed and puffed, feigning indignation. "What are you talking about? I raised him with my own 2 hands. He is my disciple too." He sounded a bit guilty toward the end. "With my current abilities, forget about him. Even if his own founding masters were to show up, They might not have been able to teach me. This sort of thing mainly relies on innate talent. It is a gift from the heavens. Ordinary people simply can't catch up. Although he had not taught me much, he was not about to lose face in front of an outsider. Face must be maintained. Since Wang Shichang did not know the truth anyway, I was not going to contradict him. Wang Shichang had spent the whole afternoon listening to Jiang Hongren's boasting, hearing all sorts of rumors about me, how remarkably handsome I was, and how incredibly powerful I was in the mystical arts. Now, he could not help but nod and smile. Looking at him now, you certainly know how to raise a child. As for my own grandson, forget it, let us not mention him. I am afraid I won't even be able to sleep tonight if I do. Jiang Hongren poked fun at him. Even if you do not mention him, you still can't sleep. Wang Shichang gave a wry smile. Stop exposing my weaknesses. He looked at me again, and said with regret, I did not expect to run into a heng just now. I do not have a greeting gift on me. I suppose I will have to make up for it tomorrow. Then you would better pick a good own, because a heng is about to give you something great right now. Jiang Hongren said with a laugh. Wang Shichang was taken aback. He looked at me. After organizing my thoughts for a moment, I said, this is a duplicate line in original adjusted for flow. Do you happen to need a talisman? Jiang Hongren could draw talismans too, but he truly lacked the talent for it. He failed often, and the effects were never ideal. He was better at dragon seeking and point acupuncture, feng shui and geomancy. He had some understanding of physiognomy face reading, but he was not a master of it. As for plum blossom divination or ziwei do shu, he was completely clueless. After all, polymaths are rare. Being a master in just own field is already quite an achievement. Jiang Hongren gave a smug smile and said to Wang Shichang, did not you say you have been having trouble sleeping? How about this? Promise to play chess with me for a week, and I will have a heng give you a talisman. I guarantee you will sleep like a baby tonight. That would be fantastic. Wang Shichang said in pleasant surprise. It is just a week of chess, right? No problem. Jiang Hongren turned to me, satisfied. Go back and write own for him. Nothing too elaborate, just enough to let him get some sleep. But I agreed. Drawing a talisman was no big deal for me. It is chilly out here. Elder Wang, why do not you come inside for a bit? Wang Shichang declined. I will just stand out here and chat with Brother Jiang for a while. He did not want to intrude late at night and trouble people to serve tea and act as hosts. Check the time, then I will be right back out. I drew the talisman quickly in my room. Barely 10 minutes had passed by the time I returned. I overheard Jiang Hongren and Wang Shichang talking about an ancestral grave. I handed the prepared talisman to Wang Shichang. Just place this under your pillow. You do not need to do anything else. Wang Shichang accepted it carefully, tucked it into his front pocket, and thanked me. This is truly a godsend. You have solved a real headache for me. Jiang Hongren laughed. A heng's talismans are incredibly potent. He does not give them out to just anyone. You will see for yourself tomorrow. After chatting for a few more minutes, Wang Shichang took his leave. Jiang Hongren and I finally headed back inside. I thought about the snippets of conversation I had just heard. Is there something wrong with the Wang family's ancestral grave? Jiang Hongren nodded. He said everyone in the family has been sleeping poorly lately, feeling quite listless. And since he heard there is some strange activity at the ancestral grave, he wants to go and take a look. That is quite strange. The Wang family has always been based in the capital, have not they? I asked doubtfully. Their ancestral grave should be in the capital or nearby. Why would they ask you to go? None of the families living in Bitao courtyard were simple. This old master Wang Shichang was one of the heads of the two Wangs. Part of the elite owned Xie, two Wangs, for great houses. The Wang family's roots in the capital go back generations. Given the depth of their connections, they must know at least one or two masters of the craft. Why would they seek out Jiang Hongren, someone who just arrived from out of town and is new to the capital? He is not sure if there is truly a problem either. At his age, he does not want to make a fuss over nothing. Jiang Hongren explained. It just so happened that I mentioned it while playing chess. I said if I lost to him, I would go take a look with him. Just think of it as a casual trip out. Well then, these two old gentlemen certainly have a playful spirit. One uses feng shui as a gambling stake, and the other treats an ancestral grave visit as a casual stroll. I remained silent for a moment. Has anyone looked at the Wang family's ancestral grave before? Logically, if it were convenient, they should have consulted the same person again. Jiang Hongren had asked Wang Shichang for details. The grave was only moved a few years ago. Supposedly, they hired a very famous figure in the capital circles, someone with the surname Yen. However, Jiang Hongren has lived in the southwest for years, only traveling out on rare occasions. He was not very familiar with the recent state of the mystical arts circle. He had never heard of the man's name before. But since the grave was not peaceful, Wang Shichang originally planned to find that Mr. to ask him about it privately. But he learned that the man had somehow sustained some injuries, and quite serious ones at that. He had only recently returned to the capital from out of town, and was still confined to a wheelchair. Wang Shichang did not want to disturb a sick man, and since he happened to run into Jiang Hongren at the Xie residence, he decided to let Jiang Hongren take a look first. He was not sure of Jiang Hongren's specific abilities, but he figured, if there really was some extraordinary situation, it would not hurt to look for a more powerful master later. I pondered and said, I have an appointment tomorrow, otherwise I could have accompanied you. Before going to Rueli, I had promised Guan Yen from Zhangxing Media to meet and have a chat. At the time, it was because I did not know Lu Shue's identity. I thought that by visiting Lu Shue's company, I might uncover some clues to help my investigation into her. Now that I have reunited with Lu Shui, going to Zhangxing is not actually necessary anymore. But I am not the type of person to break a promise at the last minute. After some thought, I decided to keep the appointment and clear things up. Jiang Hongren said, I am still quite capable, you know. Besides, look at old Wang's sturdy health. You can tell the ancestral grave can't have any major issues. He shifted the topic. However, I recall you are supposed to go to school tomorrow, right? You already took several days off for the Rueli trip. Are you going to take more? He knew how I gained admission to the university, so he naturally was not worried about the school administration. It was just that my classmates and peers might start to have some misunderstandings about me. When things get busy, I truly can't be in two places at once. My voice carried a hint of regret. If I had known, I would not have become a student. It was not just me who was troubled. Guan Yen was currently sprawled on her bed, clutching her phone in distress. I am meeting Jiang Heng tomorrow. How can I convince him to enter the entertainment industry? She still remembered the day she walked into the wrong private room. The day she first met me, the person eating at the same table as me had casually called out the name of her company's major shareholder. It stands to reason that this young man with such extraordinary looks and aura must come from a remarkable family background. Would someone like that really agree to enter show business? Guan Yen carefully recalled my attitude that day. She faintly felt that I was not interested. But he looks like that, Guan Yen thought with heartbreaking conviction. For him to look like that and not enter the industry, to not let the general public see his face, how is that different from a crime? As she thought, she considered the location she had set for our meeting, a cafe near the company. When she chose the location, she thought being close to the company would be good. She could take me on a tour, to show me how reliable and powerful Zhangxing truly was. However, she now realized a much larger drawback. Our meeting spot was so close to Zhangxing. What if other managers took a liking to me too? Especially that big shot currently managing Zhangxing's little princess, Lu Shui. Word was she was looking to promote new talent recently. If she tried to snatch me away, Guan Yen would not stand a chance. Before even convincing me to join the industry, Guan Yen was already paralyzed with anxiety over someone stealing her prospect. She scrolled through our chat history, sighing with the restless melancholy of a young girl in love. After tossing and turning all night, when Guan Yen met me the next morning, she had 2 large dark circles under her eyes. I was a bit surprised to see her state, Miss Guan, did you not sleep well last night? Would you like to order an iced coffee? Guan Yen looked at the culprit behind her sleepless night, and said mournfully, iced Americano, no sugar, thank you. While waiting for the coffee, she scanned the surroundings like a thief. Once sure there were no suspicious characters, she let out a breath of relief. She thought it over. Since I agreed to meet her, there was still a great chance of success. Guan Yen adjusted her posture. Just as she was about to launch into her carefully prepared long-winded pitch, I spoke first, my voice full of apology. Miss Guan, I am very sorry regarding your proposal from last time. Since I am currently still studying at university, it is not quite appropriate for me to enter the entertainment industry. Guan Yan's heart went cold. Oh wait, a direct rejection without even a sliver of room for negotiation. She tried to struggle. Actually, when a newcomer first debuts, there is not that much work in the early stages. You do not need to worry about your studies. I can coordinate all the work to fall on holidays. It won't delay your classes at all. I shook my head. I have many other matters to attend to. I am not looking for an excuse. I am truly very busy, with many things that need doing. Guan Yen was nearly ready to swear an oath to the heavens. It is no problem. Rest assured. Your personal affairs will always come first. She tried to persuade me from another angle. Besides, do not you like Lu Shui? If you join Zhangxing, you will be her colleague. You will be able to see her all the time. Mentioning Lu Shui made me hesitate for a split second. I was not actually a fan. My previous chat with Guan Yan about Lu Shui was just a probe. Naturally, I was not moved by Guan Yan's words. I just realized that since I was currently near Zhangxing Media, I wondered if Lu Shui was at the office. If she was, I could invite her for lunch. Guan Yan mistook my hesitation for interest. Her eyes lit up as she prepared to push harder. But then a familiar, slightly deep voice came from beside us. Truly, life is full of chance encounters. Guan Yan and I turned our heads together. I saw someone walking toward us. A pair of long legs beneath a suit skirt, wearing low-heeled leather boots. She had thick eyebrows and a high bridge to her nose. Her features were sharper and more defined than most women. When she smiled, she possessed a heroic sort of beauty. This person, was not she the passionate lady I had randomly met previously at the Qianshan Hotel? She had once told me quite bluntly, "Do not be so stingy with your beauty. I have an exceptional memory." I had glanced at her business card once, and remembered her name was Wang Ling. Before I could even stand up, Wang Ling stepped right up to me, and gave me a smiling, leaning hug. "What a surprise that you still remember my name. Long time no see, baby." Guan Yan was flabbergasted. She pointed a trembling finger at me, then at Wang Ling. "Mr. Zhang, Miss Wang, Owen could not blame her for overthinking. The reality within the entertainment industry was just like this. Purely heterosexual relationships were rare. Most people were bisexual, swinging both ways. According to industry rumors, Wang Ling was bisexual. Though she seemed to prefer men, she would had several relationships that were unknown to the public, but were an open secret within the industry. Now here she was, hugging me with such intimate posture. It looked as if there was a history between us. Guan Yan's thoughts involuntarily went into the gutter. Wang Ling and I heard her call our names, and spoke up in unison, surprised. "Miss Wang, Mr. Zhang." We glanced at each other, then looked at Guan Yan, our eyes reflecting the same question. "You know, Guan Yan, it is over. Such chemistry. Who would believe there is not something going on between them? Heartbreaking. Simply heartbreaking. Just last night she was hoping she would not run into this big shot who manages Lu Shui, fearing she would see me and try to steal me away. Who knew they already knew each other? When I asked about Lu Shui before, could it have been a drunken man's interest is not in the wine. As for the busy studies, it must be an excuse. In reality, it is because he already knows Wang Ling." Guan Yan looked at me with despair and grievance. "Is this the real reason you rejected me?" I did not know this short-haired girl had such a convoluted and imaginative mind. In an instant she had already concocted dozens of episodes. Soap opera about the relationship between Wang Ling and me. It is truly inconvenient for me. Rejecting what? Wang Ling looked at Guan Yan and me curiously. "How do you two know each other?" I explained. "It was a chance encounter." Miss Guan asked if I wanted to enter show business. "You certainly can." Wang Ling rubbed her chin. "That is a great idea. Why did not I think of that when I first met you?" She let out a melancholy sigh. "I was too busy thinking about how to pick you up. Beauty truly is a distraction." Guan Yan choked and coughed violently. She knew it. The relationship between these two was definitely not ordinary. I face-bombed. "The way you phrase things makes it easy for people to misunderstand." Looking at Guan Yan's face. "If I did not clear things up today, my lifelong reputation for purity would be finished right here." Wang Ling laughed, pulled up a chair, and sat at our table. She said to Guan Yan, "Do not misunderstand. We have not dated. We just had a pleasant collision in the restroom last time." Guan Yan's upper body jerked back. She sucked in a sharp breath. So scandalous. Not dating, yet doing it in the restroom. Looking at her face, which practically screamed the industry is truly a mess. I glared at Wang Ling for being deliberately misleading. I was frustrated enough to laugh. "Stop overthinking. We just exchanged a few words back then." Guan Yan was half doubting, her gaze darting back and forth between us. I ignored her, and asked Wang Ling, "How do you know her?" Wang Ling shrugged. "We are from the same company. I am a manager too. Baby, if you want to enter the industry, come to me. Why go to someone else?" I have no intention of doing so at the moment. I am here today to turn down Miss Guan. Guan Yan listened to us talk. It really did seem like we were not close. She tentatively chose to believe we might be innocent. She took a sip of her coffee to calm down, and clarified Wang Ling's identity. "Sister Wang is Lu Shui's manager." Now I was genuinely surprised. "You are Lu Shui's manager. It is actually you." I had looked at Lu Shue's files when I was investigating her. A few pages covered her team members, but when I saw her chance encounter scheme with Director Do, I was certain she was just seeking specific resources, so I did not flip through the rest of the pages, and naturally had not noticed who her manager was. Hearing my tone, Wang Ling arched her eyebrows. You know Lu Shue, I weighed my words. We have known each other since we were very small. We are friends. Wang Ling frowned, muttering, why has not that girl ever mentioned this? Having such an incredibly handsome friend. She suddenly thought of something, her eyes widening. Your name would not happen to have he in it, would it? She still did not know my name. We had forgotten to ask during our brief meeting last time. I answered truthfully, my name is Jiang Heng. Wang Ling had an epiphany. Lu Shue had mentioned me many times. Wang Ling used to suspect that person might be the object of Lu Shue's secret crush. She had tried to probe her several times. Later, she noticed Lu Shue's state was not that of a secret admirer, so she stopped asking. So it was you all along. Wang Ling stirred her coffee with a spoon, sighing with emotion. One of the top 10 mysteries of the industry has finally been solved. The person Lu Shue kept rambling about has been found. Now even Guan Yan understood. So the thing she mentioned refers to this Heng. When she and I were chatting on our phones, she even said, Lu Shue and I were very fated. That Lu Shue's favorite poem contained my name. It was not fate at all. It was special treatment for a specific person. Good heavens. The clown turned out to be herself. I have not seen her in a long time. When you told me, I was only slightly suspicious. I really did not expect it. At the time, I only felt Lu Shue was familiar, as if she knew who I was. But how could I have ever imagined that the little fox I raised had followed me here? Guan Yan's brain started working at high speed again. Fact A, I am the Heng Lu Shue has mentioned hundreds of times. Relationship, unknown, but intimate. Fact B, I and Lu Shue's manager, Wang Ling, once had a mysterious and pleasant encounter in a restroom. Conclusion. The correct answer is that I am a modern-day Poseidon. Constantly playing both sides. Incredible. Truly incredible. Own is a top-tier star with hundreds of millions of fans. Just nominated for Best Actress this year. The other is a famous gold medal manager, with massive connections and ruthless skills. Even though I am not in show business, I am the man behind these two titans. Guan Yan's expression was too distorted, laced with a hint of excitement. Wang Ling threw her a glance, knowing she must be imagining all sorts of nonsense. Fortunately, Guan Yan would not go around blabbing, so she did not care. Wang Ling said to me directly, does Lu Shue know you are here? She does not. I did not tell her. Perfect. Then do not tell her yet. Wang Ling felt a mischievous urge. There is a private hot pot place next door. Let us go wait for her there. Tell her to come for lunch. We will give her a surprise. Lu Shue did not know Wang Ling and I had met before. Seeing us together out of the blue would definitely give her a shock. I imagined Lu Shue's reaction. The little fox, so startled her fur stands on end, her tails popping out. I could not help but smile. But I won't tell her. Wang Ling turned to Guan Yan, asking out of politeness, want to join us? Guan Yan waved her hands frantically. I still have things to do. Are you kidding? A gathering with the harem. She did not know if it would be a bloodbath. Why would she, an outsider, join that mess? However, Guan Yan was not willing to just give up. She gripped her coffee cup, looking at me hesitantly. Why do not you think it over own more time? I shook my head. No need to reconsider. I truly do not have the time. Even if I did not go to film school. I have not had professional training in singing, dancing, or acting. I am not suitable for this kind of work. Guan Yan knew no time was just a polite excuse. When someone wants to do something, they can squeeze out time even if they truly do not have any. The opposite is also true. When someone does not want to do something, they will claim to have no time even if they are free. I simply was not interested. Guan Yan was relentless. Think about it again when you get back. If you change your mind, just contact me. We have each other's contact info anyway. She decided to go back and study online simping techniques. She would send me good morning, good afternoon, and good night every day, making sure I never forgot her or this opportunity. Wang Ling crossed her arms and interjected indifferently. If he wants to try, he will come to me. It is much more convenient. Wang Ling was the company's big sister, even though she was poaching her prospect to her face. Guan Yan was furious but did not dare speak up. She whispered, as the saying goes, first come, first served. Wang Ling replied with shameless openness. There is also a saying, the latecomer takes the prize. In the end, Guan Yan still left, turning back with every step. Before leaving, She gazed at me and said in a heavy tone, "You must reconsider, otherwise, you are practically committing a crime." I was bewildered. How did this turn into a crime? Wang Ling, however, vaguely understood what she meant. She burst out laughing. She finished her coffee in one gulp, stood up and said, "Let us go. We will wait for Lu Shui next door. I will send her a message right now." When Lu Shui received Wang Ling's message, she was at Zhangxing Media talking with Director Do. Her initial rise to fame was due to her role as the second female lead in a historical drama directed by him. Thus, Director Do was essentially her mentor. The two of them had maintained close contact ever since. The entertainment industry is built on relationships, where directors often recommend actors to own another, and actors frequently support each other's careers. She had recommended several candidates to Director Do, and he had introduced her to influential connections. As such, their relationship remained quite tight. Director Do currently had a major production to film. He had finished the casting calls and already settled on the female lead. The main male lead and the supporting cast were mostly finalized as well. However, there was one vital role he simply could not fill. Director Do was pacing around Lu Shui in frustration. "Maybe we should change the setting for the Zishan character. We could make it more like you, and just have you play it as a woman in disguise." Lu Shui raised her hands in surrender. "Director Do, even if I agree, the screenwriter would not allow it. It is an unwritten rule in the industry. Screenwriters are at the bottom of the production food chain. The joke in writing circles is that a script can be decided by the director or the producer, but never by the screenwriter, except for those at the very tip of the pyramid. Most screenwriters truly have no say in their own work, but the screenwriter for Director Do's current show happened to be exactly one of those peak figures, a top-tier titan of the industry." Hearing her mention the screenwriter, Director Do immediately let go of the idea. "Alright, fair point." He felt the cigarette pack in his pocket, pulled one out but did not light it. Instead, he rolled it between his fingers, sniffing it under his nose, just to satisfy the craving. "I will just keep looking for someone. Honestly, Lin Mai is always setting me impossible tasks. What kind of character is this? Coco. And completely untouchable in his majesty. Good grief. When he described it to me, I thought he was performing a rap, while Director Do was venting." Lu Shui, knowing the situation well, smiled and said, "Mr. Lin only has these impossible requirements because he refuses to settle for average directors. So many people want to film his scripts, but he only trusts you to get it right." This was not mere flattery, it was the literal truth. Lin Mai had been in the industry for 8 years, and had written 6 original scripts. Every single one was both a critical and commercial hit. He was a bona fide genius screenwriter. In the industry, the moment word got out that Lin Mai had a script, investors and production teams would swarm him, practically begging for a chance to collaborate. Continued from line 80. Earlier this year, he finished a historical xianxia drama called The Celestial Apprentice. He handpicked the investors and production team to work with. The male and female leads were only cast after his personal approval. Now they were searching for the role of Zishan. In the script, strictly speaking, he was not a primary character, but Lin Mai had a profound favoritism for this role. The character did not even have a name in the script, because he always appeared in a purple robe. Everyone just called him Zishan Purple Robe. He was the female lead's golden finger, the figure who influenced every major choice in her life. Every one of his appearances was a highlight, especially his debut, which was breathtaking. The bright moon breaks the endless night. An immortal arrives as flowers fill the city. Director Do had been captivated just by reading the script. Realizing instantly that this was the soul of the story, Lin Mai had written Zishan to be near perfect, so the requirements for the actor were naturally astronomical. His exact words were, "I know, it is impossible to find someone who fits 100%, but they should at least be 50% there. If we can't even get half of it, we might as well change the role to a bearded old man." Director Do thought even 50% was a tall order, but he could not bear the thought of Lin Mai actually changing the character into a cliché bearded old man. So lately he had been obsessively searching for his Zishan. His current grumbling was not true dissatisfaction with Lin Mai. He actually agreed with those high standards. It was just that the search was making him go bald from stress. He had looked through every recommendation from all the major talent agencies. No one was right. Do we really have to hold a public audition? Director Do was nearly crushing the cigarette in his hand. He started broadening his options. Or maybe we should scout at film schools. Maybe we will dig up a hidden gem. Lu Shui thought about it. Unlikely. Zishan needs a very commanding presence. And students are usually too green for that. Director Do scratched his head. Then what are we going to do? They both fell silent, pondering if there was any other solution. Right then, Lu Shue's phone rang. She opened it to find a message from her manager, Wang Ling. Wang Ling told her to come for hot pot for lunch. There is a surprise. Wang Ling was being mysterious. You will know when you get here. Director Do asked casually. Who is it? Sister Wang wants me to come for hot pot next door. She says there is a surprise. I bet she probably ordered fried chicken for me. Lu Shue's love for fried chicken was common knowledge. Wang Ling usually controlled her diet strictly, forbidding her from eating it, but occasionally she would provide a surprise. By ordering some as a treat, Lu Shue saw it was about lunchtime, and invited Director Do. Are you busy, Director? If not, come with us. That hot pot place is decent. The beef and lamb are quite fresh. Director Do felt they were not strangers, so there was no need for ceremony. He worked with Wang Ling often, and quite admired the spirited young woman. Lu Shue figured it was so close she could just walk over, so she did not tell Wang Ling she was bringing a guest. She simply walked over with Director Do. Wang Ling was planning her surprise for Lu Shue, while Lu Shue was oblivious, bringing Director Do along, thinking it was just a casual lunch. This lack of communication created a perfect information gap. Following the details in Wang Ling's message, Lu Shue found the private room. She knocked on the door and entered without waiting for a reply. Sister Wang, Director Do was free, so I invited him along. She stopped mid-sentence, staring blankly at the person sitting next to Wang Ling. How was Jiang Heng sitting here? And with Wang Ling, of all people, I could almost see two furry ears perk up on top of Lu Shue's head. I let out a soft chuckle. Wang Ling was holding her phone, recording. She had started the moment Lu Shue pushed the door open, capturing the entire look of bewilderment. She laughed while saving the file. I told you this silly girl would be shocked. Jiang Heng, I will send you the video. While waiting for Lu Shue, the two of us had already exchanged contact information. I smiled slightly and accepted the video without hesitation. Saving the file, Lu Shue was dazed. She looked left and right, blinking in confusion. You guys? She shook her head, making sure she was not seeing things. Sitting in the private room were indeed her manager and me. I had returned from the restroom earlier. Director Do, arriving 2 minutes later, patted her shoulder. He asked curiously, what are you two? Why are you just standing at the door instead of going in? Now it was Wang Ling's turn to be surprised. She quickly stood up, ready to play along. Director Do stepped past the dazed Lu Shue, smiling warmly. He did not put on airs at all. Xiaowang, I was just discussing the script with Lu Shue today. When she said you were having hot pot here, I decided to crash the party. You do not mind, do you? Wang Ling of course did not mind. I am delighted you could come. If I had known, I would have chosen a much better restaurant. Director Do waved it off. Hot pot is all about the atmosphere. Even the fanciest restaurant is just a meal. He remembered the text Lu Shue received, and joked, I heard you prepared a surprise for Lu Shue. She guessed it was fried chicken. Think I can steal a piece of it? Wang Ling burst out laughing. Not at all. I ran into her friend today, so I wanted to surprise her. All she can think about is her stomach. They were right at the entrance. Both Wang Ling and Lu Shue were tall, completely blocking Director Do's line of sight. He could not see me yet. Director Do laughed. Our friend is here. Then am I intruding? Someone from the industry? He asked curiously. A student. Wang Ling stepped aside, introducing me. Jiang Heng. This is Do Junjie, the director. I stood up with a slight smile. Hello, Director Do. Director Do was instantly frozen in place. It was like a bolt of lightning had split a pitch-black night sky. Can you guess? This is Zishan. Wang Ling and I exchanged a look, completely confused. Wang Ling asked in surprise. Zishan is? Do Junjie explained. Zishan is the character I have been searching for. I have been going crazy looking for him. I have lost half my hair from the stress. Seeing Jiang Heng now was like a starving man who had not eaten in 10 days. Finally laying eyes on a bowl of steaming rice, he strode over quickly, staring at me with burning intensity. How old are you? I considered for a second, deeming the question harmless. 19. Do Junjie was overjoyed. Lin Mai Zishan was described exactly as a jade-like youth, appearing to be roughly 18 or 19. This was a coincidence of cosmic proportions. He asked further, are you still in school? Is it convenient to take leave? Do you have any interest in the entertainment industry? I paused slightly, replying diplomatically. I am currently at university. My workload is heavy, and I have other commitments. My time is not very flexible. However, this standard polite refusal did not work on Do Junjie. He waved it away dismissively. No problem. Which school are you at? I will have a word with the administration. I can resolve all of those issues. Director Do had run the Spring Festival galas and directed multiple classics. He was a household name. Handling such a minor detail was effortless for him. I was momentarily stuck, preparing to refuse him directly. The now recovered Lu Shui walked in. She asked the waiter to serve the dishes and pulled Do Junjie down to his seat. Nourish, let us chat slowly. Lu Shui poured tea for everyone, then leaned toward me. How do you know Sister Wang? I gave a brief explanation, omitting Wang Ling's bolder remarks. I only mentioned the engagement party and the chance encounter while I was discussing business today. But Lu Shui knew her managers' preferences and habits very well. She knew instantly that Wang Ling had fallen for my face. She was likely harboring all sorts of ulterior motives. She looked at Wang Ling warily. Sister Wang, do not eat where you sleep. Jiang Heng is my friend. You can't mess around here. Wang Ling teased her on purpose. Keep the good things for yourself. How could I bear to let such a handsome guy just slip through my fingers? Lu Shui's eyes widened. Oh wait. I, however, did not quite know what they were talking about. Do Junjie chimed in blindly. Exactly. Keep the good things for yourself. Lu Shui, you had a friend like this. Why were you hiding him? He is the living embodiment of Zishan. You watched me go bald while doing nothing about it. Lu Shui said with difficulty. Director Do, Jiang Heng is not an actor. He has no plans to enter show business. So what? Do Junjie did not care at all. In the old days, we cast everyone through open calls. Many people only ever acted in own film. Once the role was done, they went back to their lives to do whatever they wanted. It is not like you are forced to stay in this circle forever. Besides, the production team for this drama is perfect. The role of Zishan seems tailor-made for your friend here. A match made in heaven. Seeing Lu Shui about to object again, Do Junjie turned serious. Do not forget, Zishan's scenes are almost entirely played against yours. If we do not pick the right person, it will affect your performance too. Your friend looks so much like the character. Half the job is already done. It is such a rare find. He looked at me without concern. Jiang Heng, you have never acted before, and never studied performance. To me, that is not an issue at all. I am the best at teaching actors. Even the most wooden beauty can give a peak performance in my crew. Even if you know absolutely nothing about acting, I have the confidence to make you shine. Listening to him. This role consists entirely of scenes with Lu Shui. Do Junjie looked like a very honest man, but he was someone who navigated the world of fame and fortune. He was exceptionally sharp. The moment he heard my question, he knew there was hope, and he knew exactly what the hook was. So he began to explain in detail. The character does not interact much with other actors. He is primarily responsible for raising the female lead and teaching her cultivation techniques. Moreover, it is because of his ascension that the lead resolves to walk the path of the celestial. That is the core of the whole show. This time I was truly interested. Raising the female lead, teaching her cultivation. Is not that exactly how Lu Shui and I spent our previous life? So I said politely, Director Do, could you share some of the plot? After all, some scripts, especially original ones adapted for VIPs, are under high secrecy. Forget strangers. Even the actors often only see a portion at first. The rest is only revealed during filming. Lin Mai's original script was indeed one of those highly classified projects. Even Lu Shui, the undisputed female lead, had only received a third of the plot. Wang Ling was aware of this too. She was afraid Do Junjie would refuse, which would be embarrassing for me. Just as she was about to explain why he could not, Do Junjie hesitated for only a second before agreeing. No problem at all. I will explain it all to you slowly. He was determined to win over the soul of the celestial apprentice today. Continued from line 417. What is a little plot summary and character setting between friends? No problem. Wang Ling and Lu Shui were sitting across from me. Do Junjie patted Lu Shui's shoulder unceremoniously. Lu Shui, swap seats with me. I need to talk to Jiang Heng. Good grief. Now he was after me. Wang Ling looked at Lu Shui, who used to be the apple of Do Junjie's eye, and sighed. Looks like you have been dethroned. Dethroned, please. I also felt talking diagonally across the table was awkward. I stood up and said, do not trouble yourself. I will swap with Wang Ling. Lu Shui looked aggrieved at the person across from her, her familiar manager. Wang Ling gritted her teeth. What is with that disappointed look on your face? With the seating fixed, talking was indeed much easier. The waiter pushed in the cart, checking each dish with us own by own. After confirming everything was there and correct, The waiter withdrew, perhaps because this place was right next to Jiangxing Media, and there were several other agencies nearby. The staff had seen plenty of stars. Seeing a top-tier star like Lu Shui and a director like Dou, they did not lose their composure. They just stole a few extra glances. Wang Ling used the serving chopsticks to serve us, urging everyone to eat while they chatted. Order more if it is not enough. Dou Junjie took a couple bites of lamb, using the time to organize his thoughts. The character of Zishan was essentially perfect. He began to explain the setting to me. The drama is called The Celestial Apprentice. It is a female-centric epic, but unlike previous Xianxia dramas, the lead does not start off wanting to become an immortal. Her initial goal is simply to survive. Because she is of mixed blood celestial and demon, her mother was a celestial, and her father was from the demon race. So she suffered immensely from childhood. Her father died shortly after her birth. Her mother was severely injured by her sex pursuit. By the time the lead was 3 or 4, her mother died protecting her. The lead fell down a cliff alone, landing in a pride of lions. The sect hunting them assumed she was dead and left. Unexpectedly, a lioness protected and raised her. That is her basic background, which relates to her later personality shift. Dou Junjie explained it all very clearly. Zishan is the most unique character in the script. He was originally the master of the lead's mother. I calculated the generational relationship. So, the lead's grandmaster. Dou Junjie laughed. Not just her grandmaster. If you play this role, your seniority will be incredibly high. You get a huge advantage. The mother was a celestial apprentice. This term does not refer to real gods. It is an honorary title for the cultivation sect. The mother came from a prestigious background. The Tianyuan sect, one of the 4 great sects. Each of the 4 sects has a legendary hermit master. Their ultimate backer, the Tianyuan sect's master is Zishan. Why was the sect hunting the lead's parents? Because the lead's mother was the most talented disciple of the Tianyuan sect. She had practiced their most sacred, forbidden techniques, only to elope with a man from the demon race, and give birth to a child. Since she could no longer serve the sect, the Tianyuan sect was determined to silence them all. The female lead lived among the lions for over a year, until she was discovered by a hunter. The hunter took her home, and raised her until she was 13. The hunter and his wife were childless, so they raised her as their own daughter. The couple treated her exceptionally well, forming a very deep bond with her. Later, the hunter fell ill, and the family lost their source of income. The female lead went out, and sold herself as a servant to a wealthy uncle's house, to get the silver needed for his treatment. Wang Ling was listening intently by the side. Did the lead forget her childhood memories? Dou Junjie shook his head. She inherited her mother's natural talent. She was extraordinary from birth. She never forgot. Wang Ling was a bit surprised. Then does not she want revenge? Dou Junjie smiled and said, according to standard logic, with such deep-seated blood feuds, she should be driven by vengeance. But this script is unique. The twist is that initially she has no desire for revenge. Her mother only wanted her to be an ordinary person, and she herself just wants a peaceful life. She does not want to cultivate. She does not want immortality, and she does not want revenge. She wants nothing to do with her ancestors' affairs. Her greatest wish is to live just a few short decades, in a world of peace, simply as a mortal. But since this is a Xianxia drama, and she is the lead, she has her own destiny to fulfill. The immortal realm selects new disciples every year. The uncle's daughter signed up, and the lead went along as her servant. This part of the plot is a bit more traditional. Through a twist of fate, the lead's true talent was discovered.